his horse, and he injured his leg very badly. And he seemed to decline from that point, and it took some number of months. Before August of 1227, he was very much near the end of life. You can read online the exact date. It's all very specific, but the truth is we don't know exactly which day he died in that time, because one of his wives was running the camp, and they were keeping it secret until the defeat of the Tangut was completed. And the Tangut offered all kinds of things to the Mongols to go away again the second time. And Genghis Khan had told his family no, accept nothing. And then when they surrender, you kill the royal family, kill them all. So then the idea they were Buddhist people, and the Tanguts were Buddhists. And the idea was usually you could be reborn into your own family. But he said, no, you kill off the whole family so they can't be reborn. So he died there.
How was his successor chosen?
Oh, the succession issue was always difficult. He did not have the right to appoint a successor. That was not the Mongol way. He could nominate somebody. So before he set off for the Middle Eastern campaign, one of his wives said to him, you know, even the biggest tree falls. You've got to make a plan and talk to your sons about the future. So he did. He called the sons together. So this is Zuch, the oldest boy who was born while the father was allied with his Anga Tomok. And he was named Visitor Zuch. And then the next one was Chagadai. And the next one was Agade, and the next one was the father of Kublai Khan, but he was still alive at this point. So all four of them came. So Genghis Khan explained to them he wanted to talk about the succession and to get some consensus from them about the succession. And so he said, the Mongols always call on people to speak by order of age. They also serve tea or food, anything by order of age. It's always done that way, from then till now. So he called first on Zuch. He said, what do you say, Zuch? Genghis Khan favored Zuch. This is the one who was questionable paternity, but he always favored him. You know, the youngest Tula was too hot-headed. Bakude was a heavy drinker. Chagate was very rigid about the law of the Mongols, but he seemed to favor Zuch as a more reasonable, good warrior, but reasonable person. But he called on Zuch, my son, to speak. Tsagade, the second one, who believes in Mongol law, supposedly, he jumped up and he said, this is when he accused his father of all kinds of things. He said, how can you call on this Mongol, this Merkin bastard? If you call on him first, that means you want him to be the great Khan. He should not be the great Khan of the Mongol Empire. This is Mongol Empire, not Mongol. You can imagine kind of scene. Well, Genghis Khan is the greatest ruler in the world. He's sitting there being lectured by his second son. And this is when he gave that impassioned speech to his. Actually, the way the secret history makes it look like it was his assistant speaker who said it, because very often the great power doesn't say the words directly; they let somebody else say them for them. They have a spokesperson. But anyway, I think it was his words, and I think he said them on that day. That's what I think on this business of you do not know, you were not there. You know, the stars were moving in the sky, the head was turning around, the earth was turning over. You did not know who loved who. You did not know who your mother loved. You do not know what your mother did. And if I say he is my son, who are you to say he is not my son?
By the way, pretty just really high integrity, really respectable to do that. To have that respect and honor his wife in this way, and his son in this way, is really powerful.
I believe that, I don't know if she was alive at this point or not. We do not have the death recorded. Mongols are not good at recording death. They usually just say somebody finished their age, or they have some euphemism for it. But he made that impassioned speech, and Tsagade had to submit. And he said, yes, you are our father, and we accept what you say. But A deer shot with words cannot be loaded on a horse. A deer shot with words cannot be. So, Genghis Khan knew. So he said to the boys, I mean, these are middle-aged men, not boys. He said to the men, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? And he said, I don't favor Takade because of his attitude and the situation. And Kalo is still hot-headed. He actually ended up being drunk and dying early. So but the other guys, they said, well, good, they chose him because he was the most generous and the bon vivant. He was for every party and drinking every time. And, one time, Chigi Hutuk, the great judge who wrote The Secret History, Chigi Hutuk was sleeping on a cart one time for whatever reason. I don't know what. I think he also had passed out drunk, perhaps. But Agadi came out drunk and grabbed him up and pulled him back into the party. Agadi was a party guy. And so he was chosen as the next great Khan of the Mongol Empire. But fortunately, there was sort of a plan B, and that Genghis Khan had set up very powerful women, his daughters, but also he had chosen wives for each of his sons, very, very capable wives. And from a good day, he had a wife who was to be his first wife. The first wife would usually be somebody closer by a certain clan or something, but he had a very intelligent woman named Dorchin. And then she was more or less ruling in his last few years. And then after he died, she ruled an empire in her own name. She was the ruler of the greatest empire in the world ever ruled by a woman.
It's incredible, like the genius of Genghis to set it up that way.
Yes.
And to not, there's probably very widespread discrimination of women at that time, and to have not care about any of that and just making the right decision for like what it will keep the empire together.
Dorchin was actually, there was peace. She stopped all campaigns. There was peace during her time, and the women, like such as Dorchin and others, were extremely into economics and trade and running these. They had these private corporations called Ortok. She was running her Ortok and everything, so she became much more interested in the economics of the trade and running the empire. And it was a time of peace, and she recognized that peace was better for trade. It was better, and so it was a peaceful time. But like all of us, we have our weak points, and she favored a worthless son to become the successor. None of the sons actually were great, but they had favored another. But anyway, she favored Guyuk, her son. So she arranged to have him made the great emperor while she was still alive. She had her primary minister was also a woman, named Fatima from the Middle East. And unfortunately, Guyuk organized a purge of her court and killed off a lot of these people who had been supporting her. And a lot of them were Muslims. And he killed off a lot. And then he was going to march against the Golden Horde because they weren't supporting him. So he set off and he died. He was only in office for 18
Welcome.
months. And,
how are you?
He was gone. And then his wife took over Kamish. Unfortunately, she was not capable as her mother-in-law, Dorchin. Kamish was a bit greedy, and she didn't start any new wars, but she just kind of messed up things, and she didn't.
Welcome.
And this is why Kublai Khan's mother, Sorashtani, was able to have a revolution. She united with the Golden Horde. She was on one end of China, she had northern China, the Golden Horde had Russia, the two of them united against the center, and they overthrew Hamish, and she put her son Khan in, who was succeeded by Kublai Khan.
And we should say probably that, this whole succession by kin probably goes against the initial spirit of what Genghis Khan stood for.
Yes. In the end, he was a father, and he favored his sons, even knowing they were not so capable, and he had lost a grandson that he loved. But But he organized it though as when we take all today almost a corporation. All lands belong to everybody in the family. Everybody. So Kublai Khan, that's why he had soldiers. There were Christian soldiers, Ossetian soldiers, and Kipchak soldiers. He had 10,000 of each come in. And then they owned, the Russians would own silk factories in China. The Ilkhanate would own silk factories and jade mines in China. The people in China, the Mongols, they would own villages in Persia and in Iran. So he organized it all. Everything was owned by the entire clan. It didn't last too long like that because of the divisions that developed. So the Great Khan was primarily in charge of conquering and expanding the land so they had more lands to own. That was going to be the job. And Kublai Khan fulfilled it. Khan to some extent fulfilled it. Oh, no, they did. Greek did not.
Family ruling the land, all the different territories.
Yeah. They weakened with every generation.
Yeah.
Every generation.
Well, that reminds me of a very popular idea about Genghis Khan, articulated in a 2003 paper titled The Genetic Legacy of the Mongols. So that paper has a finding that estimates that 0.5% of the world's male population is direct descendants of Genghis Khan. I've heard you kind of be a little bit skeptical of this paper, but I actually really like its findings. I talked to a good friend of mine, Manolis Kellis, who's a biologist, computational biologist and geneticist. He likes the paper as well. I find it really convincing, but I think your skepticism has to do not necessarily with the paper's contents, but more the implication that it speaks to the thing that maybe the people who think of Genghis Khan as a brutal barbarian assume that the reason is 0.5% of the population is because of some institutionalized mass rape conducted by Genghis Khan. But to me, and we actually spoke about this, you can't get those kinds of numbers with rape. If you want for the empire to propagate the gene, if you were a person that wanted to propagate the genes, you would make sure that all the lands you conquer are stable, flourishing, and happy. And so, actually, what this is much better explained in the paper. It indicates this. It's better explained by it was of high value, like social status value, to be associated with the lineage of Genghis Khan. And so that means that for many generations, people loved the Great Khan, the Genghis Khan. And so in that sense, given how vast the land was, all the transformational effects it has on trade, on culture, and so on, it makes total sense. In fact, the 0.5%, just so people understand, is just male descendants. The way it works, that means, if this paper is at all correct in its estimate, that the number of people descended, not direct male descendants, but, the way trees work, it's like there's women at each step. So the number of descendants could be much larger than that. So I think that's pretty interesting. I think there's singular figures like this in history, but none like Genghis.
It's interesting. It's fun. Where did they get the DNA for Genghis Khan?
Oh, yes. So one of the criticisms you have is like, well,
they don't have one shred of scientific. They're supposed to be scientific. No, they found that a bunch of people were connected.
Yes.
And then
No. To one person.
Yes, but they choose Genghis Khan.
Right.
There's no evidence that it was from him. No evidence.
It's from that time. It's one person.
But from that time or 200 years before?
It could be 200 years before.
Yes. See, I mean, actually, I would like for it to be true in a certain way. I would, and I do think there is a truth there. I think that by attaching it to the name of Genghis Khan, they've done a disservice to themselves, but it gets a lot of publicity, a lot more funding, and it's exciting, and so on. But I think it's to that Mongol experience. Genghis Khan's descendants were almost everyone categorized and record it. I mean, he's the largest conqueror in the world. You do not have just children popping up all over the place. He had 4 wives all the time. He had children with 2 of them. Just not a lot of descendants. We know mostly who they are for many generations. His brother Hassan had many more children than he did. Many more. They caused a lot of problems later on for the empire too by rivaling the power. So it could be that one of these other people, Bodin Chartaful, could have been the origin of this. It could have been back well before Genghis Khan. I just don't believe it. And in Mongolia today, we have nobody who claims descent from Genghis Khan.
Well, claims is a different thing than biology, right? So so the reason I say this is this methodology is pretty solid.
I believe that they found some connection of people.
Yeah, but
they have no evidence that it's really connected to Genghis Khan. I think it may be tangentially connected to him.
Yeah, but it's somebody from the Mongolia region.
Yeah, I think that's quite possible. But we've already had the Huns come through. We've had all the Turks. Every one of the Turkic nations is descended from Mongolia. They all came up from Mongolia.
You're right. You're right.
On the other hand, I wish they could get some proof. I mean, I wish it could be true.
Yeah.
I just can't believe it the way it is. We have no DNA. Nobody knows where he went.
They don't know where he's buried.
Okay, Genghis Khan said, "Let my body go. Let my nation live." And he chose to be buried in an unmarked grave. The Mongols believe very strongly it should always be that way. Most of the Khans who followed him were also buried in a similar way. The Chinese emperors, were buried in very elaborate tombs, but not the Yuan dynasty. No. And so Kublai Khan was buried back with his grandfather in an anonymous grave.
I was working at a school, and I can't talk about that because now I'm going into sport again.
I think his father
Something happened when you were teaching at school, and now there's an ongoing investigation.
Correct, yeah.
You get into a fight with a kid?
Well, I didn't start it, though.
It's known that
It wasn't me, but they go on the kid. That's just so hard to me.
it's officially you should not know it. You cannot know it. It should never register. You should never register. We're not going to have those sort of come in.
When you're saying like the people of Mongolia,
They believe he's in a certain place, yes. They believe they know what the place is, but it's
So, Cyrus, I've noticed that a lot of the things.
just leave it as it
Hey,
is.
peace out.
No roads, no buildings, no killing of animals, no chopping of trees. Nothing can be done. It's a holy land
Do you have a pet snake?
dedicated to him.
Not anymore. I had to get rid of Tony.
pretty amazing.
I do remember that. You did have a pet snake.
That's how laws
One of the greatest conflicts in the history of humanity.
It's not lying.
For good and for
California's
bad,
real
the
serious
most
about this.
impactful, one of the most impactful people in history.
I believe it is things about let my nation live. And
So, Cyrus, you did have a
they
pet
asked me,
snake.
what did he look like? And I said, well, the wonder was made 50 years later by somebody who never saw him. And actually, if you look at the portrait of Kublai Khan and Genghis Khan, they look alike except one's older and one's younger. And I think
So,
that's
Cyrus, you
because
had to get rid of your
Kublai was
pet
trying to establish, he wanted to
He
establish his legitimacy as a real uncle. And they looked alike when his grandfather said he did.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And then
Really bad, you had to get rid of your pet snake.
there was nothing, but I said, if you want to see the face of Genghis Khan walking in here in Mongolia for himself, that's the face of Genghis Khan. It's his nation.
For those of you that love watching shows get burnt down, make sure you watch Jeremiah Wonders, where that doesn't happen. Follows his own formula. No one's there to burn things down. No, I know, yeah. I did it at the top of the show, too. Because I'm such a nice guy. It
Does
doesn't.
that make you sad?
Okay, very good, Jeremiah. Very good. What are we gonna do? Push it more every single fucking episode? I love it. Okay. All right, perfect.
in
fucking
Afghanistan.
great. This is literally the
The
best
Russians are
shot
still
on
using
that.
the
Give
YAM
me this,
system.
please. It's really not. It's just.
There are many aspects of history that are out there in the world.
Oh my god. You gotta take it when you see it, and you got it when you have it.
The same way that Thomas Jefferson. We found so much inspiration.
Long time now you've been doing this.
Books and James Hart.
There we go. Now you woke this guy up over here. There we go. Very good. Can we continue with the fucking guest? I mean, we can. You can just, if you're gonna fucking do it again, just do it.
Hey, you know he got the sponsorship.
Asking
Trying to get his money too.
Do not have religious.
You shut the fuck up right now.
Protections from it. We do not have the protections from our followers and ambassadors. The ideas live on.
Cyrus,
And the
why the
rulers
fuck do you have to get rid of your pet snake?
They eat the same food, wear the same clothes,
My
sleep in the
roommate's
same
dog, Thunder, is like, she apparently loves him, and when
Doesn't even matter what I say.
For leaders that live
Just
mostly not done. But when it is, definitely respect for that. That is the what lesson?
no, I mean, they just weren't playing well together, so I had to get
These ideas.
Well, I think those are the policy ideas. I think are important. We can still learn from that about protection of diplomats, not buying and selling women.
Snake and the dog didn't play well together.
It's just apparently one of those things where
But also,
if
we have
it's a small
interesting
dog
things. They have tax-free
and it
status
barks,
for
it moves a lot, the snake is going to
all
drain you.
physicians and all
A
teachers.
snake in a fucking tank or anything? Where do you keep this shit?
As a
You
former
gotta use snake?
teacher,
No, I mean, I got like a
praise them.
rope
Out of fear of greed and selfish.
like a leash.
It doesn't mean the idea of saving money. It's the idea of focusing on that as something important for the society. I didn't say tax-free for any other category of people that I recall. Just for those. And he's highlighting the health of the people, the education of the people, and the spirit of the people, the spiritual. That's very important. That's a profound approach to life. And so these are policies, and I'm not advocating so much the policies, but I think some of the general principles of being willing to learn from our mistakes. Admit your mistake to yourself, correct it, and go on with your life. All of us say it's important, but we don't do it for the most part. We don't learn from our failures as much as we think. The other idea of promoting people on ability, I think that's certainly an idea that is very valuable, not in the simple way of meritocracy that we've done it with, oh, if you pass the exam with this score, you get this or that, but really evaluating people and their ability. I think it's a very good thing, not the only thing, but I think it's very important. And even though he failed in the end of his own life and he turned power over to his sons and his family, it's a principle that he lived by most of his life, and we can learn from that principle. The other thing I think is just his global feel for the world, his global understanding. Here was a man who had had no education in any formal sense, and he had this sense that the world should be united. We should have things that unite all people. Everybody should have their own law, but there should be a higher law of heaven that governs people.
Here's one.
Just later when
Somebody else wrote.
everybody should have their own language, but they all write the same alphabet.
Tony's father was a mafioso, and his mother was the horse that he woke up next to.
There's a paper currency in Iran, the Persian Ilkhanate, Chinese paper money. It didn't work. The people there weren't used to it. So but all this international spirit of their empire, I think that we need today, we talk about, globalization, we're all connected, it's just incredible, and we're more provincial than ever. We are just so provincial, and sometimes we use all the technology to help preserve our provincialism. And we can't think in global terms. We can't think about the world. It's just amazing to me how narrow-minded we are.
I also saw the Mongol proverb of if you're afraid, don't do it. If you do it, don't be afraid that you especially celebrate. I mean, there's something to that. This, in many ways, Genghis Khan is a representation of a person, like of a self-made man. That person from nothing willed an entire empire into existence.
And everything against him that you can think of. Your family deserting you, your father dying at an early age, all these things like that. But, as Jamukha said, he had a good mother and he had a good wife. And there were many crucial points at which it was either his mother or his wife who made the deciding point. His wife, Bushta, was the one who caused the first break with Jamukha to go away. Later on, when the shamans had become too powerful and they had humiliated his younger brother, she was the one who said he had to clamp down on the shamans who were exercising too much power. And she guided him a lot.
It cannot be understated how important, critical women are in the story of the Mongol Empire. It's fascinating.
Sometimes you can say they're not behind the scenes because they're always out front. In the Mongol court, they always sat up front. They're always out front. And this horrified the Chinese, who were very good Confucians. It horrified the Muslims. It horrified the Christians. They didn't know what to do. They said the women even drink in public. Okay, yeah, they drink in public. You know, they do what it. So sometimes it was like that, but other times it was with Dorjin, she's actually the ruler. Or the case of his daughters, such as Malakai Beng, who ruled over a part of northern China called the Ongun people, and the other daughters who ruled over different. They ruled in their own names. And he's very. This is something about the secret history that I'm telling you. I get to chapter. All the sections are numbered. I get to chapter or number or section 215. There's only half a sentence left. In 214, he's just awarded a girl. He calls his daughter, so she's probably planned on that. She lives with his mother at this point. His youngest son, Talo, is only 4 years old. A Tatar comes and Mother Arlo gives him food because he gives food every day. He realizes this is the mother of Genghis Khan, and that's the child of Genghis Khan. He grabs him up and kidnaps him and runs out, and he's holding the child in one hand and he's pulling out a knife with another hand. Altani raced out and she grabbed his arm and held it down. And two men, Jim and Jim, they were back behind the gear, slaughtering an ox with an axe, because you have to do it in the shade behind the gear. You don't do it in the light. And so they were back there doing that. So they raced out with an axe and they killed the man. And so then Genghis Khan was rewarding everybody for all their great deeds. And gentlemen, they want to be rewarded for saving the life of Talo. He said, no, you killed the Tatar. Altani saved his life because she held the hand that had the knife until you got there to kill him. She saved it, and now we reward her. So he's finished that story in 214. We get to 215, he says, and now let us reward our daughters. It's actually only a phrase of it. I said it's a complete sentence, but start by complete. The rest is gone. Cut out. It's missing. And I was just so, and I looked at all these different translations of how the different languages, and most often they translate as, and now let us marry our daughters. Oh no. He was very clear in his wedding speeches to his daughters. I give these people to you to rule. You have 3 husbands. You have your honor, you have your nation, and you have the man that I give to you. But the man I give to you goes to the army with me and makes his children stay here and rule the people.
Brilliant.
The Chinese, when they arrived in the court of Altani, they didn't know what to think. There she is ruling this area of the Hongkong people. And they said, well, she can read and write, and she's the supreme judge, and she doesn't allow any death sentence without her permission. And if they didn't say which languages she could read and write, that is really husband be alive.
So you're saying the secret history, as we have gotten access to, has been edited to remove the significance of women, even though they're still there.
In that case, I mean, other cases with his mother, they did not at all. But I think in that case, because what happened is most of these women had few offspring because their husband was gone to war. And Al-Thani, of course, she married several times. Sometimes all the sons of the last one, you know. But they were going off to war and they weren't reproducing. There only one, Tzitikin, who was ruling in Siberia. She was the one who had a whole bunch of daughters. They wouldn't be going off to war, and so they actually spread out through the empire and did a lot of had a lot of power later. But what happened was the area for Al-Qaeda, for example, was then taken over by Kublai Khan. And then the areas, all the Turkey areas one by one, were taken over by their nephews as they died out. Not in their own lifetime. They didn't kill the women off. But as they died out, the men took it over. And so then they just wanted to kind of erase it. It's like, no, northern China, even though it was ruled by Sultani, it always was Mongol. She was ruling because her husband was Mongol and her sons were Mongol, therefore they had the right to rule it. So they cut out the women for those reasons. I think any time it threatened the power of a particular man. And there are other little things that are added in there. Sometimes you can find a phrase that that phrase was not in the original.
Yeah. In studying human history, what have you learned about human nature? And just the trajectory of humanity throughout the past several millennia.
I tend to have a certain love for individuals and persons, but not a love for people in general, and especially not for institutions. I tend to have a great suspicion about almost everything and mistrust in institutions over and over. And I think that's my own prejudice, and then I find reasons to support that. And Genghis Khan was very good at destroying a lot of institutions or bringing them to heel within his empire. So then I like that and I stress that and I see those things. I think that's one thing, but other things that I learned from the Mongol people in general, not just about their history and all, but how it's possible to live for thousands of years in a place that for many people is not the most beautiful in the world. It's austere. You have a band of mountains and with some trees, and then a big band of steppe, and then a big band of sand, gravel desert, the Gobi. And for many people, it's not appealing. It's just, there's too much space. It's like we need to build something over here. Or you can have a condo right there. We can have a building. We can sell them off. And, they haven't given in to that. They really value their country. They protect their country. Even now, only 1% is privately owned. They keep it down. And Mongolian records, farm and city count as one category. It's just because it's settled people. It doesn't matter. You settle on a farm, you settle in the city, settled people, one category. And they lived there in this land that Genghis Khan would return to and love. If he returned to the capital city, he would not know where he was. He would have no idea. And all the people would say, oh, wait, Mongol, Mongolia, yeah, I'm Mongol. I have the hat, I have the belt buckle, I have the tail that's all embroidered. Yeah, I'm Mongol. And Genghis Khan said, where's your horse? Oh, keep it in the countryside. But he wouldn't recognize the city, but it's still his country, his people. They worship him in a literal sense, not the way we would worship God, asking for favors, but in the sense of worshiping him with praise. They have so many songs to praise him. And about half of the hip-hop in the country is in praise of Genghis Khan. It's something we can't understand because when we pray, we're usually saying, oh, thank you, God, for this and that and the other, and you're so wonderful, and I love you. So would you please give me, and would you please do this, and would you please stop this pain in my knee? We're asking for things all over the place. But Genghis Khan, no one ever asks for anything. They just honor him. They just praise him and honor him.
If I wanted to visit Mongolia, what would you recommend? What's the right way?
I'll start with my home. Let's start there. You come over there. It's a nice valley. I'm in a nice valley there. I think almost any direction you go outside the city is going to be interesting. It kind of depends a little bit on your purpose. Most people go south to the Gobi. They do a loop in Gobi around to Karakara, the old capital from Uludeha, but it was abandoned by Kublai Khan. And then they circle back to the city, and then they stop off to see what we call Peshwalski, the wild horse, what they call Taki, to see the Taki, or they may go up to Hufskull Lake, a beautiful lake, somewhat like Baikal, that's long. So that's a beautiful trip. If you want to see the more Turkic area where they hunt with the eagles, far west is where the Kazakh people live. And the mountains are absolutely incredibly beautiful. Most mountains in Mongolia are gentle, beautiful, but gentle. The farther west you go, the more dramatic they become, the more pointed and peaked and snow-covered. Then if you go to the eastern Mongolia, it tends to be very flat. There are massive flocks of cranes that come in every year. Millions and millions of cranes. There are also tundra swans that come in, and golden ducks, and all kinds of beautiful birds out there. And so each area has something special. If you look particularly the history of Genghis Khan, the Mongolians love him, they worship him, but they don't do too much to capitalize on his home area, the Henti. You can go to the Henti. There are areas you cannot go to, large areas is forbidden. But you can go, but they don't capitalize like this is the place. No, they go there themselves out of respect. But the only one place they built this statue of him, which is the largest equestrian statue in the world. But it's the place where they say he found his whip, which is when he was coming back from being at the camp of asking Orkul Khan to support him. He's coming back to his family, and on the way he supposedly found a whip. There was just a small stick with a couple of strands of rawhide at the end of it that's used. But for the Mongolians, it's a symbolic thing, because obviously it's used for the horse. But for the Mongols, your destiny, yourself, your real is your himo, your wind horse that lives inside of you. Your wind horse that guides you and gives you opportunities. But it's up to you to ride that wind horse. It's up to you to use the wind horse, not to just go wild with the wind horse. And so I think it's at that crucial moment. He's on his way back home and to go with Jamukar and the other soldiers to the market to rescue Versatile. And so symbolically, he found a whip. But I think it reads that he found the way to control his destiny, his fate. It's very important. Very important.
And that he did. That was the beginning of everything.
Yes. It is symbolized in that statue. Some people think that he's holding this stick, that it's a baton or something like that. But no, it's that what they call the whip. To shoot.
We've talked a lot about the past. We look out into the future. What gives you hope for human civilization, for us humans?
Almost every day I'm totally dissatisfied with everything on earth. It's just that kind of old man, blah, blah, blah. What are they talking about? My grandchildren talking to me. I don't understand a word they say. What are they, what? And who are they talking about? I never heard of this. It's kind of like that. And who's running for office? Oh my God. It's everything like that. But then almost every day I meet somebody, just one person, who gives you some kind of hope. You just see somebody doing something nice, or they do something nice for you. But I do find in Asia that happens a lot. That people just do nice things for old people every day. And So then my dissatisfaction with all the big things in the world and the way my grandchildren talk and the way young people are, and then I see something like that. And often it's something with the young people, something that the young people do. And, in Asia, they're always bringing me things. They bring me dried curds, and they bring me strawberries that they picked in the forest in the summer, or they bring pine nuts that they found, or they bring me the milk in various forms, or yogurt. Everybody thinks you got to eat the yogurt. This is from my grandmother, and all the other yogurt in the world is not good. But my grandmother, she knows how to make the best yogurt ever. And so over and over and over, I find, despite my all intentions to be in a bad mood, somebody spoils him with these little nice acts that are really very touching. Very touching.
Yeah, and it reminds you that there's that little flame of goodness that burns in everybody. I believe that on the whole will keep humanity flourishing, keep evolving and changing towards something better with every generation.
Yes. People in Mongolia take such good care of me all the time. And I think my wife had MS. I've talked about this before. She had MS and slowly declined for many years, becoming paralyzed, not able to speak, not able to control her movements or anything. And we lived half the year still in Mongolia. Part of it was because the climate, the altitude were better for her situation. It was very helpful for her. But also the people. There was a poor country. The sidewalks are broken. Everything's not working. But I would go out with her in a wheelchair alone, and I knew that every bump, some arm would pick her up, or pick up the wheelchair, and lift her over that, and not make me do it. We could go to the opera, and you had to go this magnificent set of Soviet stairs to get to the opera, We would go, and I had no worries. I knew two guys would come from one side, two guys from the other side, they would carry her, and they do not say, "Excuse me, may I help you?" They do not wait for you to say thank you. Nothing. They just do it and they walk away. They have such respect. Singers would come there all the time to sing, to warm up the house for my wife. And even dancers would come sometimes to dance or play the horsehead fiddle, to play that, to warm up the house for her. To see how they treated a totally disabled person. And if I was feeding my wife, and when anybody saw it, they would come and immediately take over and start feeding her in their place. Children would come up to her. In America, they're often afraid that she's in a wheelchair. They just kind of look. They don't know what to do. But over there, the children would always come to her. Always. They were very you just learned something about the people living there in a country where out in the countryside, you come to a ger, you never ask for permission to go in. You certainly don't knock on the door frame. That's hugely offensive. And you ask, it's like insulting the people, like, what, you're not good hospitable people, I have to ask you for something? No, you walk in and you sit down and they fix food for you. It's an incredible thing, and these are the things that give me hope. It's no institution in the world, no, not the big things, and not the pop culture, and not all the platitudes. Oh my God, save us from the platitudes of modern life. It's the family that will fix tea for you at 2 a.m. because there was a flash flood and you got stuck, and now you're cold and wet, and they build a fire and take care of you. Or you just show up and you make camp somewhere if you have your own tent. And actually, within 1 hour, some child is going to be there with water and milk. You think, where did you come from? But the mother sent them over. Oh, there's somebody over there in the forest. They believe that they're obligated to take care of one another. Anybody in your area, you take care of them. And things like that, individuals do give me hope. People one by one, or a few at a time. even though I'm lost in the modern world.
Well, I'm glad you find your way. You mentioned that your wife is no longer with us. What's a favorite memory you have with her?
Oh my
Well, I
God.
can tell you a favorite picture is a lake we used to go to called Boogie Doos in the middle. And somebody, a very nice friend, took a picture of us towards the end. We're just sitting there watching the sunset over the lake that we've been to many, many times ago. And, she's holding hands. She's in the chair. We're just sitting there staring off. This is one of my favorite was excited. She's the most beautiful woman I ever met in my whole life. She was smart. She could talk to people about jazz or physics or art. My life is so small and narrow, but my wife, she's the one who gave me a life. The truth is, I'm very odd. People don't believe it. I failed English in college. I barely got in college. Nobody in my family, I grew up with my grandparents most of the other side. They had third grade education. My father had seventh grade. I went to live with him after the grandparents died, and then my mother. There was no big education there in the family. But I somehow got to college. My father told me to go. He didn't want me to go to the war in Vietnam, so he volunteered to go because there was the rule that they couldn't send two people from one family against their will. That was mainly designed to protect mothers. But he could go as the father, and then I could go to college. So I got to college, and I can't say, I was drinking and having a party and not serious. No, I was trying like hell to pass that course. I failed English. I failed it. And this was just a huge shame to me. In fact, after 1 year, I was on probation. I'd be kicked out of school. My grades were so low. And then, so it took me a long time to confess this to my wife after we met. I met her. I briefly had known her in high school, but just we met later. And I told her, she just looked at me. She said, "What does a professor know? It's just a professor. You can write anything you want." And she had the power to make me believe everything she said. I don't care what she said, I would believe it. And I would say, "Yeah, that's right. That's just a professor." Yeah, and she inspired me. But she supported me all the way through graduate school. She was taking some courses of her own, and she was doing graduate work. But she inspired me. But she told me, I said, I want to write for more people than just for other scholars. I've done this dissertation, a PhD, and it's just dry. That's a hard, it's the Gobi Desert. And I didn't know what to do. And she said, just tell the story to me, but I can't see you while you tell it. You're on the radio, and I'm listening in my car driving somewhere. Just tell the story to me. And to this day, almost every word I write is always just tell the story to her the way that she would like it. And I always read the books to her. Even she couldn't comprehend too much, but she just loved hearing the book.
There she is.
Because it was mine, and
What up, girl? How you living, baby?
And we went back to our original home in South Carolina. And I said, okay, we're just going to live here and watch the ocean and do things like that, and just be worthless teenagers. And my wife used to have episodes of clarity. I have no idea what caused it. It might be 2 hours, it might be 7 or 8 hours. And we would talk a lot. Until one time she said to me, this disease is going to take my life, but it's taking your life. She said, you gave up teaching, and you gave up writing. She said, how do you expect me to die in peace if I know that you gave up everything to this disease? she said, you should write. So every single day, we sat together by the water, by the window. I moved it into the bedroom, overlooking the water. We sat there, and she said it would be a great to me. And sometimes we would play a little song, singing about something. And for the most part, she liked to just sit there alongside me. She knew that she was she was the battery that kept me going, you know. How on earth I ever had to work like that, I don't know. You know, I just get the joke. And I see so many people that get along, they like each other, or they're friends, or something. But my life, I love my children. I still do. I love my children. I don't understand them. But there's one person in my life, and that was my wife. 44 years, and her funeral was on our anniversary. This is the way life works out, you know. But I was very lucky, very lucky.
If the two of you lived and met a few centuries ago, I might be reading a history book about it. You call correct.
No.
And if she said, you know, you should do it.
If she said it, I probably would have believed it.
Exactly.
She was too busy enjoying the world. You know, in her final, I could not ask her questions, and I would not say, "Oh, you remember that?" No, I never would say that because I knew she couldn't remember.
I see a dog with a harness right now.
When she would be restless
And
or
it could
something,
remind me of the straight jacket. So maybe that will work better.
I just give the
Okay,
scene
calm
without
down.
saying to remember. But the last night, I certainly didn't know that she was going, but it was a rough night. And we went back to the first night that we had in Moscow. We came in December in the winter, and the snow was so beautiful and white, and the yellow lights shining on it. And then the most beautiful night, we went to the Bolshoi, and she had this elegant blue wool coat from her grandmother from the 1920s with a huge, it's so ironic, it was a blue wolf, but it's gray blue, like the Walker Red, gray wolf collar, this huge collar. She just looked like a movie star from the 20s or something. And we went to see Maya Plisetskaya, and it was one of the most beautiful nights. But her last night, I told her that story again. You know, of all the details. I'd gone through it many times. But her coat from her grandmother, who she loved very much, and the snow and the yellow lights. And we arrived at night, because of course the flight was late. And then the next night going to the Bolshoi, all those beautiful things from Russia. That was it. She was an inspiration. I have many, many nights and many days that
Right now, I can't think of another Saturday class.
Oh no, that was beautiful. You're a beautiful human being. It's really an honor to talk to you.
You said chicken legs 3 times.
Such a fascinating journey through human history about one of the most impactful humans in history.
well, I thank you very much. And the amount of research, when I realized how much research you have done, I felt like you're going to know things I don't know, and you're going to pull something out, and I'm going to be shamed in front of the whole world.
There's only one piece of research left. It's me going to Google and riding there on the step. That would be incredible. So
Come.
I will. Thank you so much for talking today, Jack.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Jack Weatherford. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description and consider subscribing to this channel. And now, let me answer some things I've been thinking about. If you'd like to submit
Welcome.
questions, including audio,
What up? How are you, Arbu?
go to lensfreeman.com/AMA.
I'm good.
Or if you want to
I'm kicking
contact
ass,
me,
taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods, pimp?
Can you Swedish?
Dog, I don't do Swedish. I do English.
How old are you?
Old enough?
Think it. Ready? Chocolate, 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 chocolate,
Audie,
chocolate.
Audie, you're interrupting. Arbu, how did you find out about me?
I don't know. I just clicked, and it's live stream, so I just clicked and pressed on buttons.
Excellent. How's your day going?
It's going good. I'm playing Roblox right now.
Excellent. You want to stream it?
I don't know how to do it. I can use this.
That's okay. In the bottom left corner, you'll see screen sharing.
In the bottom left corner, you'll see screen sharing.
Yeah, it's right next to the camera. There you go.
Wow.
There you
See
go.
my Swedish Volvo here?
Let me see.
Potato?
Yeah, that's beautiful.
In Swedish, we call this curla, more like
Very
we
nice.
call it curla.
Is this
It's like a car is smoking black. It's really cool in the EPA culture, so we call it curla.
I like it.
That means like rag.
I like it. Did you know Volvo invented the seatbelt?
Now I know it.
Now you do know it. Okay, I'm watching. This is Roblox.
Okay, I need to change my car.
That's okay. You do what you need to do, big dog.
How long have you been in stream?
3.5 years.
3.5 fucking years. You crazy, man.
I know, dog.
What are you doing on your spare time? Nothing.
I create robots. Did you find out about me? Did you find out about me from Discord, from Kick, from?
No, some friends said it.
Oh, your friends are
They
amazing.
said that a person is streaming for a really long time, and I just need to check out what it is.
Oh, your friends are amazing.
Yes, they are.
Excellent. Well, do you mind if I tell you about myself?
What?
Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Do it.
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any human in global history. The Economist magazine stated that data is Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum. I have more data online than anybody, and that may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I want to make you, my friend Arbu, all your friends, all your family. I want to make sure that you're financially independent if you're not already. I want to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want to make sure that you are able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
Sounds great to me, man.
Excellent. I talk about things to help the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I talk about ending world thirst through the use of technology as well. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the less fortunate. I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and most importantly, desalination technology, where you pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How do those things sound to you?
Sounds great.
Excellent. I see you keep changing cars. That's cool. You were driving really fast.
Yes, I am a dangerous boy. I need to drive fast to calm my nerves. I just had a call.
Okay, I'm watching. Now are you on a racetrack now?
Now I'm on a drag strip with a Volvo V70
Okay, yeah.
TDI. The engine is named.
Yeah, I know that car. You used to be able to sit backwards in it, right?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, word, dog. Mrs. Pajikowski had one of those.
You see?
Yeah, dog.
Now I need to change car again. That car was cool. Now a fucking tractor is incoming. Oh shit, the tractor is moving.
That's how you read the signs.
Audie, you're gonna get muted, girl.
I'm going to be really angry if this all the girlies are corrupting us again. I'm just gonna go crazy. Hey, all you shut up. I would be really fucking angry.
I don't know what the fuck that is.
Hey, passa dig jävligt noga. That means watch yourself in the Swedish.
There you go, big dog. What other cars do you have?
Oh shit, my BMW is stuck in the barrier. I need to make it.
Are there guns in this game?
No, it's no guns. It's like a Swedish raggar simulator. In Sweden we have oh man, what the fuck? Oh, you're a naked. No, I need to leave.
Audie, you fucked up. I just had a new friend here, and you flapping your lip, being wild. Yo, welcome. What up, Arbu?
I'm sorry.
You're okay. No problem at all. I really enjoyed watching your stream. I enjoyed watching you drive those cars. You should know, more than anything, I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to give people an optimistic view on the world, and I'm here to give people hope. If you ever need anything from me, I'm here for you. Okay, Arbu? Excellent. All right, well, we're watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy. I'm watching Jewish history lectures.
Now I drift like a maniac. Now I feel criminal.
You're good, pimp.
My friend is big mafia boss. His name, my friend has a uncle whose name is Stefan. He's big mafia.
Does he like the Supremes?
I don't know who that is.
It's
Why
a-
is someone licking their knee?
It's a band from the
Audie is
1960s.
crazy.
Yeah, she's wild.
This Audie girl skakar den.
She's
That means like shake it in Swedish.
she's wild. She's wild.
Hello there, Mr. Sex Object.
What up, pimp? All right, here we go.
Wait, I need to leave. I will be back soon.
Excellent, Arbu. We'll see you.
Is coming.
That's cool. Are you crazy, girl? Are you crazy, girl?
You can see that Central Europe is divided into three huge countries.
This woman is wild.
Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Russia.
This woman is wild.
Lots of little peoples who are subsumed within those multinational empires.
1900.
When we get to the end of World War I, in 1918, and especially years later, when the boundaries are codified by various post-war treaties, the Treaty of Trianon, for example, Versailles, we see that there are all these new countries created at the expense of these three major countries. The Russian Empire, of course, has an internal revolution. Communist was a revolution in 1918, and that's several months after the Soviet overthrow in 1917. And their boundaries are knocked back to the east, leaving room for the creation of a new country, Poland, which bisects Germany, separating it from and the Austro-Hungarian Empire is totally destroyed. Austria-Hungary, the titular nationality, a tiny little rough state.
Yo, girl, you having a wild day? I have you muted because you scare people when you talk.
lot of those simply did not make the list. They were not part of the post-war peace treaties.
You wild.
They serve a country of their own too. Jews were included. Jews were also arguing for people to keep their own. But the difference, the Jews, they didn't want to.
This woman is in a moving car.
Which actually worked out fairly well.
Cray cray in a good way.
The Ottoman Empire was in control of Israel. You can see here is the darker shaded area. It was called the sick man of Europe because it had already been declining significantly over the course of the 19th century. And when it was defeated in World War I, it was ready to collapse on its own. So when General Allenby, the English, marched into Jerusalem at the end of World War I, the European powers kind of like the post-war moment that indirectly led to the Second World War and the tremendous devastation. They simply took rulers and compasses and divided up much of the territory that they had conquered. So when we look at Israel, the way that worked out is the British took a massive chunk of what would be Iraq, and they took a massive chunk of what would be Israel, Jordan, and they claimed them as the British mandate. In this map, you see that Israel and Jordan are part of one big country, which was called Transjordan, Palestine, different iterations. Ultimately, they were separated at the Jordan River Valley, so you had Jordan as a country itself, and only the Israeli part of it remained as a was included as a distinct state, but not its definition, its ultimate what's the right word here? Its ultimate destiny was not decided. Moving forward, at this time, Jewish settlement is expanding out of Israel. By the time we get to the actual establishment of the state of Israel, the Declaration of 1948, the Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion had said right after the state was founded, he said, "Look, up until this point, we have been arguing that the Jews should have their own land. Now I'm really worried that we're going to have a land without enough Jews." So the population of Jews moving into Israel before 1948 was actually rather small. We still have a dominant majority of Arabs living in the land of Israel, and that balance is not changing over the course of those 40-odd years. Not the beginning of the century. There are definitely Jews who are moving into the region, but as Jews move into the region, particularly when they move into the region, bringing with them economic investment from European donors, especially people like the Rothschilds, who are underwriting a lot of the early settlements, and a lot of Arab workers come in from other regions as well in order to manage the economic opportunity. So there's a dynamic of
What up, pimp? Yo, dog. You got some beautiful women in Sweden. Shout out to them. Welcome. Word, dog. Yo, what up, Zelo?
Listen to
Do I listen to what? What's that? Were they in the Supremes? Were they in the Supremes?
now I drive in. But what is wrong with this fucking Audi?
Dude, she's wild. Just let her be.
Who is Audi?
She's a person in the server. Yo, Zelo, how you living, pimp? Xylo, can you hear me, big dog? That's all right. Oh, there you go. Yo, what up, pimp? How are you?
You hear me?
Word, dog. What's good in the hood?
What's up, man? Just got done watching Putin and Trump meet in Alaska.
Yeah, how'd that go?
Did not go well.
Exactly. They didn't really come to any conclusions, right?
Yeah, it looks like it was just some photo ops and waste of time, honestly.
Word dog. Xylo, how'd you find out about me?
Through Havens.
Who's Higgins?
Havens.
Oh, through Havens. Yeah. I know who Havens is. Okay, amazing.
Yeah.
Very well. So, what's on your agenda?
Amazing.
What's on your agenda for this weekend?
I'm gonna dig through some documentaries and see which ones I can stream when I'm offline.
Word dog. Feel free
I'm
to.
trying to find a good Federal Reserve. Trying to find a good Federal Reserve documentary.
Dog, have you ever seen the documentary The Money Masters?
No, I haven't. Is it on BitChute?
Dude, it's the best fucking financial documentary you'll ever watch.
Well, the one I watched was about like Titanic and
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. John J. Astor, Guggenheim, all
yeah,
that.
That was a good one, but it was like only 15 minutes long, so not a lot of
Yeah, no,
context.
fuck that. The Money Masters is 4 hours long and teaches you all about the banking system.
Money Masters. Let me type it in.
Word dog. It's from like the late 1970s, early 1980s, but it's still extremely relevant today. It's really well done. Actually, it might be from the 90s.
Money Master.
It's the.
I mean, typically I just go on Rumble or BitChute,
Yeah.
find them, or sometimes X.
Yeah.
X has a lot of good.
I understand, but I'm telling you, this is the best one.
I don't see it right now.
All right, I'll find it for you, big dog.
Let me see. Money Master. Oh, I found it. Yeah, it's about 3 hours and 30 minutes long.
Yeah, there you go. That's the one. You watch it, it'll blow your fucking mind.
All right, yeah. Let me save this to my bookmarks, and I can start watching it tonight.
Word dog. What other documentaries do you like?
I like Europa: The Last Battle. What else? I like a lot of different. I like Kings of Zion or Knights of Zion. I think it's called. I'm really just trying to find any information that I can.
Word dog, aren't we all? Do you like BitChute or Rumble?
Overdose on the red pills.
Word dog, do you like BitChute or Rumble more?
I think BitChute has like a lot of documentaries, but Rumble has creators that I like to watch.
That's valid. Hey, can you live stream on BitChute?
Brother Nathaniel's on Rumble.
Can you live stream on?
Brother Nathaniel.
Can you live stream on BitChute now?
That's a good question. I'm on there right now. I don't see any live stream sections, so probably not.
I see someone's live streaming. The Ron Gibson channel.
Ron Gibson. Which documentary are you watching right now?
It's live streaming. So the last time I tried to live stream on BitChute, it was only open to like a handful of creators, not everybody.
Yeah, I think it's a bit more open source now, so anybody can create a channel and start uploading.
No, I know that. No, I could do that. I'm saying live stream though. Live streaming.
Oh yeah, they do have live. I see they do have live, but it might be like after a certain amount of followers.
Right, or yeah.
I think YouTube is like that as well.
No, YouTube, you just have to phone verify and you can start live streaming.
Do you have any good 9/11 documentaries?
Have you seen Loose Change?
That's what I'm looking for, is a 9/11 documentary.
Have you seen Loose Change Final Cut?
Nah, I've never heard of it.
That's the big one back in the day. That one was very controversial.
Oh, nice. Let me look it up. Okay, yep, I see it. 2 hours long.
Word dog.
Save this one.
If you're into that kind of stuff,
Evans watches a lot of.
if you're into that kind of stuff,
Yeah,
which
me and Havens watch a lot of. Me and Havens watch a lot of documentaries. He watches a little bit more different perspectives.
yo dog, have you ever seen a funny thing happen on the way to the moon?
No.
It's on YouTube.
Is that the moon landing?
Yeah, dumb. You want to
What
watch?
would you say? Is it pretty good and
Yeah,
accurate?
yeah, definitely. So there are two of them you want to watch. The filmmaker was on Joe Rogan. His name is Bart Sabrell. Okay, you want to watch a funny thing happen on the way to the moon, and then Astronauts Gone Wild. He made both of them, and he confronts all of the astronauts on the Apollo missions, and some of them punch him, some of them kick him, some of them say they're going to have him whacked by the CIA. It's wild.
What is it called again? Funny thing happened?
Yeah, so in YouTube, put in a funny thing happened on the way to the moon.
Yep, I see it.
And then,
Okay,
and then you
40
also,
minutes long.
it's how many? 53 minutes long?
It's about 50 minutes.
Exactly. And then you want to also watch Astronauts Gone Wild. It's like Girls Gone Wild, but Astronauts Gone Wild.
The rabbit hole goes deep. Well, I haven't looked into any moon landing conspiracy stuff yet.
And you're just at the
That's
top.
on my list. I just haven't gotten to it, but I do want to get to it because that's the only one I haven't looked into.
Oh, there are a bunch of them. Yeah, you're just at the tip of the iceberg, Doug. Astronauts Gone Wild is fucking amazing.
Okay, yeah, let me favorite it.
Word, dog. Like, you can even see in the first 10 seconds of it, the filmmaker gets punched by Buzz Aldrin, supposedly the second man ever on the moon. He gets punched in the face.
Wow. Did he confront Buzz?
Multiple times.
You had time to do it. What about some Bohemian Grove or Pizzagate stuff? Where can I find information on that?
Yeah, I don't know about the latter. I mean, I know about it, but I don't know. They'll make really good documentaries about it. Have you seen? It's called. There are two really good ones on Bohemian Grove. One is called Dark. It's called Dark Secrets Inside Bohemian Grove. It's from 2000. It's an undercover investigation. You get to see leaked footage. That one's amazing. Have you ever seen it?
Yeah, I have seen that. That's the one with Alexander. Yeah, I've seen this a while ago. Maybe I should rewatch it now that I'm older.
And then
I watched this when I was like 18, maybe.
And then there's kind of like the opposite of that one. It's called, I don't even know if it's available anymore. That one's, once you see that though, you see basically everything you need.
Yeah.
What other ones you want to watch? What else is interesting to you?
Let's see.
Notice all of these documentaries were made like 20 years ago. That was like the golden age of documentaries. Documentaries today either cost too much or people don't want to put that much together, so they'll just make a short of it and it's only like 14 minutes. I don't want fucking 14 minutes. I want you to go in depth. I want you to do interviews. I want you to be on site. Give me a 2-hour documentary. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, like I watched Occupied and I didn't think it was good at all. That's kind of like a newer one that was released last year.
What is that one?
It's just like surface level, like like Zog and occupied governments and kind of just going over the surface level stuff. I think it's by Stu Peters or something.
Yeah, I know who that guy is.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of documentaries I see, like all of them are like you said, 13 minutes, 14 minutes long.
That's not even a documentary, in my opinion. I mean, I know you're saying that, and I know that's not your opinion either. But that to me is just like a snippet. I wanted a full length.
Yeah.
Give me something that's over at least 45 minutes. Go in depth. I find a lot of the documentary, or they're not even the documentaries, whatever, those 14-minute things, they're not even like new information. They're just clips of other documentaries.
I wanted to see if I could find some Malcolm X stuff as well. Maybe I could. So which one should I start with for the moon landing one? Should I start with the astronauts going wild, or should I start with funny things happen?
A funny thing happened on the way to the moon. I'll watch it with you right now. If you stream it, I'll watch it with you.
Yeah, I'll probably. I'm thinking about maybe watching it.
All right, we'll do the screen share
tonight or tomorrow,
and I'll watch it with you.
I'm not gonna watch it right now.
Okay.
I'm just picking out right now. I'm trying to find all the ones I want to watch for the next couple of days and weeks. Trying to build a library of good documentaries. I was in your Twitch chat. I don't think you've seen. I don't know if you were reading the chat or not.
Dude, I'm live on 20 different streams right now, so I don't watch the streams. But what I do is every 12 hours I check them. So I probably saw what you said. You said it was the Twitch one. Were you adding me at Rabbi Rothschild 18?
My name is Silo. It's the same as Discord.
That was a different person then.
Maybe you should get it to where you can mix in the different chats.
Yeah, that's not really possible with 20 different accounts.
Yeah.
If it were, I'd be doing it.
What platform do you prefer?
YouTube. It's the one that archives things the longest. I find it interesting that Trump was making this big deal about he was going to come out of Alaska with a deal. They were going to meet for a long time, and then they left without a deal, and they didn't take questions.
Yeah.
It seemed like a big fucking waste.
Did you watch it?
I did not. I just checked
Or
out.
did you just see the highlights?
Yeah, just the latter.
Yeah. I like Europa, the last battle. I think that one's great. But that one's like 10, 11 hours long.
What is
Great
that?
documentary.
What is that?
Europa, the last battle.
Yeah, what is that?
It goes into World War II, then it goes into the Federal Reserve. Kind of touches on all of it, but mainly it goes into the corruption around World War II.
I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, that's like one of the most popular ones. That's it.
Suggesting that progress has been made. Vladimir Putin using the word agreement, saying, I expect that today's agreement will be a good starting point. The president referencing the fact that they are right there.
The guy put a lot of work into it. It's a lot of talking.
To get a ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine. The California Coastal Commission denied a request from Elon Musk's SpaceX to expand the number of launches from Vandenberg Space Force Base. The staff report suggests that going from 50 launches a year up to 95 would have a negative effect. The sonic booms and their impacts on California's people, wildlife, and property are extremely concerning. Commissioner Linda Escalante says the impacts that would around Santa Barbara County line would be dire. And the negative impacts of public access, natural resources, and environmental health on our scrutiny. Staff has told the commission the vast majority of launches would support Musk's communication network, despite claims they would be operating as a federal contractor. The GOP, the Republicans, say the special election to redistrict congressional lines in California could cost taxpayers a minimum of $5 million. The election aims to change a 2010 law that transferred redistricting power from politicians to a citizens' commission. The last special election in 2021 to recall Governor Gavin Newsom cost just slightly over $2 million. According to the GOP, the higher cost of the redistricting special election is attributed to inflation, increased postage, and a growing number of mail-in ballots for the state's expanding voter base. Tina Kodiak, KFI News. $40 million to cover the good costs LA has incurred from January's wildfires has been accepted by the city council. Cost of the recovery is getting closer to the total amount of the $50 million loan.
Did Trump convert to Judaism?
No. His daughter did, but he has not.
He has a trip scheduled to Israel coming up.
Former President Obama says he supports the Texas House members who left the state to prevent a vote on redistricting. He told them during a virtual meeting yesterday their actions were inspiring others.
Yeah, so next month he'll be in Israel. Yeah, see what happens there.
Says Obama's endorsement is proof they have the support of Democrats at every level. Obama was joined by former Attorney General Eric Holder, who outlined plans to
His diplomacy has just been a failure. I mean, he's trying. I mean, it looks like he's trying.
Word dog. But I mean, as he said, he would have the Middle East and Ukraine fixed in a day. And all he's done is had blowback. He's had down approval ratings. A lot of people don't like him, even in his base. It's not what he wanted.
Yeah, him withholding the Epstein files really pissed a lot of people off.
Weird dog. Ghislaine Maxwell going from whatever maximum security to now she's on work release. It's like, come on.
Yeah, and I think they relocated her to
Texas.
some Texas prison.
Yeah, but now she gets out like 8 hours a day. It's ridiculous.
Oh, does she?
Yeah, they just announced that.
I did not hear about that.
They announced it a couple days ago. So basically, she made some kind of sweetheart deal where she said she never saw him do anything wrong, and then immediately she was put in like better conditions.
Wow. Yeah, so they made some behind the scenes deal.
Slowing down at the 210 freeway, delays all the way to the 138. I'm also looking at the southbound side of the 15 in Corona. This is loading up at Magnolia Avenue, heading towards Wyman Road, and in Irvine. A lot of northbound, pretty crowded right now, getting away from Jeffrey Road, and remains crowded all the way to Harbor and Anaheim. Also tough across Mid-City, eastbound side of the 10, from just before the 405 as you roll towards the 5 in Boyle Heights. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Angel Martinez.
I just got done playing Battlefield. Yeah, I got my ass wrecked.
Battlefield 6?
Yeah. I didn't really, I don't think it's any different from the last game. It's just better graphics, honestly.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you stopped your treatment plan, restart it, or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps and manage your BP down. Now, trying to get better, just roll it out. Brought to you by the American Heart Association and the Medical Association of Podcasts.
President Putin. So they came out a little later, and if you want to see them, they're all over the internet. And it's going to have 5 or 6 more Democratic seats to Congress. And one of the districts that they're looking at is in Northern California. Let's see here, district number 5. District number 5. And they're going to have a tough time with that. It's overwhelming Trump supporters up there. And they are not going to lay down and take that. They're not going to. There are a lot of farmers, a lot of conservatives, and that's going to be a fight up there. Another one is District 23. That's another one of Central California. It's another big Trump district, and they're not going to take that either. So this is the kind of crap that starts a lot of fights, a lot of anger, a lot of hostility, and they better do this right, or else they're going to get a tremendous fight on their hands. But here's another one. District 40. Where that is, looks like, again, Central California, overwhelming Trump supporters, and they're going to flip that to a Democratic seat, and they're going to have a fight on their hands, a radical fight. So we'll see how it shakes down. But to fight off what Texas is doing, Governor Newsom wants to change the demographics and change the All right, Dine LA, 480 restaurants offering discounts. Everyone's looking for a great restaurant and a great discount. Let's find out how we can get both. Because that's what people want. Just at the end of the day, they don't want to talk about Trump or Putin or gerrymandering. They just want a good meal and a good price. Restaurants all over LA are at the top of their game Friday night for the first night of Dine LA. They get a great deal, they get a great value. It's a great excuse to go out and have some fun. Some expensive menu prices may normally drive customers away, but participating Dine LA restaurants are offering lunch and dinner menus starting at just $15 in hopes of getting people inside to try the food. Paul Carroll, who's part owner of Thai Show in Sherman Oaks, says a spread like this would usually cost you over $100, but during Dine LA, customers can get it for just $65.
The restaurants as well as some other businesses are definitely struggling. So this is a great time for us. Right? It's a great time to kind of give us a boost in sales during the summer. Get some new faces in the restaurant. So hopefully, we wow some people, we get some hugs, and they'll come back.
Between recent immigration enforcement, the writer's strike, the January fires, and just the summer lull, restaurant operators like Maggie Eslava from Florence Osteria and Beverly Grove tell us 2025 has been a bit of a tough year.
We had the fires, we're having tariffs, we're having ice. Like, if anything you can think of is happening here.
Yeah, LA runs from a lot of you. I will give her that. LA throws a ton of crap every single day. Tell us 2025. Yeah, here's what just on the surface, what LA throws in has been a bit of a tough year.
We had the fires,
right? January 7th.
We're having tariffs.
Yeah, tariffs, all right.
We're having ice. Like, if anything you can think of is happening here.
The water outage, the fire, up in the Acton fire, then before that the Canyon fire. The water was out in the North Hills. The boil water borders for Malibu, parts of Malibu, and parts of the North Valley.
All right, Rabbi. I'll talk to you later. I sent you a friend request too, so
Take care, Pam. I'm at my maximum amount of friend requests. You can only have 1,000 on Discord, but I'm always in here, man. If you ever need to speak with me, I appreciate it. If you ever need to,
okay, for sure.
Feel free to send me a message. My messages are open. I appreciate it.
Okay, cool, for sure. All right, cool.
Excellent. Hey, dude, come back. Hold on. Before you go, when you want to watch those documentaries, if you're bored, come in here. I'll watch any of one of those with you, and generally, and let me know what you think about them when you watch them. Okay?
Oh yeah, I'm down.
Especially the moon. That one's fucking wild.
All right. What times do you usually are you in Discord?
24 hours a day, dog.
Oh shit! All right. Cool.
Peace,
Makes
Pam.
it easier.
Excellent.
All right, brother. I'll talk to you later.
Take care, big dog.
All righty.
It's like you would think it's like cheaper pizza, and financially it is, but it is like super good. Otherwise, we've got Round Table right the street from us.
Round Table's good. I like Round Table.
Yeah, actually, it's one of Jeff's favorites too.
What do you eat, Robin? Where do you go for pizza?
I have to go to Place because I'm not just hungry.
What a downer you are.
Or I do Domino's with no cheese.
Wait, so your pizza is Domino's?
Yes. I like their little sticks.
Richie, please save her. Where do you go, Richie? I love me some Toppers. So I go to Toppers. Toppers is good. Yeah. Toppers or Round Table.
My wife likes Pop Johns. Even worse.
Family. What a life you guys going. Hey, where we going for pizza? Well, we're going to go to my favorite place, Domino's, or your favorite place, Pizza Hut.
Chicken and...
That's great. Actually, pizza Hut sounds
Anyway, so Idris doesn't look like your typical church.
Caesars.
Because I
as a sculpture, a sculptural rock rising out of the bedrock of Manhattan. The space from 1977 bears the mark of our country and our time. Walking into a place of peace where minimalism allows us to have that cultural openness. I think as you look around St. Louis, you see all of the vocabulary of modernism at its height.
Is that closer to the beach or to the freeway?
It's closer to the freeway. It's right on the countdown.
That's what's famous for doing these grids. Everything very rigid, very cut up, perfect. And this was a genius. Everything is lined up perfectly. It's all modular traffic. So no matter its ministry of life in this changing city, they started to do this nice
I don't know why this is, and I don't know, maybe you have a different opinion, but I think in LA, the traffic is worse on weekends than it is.
Absolutely.
That's everywhere.
It does. And if you want to head north or south, you kind of do it so early in the morning before the roads get crazy.
It doesn't make it fun. You know, you gotta leave at 4 a.m. to get where you're going, then you're exhausted by the time you get there. All right, that's right. It's dark and it sucks. You just want to go to South or do something. All right, we're live on KFI 841 now. Go.
Long Beach trappers is behind a waterfall in Sequoia National Forest has been rescued by a helicopter. It's found Tuesday using drones and infrared cameras. Attorney General Pam Bondi is warning 33 governors, mayors, and county leaders to drop sanctuary policies or face prosecution. Sanctuary policies are found to be in compliance with federal law. Let's get to a crash in Santa Ana.
So this is on the 55 freeway, and it's making its way along the southbound side just past 17th Street. The two right lanes are blocked. The drive is still moving away from Chapman Avenue. Also in Pomona, stalled-out car on the 71 northbound past Mission Boulevard. Hugging up the left lane, the drive still moving away from Gary Avenue. And in the, let's head out to Pyramid Lake, see what's cooking on that 5. You don't have much lane restrictions because of the King Fire. North 5 from Vista Del Lago to Smoky Bear Road. Two right lanes are off limits, and the drive, it's not too bad. I'm curious to know if those lanes are currently closed. If you see it, count 250, keyword KFI traffic, with Southern California's most accurate traffic report. I'm Angel Martinez.
The free iHeart Radio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like 80s Rock Ride, featuring Van Halen, Billy Idol, Aerosmith, Def Leppard, and more for your summer road trips. Crank it up all summer. 80s Rock Ride, commercial-free 24/7. Just open the free iHeart Radio app and find your next summer preset now. Okay, forest animals. Kids are coming to the forest, and it's up to us to make their visit a good one. Sparrow, have you practiced the most popular bird songs for the year? Catch, I like it. River, how's the temperature? It's a refreshing 52 degrees, and I love it. Turtle, he's not here yet, man. He's late every morning. Okay, Squirrel, the forest has been preparing just for you. To learn more about cool things to do in the forest, visit discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Welcome to Chloe and Wonderland. One decision from a different one. I know for a fact that it was her. So this media of willing to sacrifice anything in order to put love in the center of their life. I feel it's proud drinking and fighting. Makes them so much better. Every week, I'll sit down with fascinating guests. With no way you deserve love. It wasn't nearly as bad as what emotions that pregnancy and everything. For real conversation, I'm straight up crazy. That's how rumors get started. Was it helpful for people to come in when you were with, like, direction? I was going to be like, usually with somebody better, but people are broken themselves. This is a window into my world and the stories that make it. Welcome to Chloe and Wonderland. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
There are verities in this great land.
You hold a certain confidence that some places are safe from chaos and violence.
After 9 years, would you think that you'd see your parents' house tipped off, the farm tipped off by that yellow tape?
It was a very brutal crash, one of the worst I've ever seen. Careful what myths you choose to rely on. I'm Keith Morris, and this is Murder in the Moonlight, an all-new podcast from Daytime. You can listen to all episodes now completely free.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Hello everyone, it's Billy Courtney here. Welcome to my new show. I've been seeing I created a guy now, so I don't know how I can be a original or maybe anybody. So let's get real. Magnificent others in the long-form show. You will explore great artists, musicians, anybody I truly admire. We want to gather their story. As you see, it understands at that point, men and women have prayed separately, and it really looks more like a wailing wall here. It looks definitely very sad. You can't see on the left-hand side of this, but it's just basically a tiny alley. There's like no plaza leading up to the western wall. Very curious. Here,
Dwight LOL.
sorry, this graph, you'll see the population increase. These are percentages, not absolute numbers, but you can see that the dominant populations that are coming to Israel.
Yeah, he just said he's coming down.
Primarily Polish and got a certain number from Germany as well, a tiny number from America, particularly in the 1930s.
You got this. You got the right idea, bro. Log in. Log in.
What's up, son?
This is a period of great tension as well. The British, who are still controlling Israel with the imprimatur of the League of Nations, this is the period of the British mandate, they're trying to placate the Arab majority and the Jewish minorities at the same time, promising different things to both populations at different times. The Balfour Declaration of 1917 promised, something that Jews were overwhelmed with, that the United government would favor the establishment of a Jewish homeland in Palestine. Amazing, they're overwhelmed with it. At the same time, the Balfour Declaration goes on to say that provided it doesn't prejudice the situation of any non-Jewish people currently living there. So how do you do that? How do you manage both populations peacefully? And there are the white paper in the 1930s, but we'll get into much details here. The scope of this. What I can tell you, though, what's very important to realize is that there are punctuations of extreme violence and rage that are primarily among the Arabs directed against the Jews in certain ways in this mandate period. There are some fascinating analyses of the economic roots of these things, like, for example, one of the criticisms of the issue, the Jewish settlement in Israel at this time, is that perhaps they're relying on too much Arab labor. This is especially kind of an argument put forth by the very socialist-oriented kibbutz groups, like the coalition political movement that were saying that here, we're come to Israel to try and normalize our lives, to be farmers and soldiers, and to lead a healthy life, not like that urban ghettoized life that we can Warsaw, places like that. And what is it that as soon as we get here, we start hiring cheap Arab labor to pick the oranges in the fields? No, we should be hiring Jewish labor to pick the oranges in the fields, and that hopefully will draw more motivated, ideologically sensitive, trained Jews from Eastern Europe and so on. And so ironically, by firing, using to hire Arab labor for internal ideological perspectives, that would anger the local Arab population, saying, what are you talking about here? We're living together in this land. You have work to be done. We're happy to do. We want to get paid, and now you're taking away our jobs. There's a lot of economic turmoil going on. See, those terrible massacres in 1929, attack on Hebron, Yeshiva, and so on. And Arabs are beginning to wake up to the idea that is quite contrary to Islamic theology, that wait a second, Jews are not here to live peaceably as subjects of Islam. They're talking more and more about establishing a Jewish state. That is a problematic thing for Islamic theology, because Islam, and I can't speak with expertise about this in general. I'm primarily reading about this in primarily English language Jewish sources. So those of you who are on the internet, if they get you with this, please do, and write your comments in the comment section. But Islam divides the world into two types of places. There is the Arab Islam, the land of Islam, and there is God the Father, the land of the source, the idea that once you become Arab Islam, where once the state or region becomes Muslim, you're not supposed to go back to being non-Muslim. And that is certainly true in regions like the Iberian Peninsula, where I'm told that to this day there are Muslim countries that are uncomfortable with the fact that Spain is no longer a Muslim region. How much more so right there in the center of the Middle East, the land of Israel becoming a non-Muslim state? Wow, very insulting. So there's a lot of ideological resistance developing as well, even among these fairly illiterate agricultural populations, developing more reported sensibility. Now, last week we spent a lot of time talking about the Holocaust, so I won't go into it at all in detail here. Let's get right past it and talk about the post-Holocaust era, where the immigration problem that the early Zionists had, the concern that there would not be enough Jews actually in the land of Israel to run it, to populate it, to farm it, to keep it running. That was something that was sadly changed by the Holocaust, because we had hundreds of thousands of displaced Jews, among millions of displaced people in general, who were primarily settled in these temporary displaced person camps that dotted Germany and Italy in particular. And the Zionist movement was very active in recruiting Holocaust survivors, saying, what do you want to go back to Poland for? Your family is killed, your villages are destroyed, you're nothing for you left in Poland. They found a very sympathetic audience. They said, why should we go back to those regions, those blood-soaked lands, the so-called bloodlands, in Snyder's very perceptive work? Why should we go back there? So Zionist ideology, which was gaining popularity throughout the 20th and 30s anyways, was extremely popular in the displaced person camps. And so there was a period known as the period of Greek escape, in which Zionists did everything they could to break the blockade against British mandated migration bans on Jews and allowing them to get into the land of Israel. England not wanting to exacerbate the tension between Arabs and Jews in the land of Israel, and also dealing, by the way, with the tension between Muslims and Hindus in India and Pakistan at exactly the same time. They're trying to actually keep Jews out of Israel after the Holocaust, which simply does not make sense within the context of what the world knew about the suffering of the Holocaust. And it was kind of like worldwide sentiment outside of the Arab world at any rate. But yes, let them go to Israel already. Why should we force them back to Poland? Many people deserve a land of their own. Jews after the Holocaust. Just to give you a slight tangent here, give you a sense of we have suffered. This is a document that I wrote about recently. I discovered it in the People Archives in New York City. It's actually a form document, a form letter that is written up in one of these displaced person camps, and it was designed for a husband to be formally agree with witnesses or a court that if his first wife disappeared in the Holocaust, if his first wife were to reappear, then he would approach the Beit Din with his second wife and ask for adjudication as to what would be the correct course of action for the judicial officer. Now that in itself is a tragic kind of scenario, but the fact that it is so common that they have to produce a form letter is especially chilling. My gosh, so many people whose lives were disrupted, marriages torn asunder, parents with children killed. This is a population that's been horribly brutalized, unlike anything else in history. And so there was a worldwide sentiment that really was in favor of allowing the Jews to return to Israel and establish a state. Oops, I just opened up the wrong program here. Sorry. Here, for example, is a photograph of concentration camp survivors from Buchenwald actually landing in Israel in 1945. They would soon be arrested by the British and put in jail for illegal immigration. But clearly, that it argues against human sensibilities. You just want them to be able to enter their land as much as possible. So the UN is the British, and we're incidentally being increasingly besieged by Jewish activists who are trying to force them out and to open up the borders to settlement, and also to Arabs who are resenting the incursion of Jews into the land of Israel. So the British mandate said, you know what, this is too much for us to handle. They gave the problem back to the League of Nations, or its successor organization, then called the United Nations. And they said, okay, you know what, hands off, we're just going to leave, which is exactly, by the way, what they did in India. And just like we'll have a war in the Middle East as a result of their abrupt departure, we'll also have a war in Southeast Asia as a result of their abrupt departure. And the UN came up with a plan in 1947 that essentially divided the land of Israel into 7 distinct areas. You can see on the left the 3 green areas joined by a tiny little waste connections would be Jewish populations. The Jewish population at the time was primarily settled on the coast around Tel Aviv and some in the Galil in the north, and not too much in the Arava, the southern desert region. And the other areas, which were dominantly populated by Muslims, Jerusalem, which is heavily populated, was the international zone.
Don't touch me. No, don't touch me. Don't touch me. You're salting me. Damn, fucking Miguel on his car.
Muslims also consider this
Get the fuck out of the car.
we're both give it up.
Fuck you in the fucking car.
So
Get
in
the fuck
1947
out of my way. Hey, you just hit the fucking roll. Come on, hey, relax, bro. No, you. What's wrong with you? Get the fuck out. Hey. Oh shit. Hey, watch out.
Boundaries of that 1947 plan.
What the fuck?
Arab nations surrounding this region. Of course, there was no Palestinian nation for the population. But the surrounding population, the Egyptians, Syrians,
Don't touch him again. Just hit him.
Simultaneous with this, there is a perspective of the refugees, bolstering of the Jewish population in Israel, because many of the Arab nations in the region began to persecute and drive many of their populations directly out of their native land where they had lived for a couple of millennia.
You just hit the car. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. You're salting me. Damn, the fucking Miguel on his car. Get the fuck out of the car. He's wrong. Get the fuck out of my way. Hey, you just hit the fucking road. Car's working. Hey, relax, bro. No, you. What's wrong with you? Get the fuck out. Oh shit. Hey, watch out. What the fuck?
Military concentration that Israel has had with its neighbors, and it will very soon how that affected not only the external state of Israel, but also the that has to be ready for war. On the left, you see another version of the UN transition plan that I showed you earlier. And then in the center, you see some of the maps that indicate the invasion of the Arab regions, which initially had quite a successful push, particularly the Egyptians from the south. But after a tremendous amount of very brutal fighting, which had a high level of tragedy, the Israelis, now Israelis,
like I was like, hey, gang, swing. Talked about how much he
were able to
we know
push
how
back
to do it.
listening to the album, and to me, I'm like in my mind, like Mike listening to like dreams and like the album. He was like, you know, so I just get to what I want to talk to you about. And separated what was Israel from Gaza and the West Bank. These visions did, you know, great work. And then it would be a travesty. The world got to hear you guys again. And he was like, is there any, this is what the conversation called the knock on my album. I was like, your album? And he was like, yeah, I want to go my album. So we talked about it. And that's how I was so like, from their ancestral home. In it with 50, that's what Mike launched me. And I was just like, in my head, I was not open to doing that. As a political contention still exists to this day. There is perhaps the most important historiographic debate centered on this. Mike comes on, be like, hey, James, Mike, we talked about what motivated, you know, how we build the population of the album. And to me, I'm like, in my mind, like, Mike, much of the early historians that I read when I was in my formative years as a historian, as a graduate student, they emphasize the Arab message to the local populations, saying that, seek safety, and we're going to rush in with our armies. We're going to drive the Jews into the sea, and then you will be able to reclaim your homes and security, and in fact, perhaps even enrich yourself with the spoils of war. That's, as a word, if I can use the term propaganda, that's kind of the traditional Israeli propaganda of why the Palestinian local populations left. It is a message that speaks to rather unsavory motivations of opportunism and cowardice, of hubris, and so on. The Palestinian narrative, which has been explored and maybe exploited by some historians like von Segev and others, emphasize a few really dark moments in Jewish history, such as the incident at Deir Yassin, where Arabs who were totally non-combatants were massacred by Israeli forces. I'm not going to get into the weeds here on the specifics. When you look at the historiography, they get down to the really harsh details of like how was the warning portrayed to the villagers, if there was a warning, did the villagers, were they housing rebels, and all kinds of things like that we won't get into. But there's no question that there were a few moments of brutality in this war. No surprise, a war is a brutal thing. And many Palestinians felt that their lives were in danger from the Israeli advance. And they fled, seeking to protect their own families. And now they were truly stateless through no fault of their own. This is kind of like the Palestinian propaganda version of what happened. I know you're expecting me to give you some kind of definitive answer. I can't, but I can say that my guess is that there are elements of truth to both of those narratives, and that it'll probably be another generation or two before historians have some kind of calm and dispassionate way to break apart these arguments and to really get down to the bottom of things. What we do know for sure is there is a massive population of indigenous Palestinians from the land of Israel, and they are not allowed to return when hostilities cease. And here, as
I think almost 20 pounds
earlier,
on from Full House is playing I'm riding an exercise bike where it would say my name, because that summer I had lost I think almost 20 pounds, or 15 to 20 pounds I had lost between the seasons. So I was feeling good, I was feeling better. So I went back and they go, we have another meeting with 17 Magazine, and I'm like, this is going to be it. Now they're going to put me in the magazine because I've lost 20 pounds and I'm a little bit older. And we called and we're like, well, are they going to do it? And they went, yeah, they noticed that you looked better, but they still don't think you're the right fit for the magazine to put you in it. I mean, that shapes you. That shapes you. Things like that. But like, I'm 49 years old and I'm still talking about it because it hurt. It hurt so badly.
No one gives a shit, woman. Put her in 17 magazine now, you fucks.
Subjects of Israel for thousands of years. Now, if we move on to 1967, the incredible Six-Day War, where the Arab countries surrounding the land of Israel decided to attack en masse, Egypt and Syria in particular, and the United Nations totally failed to maintain their peacekeeping mission in the region, and Israel, faced with almost certain invasion with tanks massing at the borders, decided to launch an extremely successful preemptive attack. And within 6 days, they were able to first claim air superiority, which was a huge advantage, and then actually not only successfully defend themselves, but execute an incredible military victory. One that, makes you think that miracles still happen in Israel, because they were really on the verge of being obliterated, and then they ended up expanding tremendously. So if you look on the left there, you'll see that the sort of deeper orange, the burnt orange, that would be the 1949 boundaries of Israel. And there are several regions in the kind of brighter orange that were conquered by Israel. In the north, the Golan Heights, a very important strategic element because it offers a commanding view over Damascus, but if the Syrians were to control it, they have a commanding view over the Galilee. The so-called West Bank, which comprises in Hebrew, Shomron and Yehuda, and also the territory of East Jerusalem, which included the old city of Jerusalem and the Western Wall, very important for Jews. And then to the south, the Sinai Peninsula, including that small rump area called the Gaza Strip, which is heavily populated by Palestinians. Also shown on the right, as you can see, the Sinai Peninsula is now. But the West Bank is dotted now. Here it is. Since 1967, what is that? 50 odd years later, it's dotted with Israeli settlements. If I remember correctly, it's about 650,000 Israeli Jews live in the West Bank, primarily in Bedford.
Look at these moves, folks. Look at these moves.
But also in kind of ideologically motivated, very highly Zionist territories that are kind of like set up as early colonized. So that's basically the incredible 6-Day War, which had huge territorial implications for the region. The Israelis decided to annex, permanently take over and claim the Israeli territory, both East Jerusalem, symbolic
The Daily Dabber.
And also the Golan Heights, because strategic importance, particularly in the age before there's some argument that perhaps it's not quite as important nowadays because we have different technologies, but they remain annexed. And then there's the other region, specifically the West Bank, which is known for Yehuda and Shomron, and Gaza, which is known as Gaza. These areas were occupied or administered. The type of word used to describe the Israeli presence there has ideological shadings. I'm not trying to convey any particular opinion, but the people who live there, the indigenous Palestinians, were not given the same rights, freedom of movement, freedom of employment, and so on, the responsibilities that serve the Israeli army and so on, than Israeli Jews or the 750,000 odd Israeli Arabs who had remained in Israel during the period that we saw as the Nakba, and actually achieved Israeli citizenship as a result. So this is what, when critics refer to Israel as an apartheid state, it's not a very fair comment for a lot of reasons compared to South Africa, but this is where they get this idea that there are people living in Israel who were born in Israel and do not have the same rights as other citizens who were also born in Israel, and they're awaiting some kind of permanent citizenship. Now, the next major war was the Yom Kippur War, which fought in October of 1973. And the Egyptian leader, Anwar Sadat, invaded Israel in a surprise attack on Yom Kippur, and it was a bloody, awful war. Israel managed to fight them to a stalemate, but they incurred tremendous losses. So with that win, Egypt was able to save enough face that this was a spot that Anwar Sadat was able to heroically be the first Muslim leader to officially pick up the phone and call the time to ship it deal. Because that time I'd rather pocket Machiavellian and say, I believe it's time for us to make this. And amazingly, under the leadership of Jimmy Carter, from here in the United States, they signed the first Israeli all of the other nations remained officially at war with Israel, although it was not a hot war period. And in exchange for that agreement here, the Egyptians received Sinai Peninsula back. Right? You can see here there's three different stages. I returned for these. The Egyptians did not want the problematic Gaza Strip. And Anwar Sadat has been assassinated.
Which right now? Yo, only Harv. How do you like me, baby? Yeah, baby. Zoot, you little bitch. How you living, pimp? Dog. Dog. Zoot. Zoot, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Did you get a rubber band?
No.
Why not?
I didn't go outside.
Okay, that's cool. Are you ready to play?
What game?
You know what game. Zoot, did you know? What'd you say, pimp? Zoot, what did you say, pimp? Dog, no one can hear you. What did you say?
I said I think I found something similar to a rubber band.
Okay, what?
What?
What did you find?
That's not gonna do it. Okay. Rubber band. Rabbi, what's the message?
What's the what?
Okay, what game was playing?
Dog, how about you check your fucking invitations and you'd know? Dog, check your invitations. G. Dude, what the fuck are you doing?
That might work. What about a glove?
No.
It's elastic.
Oh, like a rubber glove?
Yeah, I can make something out of elastic, bro.
That's perfect. Yeah, absolutely. Just tie it into a circle and put it on your wrist.
That could work.
Word, dog.
Alright. What game are we playing?
How about you check your invitations? Did you tie it into a circle and put it on your wrist? Zoot. 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 Oh, if you fuck.
safety in mind, the Apple CarPlay interface was built for simple navigation to limit driver distraction while making sure you can still access all your favorite content from iHeartRadio. No need to download another app, just plug or pair your iPhone with your dash, and if CarPlay is available in your vehicle, iHeartRadio will sync automatically. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your car through Apple CarPlay. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there. There's a place to share the joy of your team winning it all, and a place to share a laugh about skiing and taking a fall. There's a place to share photos of pets or singing in the choir, or the time you ate a pepper and your mouth was on fire. But we can all be better at sharing how we're feeling inside. 76% of employees struggle with at least one issue that affects their mental health. When you share, you're not alone. Ask about your
Zoot.
emotional health benefits. Visit heart.org/sharing.
Zoot.
You disconnected.
Zoot. You disconnected.
Yeah, well,
Did you tie a knot on your wrist?
yeah.
Let me see it.
I'm Francesca Streets, CNN travel journalist, and this is Chance Encounters, a podcast about the incredible connections we make while traveling. Each week, we'll journey through moving, funny,
Yo, Pim.
I don't turn around the camera.
about how travel
Dude, I don't know. Just put your wrist in the air like that.
spanning friendship and ultimately change your life forever.
There you go.
That's perfect, dude.
Join us wherever you get
He said,
podcasts.
Yeah.
Search
Do you have tattoos?
actually, might be.
Do you have tattoos?
No, I don't have a single tattoo.
Oh, okay. So every time you have a
No,
tick,
I don't have a single tattoo.
okay. Every time you have a tick, you're just gonna flick your wrist, okay? All right.
Should you get a tattoo?
Fuck no.
Do you think I would look good with tattoos?
No, I think you look like dog shit.
Yeah, sure. That's not the last thing to say.
Okay, but it's true. Are you gonna win?
Yep.
All right, we'll go.
I just want.
I don't know about that, son. Are you gonna go?
I just selected my. Well, try to select my monsters. Right, we're using the same monsters. Guaranteed. What the fuck just happened? Did it glitch on your screen as well?
I mean, are you going? Close and reopen.
It's glitched.
I mean, what do you want me to do? Close and reopen.
Yeah. Got it. Fuck. Okay.
No, it wasn't. It fucked me.
No, you got it.
Just to make it even, Zoot.
Oh, right.
Just to make it even, I won't. I'll take one round. I'll take this off so that it's even.
I didn't choose the electric guy.
Yes, you did.
I chose the fire guy.
No, you didn't. You
I
chose the
chose the fire guy.
dog. You have the electric guy and the.
Yeah, but no, I chose the fire guy.
Zoot, are we in the same game? No, you did choose the electric guy.
Yeah, we are in the same game, but I chose the fire guy.
You have the electric guy.
The elastic came off.
Well, tie it back on, dog. Tie it back on. Zoot, are you aware it's your turn and you have 15 seconds?
On the next edition of Later with Mo Kelly, I'll be joined on the show by the star of both the 2002 animated and 2025 live.
I didn't mean to do that. Fuck, that was a bad turn.
It could have been worse.
No, I just helped you. You can literally win now. Well, not win. You can't win in the next turn, but you can do a lot of damage right now. Okay. Oh, I can evolve now? What does evolving do right now?
You can do it with fewer berries.
Okay, cool. So that's our special ability right now.
Word, dog.
Which stage is ability right now?
What'd you say, pimp?
Okay. I just had a dick.
That's okay. So flick your wrist.
I gotta put the thing back on.
All right. Well, it takes like 10 seconds to tie something. So go put the thing back on. I'll wait
It
for
doesn't take 10 seconds to tie it. I'm not focused.
Okay, I'll take a lot of time. So you have like a minute to do this.
Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
Is Dogecoin a good long-term investment?
Yes.
Really?
Word, dog. Did you tie it? Zoot. Zoot.
Yeah, I did.
Good.
It's on my wrist, though.
That's fine.
It's on my fingers, because it would fit better in my fingers, but it still work.
No, not on your fingers, dog. Put it on your wrist.
Fuck. I think I know how to tie it now. Fucking hell. Rabbi, I've already lost.
The game is not over, son.
Do you think I can come back?
For sure.
I mean, I do have a gold sealer and you don't.
Is the thing tied on your wrist?
Give me a second. Please be on my wrist.
I made in 7th grade, and I haven't seen, these, I haven't seen some of them since, high school or first year of college. But I've known them all since 7th grade. Rob Matofsky, Trish Arnold, and Michelle Rivers, all since 7th grade. The valley's so small. Yeah, it's so big. It was cool. We always rode the bus together. I remember Rob Matofsky's stops. We get off in Delta and Ventura. I mean, I still remember that. It's like some stupid information. Or she get off and she lived on Zelda and Ventura, and then would get off at like wide open Ventura. But I knew everybody stopped on the RTD, the public transportation back then. I knew where they lived. It was just, even though I grew up in Tarzana and I didn't see, it was a much smaller community. There was a lot more freedom back then. Kids could ride their bikes in 3rd grade all around the valley. Parents wouldn't worry about them. Now in 3rd grade,
Is it tied on your wrist? Zoot.
That's right, exactly. Anyway, thank you everybody for this week. All the people who donated to the GoFundMe for Step Boosh. We'll have an update on him next week. We'll get some more information on him. I'm taking a week off to go spend time with Step Boosh. I felt like I sort of, let him down and didn't teach him how to drive properly. So I'm going to spend a week in the hospital. And just sit with them and hold his hand. So I'm going to be out next week.
Is that a good move?
Just hanging out. So sorry. I'll be back to having you guys. All right, we're live. I'm coming next. Right here on KFI DMC.
Grandma, was that a good move or not?
Maybe.
Fuck. If you get the fire, I'm dead. Well, what's my best move here?
Whatever you want.
What's the best move here?
Whatever you want to do, baby.
Rate this number out of 10. Man, I don't think it was terrible. Now that was a good move. You won.
Not yet.
Okay, I'm doing it. 5 points. Okay, so I have 5 points. Rabbi would. I can say a good move for you. Fuck. Rabbi, you're not going to win this time, but you're very close to winning it next time. Oh, I think you can win the next time, maybe. Am I right, really?
You're done.
This might be my best move. No, that was the worst move I could have made. Holy shit. Rabbi, go. Why? Oh, fuck. Why would you make that?
Why not?
Fucking hell.
Trump said before the meeting his goal was to get a ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine. He agreed with Putin that progress had been made, but neither president took questions from reporters about what was discussed. And Former President Obama has had a virtual meeting with Texas House Democrats who led the state to prevent a vote on new congressional voting districts. He told the lawmakers yesterday their actions were inspiring others, including California. Obama said they can't let a systematic assault on democracy just happen. Texas Representative Gene Wu said Obama's endorsement was proof that they have the support of Democrats at every level. Southland weather from KFI, clouds and fog later with lows in the low 60s. Partly cloudy tomorrow, highs around 80, mid-80s in the valleys, 90 in the IPD and AV and ID. AV and ID are two separate places. Low 70s at the beaches. And it's going to be about like that Sunday as well. Right now it's 69 in Seal Beach, 71 in Fullerton, 78 in Malibu, 76 in Northridge.
Flick yourself.
Close up 35 today. S&P 500 down 19. NASDAQ down 88. We got a motorcycle wreck on the 10 in Rialto.
Fuck, it came off.
Just before Riverside Avenue and has the carpool and left lane blocked off, causing a heavy ride from Sierra. As you make your way on the 91.
Robot came off.
Okay, well, this game doesn't have a time limit, so go fix it.
Is it over?
Not to my knowledge.
There's a stall there that's stuck in the right lane, slowing you down from Main Street. Pasadena to 10 eastbound right at Orange Grove. The stall gateway there that's blocking the left lane. You're seeing delays from about Lincoln. And as you travel on the 710 southbound in East LA, just before Whittier Boulevard and past there, has the block that's
I mean, why? How are you so shitty? How are you so shitty at tying something?
I'm so shitty at time.
Yeah.
How hot is it about something? Like,
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. Creator of the Bright Sessions,
okay, I think it's on.
All right, go.
Oh, fuck, came off.
Zoo, you're like, you need to focus on one thing. Stop playing the game. Tie this fucking thing on your wrist. Reinforce it. You're a big boy. I don't understand why this is so difficult.
What?
Zoo, don't talk. Just tie.
Oh. It really cut. Rolex. I have a Rolex.
Dude, you don't have a Rolex.
What?
Dude, just tie the wrist.
Die. It's on the left thing.
I'm Tammy Trujillo. Meantime, in Newport, Mets are celebrating 60 years since the famous Beatles concert at the old Shea Stadium. More than 55,000 fans packed Shea Stadium that night back in 1965. History as the first rock band to fill a major stadium. That's entertainment. I'm Jennifer Bolsoni.
From work, maybe you're already home and getting ready to go out for the evening. Set your weekend off. That's all right. We have a show which is special to you. Here's what I mean. I'm going to tell you about the Blue Note Jazz Club, which is going to land in Hollywood, which is going to bring a new era of LA jazz. That might be something to consider in the future. Also, we're going to have two urban girls, the website blog creator Melissa. They do outstanding investigative reporting locally, and they have turned into a national force. So we're going to talk about all things to urban girls in just a moment. And also, we'll have actress Tia
Is it
Guerrero
tied?
join us tonight and talk to us about Lilo and Stitch.
It fucking was.
Release coming up on Disney Plus.
So you need a rubber band.
That movie cult classic is going to be sponsored by Alamo Draft House.
I've got an idea.
What's your idea?
I'll get another glove and tie them both together.
Okay,
I have a long tie.
that works.
So that work?
Yep.
That's right. This August and September, Alamo Draft House Cinema DTLA has the exclusive theatrical debut of the entire A Nightmare on Elm Street 7-film collection, remastered and stunning 4K. And this is ahead of its 4K Ultra HD box set release on September 30th. The theatrical screenings begin on August 29th with A Nightmare on Elm Street and Freddy's Alamo Run won't stop until Wes Craven's New Nightmare, which screens on September 20th. Tickets are now on sale and will sell out fast. I'm talking about A Nightmare on Elm Street, August 29th. A Nightmare on Elm Street 2, Freddy's Revenge on the 5th. Nightmare on Elm Street 3, Dream Warriors, also on 9/5. A Nightmare on Elm Street 4, The Dream Master on the 12th. A Nightmare on Elm Street 5, The Dream Child on the 12th. Freddy's Day the Bridal Nightmare on the 19th. And Wes Craven's New Nightmare on September 20th. We'll have all that information for you throughout the show tonight, as Alamo Draft House has kindly sponsored the show tonight. We have the Ronner Report with Mark Ronner, and we previewed a little bit of it, but I know he has plenty more to say about Alien Earth. Actually, Nomo, we're going to switch gears. What? And you're going to really enjoy this. You have something else that you'll be reviewing. Oh, finger on the pulse. Mo. You want to be surprised, or you want me to tell you now? She's so lovely. You want the surprise. You want this surprise. I want the surprise. Finger on the pulse. Finger. The repetition makes it sound filthy. It sounds like E.T. Okay. Yeah. So, no Reese's Pieces for you. None for that romance thing. There's no theme for the game tonight. They never the co-classic. There's no theme, but there's some real easy ones, and there's some damn near impossible ones. I don't know if Mark is going to get them all. Sometimes I don't. How many do you think you get on occasionally? I'd say I usually get at least 75%. Okay. 7 or 8. That sounds about right.
Grab up.
Yo, pimp.
Honestly, let's just all things up there. You have kind of offbeat takes.
If I just wear the glove, it literally has the same effect as
No.
around the wrist. Like,
No, because it's gonna look stupid. You're not Michael Jackson.
Why?
Just tie
Yeah.
two gloves together. Okay, Zoot. Then here's what you do. Do you know the part of the glove where there's the wrist elastic? Just cut that off and wear it like a bracelet. So go do it. Motherfucker.
It's good to see you as well. Fine show you put together this evening. And what's this about Playboy's moving their global headquarters out of California? I didn't know they were still in business.
I didn't either, but that still shook me because of all the time we spent at the Playboy Mansion.
That is true.
That's all we got to share. So
All the time that we spent looking at Playboy.
No. And the magazine. I'm talking about the grotto, man.
Oh, yeah, we have to tell the stories about the grotto. Yes, I'll tell you the story of hanging out with Hugh Hefner, the Los Angeles Lakers, Paula Abdul, Whitney Houston, Bobby Brown, and there were other people. I'm trying to think who was there, but it was at the Playboy Mansion, and the grotto was popping. It was just for an album release party that we were sponsoring at Warner Brothers Records. I tell you, if I died tomorrow, and I don't want to, let's be clear, I'm not trying to jinx myself. I can say I've lived and I have some stories that I get to take with me.
Yeah. While I'm in line, waiting to get through Heaven's Gate, I'll be sharing some stories. I mean, it's like about this other time.
We'll talk a little bit of jazz coming to California in just a moment. KFI 864 live everywhere for the iHeartRadio app and social media now. Mark Waterhead's news. There's the latest from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Firefighters continue making progress against 2 wildfires. King fires now 75% contained and 591 acres. The Hawk fires 481 acres and 67% contained. President Trump's calling the summit.
Okay, I did it.
Excellent.
But it's not that tight.
That's okay.
It's pretty loose. Like
That's okay. It just needs to be it just needs to be a reminder. And whenever you have a tick, you just snap it. That's okay. You just have to do it, and it'll be like annoying that you have to do it all the time, and then it should stop you.
check that one. How often do you think that tick's gonna come in here?
About 5 times every 10 minutes.
For a lot?
It's a lot.
Not that severe though.
Yes, it is.
Really?
It causes you to just randomly say the N-word and that you're gay and how much is in your crypto wallet. It's like all stuff that you don't want to necessarily share with just random strangers. And if they don't know that you have Tourette's, they're going to think you're weird.
Can you tell me this to my psychologist who think I had Tourette's when I went in there?
What'd you say?
Can you tell that to my psychologist?
Yeah, I'll tell him.
I don't say the N-word that often.
It's more than you should.
If we were famous, would I get cancelled?
That's a good question. If you, I mean, you'd have a good excuse. I think that you probably would just get censored.
What?
I think you'd get censored. So, like, they
Just
wouldn't. Yeah, they wouldn't let you be on live TV.
I've been on live TV before. I should.
There's something in you that
Have
just
you been
can't.
on-
You just hold on. There's something inside of you.
Have you been on?
Just calm the fuck down. When I'm talking, you need to listen.
Yeah.
You're already thinking about the next thing you want to say. Just calm down. There's something inside of you that when there's complete silence, it's bothersome to you and you have to break it up. This is the longest I've ever heard you not talk, I think, in our entire friendship. Which is good. It's okay to just be quiet and play the game. I mean, I like talking with you, but I know, like, internally.
This is how I was in school. I sat there for whole class, like, in school. I just shut up the whole classroom, like, rest of the whole classroom. It's like Tape's the favorite student who doesn't talk.
Right, because if you did, I mean, didn't kids make fun of you because of your Tourette's?
What?
Didn't kids make fun of you because of your Tourette's?
My Tourette's didn't come on until I was 13.
What do you think brought it about?
I think I had a head injury.
You had a head injury at age 13?
Yeah.
What happened?
My brother would bait me up every time I came home.
I mean, did he cause head trauma?
He might have.
Yeah, you would remember, though.
I mean, I do remember it getting hit pretty hard. Multiple occasions.
Good move, too.
far as preeminent venues, I don't think we've really had that one. If you go to Washington, D.C., they have Blues Alley. If you go to New York, you obviously have the Blue Note, the legendary Blue Note. So when I saw the news that they finally opened a Blue Note here in Los Angeles, as a matter of fact, it was yesterday, was the official grand opening. They have Robert Glasper, who's going to be performing tonight. I was overjoyed because LA has needed this, and I'm just digging through the calendar for the next few months to see what I'm going to see. And it's close enough where, no disrespect to Herb Alpert's Verrado Grill, but that's like kind of up in the hills. It's difficult to get to, and it's difficult to get away from. It has limited parking. So hopefully this, being in Hollywood, will have ample parking. I've been to the Blue Note in New York just once, and that was when I was working for the Grammys, and that was a good, I don't know, almost 30 years ago at this point. So it's nice to have something to look forward to. As far as music venues, I'm at the age where I'm not going to big venues. I refuse to. I'm not dealing with all that extra stuff. But if you have a nice, intimate venue,
Do you want smoke?
No.
Catalina Jazz Grill, I've been there maybe 10 times. That's a nice venue. I think it's a little small size.
Good one.
How do you get good at this one? How do you do this one?
Consistency.
Is it better to hit the wall when you're going for the 100?
Like the right wall?
Yeah, you're aiming for the wall when you go for the 100.
You know, I've never thought of it. I don't know. But maybe.
Have you ever thought about what your life would look like growing up in another country?
Yeah, I guess to some extent.
You thought what you would be look like if you grew up in Australia?
No.
No.
I mostly thought about what life would be like in like non-westernized countries, like China or Africa. Or Russia. Why not Australia? Because I think Australia would be very similar to growing up in California.
I mean, there's no kangaroos.
Yeah, but it's nice all the time. It's warm. There's a lot of sunshine. It's mostly like English speaking.
Everyone in Australia speaks English.
Okay. Does everyone in Australia accept my invite when I send it?
No. You know, the question to that is no.
Are you going to
Yeah,
go?
sorry, you know the answer to that is no.
Okay, are you going to go?
Give me a second.
That was good, Zoot.
No, I think the best way to quit smoking is just to be poor and have no money.
Is what?
Best way to quit smoking is to be poor and have no money.
Okay.
I'd say that's not true because there's always fucking hundred people up in there with cigarettes.
Do you have a lot of homeless people in Australia?
Not really. It's very easy. Not. It's very easy to get out of homelessness in Australia. If you have some level of at least like year 10 up to year 10 education, you could probably get out of being homeless. If you know how to read and write, you're not really going to go homeless in Australia. It's the social system that we have thousands for us to after that. There is a long wait list though. But if you have a disability, they're going to, depending on your disability, they're going to prioritize what they're going to put you. If you have a disability, then they're going to put you out.
SCE hasn't admitted any liability for the fire. Activists in Little Tokyo have criticized the federal immigration action outside Governor Newsom's event in the neighborhood. A strawberry salesman suspected of being an illegal immigrant was detained.
I don't really think it.
Dude, sit, slap yourself.
I just did.
Good job, dude.
That's 2 ticks.
I know.
That's the second time I've done that.
That's okay. You're doing good in basketball. You're doing well in basketball.
I just had another tick.
Okay.
It wasn't a vocal tick.
It happens.
I'm going to look for koalas today.
Cool. You gonna get chlamydia?
Koalas don't give you chlamydia.
I thought all koalas are like a huge proportion of them have chlamydia.
It's not the same chlamydia that humans get, though.
All right.
It's not the same chlamydia humans get. It's not. Actually, it's looking like northbound right at Washington Boulevard. A crash there, blocking the left lane, causing a busy ride from about Lakewood Boulevard.
Slap yourself, Zoot.
Koalas don't have
no shit.
Now, maybe in New Zealand they do that, but there's no koalas there. They do that with the sheep, but we don't do that over here.
Do you like New Zealand?
Never been. Do I like people from New Zealand?
Yeah.
Some are cool.
How far a flight is it?
Well, like 6 or 8 hours.
Wow.
I don't know, maybe it's 5 hours. Maybe it's 5 hours, I don't know. So,
She was excited about her new job. Day one, literally 8 a.m. I have an email that says, "Good morning. Let's create the largest networking."
can you tell the difference between New Zealand people and Australian people?
Slightly.
Pretty much the same thing.
Very similar.
I can tell the difference.
You can or you cannot.
Okay. It'd be like you. It's like like they kind of tell the difference between Canadian and American.
Okay.
You think Canadian people have similar accents to Americans?
Yeah, but there are some words that you can tell.
Fuck. Am I in trouble? Rabbi.
You still might win, dude.
No.
Yeah, because I'm about to help you.
Oh, it's your turn. Break time. Break time. Best move. Oh, is that the best move you can make?
No.
You're bad. Am I in a good position or no?
Maybe. You might win. Okay,
No, I
now
can't win.
you can't win. You could maybe draw somehow. I don't know how, but maybe.
Oh, fuck. I didn't do too badly, though. It's like, yeah. Do I keep a close to that?
Do you what?
Should I go looking for balls today or tomorrow?
You need to get a rubber band.
No, this works.
Okay.
Rabbi, you just left.
Are you sure, son?
Yep.
All right, let's see.
Just in the progression of bringing two NFL franchises here, first the Rams, then the Chargers, and moving to an area which is just right next to Inglewood, I became much more involved in what was happening in my community around me. And I've had plenty to say about the growth and expansion of Inglewood. But if I were to leave it to you, how would you characterize the change in the topography and the demography of that city?
I would say it's a multi-layered perspective. When you've been here, a lifelong resident, you like to see the new things coming in. What we don't like is not having a voice in how the city is growing.
think they should remake Malcolm in the Middle, but instead of him being a genius, he should be in special ed.
Okay. Dude, you just won.
Speaking of input, I've seen some new stories recently on the price of parking. I'm talking about resident parking and also parking when it comes to attending event right next to SoFi or right next to Intuit. Talk to me about the citywide permit parking program and how it's led to parking prices being as high as $300 for some events.
So what we see, urban parking isn't something that's totally new in England. When the forums was up and running and you had the Lakers, there was a permit parking program adjacent to the forum on the west side of Prairie. So those residents over there between Manchester, the Century, they've always had a permit parking program because of the activity at the forum. The biggest difference was at the time you still had the racetrack open. So that was your overflow parking at the time. So it didn't really impact the residents too much because they had another alternative for the attendees to park, which was over at Hollywood Park.
Zoot, slap yourself.
People parking in the neighborhood probably to avoid parking, but it wasn't as costly as what we see today. So fast forward to SoFi Stadium opening, the forum opening. I think you might recall when they started to dismantle Hollywood Park. It became big news when the overflow parking became over at the Eagle Park Cemetery. The news covered the fact that cars were being parked over there, and they were like, well, it's after hours, no big deal. But it was a big deal because it's the cemetery and people's final resting place. We never, in my opinion, we're not adequately equipped to accommodate a 70,000, 80,000 seat stadium because when you're bringing cars in, where are they parked? You literally drop the stadium in the middle of the city and they deal with it. So they came up with this permanent parking program that charges the residents to park in front of our home. They put up the signage that says, you can only have 2 hours to park.
Is Mad Max the most popular Australian movie in America?
Yeah, probably. Or that one movie, Queen Petunia of the Universe or whatever. It's like about drag queens in the desert. Priscilla, Queen of the Desert.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that one.
I know just living 1 street over from Inglewood that the traffic is unbearable most times of the year. If I try to go over to the Hollywood Park,
I've never bought that.
Zoot, slap yourself.
It's difficult. Drive through it is almost impossible. The Clippers have a game, or now Sunday the Rams or Chargers have a game. I say all that to say I know the economic impact can't be argued as far as the money being brought in. I know it can't be argued that there was a degree of gentrification because of these projects being brought in. James Butts has both been feared and reviled as mayor of Inglewood. He's up for re-election next year. What is the temperature surrounding James Butts and also the civil judgments against him and so forth?
Well, in the last election, I think we noticed that his popularity dropped tremendously. His first re-election, he won with 83% of the vote. Last election in 2022, he's down to 55%. He almost was forced into a runoff. He was almost forced into a runoff by a candidate that wasn't as well funded as the candidate who ran against him in 2018.
No, you didn't.
Fuck. I thought I was going to. And he hits a bullseye here.
Nope.
That is incredible shot.
No.
I feel like this is a bullseye.
No.
Are you happy with that shot?
No.
Very happy with this shot.
That looks. No.
Fuck. Why am I so bad?
I don't know, pimp.
That was not a bad shot. I did better than you on the last shot.
Okay.
Yeah, the only time I did better than you that whole game was the last shot. The still game.
You have a different invitation for a different game.
All right, Rabbi, you ready?
Yes, sir.
On the pack.
Are you gonna go?
Oh, fuck. This is the worst one to choose, is what I just chose. Does the water tiles getting shuffled help us at all?
I don't know.
Like, even if you have the water, like, a water match monster, does it help you? Okay, that was kind of annoying.
Yeah. You're up, pimp.
If I had a water match monster, I'd be pissed.
But you're up.
Do you bet the people who drew this were like, let's just draw Pokemon that are going to get rejected?
Perhaps.
Did you ever get into Pokemon? Or were you too old for that?
Too old for it.
Yep.
Word, dog. Good job, Zoot.
Were there people you went to school with, like bringing Game Boys to school?
No. You would have been made fun of if you brought a Game Boy to school.
Why?
You would have just been like, go outside and do something. Like, not that Game Boys aren't okay, but it's like, we were, like, the Game Boy, I had a Game Boy. I would have never taken it to school. Here's the thing. It wasn't allowed in school when I was a little kid. And then when they started making them, like the Game Boy Color and all of that, we had outgrown that. Oh, dude, you got a big one.
I fucked up.
Yeah, you did. But no, you'll get it back.
What helped you?
The water things fucked me.
I could have got an extra move. That's a really good move for you. That would just help me.
All right, let's see what you do with it, son. You don't know what helps or hurts you because the water tiles get shuffled.
Oh.
What up, Pip? How are you?
Yeah, that's why I used the extra move on the water shuffle because now I can. Yeah, that's why.
All right, Zoot. There are a lot of purple tiles.
Yeah. No, I nearly chose the poison guy. So that would have helped. Oh, fucking hell. Do you still...
Slap yourself, Zoot.
Yeah. Is this a good move or not?
Yep.
I don't think it was.
Okay, Pimp.
You were in the position to quite really fuck me up here.
So follow, rate, and review Kate and Ty Break It Down wherever you listen to podcasts.
You're up, Pimp.
88.
Zoot, slap yourself.
Okay. Should I... Whoa. What the fuck did I just do? Holy shit, that was bad. That was the worst. Oh! The water tiles fucked you up.
But in 2012, a construction crew uncovered a big one. Graves, thousands of them. On the site,
I don't know why you did that.
Because I'm amazing.
and all this begs the question.
You should have gone for the fire.
Do you lose track of 7,000 graves?
No.
In Mississippi, keeping secrets is as old as the soil itself. And the truth
Fire's gonna help.
never really be uncovered. The story is much more complicated and nuanced than that. I'm Larison Campbell, and this is Under Yassin's Head. Listen on America's #1
I don't want you to have the gross.
Zoot. That was a good move.
I'm not evolved yet, though.
That's okay.
That was a good move by you.
Thanks, baby.
Oh, you're gonna hurt me here.
No, I'm not.
So that's the obvious move.
Oh, no. I didn't see I had two moves.
Yep. It sucks. It just happened.
Water tile, son.
Did you say that?
Water tile, son.
You want to be...
Zoot, slap yourself.
That's about 8 times.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Well, again, 9 times.
After 1 o'clock, the Trump meeting in Alaska is over. I guess we're all still here. We'll Super Bowl still here Monday. We'll talk about what the way forward is on the John Cobell Show Monday after 1 o'clock.
You're up, pimp.
Packed 50 times.
Elastic, Zoot. Zoot, slap yourself. Snap yourself.
The more I think about it, the more I twitch.
All right, you'll get over it.
I actually think
Zoot, slap yourself.
I'm going to win this game.
Okay.
Tell them they
Okay, I understand it was not.
Speculating and offering conjecture out loud. I'll let you go first. Where do you think Alex Michelson is going to end up?
Okay. But
What? You really think so? Oh, give me some reasoning behind
oh, that is a hit. That is a big hit. 25. What do you think happens next? Oh no, you might be in a good position.
No. Oh, big time.
I agree with a lot of what you're saying, but I don't think he will be your team in an overtly political capacity. This is something I've never had a personal political conversation with Alex. That's something we've always kept separate. But I got the impression he prided himself on having consistent in this space of being able to report and give information without being perceived necessarily one side of the aisle or the other. I have my personal idea of where his politics are, and I'm not going to speculate on that publicly. My suspicion is
I'm gonna do.
like a slight contradiction.
Zoot, slap yourself. Zoot, slap. Zoot, slap yourself.
Okay.
You need to work on, before you say something, having the entire sentence completed before you say it in your head. You'll get through this. Dog, you're doing really well.
Yeah, I'm about to go into the city and then I might go into the hills.
Sounds cool, man.
We're tired.
I'm beating you. I have both of my guys upgraded. You have your red guy with 3. Both my guys have 0.
That's not looking like.
Yeah, that was good, dude.
Oh no. Actually, no. You're nowhere near. Yeah, good. Doesn't the red tile is really far away. You might help me here. Okay. The red tiles are really far away from each other. The green tiles are really far away from each other.
Word, dog.
This might be my best move. I might have just helped you.
Yes, you did.
Feel like this might be a play.
Let's see it, pimp.
Nope, that was not the play. You can do about 25 points damage here if you wanted to.
Yeah, I could. I made a mistake. I got distracted, son.
But I just did 25 points damage.
Yes, you did. And you got an extra 3?
Okay.
You got an extra 3?
I got that.
You got 3 red ones?
That might have been a small move. Oh, fuck. The tile shuffle just saved your life. Now you're on 25 points. And I'm on 15 points. Rabbi, the tile shuffle just saved your life. Think about where the tiles are going to shuffle.
I think you're done. I think there's no way for you to win. Maybe. If you move the blue and the red one and something crazy happens, yeah, that's like your only chance. Oh, man, you came really close. Do the red on the red. There you go. Oh, no way. Oh, you get another chance? Oh, you came really close to winning. Let's see what you could do. I don't know, like the purple on the yellow? This game is over, son.
Oh, fuck.
How'd you like that, baby?
You had a berry?
I had 4 of them.
I didn't realize you had a berry. Fuck.
All right, Zoot. Go enjoy your day. Keep the elastic on your arm. Whenever you have a tick, flick it or think about it or just flick your hand and just work on your... You don't think you do, but I bet you do. Oh, that's got to be a tough life. You are absolutely obsessed with Genghis Khan. I know.
Russian leader Vladimir Putin is a man who's been charged with war crimes. His troops have been accused by the United Nations of others of raping people,
YouTube,
murdering people, of occupying
the
territory, of pillaging, of stealing property.
Ukraine was not included in the summit and is expected to be asked to give up land as part of ending Russia's war. Southland weather from Caroline. Clouds and fog tonight, lows in the lower 60s. Partly cloudy tomorrow with highs around 80, mid 80s in the valleys, 90 in the AP and IB and low 70s.
Yo.
I think the future of movies is
the $200 million budget is gone.
Well, yeah, no, I understand because it makes too much money. Yeah.
No, I'm saying the budget.
That's heading southbound just before Rothschild Boulevard. It has the carpool and 2 left lanes blocked, so you'll see traffic stacking.
I think the future of movies is the $200 million budget is gone.
Well, yeah, no, I understand because it makes too much money. Yeah.
No, I'm saying the budget is like
I know. Well,
now
and they're gonna be $10.
Yeah,
iPhones are gonna be 14 cents. We're gonna have a basic universal income. You guys are out of your element, dude.
What are you talking about?
Friends that laugh, friends that shout. Sometimes we don't know what we're talking about, but that won't stop us. Nothing can stop us. Ooh, yeah. 'Cause I show you use the love, just rebrand it enough. It's stronger, better, bigger power, 'cause it is the golden hour. It's the golden hour.
I'm so tired right now. Why? What happened? I don't know,
Hey,
man.
from what? Doing nothing?
This guy. I do nothing. I was on 9.
Well, you know what I'm saying? Like, Brian was tired yesterday. I go, really? From what?
Well, he travels a lot.
60.
He does a lot of shows. I was in Miami doing shows, and now I got up with the kids, and I wake up and I'm here. You know what I mean? I've got a lot of shit to do.
But dude, I had a doctor's appointment. Wolf had a doctor's appointment. Just try crack. You know, so we had to get here like 8:30 a.m. You know, and then this is crazy. I had to do an update in my car. You know, so I'm sitting in the parking lot and I go, you know what? Let me just update it while we go into this doctor's appointment. It almost had to drive me here.
You've already done this before.
I know, but it was like, I thought, it usually takes like 2 we got wait an hour.
You should have known.
The shit just barely finished. So, you know.
Hey, what are those, Kevin, what are those on your feet? Yeah, I've seen them, dude, and I saw them on a guy's feet, and I go, those are unreal. And I took a picture because I wanted to get them, and then Kevin has them, and now,
Too late.
now I'm fully
Let me see for the camera.
Bro,
Hold
those are
that big
so
old foot up to the
awesome.
camera.
Yeah, those are so
Let me see
awesome.
them. I'll tell you if they're cool.
He's gonna show them. Okay, you gotta relax. He's taking them off. But I'm so pissed. These are so
You're jealous?
on feet. They're better, obviously, but like these are just.
What are those?
Oh, those are the JC Walkers, Jesus Christ Walkers.
No. These are so.
Are they in the
Are they
ear bubble in
new?
the back?
They're not new, yeah, because I looked them up and I thought that they were. God,
You
these are
can't
so
wear those out like doing stuff.
Well, yeah, it's kind of a weird wear because, like, it's like if you actually find yourself having to do anything, you go, well, oh shit, I wore these. You know, if you're just chilling here,
I'm not even trying to hate. I saw 3 kids on Love on the Spectrum with those.
All I'm saying is this: if you're wearing those and you go to any public restroom, you're going to be about the splash zone.
well, yeah, but that's
the splash zone.
But that has any shoe like that, you'll see that, you'll get that. Any.
No, I know, but I don't think men realize when you're at a urinal how much pee gets on your feet.
I 100% realize, and I think about it all the time. I go to the urinal.
Yeah, I had sandals on one time, and I was like, oh my god! Like I tried to, you know how a 6-year-old like pees, they almost put their dick on the.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, I get it now.
How are we? I literally think like, how are we all still alive? It's disgusting.
Yeah, and then now
We should all
then you look at your shoes,
It's just
and you're like, oh, this is just a disgusting mess over here. This is a petri dish of
It's disgusting, bro. It's disgusting.
Hey, Chris, does Calvin start school this week?
Sure does.
School, or like
He's in pre-K or kindergarten?
Kindergarten. How is it?
Both the boys had their first day today. Well, it's like their admission where we go meet all the teachers. They see their desk and shit. But school starts tomorrow.
Are they going to a similar school like they were at, like a private school type thing?
Hell no. They're going to public school 5 minutes from the house. They can walk there with their homies.
That'd be good.
Yeah, it's great, man.
That's great. Yeah.
They had a cop. They had a cop on staff there.
Okay,
I just looked at him.
You don't have
Hopefully he's about that life. Don't run if shit pops up. Don't run.
This is what I was thinking about. Imagine if your dad could like beat everybody's ass, like legit. You know what I mean? It's like Brendan's your dad is like your dad is He-Man. You know what I mean? Like there's got to be a little bit of you're walking to school like all right, you know. You know what I mean? Okay, your dad's gonna come. Okay, your dad's gonna go. Hold on a second. Hey, Dad, your dad's coming.
You're talking about for bullying, you're saying?
Yeah, just all of that. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I wonder if they get like
except for the fact that
sort of confidence that you're walking to school.
Yeah, but you're not taking into account that his kids, Brendan's kids, are also tough.
That's what I'm saying, though.
They don't need Brendan.
No, dude, but this is my whole point. It's like
obviously.
That's the family business.
But yeah,
you know what I mean? Like they might get into a thing, and then the other parents and stuff will come out, and they'll be like, the other dad's gonna come. What this kid? And then he walks in with his fucking cauliflower ears, and then it's like, let's talk. What am I gonna do? Let's talk about it.
Right. Let's figure this out.
That's what I'm saying. Is like, so that's why you feel confident of like send him to public school. It's cool. You know what I mean? Go ahead.
Especially out here, it's a little different than LA. Like LA, we had no choice. Like our public school.
The public school
there was atrocious.
I would figure that
it's opposite here.
I figured the bullying in Texas would be on a whole other level.
You want to be because I don't know.
The teacher right away goes,
sports is the equalizer.
There's no things here.
Sports is the equalizer, though.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, but I tell T and Bossy, I'm like, sports is the equalizer.
Do they want to play
once recess starts? That's where you flex.
Do they want to play football or basketball or anything else?
No, football. I'm the coach for the football team. It starts. We've been having practices.
No, but wait. I forget how young they really are. Yeah. In my mind, when I see pictures of like Tiger and Boston, I think they're like in high school. You know what I mean? When I realize they're 4. Yeah. I'm like, he's gonna make the team. It's like, man, I can't wait to. This is like
it's the bad. I can't wait for you
right there. He's already like, it's awesome. People already be like, I think this guy can do it. That's just gonna be a thing.
It's awesome, dude.
I'll tell you a thing they don't.
I don't want to play sports anymore, Dad. I want to dance.
Oh yeah.
What would you say
out there, dude?
Like just change your last name and move out. Change your last name and move out. I don't care.
Yeah. Dad, I'm putting down the bat
until you see him,
and I want to dance.
Until you see him, move out until you see him eat, dude.
Yeah.
That's true. If he just has talent.
Yeah. Ooh, I gotta find this.
No, what they don't tell you about baseball though, because Tiger's at the level where he's getting the cool bats. Now these bats, Eric, let me prepare you, but these bats are between $400 and $600.
Oh, that's actually crazy.
And they need one every season. They break them. But now Bossy, he made the 8-year-old team. He's 5. He made the 8U team. Now Bossy needs a big boy bat. So I went to Dick's Sporting Goods and had to get 2 bats, and your boy dropped out $900 fucking dollars. That's what they don't tell you.
Oh, of course.
That is wild.
Gotta get this link.
What a racket. What a racket.
Oh, and Chris, you know how like shoes, how you and I are like, if a new shoe comes out and they're like super exclusive.
Yeah.
They do that with bats.
Right. Wow. So you're on
like to be like
StockX looking for us.
It's like here's the summer drop, and it's only available for this week, and it's $600.
Okay. What is it like?
And there's limited 200 of them.
Easton and Roller, or like, are there new companies? Like this is I'm talking about companies when I was a kid. But it's like
there's like Easton still pop there.
Yeah.
Like, go to whoever's using a computer. Go to like Hypefire,
Marucci,
like all those, like the
Rawlings.
Marucci's good. I wonder Easton's crushing it with the kids, and they're crazy colors. They're like pink.
I see this right now. Yeah.
Wow. Fucking yellow.
Now, is there like a sports track? What I mean by that is like, so you see your kid, he's a phenomenal athlete. Wow. Is there a moment in your head where you're just like, okay, and people, outside forces are like, I've seen kids like this, they go pro or they this, and now you're on this track where it's like, okay, so now it becomes about training, and we have to hire this guy. We got to buy this equipment. It's like, are you already in that? Is it your mind already?
Yeah, maybe. He's talking about it right now. He's got some $400
No, but there's camps.
No, this is common. This is common practice, Chris. No, I hear you. And there's some dads I've seen do that. I think that's a mistake. I think you still got to let them be kids until they get to high school. Because then they'll get burnt out. But I'll tell you what, Basti and T had a rude awakening yesterday because we're playing football. We're at football practice, and this black kid showed up, and his dad played in the NFL. His brother plays Division I college football, and his other brother's the #1 recruit in Texas. Wow. This dude came out, he's Tiger size, but he's black. Tiger learned a few things.
Wow, that's cool.
When black.
He keeps going, why are we black?
Oh, Tiger's trying to play defense on him, like press him. I'm like, buddy, you gotta back up. You're white and slow. You have got to back up.
Right.
He's cooking you, buddy.
He's got a little run across the border in him, though. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Oh, no, he had that Ninja Warrior.
He's getting across the currents.
Yeah.
He got a little bit of that in him. You know what I mean?
But black dudes have that fast twitch muscle shit. You know what I mean?
For no reason.
Like you saw how Kevin threw that fucking sandal over. Quick as shit.
Boston plays defense like this. I have a buddy of mine. His kid's a quarterback, and his kid is like pretty good. But it was like a thing where you get in this mode of like he's going to all these camps, and then it's like it's all about transferring schools all the time.
Yeah.
You know, you just get into that where like, well, you can be a starting quarterback at this other high school, so we got to move. I was like, that sounds crazy to me, but I guess
that starts happening. I go to my kids. I go, hey, start dancing. Be a dancer.
This is whatever this is. It's terrible. Is this like is this made
stop hitting it?
Taiwan?
Eric, it depends how old they are too. Like dads do that at 9. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah, I know you see it though. You know, you can see that little league. They call it little league dads. You know, it's because it happens there. But baseball's different because you can get it. Baseball's the only thing that's similar to like that European sports where this is all they do for their whole life. You know what I mean? Like baseball, they got like the minor leagues, the minor leagues, and they got all this. You know what I mean? Then you're just playing baseball for 20 years before you even.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Did you see Jurassic World Rebirth?
No, I want to watch it. Let me wait. Before you go, we're going to talk about it. I had two choices. It was see Formula One or Jurassic Park, and the times were off, and I saw Formula One, and I'm so glad I did. I love Formula One.
Yeah, smart.
Yeah, that was a great movie. Like it was a solid movie, man.
I would
also Brad Pitt's highest grossing movie ever.
Yeah. What? Yeah. Isn't that crazy to think?
It's his highest grossing movie ever.
Know what? Brad Pitt makes certain choices, man. He never he had an article. He was talking about these Marvel movies are ruining young actors. Superhero movies are movies are ruining. So he's never gonna make that choice. But this is like Tom Cruise could have been in this movie.
But wait, it would have
been the same kind of thing.
But what I want to know is
it's Top Gun but cars.
Yeah.
But how do they say it's a top grossing movie? Because wasn't it on Apple TV? Wasn't it?
No. It was an Apple produced movie, but it was
you're stupid.
Okay.
Oh, you're stupid.
You got it. So
it's like Superman, Fantastic Four, Jurassic Park, and Formula One are the highest grossing movies of the year so far.
I mean, Formula One seems like it would be better than Jurassic World.
Yeah. Well, here's my thing. How many? Like I had a clip about this. How many fucking islands?
Well, they go back to the same one. You want to ask me if I saw it?
It's the same island.
Did you see it? It's 20 years, man. There's always some secret island that they had the dangerous.
I happened to see it last night.
I heard the movie's atrocious, Chris. I heard
it's been the same island. It's been 20 years. They've come to this.
Because it's the dinosaurs took it over. Okay, it's the vegetation is gone crazy, and there are mutated mutant dinosaurs. Okay, you ever heard of a fucking? Oh yeah, I know. You know what a T-Rex is. Hey, meet the D-Rex.
Oh my God,
the D-Rex is
D-Rex right
now. No, T-Rex is
because my dick Rex.
No, it looks.
Clip it.
Jurassic World Rebirth is bad. It's bad. Okay, it's bad.
Oh, is it?
I know. But yeah, no, but
is it Fast and the Furious bad?
No, it's not that bad.
Oh, okay.
No, good. It's just
watchable?
like, well, what's watchable? I mean, like, is Fast and the Furious watchable or no?
On a plane, it's great.
So it's like.
Wait, Eric, I'm surprised. Have you guys seen that new Ice Cube movie? That's like the lowest rated movie of all time.
I want to watch it just for this reason.
I
figure it's right up your guys' alley.
I have a hot take on this Ice Cube movie. I didn't see it yet, but I know it's got 0%. Everybody's. I think that we need to forgive this movie a little bit, and here's why: because it's obviously a movie they made in COVID. It's obviously that. And they just got released because it's a shared screen movie about World War. It's bad. It's gonna be bad. It's meant to be bad. It's just a COVID movie that they tried to make because they were gonna be like, oh, this was COVID, so we made this movie for you.
All right, here's why I say we forgive the movie.
Yeah.
It's War of the Worlds.
Yeah, but War of the Worlds with Tom Cruise was good.
No. But my point is, it's still a sort of an actiony sci-fi.
Yeah.
If you put Ice Cube in, like, say, like they're gonna remake A Few Good Men.
Yeah.
Then I'm like, what are we doing?
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
You know what I mean? He's not a thespian in that way. You know what I mean? So, but
I think they were reading the script on the computer
while they were filming.
Yeah. Why wouldn't they? Because he's just like, it was you the whole time. And like, why wouldn't you be like? You'd be reading it.
You saw it?
No, I saw the part. I saw there's a funny meme. It was like when someone asked Ice Cube, what letter comes after T? And he goes, it was you. It's you.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, I mean, dude, obviously that movie's gonna be bad. What I don't like about Rotten Tomatoes is it's never good on rating things because the people who either really like it or really hate it are the ones that are going to judge. Nobody's going in there giving it maybe critics are, but like, dude, if I say this movie sucks, let me go on Rotten Tomatoes, see it. Oh, this movie sucks, I'm rating it. Nobody's like, that's pretty good. Let's go to Rotten Tomato and give it a fair score. Nobody's doing that. So you're either going to get 0 to 10%, or it's going to be that stupid Marvel movie that everyone, the Asian one, the 10 Rings, because all the Asians are like, finally, and it's got 99%, and you watch the movie, you're like, this is dog shit.
Yeah.
Because, it's like,
needed help.
No doubt. Let's take a little break, kids, from the golden hour and chatting with the boys, because UFC 319 is here, and it is live from Chicago, the Windy City. You have one of the greatest middleweight title fights ever. Hamzat, DDP, it's all going down this Saturday. And you need to get in on all the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting part of the UFC. If you're new to DraftKings, check this out. New customers who bet 5 will get 200 bonus bets instantly. Don't miss out on all the UFC 319 action. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use the code GOLDEN, that's code GOLDEN for new customers, to get 200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings, the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over, age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
So
how was Jurassic World?
Jurassic World, first of all. All right, yeah, hello, hey, it's 2000. No, it's not. It's 2025. This is now Jurassic World.
By the way,
yeah.
You mean it's not 1990?
Yeah, Jurassic Galaxy. Well, 1994. It came out in 1994. Okay, we're not talking about when the book came out, but yes, 1994 was when it came out originally.
No, it is not.
It is.
Look at when the first Jurassic Park came out.
Come on.
Go ahead.
1993.
So fuck you.
Okay, so I was more right.
Yeah, Chris is right. I would win.
Both through. Yeah. No, it was in the theaters in 1994.
Chris is closer.
It was for sure in the theaters in 1994. It was for sure. And the novel came out in 1990. Oh, I was right, dude.
Boom. Hey, all I said was Jurassic Park came out in 1990.
You know what I am?
I'm really right.
I'm the K Rex, and that stands for knowledge, dude. I know about these Rexes.
Yeah, but does your D
No, I'm not delete it from the episode. But I think that Jurassic Park. Well, obviously the first one, it was really great. I love the first one.
I saw it at the Hollywood Bowl this week with the symphony.
Oh, really?
It was incredible.
I saw that movie 9 times. I went to see that movie 9 times because every time that dinosaur came on the screen, I was like,
yeah, it was pretty cool. What? They did a whole new thing when they did that. Yeah, you go.
That was the first time you saw something.
Did you know
realistic?
True. They were going to do it a certain way, and then this guy was like, there's a
Industrial Light and Sound.
Yeah, but he was like, I can do it better, and they were like, no. And then he was like, he did it anyway and showed them.
Hey, you want me to shit all over your guys' love for Jurassic Park? You know, velociraptors in real life are the size of chickens.
I know.
The guy who did
They're not scary in any facet.
They'll rip you apart. But what?
The guy who did that, the animation, and cracked it open, is Harlan Williams' brother.
Oh, I know that. We talked about that.
There she is.
Oh, that's right.
Hold on. No, I don't. That was great. Jurassic World Rebirth is bad, but
you're still talking about that.
But Jurassic World Rebirth. Why are everything from the title on is bad? Rebirth, it means nothing.
It's kind of like you have this great universe. And this is the thought process.
It really is good.
You have this wonderful universe of what's going on, and they go, well, we can't just leave it.
Yeah. And I get that.
Let's make another one. But it's like, my thing is this. There can't be another island where they had the dangerous dinosaurs that they couldn't bring to the amusement park.
Yeah.
It's almost 40 years.
This guy keeps talking about how there's other islands. It's the same island.
It's not the same island.
Upset.
It's the same God. There's one fucking island, Eric.
No, there is. No, there's more than one. But on this one, they go back to the original island.
Hey, when they start Jurassic World Rebirth, before the movie plays, it should say, "How bored are you?" Question mark.
Yeah,
and then play the movie.
Yeah, it should say.
All right, can I give a hot take now?
It should say, "Nothing else to do, huh?"
This is my hot take for both you guys. My question.
It's a big franchise.
It's my question for both of you guys. Brendan, you guys, you watch movies. Everybody in the house watch movies. Now, when you saw Jurassic Park the first time, and then we've had CGI now for 30 years, and every time there's CGI, we've been told that this is a team of people working on animation, and it takes months and maybe a year to do this.
Yeah.
Now that we know a 10-year-old could go, make a real dinosaur come across the screen, and now that the AI can make it like this, I think that we're now going to appreciate acting more now.
Well,
because we couldn't agree more.
It's not impressive. They want it authentic. Yep.
And another take. It's going to be people are going to say this was made with no AI. Like that's going to be a thing, a label on movies now. So you go, oh, okay, cool.
I understand, and there will be a market for that, but I disagree. I think what's going to happen is the biggest movies are going to become AI movies. They're going to not have actors in it, or they're going to take the likeness of somebody. If the person's not going to work on it, it's going to be Hugh Jackman. In 105 years, Hugh Jackman's going to be in a movie because he's dead, and they just use his likeness, right? And I think that they're going to create, not only that, they're going to go beyond that and create fake movie stars that don't exist, and people are going to idolize them and become fans of them. And I think two things can be disagree with me. And let me just throw a wrench into your system here. And because if you're even slightly disagreeing with me, I have a counterpoint. Japanese people.
Okay. That's it?
Yep. And Jen left.
No, I think that two things can be true at the same time. I think that will happen because it's already happening with music. There's a Spotify group that's not real. That it's the top of the charts. It's not real. It's not real people. Okay. But what I am saying is that the art of movie making. I think that when people go to the movies now, because people are already like, there's too much CGI.
No.
There's too much CGI in this.
I agree.
What I'm saying is, now that we know that the CGI is like effortless, I think we're going to start to like hone in on the.
I agree with you. Yeah. But I think the money maker and the business will be taken over by fakeness and AI. I don't think Chris Pratt will be more popular than
No. Here's what I'm saying now.
a fake Japanese.
I think the future of movies is the $200 million budget is gone.
Well, yeah, no, I understand because it makes too much money. Yeah.
No. I'm saying the budget.
I know. Well,
now,
it can be $10.
Yeah.
iPhones are going to be 14 cents. We're going to have a basic universal income. You guys are out of your element, dude.
What are you talking about?
There's going to be no jobs, bro. The only job is going to be magician. Because everyone knows that, how does that human do that? That's such an illusion. Nobody gives a fuck if AI can do an illusion because it all is an illusion. Well, if a human can do it, they'd be like, let's go pay see this magician. That's crazy. We know it's fake, but he's still tricking us. That's going to be the only job. Doctors, plumbers, it's all gone. It's all gone. And the only thing that's going to matter are magicians and people on Twitch because it's a personality-driven service. Nobody is going to matter. It's going to be a universal basic income. iPhones are going to be 14 cents. Nobody's going to be making them. You're just going to be sitting, chilling. We're going to be with our VR helmets on, just getting sucked off by who's a beautiful dead movie star.
Helen Mirren.
Well, she's alive. Get her what you said, bro. Go back, dude. You want to talk about Gwyneth Paltrow? When she's making the goop candles? No! Bro, when she's in Shakespeare in Love! Yeah. Dude, you know what? I'll be right with you, dude. You know what? I won't be with you. I quit my job.
I don't even think it's going to be that.
I'm getting sucked off by Gwyneth Paltrow in Shakespeare in Love, dude. And Ben Affleck is watching. He was in the movie.
You ever see those chairs?
I don't give a fuck.
You ever see those chairs where you sit like this? You sit like this and your monitor is like this. It's going to be that kind of thing. You just get in, it's like, you know, and then it's like, and I think it's going to be like no, because all the apparatus has to be right there. You sit in it naked.
I think you're out of your element.
What?
I think you're out of your element.
Goes in your butthole. You know what I mean?
Well, there you now we're talking. But I think that I just. How about this, dude? I think we're already maybe in it, but I don't know if the real world exists anymore. We might be in this simulation.
Oh God, the worst take ever.
The worst take. Now, okay, that's fine, and I understand. And yes, I'm open to whatever. But check this out, dude. That's us.
Rick, look up sex robots. I want to see how they're progressing.
Okay, let me try to explain this. I tried to explain
That's you and Eric.
I tried to explain this to Denny the other day. That's that. By the way, that's me and my wife in love right there.
You married a Kristen, yeah, because you could in the future you could just be black whenever you want. You just gotta get a thing. It's kind of like a filter, a life filter.
But let me tell you something though. Okay, look at time. All right, look at time as a as an infinite. Right, time keeps going. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, you believe in this bullshit, but you don't believe in ghosts. Okay, keep going.
No, I'm not saying I don't. I'm not saying I believe in this. I'm not saying I believe in this. I'm not saying. And I'm not saying I don't believe in ghosts.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm saying possession. What's up? You don't believe in it. Possess me. Yeah. Oh, you're not? Okay, I don't believe in it. Possess me. And we'll talk.
Or just move this. Move that.
But I'm saying, what I'm saying is, time keeps going. All right, so. If you take
you're out of your element, dude.
If you take a point where you would say, okay, it's this time. If you just say it's this time, all right, chances are. Let me think about this one.
Have we lost all listeners by now or no?
What? Insert an ad right here, please. And then come back from the ad, and Chris goes, and that's why time doesn't exist.
Yes, Chris is explaining the movie
Just do it like that,
Exception.
please.
You're explaining the movie Exception.
So, Exception. So, it would be that, but it couldn't be because of this.
Leonardo DiCaprio in Inception.
We thought we knew it the whole time, but there was something we weren't thinking about. If we only thought about that one goddamn thing. Wait, but hold on. You know what? I don't want to fucking talk.
What are you saying about time, dude?
Thank God.
Can you come back from the ad on there, please? You know what? I don't want to talk about this. There we go.
It's like, dude.
Okay, turn towards the mic. I don't know what you're doing right now.
It's like this, dude. Okay. Take the Industrial Revolution, right? Like take when they made the internet.
So out of your element.
Take when they made the internet. Take when they created cars, right?
Okay. Pick one.
There's much. Okay, pick cars.
Said 7.
Pick cars. Okay. Time. Okay. We've had more time, right? Without cars than we have with cars.
Yes.
I mean, just way more.
Yeah. I get it.
As time progresses, the time where we don't have cars gets less and less and less and less. Until eventually, that time we don't have cars is 0.0001%.
Yeah.
Okay? Same with AI. Okay? The time we have AI is even shorter than the time we have the cars. Okay? Now think about, as time keeps going and going and going and going, on a scale, if you were to pick a time to be, period, you would probably pick a time where we would be in a simulation in AI, because it had to have existed more than it hasn't, because time keeps going. So there is a better chance that we are in that time, percentage-wise, than we are in the time without AI. Because of how, if all of time is this table, bro, you know, this is the time, and you, do you understand?
What's in Chris's coffee?
Do you understand? Yes. So, and I'm not saying that that's how it is.
No,
I'm not.
No, you're right, dude. Spot on.
Well, you're saying
I'm saying, like, the chances are almost nil that we are not in a simulation, if you think about it in that way. Whoa!
Hey, guys. We're getting close.
No,
there's just something about the face.
USB-powered vaginal heating wand. That's nice.
No, it sounds.
It comes with a non-staining blanket.
What? No, is that what it said? Oh, that's hilarious.
Non-staining blanket.
Yeah. That's
You're saving this great technology for the sex robot.
Which it comes in. Look at the shipping case value. That's hilarious. Wow. That shipping case alone is $800 value.
Yeah, because that's what you do. That's what you pay your wife while you're fucking the sex robot.
Let me see the options.
I really choose the options.
Damn it, you're like, man, get in here.
Send her back.
Yeah, you say, she's like, where am I going?
You get a rebate if they return a wife.
You're with your wife and you're like, oh shit, look at it. That's cool. We got this thing. It's so hot, right? Wow, look at that. What should we put in that bottle? I'll be back.
That'd be the commercial.
Yeah, and send your wife back.
Nick, does it say how much it weighs?
There got to be more than 105.
Whoa, look at those options.
Wait. Go down, Nick. Go down, dude. Look at the advanced skeletal with shrugged shoulders.
Up. No, right there. Right there, bro. Come on.
That one right there. Look at that. The one of the fixed one looks like,
what's up with the shrugged shoulders? Advanced skeleton.
Look, advanced sexual positions.
You want her to be like, you want to have sex? Maybe.
Yeah.
I saw a guy talking about like go up. I want to see how it's the legs. What is this like? That you could pick different body types. You're not gonna put a good booty on it. Nick, go down and look at this white girl. Go up. The booty, Nick. The ass, Nick.
You're saying up and down.
No, down is up. That's terrible. That's terrible.
Yeah, that ass is
I was
terrible.
sitting that back.
That's terrible.
Hey, y'all are crazy. Can you put an ass on it? Y'all are crazy, bro. This is the whitest you've ever
Chris
been.
is like, can I get a flatter ass? Is there an option for a flatter ass?
Who in the room thinks that's a nice ass? No.
I think the picture, honestly, is not doing it justice because that is not the top of her ass.
Agreed.
The top of her ass is actually here. It's actually.
Agreed. Nick, good eye.
So it's
Nick, good eye, Nick. I'm with you. This is just a terrible thought.
She's leaning over too far.
It's like, oopsie, it's falling off.
Hey,
You're kidding.
I want to throw it. I almost threw it.
I like the kick.
No.
Go up.
That's what it should have been.
Go up. Now look at her, bro.
Can you create a flatter one?
Look. She looks. Hey, dude. Hey, Eric. Hey, she looks fine.
Hey, you know what? If you're with a girl like that, you're not looking at her face anyway. So it's like the fact that like, it looks weird like that.
Like, yeah, no, that's
you know what's great about this? Because the AI is going to be in there. So this is great. So you can, like, this is how you want your AI to look. So you can just be like, hey, I'm looking at new cars. Can you, like, tell me the best cost-efficient, most fuel-efficient way? And then, you know,
so wait,
while you're,
which body type would you go for? Because this will zoom in and go for the 8 different ones.
167.
Yeah, I know you would. And I would.
The question is,
And I know you're.
I know which one I would pick, but
Chris's is supermodel.
I know which one I'd pick out of all these.
Which one? Can I guess?
You can guess if you want.
166
supermodel.
supermodel.
What's the 169?
Chris's 166 supermodel.
I'm saying 169.
Let me see what 169 is. Okay, and then go down. No, the one I would pick is 158.
That's it. Okay. Yeah.
What's that European slope? What with the European slope?
Zoom
You know what I mean? With the European slope.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's a little thick.
160 plump looks weird. 160 plump looks like out of shape.
Yeah, you pick that shit, you fucking asshole. You would pick it. Look at you, pick the 167. You guys are all over that 167. Look at that. She didn't even look like a real human.
I am.
It says big ass.
Oh wow, it does.
That's why I picked it, for God's sake.
You know, just for shit.
I would not pick that.
Should we just order one of these for the studio just for, you know?
Oh, sweetie, it's research.
Purely for hospitality.
It's for golden hour. And I get
Welcome to Golden Hour if you want to fuck it.
And I get to go first, so it's all good. I won't get what Nick has.
Hilarious. Like, that's how you would get it. That's how people are going to get diseases now. Letting your friends fuck you.
We have to get tested. Nick has herpes.
Wow, that needs to be unpacked. That whole story needs to be like.
No, but you can't.
Can they walk? Like, this is what I don't like about this.
Not yet, but they will, bro.
No, but this is my point, though. It's like, if you have to do all that setup, so this is what you have to do, actually.
Why?
Chris, this is what you have to do. You got to get your doll, you got to take it out, you got to get it dressed and whatever, clean it up. Then I have to set it up on the wall. Okay,
take care of a sick.
You know, I have to put the leg up on the wall, and then I have to walk out of the room and come back in and go, oh, what's up? Are you just waiting for me like this?
Yeah,
like I can't do all that.
No,
it just takes away from it.
Yeah, it does. But why don't they make a zombie movie where the thing is they just fuck everyone and not kill? That would be crazy, right? If they made, where's the zombie movie?
This isn't real, right?
That's not real. That's not real.
Okay, because that girl,
that's all.
Because that's how you want
the whole thing is AI.
Yeah, just like you want it.
Also, that would be. No, but why don't they make a zombie movie where the fucking zombie
they just go dead?
It's like they go whole
sexual
assault. It's like but they don't and they run and they just fuck you and like the dudes are like, oh my god, dude, come on, we don't want to get fucked. We need milk, but we don't want to get fucked. We need to go get supplies. But dude, walk backwards.
No, because then you're gonna be like, oh no.
Right. How about I want to see that movie, Pedro Pascal? That'd be fucking awesome, bro. I want to be in it.
They're gonna put you in that movie.
Okay, what's up? That's why
they're gonna CGI you in it.
This is the bounce back, dude.
The Chris D'Elia bounce back. That'll be your function.
And you know what? The like when a human does wrong with the society, you put a clamp in that opens his mouth and you set him out.
Oh God. and your asshole's also clear to open.
Running a
This is a terrible movie.
I mean, it's bad also getting eaten.
Let's make the AI make that movie.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Could fucking get Hugh Jackman's likeness. You know what I mean?
I'll open up my,
what would you call it? You know?
I don't know.
Just when you thought summer couldn't get any hotter, Pluto TV is turning up the heat with thousands of free movies. Presenting Summer of Cinema. Stream your favorite blockbuster films like Gladiator, I Will Have My Vengeance, Good Burger,
This is what I call fast food.
Beverly Hills Cop, The Girl with a Dragon Tattoo, and Julie and Julia.
Hold up the key.
All for free on your favorite devices. Pluto TV. Stream now. Pay never.
What's this?
Cristiano Ronaldo got an egg for his wife's graduation.
Look at that.
Isn't it like $30 million?
Nah, there's a tracking device in there.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah.
But it's just so he knows when she's not walking in. Because he's not tracking her. He's not tracking her to see where she is.
Dude. When you give your chick a ring like that, she's already there. Right. She's opening the door for the mistress.
Look how stupid this is.
She gets like this. Oh, hey, Tatiana.
Look how stupid this is.
He's in the other room.
YouTube commented congratulations on their Instagram.
Oh, I know. Cringy.
So famous. There's a certain amount of money that is like.
She said yes, like there was ever any doubt.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
So he was single until now?
I think it was $400,000.
That shit looks like this.
No, they have six kids together. I mean, there's no way that's 400,000, Nick. Who told you that?
It's gotta be more. I heard 400,000 euros. That's dollars. It has to be.
Now look it up, big dog. That's way more than that.
You don't know. That could be like I don't know.
The percentage of us being in the simulation of the time where simulation existed would be.
You just figured it out?
Never mind, 2 to 5.
Yeah. 2 to 5 million?
Yeah, and I'm sure they're clear. There's no clouds in my stones.
$5 million ring.
He bought a lab-made diamond.
Yeah.
Saved $3 million.
Yeah. Oh no. This one. This one. With this ring. You get pictures of the kids that dug it up. You know what I mean? It's just, you know what I mean? That's
not one dime.
I'll tell you what's alarming is their arms are the same size.
Well, yeah, because he's thin as fuck. Because he was always running around. Yeah, he plays soccer, dude. But that's not one diamond, is it? Wow. No.
Yeah, dude.
I think there's 2
diamonds.
diamonds.
No, I thought it was pieces together. I didn't know.
No, it's one diamond. It's one diamond. That's what's so shocking.
What's shocking is you already know.
He went cheap.
Why do you know?
He went cheap on the, it's like a rope tying it, like a little string.
Oh, wait, hold on. Why does Brendan already know about this ring? When did it?
Because I got my ear to the ground. I got my ear to the ground.
That's your dick in another man's butt, bro.
Miss Aquarius.
No, I'm kidding. So you're not kidding. You're really heterosexual.
This guy's like,
no, my wife told me this morning. I go flying fuck.
The loophole.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Honestly, I'm not even being a hater. I thought he was gay. Okay.
I mean, he is. You don't fuck. This guy's fucking guys.
Yes, ma'am. You have an invitation.
All right, I just got on. All righty. Okay.
How was your day?
There we go. That was good. How was yours?
Lovely. How was your physical therapist? I know they were in an accident.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I just know that lady called this morning and told me that it was in a car accident and that he's okay. That's all I know.
Okay. Do you
I
do you have
didn't go today, so
do you have
see
physical?
on Monday.
Do you have it on Monday?
Yeah, that I know of. He'll call me. They'll call me, let me know.
Great spare.
Thanks. Yeah.
Why would you cut this deal with Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein's abuse would span years and cross state lines.
New York, Palm Beach, New Mexico, Paris, Virgin Islands. Each one of those residences is an alleged crime scene.
I'm ABC's Mark Rimmel, and with a team of journalists from the ABC News Investigative Unit, we've traveled around the country
Okay.
to look at Jeffrey
Come on, Rabbi, you got it.
No doubt, Miss Aquarius.
Jeffrey Epstein. Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts.
3 spares in a row.
Weapons is expected to take first place once again at the weekend box office.
The Zack Snyder-directed thriller is looking for between $20 to $22 million in its second outing. The action film Nobody 2 that let out
Get it.
Yay.
And you did. That was great.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, this is like an impossible shot. What a strike.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Miss Aquarius takes the lead. What a comeback. Get it. Okay. Miss Aquarius.
You got this, though. You got it.
No doubt.
Come on, Rabbi.
No doubt, Miss Aquarius. No doubt.
Yay.
I'm going to get this now. For sure. Oh, no, I'm not.
Yeah. You still got it, Doug. You win, I win. Good job.
Records, milestones, firsts, glass, and everything in between. What happened today in sports history on iHeartRadio?
There you go. That's 7. Get it.
Come on, Rabbi. Straight. You got this one.
The U.S. men's basketball team loses 92-73 to Puerto Rico, the third Olympic defeat for the Americans and first since adding pros. American teams have been 24-0 since the professional Olympic era began with the 1992 Dream Team. The U.S. Olympic team's record was 109-2 entering the game. And today in 2012,
Get it.
Luis Hernandez pitches the Seattle Mariners' first perfect game.
Come on, Rabbi.
No doubt.
Oh, shut that down.
This is a tough one.
Look, you got it. Good job.
Yes, ma'am. Get it.
A few miles from the glass spires of Midtown Atlanta lies the South River Woods. In 2021 and 2022, the woods became home to activists from all over the country. I found the struggle worth fighting.
Not good.
Gathered to stop the nearby construction of a massive police training facility, nicknamed Cops. There, in the forest, they built a different forest occupation or things like that present a vision of a society where we can
have what we need and support each other without being at each other's throats or being subservient to each other until one day everything shatters.
At approximately 9
All right, buddy.
law enforcement was leaving the various sectors of the process.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That is what I am talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Shots just like blasting off.
From wondering, Inside Media, Tenderfoot TV, this is when we came to the forest.
We got about 150 to 200 protesters that work in the officers now.
2 in a row.
You're good. Good job.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
AM 640.
I'll take it.
Right. You win that one.
Good job, Miss Aquarius. You win, I win.
Make the Thursday. Okay. Come on.
Sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius.
Sweet dreams. Let's see, what is the Arizona looking at? Oh, you're looking at kids.
Right now for name that movie called Classic. There's no theme, but there are some difficult movies. No theme, but difficult movies. We are playing for Alamo Draft House passes, and you better get ready.
Oh, okay. You're looking at something.
800-520-1KFI, 800-520-1534. For those who want to play name that movie called Classic, if you play one recently, especially if you want Alamo Draft House passes instead of passes, do not call.
Alrighty. I'm trying to go to. I'm about to go on the other side. Socialize. I'll see you later.
Okie doke, Miss Aquarius. Take care.
You too.
So, you know, it's the truth. I mean, that's why I turn off the camera. Let's stop sneezing. Stay in that room. Don't come in contact with any of the rest of us. Allergies is not a...
I'm sorry. Need something to straighten you up? Okay. All right. Whatever that means. Look. Sit. Got it. Ooh. Shake that ass. Take me to every dance. Kate is taking a video of having her mod back for the night. Bow, bow, bow. I got fucking paid. Let's fucking go. That's good. I'm leaving too.
I didn't know that Playboy as an entity was still in business. I didn't know what they were doing. I knew that there was no more magazines. As far as I was concerned, there was no more Playboy. I don't know if there was even a Playboy channel anymore. I remember in the early 1970s at the Playboy nightclubs, and that was a big thing in the early 1970s. The magazine obviously was big in the 80s and 90s, but since then it's been just nothing. What Playboy is corporate headquarters, quote, plan on building a content team in Miami. The magazine as we've relaunched the magazine and the Playmate franchise, basing all of that in Miami. And then we have a massive licensing business on a global basis. We plan on building a significant licensing team in Miami as well. And there's some other reasons they said because of California being anti-business and Florida being pro-business, yada, yada, yada. I don't think it's going to make a whole lot of difference because Playboy wasn't generating any business. Because I would know they weren't. Because I used to support them. Yeah, I think in the era where anybody can have access to their darkest fantasies at the touch of a button on their computer, airbrush nudes with a staple, not a big seller. We talked about businesses which should have seen the future. I don't want to say coming, but at the future that was approaching. Playboy is another one of those companies like, couldn't you see where all this is going? I mean, couldn't you see just in your own marketplace the use of pornographic materials or videos? They should have been way better. Well, the thing was, and I'm blowing smoke here, they package
fiction and great interviews, but people just wanted to look at me. I know, and they use other fake justifications. My favorite thing about Playboy was the Playboy Mansion. And I can say this with great confidence and very little regret. Some great times I had at the Playboy Mansion. And you would go and work in the music industry, someone was always having some sort of event at the Playboy Mansion. And each time you go there, you would see Hugh Hefner with women all around. The Playboys were walking all around the grounds, wearing just about nothing. The grotto is real. Okay, if you hear about the grotto and stuff going on in the grotto, it is real. You see the regulars, you see like Robert Culp, Jimmy Kahn, all those guys who used to hang out there. But I saw the generation after that. The best time I had at the Playboy Mansion, and there's a picture I have from that night. It was an album release party for an artist. It doesn't matter. Don't worry about that. The album bombed. But it was a big deal at the time. And this is, I want to say around 2000 or so. It was Whitney Houston was there. Bobby Brown, during the height of their whatever it was, they were both high and drunk, running around. Whitney was stoned out of her mind, singing gospel songs to nobody in particular. It was one of those things. Whitney and her drug problem was an open secret. That's why people don't understand. Like, everyone knew. Everyone just enabled it. Paula Abdul was there. Downtown Julie Brown. Carmen Electra. And I spent most of the night trying to hit on Carmen Electra. No lie. And she listened to me. She heard me out. And I think she realized I was not one of the big ballers. We got a picture up right now on the YouTube channel. I was talking to Carmen Electra, then downtown Julie Brown came up. I said, I gotta get a picture of this. And I was so close. I really thought I could have closed the deal. You standing there facing it. Oh no. And then she realized, like, okay, you're not on the level of the Lakers or Bobby Brown, the real stars. I was just someone who worked at Warner Brothers Records, and I think she said, okay, but I was shooting my shot. And look, to my dying day, I'll say I had an opportunity. You made your argument before the court. Yes, and I to my dying day, I think I had, let me say, happy belated birthday to Halle Berry, who turned 59 yesterday. And I think that I had a chance with Halle Berry for a moment, but I didn't try to find out because at the time she was married to one of my friends, who was an artist on Warner Brothers Records. So, but you're saying it was generous of you to back off? Yes, it was. I was doing a friend thing. Put that picture back up. And that was taken. The photo of me and Halle was taken at her house in her kitchen when she lived in the Hollywood Hills. Look how she has her arm draped around me. She was feeling it. I can tell. I had some drugs. She had some things. Maybe under different circumstances. And at different times. Then she got married again. And then again. And then again. And then I got married and we just never connected at the same time. Just life was not meant to be for us. Two ships passing in the night, man. I got stories, Mark. I got some stories. Some good ones too. And when I left that night, she kissed me on the lips. I don't think so. No, that's 100% true. Did you film this? Are there photos of this? Well, there's the photo of the night. I didn't film the kiss. Okay, well, in that case, it does not exist. I don't care if the whole you got to do it for the brand. You don't there's no, no, it happened. It happened. Describe it then. Okay, that's enough. That's gross. Give us a call at 800-520-1KFI. 800-520-1534. Look at that handsome mother father with his arm draped around Carmen Electra and downtown Julie Brown at the same time at the Playboy Mansion. Hugh Hefner wasn't too far from us. That is the smile of a photo bomber who knows he's about to get tossed. I can die tomorrow knowing that I got to put my arm around Carmen Electra and downtown Julie Brown. Whatever happened to downtown Julie? I honestly don't know. She couldn't, kind of dropped off the face of the earth. She walking around saying wubba 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 to everybody, but her her accent was very prominent. Okay, cool people. I got stories, Mark. A bunch of them. Did you know I interviewed Hef? No, I don't know if you told me or not, but I'm not surprised. I think we can go toe to toe on. Okay, all right. Don't make me feel the body parts. No, KFIH 640 live everywhere. I hardly do that. KFI and KOST HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County. newsroom. The GOP says the special election district congressional lines in California could cost taxpayers a minimum $235 million.
The election aims to change a 2010 law that transferred redistricting power from politicians to a citizens' commission. The last special election in 2021 to recall Governor Gavin Newsom cost just slightly over $2 million. According to the GOP, the higher cost of the redistricting special election is attributed to inflation, increased postage, and a growing number of mail-in ballots for the state's expanding voter base. Dina Kodiak, KFI News.
The man accused of throwing chunks of concrete at federal agents in Paramount has denied doing it.
On Thursday, Compton resident Elpidio Reyna pleaded not guilty to 4 felony counts of assault on a federal officer. His trial is scheduled for September the 30th in Los Angeles. Reyna allegedly covered passing government vehicles with concrete during an immigration enforcement operation in June. At least 1 federal officer was injured. Reyna was placed on the FBI's most wanted list before he was arrested in Mexico on July 23rd. KFI News.
Families at an elementary school in San Diego have questions and concerns after they witnessed immigration agents detaining a parent. The school said the arrest happened around 3 yesterday afternoon while the parent was waiting to pick up their child. Superintendent Dr. Fabi Bagula says this was a tough way to end the first week of school.
Rabbi. You know what I hope happens to this person?
The district says extra resources will be available on
But things like that. Yeah, absolutely.
I do think it happen.
There's Rabbi.
Skid Row in downtown LA.
The Skid Row Care Campus provides a wide range of services for homeless individuals and families. The center, located on South Proctor Street downtown, provides access to showers and bathrooms, case management, healthcare, and harm reduction supplies, and more. The campus is a direct result of the county's
My AirPods. Just play music, faggot. No, I'll play music. I don't know what my AirPods.
President Trump and Russian President Putin finished their closed-door meeting in Alaska. BBC's Mary Bruce reports that after the 3-hour summit, there are still many questions about what was discussed.
They both came out in these short remarks suggesting that progress has been made. Vladimir Putin using the word agreement, saying, I expect that today's agreement will be a good starting point. The president referencing the fact that they wasn't there, which hinted at the point that they didn't get, it appears, the full ceasefire that President Trump was hoping for, but he kept alluding to this progress.
Before the meeting, President Trump said his goal was to get a ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine, which he also campaigned on. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has not been invited to attend that summit in Alaska. BBC's Ian Pannell reports it's business as usual on the front lines of the war in that country.
Our team here in Ukraine are reporting that on the front lines right now, while we're talking, the fighting is still going on. Russian troops are trying to take more territory. There is no indication whatsoever on the ground that anything has changed.
He says air raid sirens have gone off all day in the capital, Kyiv, and other parts of Ukraine. Self-land weather from KFI. Clouds and fog later with lows in the low 60s. Partly cloudy tomorrow with highs around 80. Mid-80s in the valleys, 90 in the IV and IE. That's the second time I've done that. I'll get it right. Low 70s at the beaches, and it's going to look about the same Sunday. Right now it's 66 in Orange, 66 in Willow Park, 67 in Sherman Oaks, 69 at Compton, and we're heading to a crash on the 16 Merino Valley.
That's heading eastbound just after Frederick Street. It's involving a motorcycle. You'll see the 2 left lanes blocked off, causing a heavy ride from 215. And if you're on the 91 eastbound in Anaheim Hills, there's some slowing as you come into Weir Canyon. That stays slow to just after Gypsum Canyon Road. Making your way northbound on the 110 in South LA, that's just before Century Boulevard. We got a stall stuck in the right lane, causing some traffic backed up from about the 105. Traveling on the 10 eastbound in Mid-City, some slowing as you approach La Brea. Your drive stays busy from there as you head towards downtown LA. Things start to clear up right at the 110. And as you travel on the 101 southbound in Hollywood, stop-and-go traffic builds up just after Western, and it stays busy until you make your way past the 110. Things are looking up for you now if you're on the 5. That's southbound in Glendale, right at Western. An earlier crash has been cleared from the 3 right lanes your driver is recovering from Olive Avenue. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Pedro Moreno.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, is back in Vegas. Paula Arena, streaming live only on Hulu. A weekend full of superstar performances. Keep listening for the next chance to win your way there.
music festival. Tech that hits different. And your gear keep up with the beat. Lenovo PCs are built for creators, dreamers, and fans who don't hit pause. Visit Lenovo.com for the latest in AI PCs and game-changing tech.
iHeartRadio Earth is here with a new way to enjoy our beautiful planet. Energy consumption is a primary contributor to a changing climate, producing around 27% of greenhouse gases in the United States. Save money and energy at home by turning off your computer completely before you go to bed. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/earth. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
A New York Times headline caught my eye. It read as follows: the psychedelic revolution is coming. Psychiatry may never be the same. Psychedelics are everywhere. And psychedelics soon to be the new Prozac. Investors want you. Most of the I've been able to hear because people believe in psychedelics.
Depression, anxiety,
Taking just special situations as medicine that can make us all better. But there's a dark side. So, really, what is this?
Right. I just want people to see what I see. I see cover-ups, and I see the possibility that a lot of people get hurt and get really deeply hurt.
I'm Io Delay, and this is Cover Story from New York Magazine. Season 1, Power Trip.
Power is seductive, and we are humans, and humans like being seduced.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
The Timber Alamo Drafthouse Cinema DTLA has the exclusive theatrical debut of the entire A Nightmare on Elm Street 7 film collection remastered in stunning 4K. The theatrical screenings begin on August 29th with A Nightmare on Elm Street, and it proceeds all the way through September 20th with Wes Craven's New Nightmare. So, players tonight, you're playing for Alamo Drafthouse Cinema passes. Let's get to the phones. Let's see. Let's start with Brian in Irvine. Brian, thank you for holding on tonight. How are you, sir?
What is up, Mo? What is up, Chihuahua?
I like Brian already. Hang up the phone, Brian. Hang it up. Brian, you know how...
Can I ask you a quick question?
Sure, go ahead.
The bumper music you played for out of the last break during a movie called Plastic. Hey, have you heard? Is that like your guys' take on the Fish and Save Pittsburgh theme song?
Yes, it is. Eric Lusardo. Yes. The story behind it is the first week we played in that movie called Classic. It's one of the first movies put in there, and someone chose it, and the whole studio gave up on me and said that the Fish that Saved Pittsburgh, they'd never heard of it. It wasn't a cult classic. It should be in there. And then it got to be such a joke that Eric Lusardo took the hit from the movie, because there's a hit soundtrack, and fashioned it into a bumper. You are correct.
Oh man, they had that set shot guy that shot Granny down. That movie was fun.
Thank you. Look, they don't know what they're missing out on. All right, so I need a number from you between 1 and 10.
My daughter's lucky number 4.
Here comes number 4.
You guys kick ass. You're double life gods and intensity in 10 cities, live at Buddha time. You know, if you guys got a break, you could really make it.
Yeah, and if a frog had wings, it would bump his ass when he hopped.
Interesting. Where did you learn English?
College. And the Police Academy movies.
Cassandra, I've got something I want to say to you. Hey, hold on.
Terrible! It's amazing! You learned how to sound pretty in Cantonese.
They got one.
What's that movie?
Party on Chihuahua. The Wayne's World.
Is it? Yes, it is. How soon did you realize it?
Immediately.
Okay. That I thought was going to be one of the easy ones since we got Tia Carrere on earlier in the show. It put it at the front of people's minds.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, yeah. She was on at 8 o'clock. But it'll be available on the podcast.
I will watch.
Brian, thanks so much for calling in. I want you to have a safe weekend, and we'll probably do this again sometime in the future.
You guys are awesome. Hey, Mo, you got to get a hold of Romy, man. He changed his license plate to Angel Boy instead of Dodger Boy.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah, Jim Rome. The Angels came. I should say Dodgers went to the Angels, and they got bumped, swept by the Angels, so he changed the license plate on his bids.
That ain't right.
Got to run, Brian.
Thank you so much. You have a good night.
We'll have more just moments later with Mo Kelly. Got to sneeze. Came by AC2011 everywhere. The iHeart Radio app now over my phone. Came by 25 years. There's the latest defense judge in LA has ruled to deny the Trump administration's request to end a policy in place for nearly 3 decades meant to protect immigrant children in federal custody. AT&T has agreed to pay $177 million to settle claims over 2 data breaches last year. Eligible customers can get up to $7,500 through the Kroll Settlement Administration website. Claims are due by November 18th. And today, August 15th, is somehow National Lemon Meringue Pie Day. Are those the best throwing pies, though? You decide. We got codes on the 5. Ask Dave.
That's heading southbound from Hesley Canyon to Magic Mountain Parkway. The 2 right lanes are held up. The road work that's scheduled until 8 in the morning. And some good news on the 110 northbound in South LA, right at Century. Looks like the stall's been moved out of the right lane. Traffic has recovered there. And if you're making your way on the 60 eastbound in Moreno Valley, just after Frederick Street, looks like a motorcycle wreck still has the 2 left lanes blocked off. The drive is jammed up from the 215. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Pedro Moreno.
In 1920, a magazine article announced something incredible. 2 young girls photographed real fairies. That article was written by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the man who invented Sherlock Holmes. How did he fall for that? Hoax is a new podcast for me, Dana Schwartz, the host of Noble World, and me, Lizzie Logan. Every episode will explore one of the most audacious and ambitious tricks in history. Open your free iHeart Radio app, search Hoax, and listen now. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
A few miles from the glass spires of Midtown Atlanta lies the South River Forest. In 2021 and 2022, the woods became a home to activists from all over the country. I found this struggle worth fighting for. Gathered to stop the nearby construction of a massive police-training facility, nicknamed Cop City. There, in the forest, we built a different
the forest occupation or things like that present a vision of a society where we can have what we need and support each other without being at each other's throats or being subservient to each other.
Until one day, everything shatters.
At approximately 9 o'clock this morning, as law enforcement was looting the various sectors of the property, an individual, without warning, shot a Georgia State Patrol trooper.
What I heard was a full clip unload. It was just like a whole mess of shots, just like blasting off.
From Wondering, Campsite Media, and Tenderfoot TV, this is We Came to the Forest.
We got about 150 to 200 protesters here working to off this mountain.
I'm Matthew Shear. Follow We Came to the Forest page for some decades afterwards.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
In the history of cinema, few films have been as successful as The Godfather. Francis Ford Coppola's gangster epic set a new standard, not just for movies about the mafia, but for movies in general. Although, if you talk to the people who made it, The Godfather's prospects for success were far from short. In fact, before its release, they were pretty bleak.
And they said, we're finished, this is over. It really is not going to work.
Get rid of those guys.
Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli. My co-host Mark Seal and I strip back the varnish of movie history and talk to never-before-heard-from sources to get at what really made the process so arduous. Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli is based on my co-host Mark's best-selling book of the same title. And on this show, we call upon his years of research to help unpack the story behind Godfather's birth from start to finish. We sift through innumerable accounts, many of them conflicting, and try to get to the truth of what really happened. Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli features new and archival interviews. Francis Ford Coppola.
Yes, that was a real person.
Robert Evans.
Godfather's Godfather.
James Caan.
To me, what's coming next? Successful like that. Boy, show up and drive around a lot.
Al Ruddy.
Last night I got a call from these Italian guys. They want to see the movie makes a lot of trouble.
Talia Shire.
Everything was a very arduous chess game.
And many others. We still aren't entirely sure what's true and what's not, but we can promise that our 10-part series gives everyone who is involved a chance to tell their side of the story. Listen and subscribe to Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open the free iHeart app and listen now.
KFI GM 640, more stimulating talk.
Coming up on the next Gary and Shannon show, here we are on the cusp of a new chapter between the United States and Russia. What are the repercussions for geopolitics? That's coming up Monday at 9.
KFI 640. This is Lake with Bill Kelly. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Let's continue to name that movie called Classic and go to the phones. Rick in Camarillo. Rick, how are you this evening?
All right, we're good.
Uh-oh, you said we're, so this is helping you out. Let's play the game.
That's Georgette here.
So it's Rick and Georgette from Camarillo. Welcome, Georgette.
Yeah.
Have you played the game with us before?
I have not, but we listen all the time.
So you could choose any number except number 4 between 1 and 10.
What was my number? Let's see. My one daughter is 7. My other 2. We'll do 5.
All right, here is number 5. Count of time. That's what I said. I remember hearing myself saying, count of time. You know what? You don't play all this. You pay it to leave. What you pay out of town shoes to do. You pay him to get the hell back out of town. That's why I asked for out of town shoes. What I get? In town shoes. Someone decided to hide in town shoes. You know what else I got for my money? In town police. In town trouble. Who's got to get in the ring with me on this? You know what? You must be hungry, right? So don't apologize. I'm gonna eat, right? All right, Rick.
Oh, man.
I do so. That's okay. It was directed by John Singer. It stars Mark Wahlberg, Tyrese Gibson, Andre 3000, and Garrett Hedlund. And they all play siblings.
Oh, yeah, it's my first movie. Four Brothers.
Four Brothers it is. Well done, sir. Yeah. And the voice you heard that is Chiwetel Ejiofor, before he went on to...
All right. It's been a while.
Yeah. It's a good movie. I just happened to run across it again last week over the weekend. And, yeah, it still holds up. It's unfortunate there probably will never be a sequel because John Singleton has passed, and I haven't heard any real appetite for it. So, but I would love to see a sequel.
I want to give a shout out to my daughter Carly, my other daughter Mabel. Also, they're sick right now, but
there's the podcast. You'll be able to play it back to them on the podcast.
Yeah. Watch it listen every night, but nothing else.
If I could just get you to listen Monday through Thursday as well, we'd be getting somewhere.
Oh, of course. You too. Love you guys.
Great. Thank you so much.
All right, bud. Have a good night.
You too. We have a couple of lines open just if you want to join the show. 800-520-1K5. 800-520-1534. Let's continue with Aaron in Valencia. Aaron, good evening.
Hey, good evening, Mr. Mo Kelly, and God bless the Christian family.
No shout out for Mark.
Of course.
I just want to.
Sounds like Mark Thompson, so I don't know.
Mark, Roderick, do you want to defend yourself, Mark? No, that's a great compliment. Thompson has the voice of God. Oh, there's more than one Mark Thompson, too.
Yeah, seriously, their voices are very similar to me, so.
I'll take it. All righty. Aaron, you know how we play the game, so I just need a number from you. You cannot choose 4 or 5.
I will take lucky number 17.
Okay. We'll see how lucky it is. Mark. I should say Mark Warner Thompson. Okay, be ready.
Hey, this don't bring much. The church will be fine economic. Yeah, that's right. I don't believe in it. And you don't believe in God. That's your God. God doing all right, Pastor? Yeah. Why don't you climb on board and believe in me? That's what I'm near the God. Because the middle of hell running, not what we would do. Then they need it. And there's a good place in this world for money. Yes, sir. I know where it is. It's right here in my life. You talking just like a pimp.
You know what? She's up.
He must be eating a bunch of food. Disrespect woman he don't even know. Also, sister, some of the baddest woman you ever want to meet. He don't know that I'm out. She may not be kicking your ass.
Aaron in Valencia. Do you need a hint?
Is that a movie by any chance?
No, it is not.
Oh, I am done, guys.
Okay, it is a movie by someone that Eddie looked up to. It starred Richard Pryor, George Carlin, Franklin and John. It was a mixture of some of the biggest comedians at the time. Mark Warner Thompson, which movie this is? I'm not 100% sure. Okay, here's a hint for all involved.
Oh, Car Wash.
Yes! Yes, someone's been paying attention. Well, Aaron,
In high school, we saw that over and over and over again.
I'm surprised that I thought when I put Richard Pryor's voice into it, it would have given it away immediately. And
No, unfortunately not.
well, you handled it well. It was just one. It was like a half of a hit. You came immediately through.
I should have got it because you guys were doing the class from that movie a couple days ago.
Yes.
Some people might get.
And it gets funnier every single time. And I thought people would have known. I thought people just would have assumed that Car Wash would have been in the movies this week because we keep making references to it, but no one. Yeah. But you won. And what?
All right, thank you so much, you guys. Have a great weekend, and my best weekend to the Christian and family and friends.
Absolutely. I'm quite sure he's listening right now. Or if not, we'll pass it along to him.
Thank you so much.
It's late with Mo Kelly. More of your calls, more clips, and more of your chances to win passes to Alamo Drafthouse Cinema for their exclusive theatrical debut of A Night There on Elm Street, the 7 film collection. KFI 8640, down to Mark Runner in KFI 24-hour newsroom. Governor Newsom is now facing a formal complaint after holding a press conference about his redistricting efforts. Republican Assembly member Kate Sanchez from Murrieta filed a complaint with the Fair Political Practices Commission. Missing word, she claims Newsom violated state campaign laws, calling the so-called redistricting press conference a rally paid for with taxpayer dollars. Sanchez says it's a simple case of betrayal of the public trust and the governor's misusing public resources for personal political gain. A large branch fell and killed an 8-year-old boy in Calabasas, reportedly from a tree then known to be in bad shape.
The Orange County Register reports an employee with the tree care company warned the oak tree was decaying one day before the branch fell. It happened during a summer camp at King Gillette Ranch Park on July 9th. The boy who was under the tree died and several other people were injured. They include an 11-year-old girl who suffered a broken leg, a 5-year-old boy who suffered lacerations to the head, and a 73-year-old man who suffered a concussion. King Gillette Ranch is managed by the Mountains Recreation and Conservation Authority. Daniel Martindale, KFI News.
You're way too beautiful, girl.
And rapper and singer Sean Kingston's been sentenced to 3.5 years in federal prison. Convicted in March on wire fraud and conspiracy charges. His attorney had asked for house arrest. Kingston's mom was also convicted on the same charges and was sentenced to 5 years in prison last month. Prosecutors say Kingston used his celebrity status to receive more than $1 million worth of luxury goods and didn't pay for them. Southland weather from KFI. Clouds and fog later, lows in the low 60s. Partly cloudy tomorrow. We'll have highs around 80, mid 80s in the valleys, 90 in the AP and IE, and low 70s at the beaches. 80 much the same on Sunday. Right now it's 68 in Burbank, 66 in Orange. And we've got cones on the 15 in Lake Elsinore.
That's heading northbound from Lake Street to just before Indian Truck Trail. You'll see the 2 right lanes coned off for road work scheduled until 5 in the morning. And as you make your way through Moreno Valley, 60 eastbound just after Frederick Street, still got a wreck involving a motorcycle that has the 2 left lanes blocked off. The drive is stacked up from about the 215. And as you make your way on the 5 southbound e-commerce, seeing some patchy slowing as you come up to Washington Boulevard. It'll be slow in pockets until you get to the 605. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Pedro Moreno.
In 1920, a magazine article announced something incredible. 2 young girls photographed real fairies. That article was written by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the man who invented Sherlock Holmes. How did he fall for that? Hoax is a new podcast for me, Dana Schwartz, the host of No One World, and me, Lizzie Logan. Every episode will explore one of the most audacious and ambitious tricks in history. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search Hoax, and listen now.
You wanted to be a teacher when you were little, but you grew up and things changed. Well, it's time to put it back on your list. Innovative things are happening in teaching today, and you can be a part of it.
Big More, Teach. Visit teach.org. Brought to you by Teach and the Atkins.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. The party soon disappears. Everybody's assistant.
Public University in the middle of California. So frustrating that it can't get resolved.
You can't think of a safer location. However, it's just like any location. There are 1 or 2 people who can destroy someone's life.
Coming here, the sun is told you about the night disappearance of Kristen's son when they were still floating. Your son is accused of murdering his friend. His testimony is never talked to about this girl murder. She's certainly been accused. That's what the television says.
Your own backyard. The disappearance of Kristen's son.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
When's the last time you took a chance?
I was traveling, and a cute girl sat down next to me. That was enough to drink.
I'm Francesca Street, CNN travel journalist, and this is Chance Encounters, a podcast about the incredible connections we make while traveling. Each week, we'll journey through moving, funny, and heartwarming real-life stories about how travel can lead to lasting love,
decade-spanning friendship, and ultimately change your life forever. Join us wherever you get your podcasts. Just search for Chance Encounters with me, Francesca Street.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
From Dinner for TV in Atlanta, I'm Rabbi Rothschild.
And I'm Maggie Freeman.
This is Up and Vanished Week.
From the team that brought you Up and Vanished, Hunt and Fall Week podcast that brings you a weekly dose of true crime cases. Join me as I talk through cases with special guests and true crime experts.
There's got to be something at the heart of that evidence that they've got.
It's got to be DNA. Tune in as Hank and Z lays out the crime in true Up and Vanished style.
A late night knock at the door, a missing car, and a mysterious shadowy figure caught on camera.
Up and Vanished Weekly is available now. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Your Los Angeles Chargers return right here on KFI with another preseason clash, this time taking on the LA Rams at SoFi tomorrow. Catch the play-by-play action right here, pregame starting at 3 p.m. on KFI AM 640.
Hold up with Los Angeles Chargers football on KFI. KFI AM 640's late with Will Kelly. We're live in morning. I can't really continue to play name that movie called Classic. 4 Alamo Drafthouse Cinema DTLA passes for the theatrical debut of A Nightmare on Elm Street that promoted from August through September. And we're going to go back to the phones. We'll get the lines. We have one line open, so give us a call at 800-5201-KFI, 800-520-1534. We have one more line open. Let's go to Fernando in Lancaster. Fernando, how you doing, sir?
I'm good, man. How about you?
Having a really bad sneezing fit. My allergies are killing me. Other than that, I'm good.
Don't come to me, I'm not going to always keep it up.
Yeah, just if I clean the house and I'm sweeping, that'll keep me going. And honestly, pollen is usually though in like the April months or October, not in August, just having a bad day in that regard. But hopefully I'll survive. You can choose, Brando, any number 1, 2, 3, 6, 8, 9, or 10.
Let's go with number 9.
Here is number 9, and let's see if Mark can recognize this as well.
I'm working long hours now, 6 in the afternoon, 6 in the morning, sometimes even 8 in the morning, 6 days a week, sometimes 7 days a week. But the long hustle that keeps me real busy. I can take in 350 a week, sometimes even more, like without the meter. Oh yeah, it's about night. Forest Gump, buggers, squids, fairies, dopers, junkies. Sick, real. Someday a roadway will come and wash all the scum off the streets. I go all over. I take people to the Bronx, Brooklyn, I take them to Harlem. I don't care. Don't make no difference to me. It does to some people take the world. Don't make no difference to me.
Fernando in Lancaster, this is a classic movie, not to be confused with a cult classic. Do you know what it is?
I do. And you scared me there for a little bit. I'm like, oh my God. And then I got the voice. And then I got his occupation. Taxi driver.
Taxi driver.
Shepard, Albert Brooks. This is one movie. It's a classic, but I'm surprised that they haven't tried to do a remake and update it. I really want to, but I have obscene. Also, you got that great Bernard Herrmann soundtrack score. Yes, all of that. But Fernando's like taxi driver. Why don't you try harder next time?
I haven't seen the whole thing. I've seen clips, I've seen parts of the movie, and I haven't actually sat down and watched the whole thing. But his voice, as soon as he starts talking, you're like, hold on, all right, I know this is, and I keep pointing to that.
Well, you're pretty good because I don't think I would have been able to identify the movie from that scene if I had not seen the movie. I was afraid of what you were going to let play. Oh, no. I was very, very particular about scouring different scenes that were airable or I didn't have to do too much work in the editing. Oh, yeah.
And when this show first started, he sent me a shirt, and it made me look like that sausage. Did Koala ever show you a picture? I emailed it to him.
I don't think so, but I'll check it.
He sent me a medium.
Well, he probably sent you whatever we had because I think all of them were mediums, and so our number folks.
Large guy. They look funny on me.
Well, we should be doing a T-shirt run hopefully before Halloween for the Halloween soiree. So keep your ears open for that.
You got it.
Fernando, thank you for calling in. Thank you for being such a great contestant. And have a great weekend.
Love your show. Love you guys.
Be well, Fernando. And let's get in one more before we go to break. Let's talk to Cassidy in San Diego. Cassidy, good evening. How are you?
I'm fantastic. Well, how are you?
I'm just sneezing my head off right now. But other than that, I'm great.
I know. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. It happens every like 6 months or so. But I will survive. You can choose numbers 1, 2, and 3, 6, 8, or 10.
We're going to go with 10.
Here we go.
How about food?
Yes, that would be really good. I don't believe them, for what's funny if they cook them? Because they used to call for the legs. Because I don't have much. I'm sorry. I think it's not that way. What you got over there? All right, hold it there. We can talk. Nice rod of that. Nice rod.
Not for sale.
Cassidy in San Diego. Do you have any idea or do you need some help?
I chose so poorly. I have no clue.
Okay,
I do need some help.
All right, here are your hints. It's one of the worst movies ever made. It was god awful. And it stars Kevin Costner. That might give it away.
Waterworld?
Yes!
Are you kidding?
No, I'm not. The answer. Oh my goodness. Is that fair, Mark? Is it one of the worst movies ever made? I gotta admit, I've never suffered through water. Oh, you're not missing a damn thing. I have no intention of doing it either. In fact, I was going to name that movie called Classic, the worst of edition, and Waterworld was going to be one of them, but I can find 10 others that are just as horrible. I mean, even at the time when we saw the trailers, it was an obvious thing. I mean, and they spent a lot of money, and it wasn't like it was a bad cast, it was just bad everywhere else. You had Kevin Costner, Dennis Hopper,
Good job, man.
But you guessed it. Your winner.
Bullshit.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I wanted to read it. Hey, I got
decided that the moment was right to strike a peace deal. He was worried that if he didn't make a deal with Arafat when Arafat was weaker, then he would have to convince all kinds of other movements, such as Hamas and so on. So under the leadership of President Clinton, they signed an Oslo Accord. And this was kind of like a big step forward in what the Israelis and the Americans called the roadmap to a two-state solution. And it was supposed to be kind of like the creation of both a safe Israeli state, like within safe, secure borders, and an incipient Palestinian state that, with acts of confidence, would eventually become a full-fledged state. That was the idea. That's not believed, but these four days was also assassinated, just by
WMod, thank you. I would just get it out before it's started.
Called the Palestinian Authority, which had some powers of statehood, kind of like a technical level, but it was ultimately supervised by the
God damn, it's every night with that motherfucker. So weird.
Huh? Like a robot again.
Kudos. Oh, you did for a second. What did you say?
You sounded like a robot again. You broke up again, okay?
As obstacles to an eventual land-based peace, and so it ended in a stalemate. Here's a picture of Gaza in 2005. A rather different movement happened. Gaza is incredibly crowded, small but very successful Jewish population, living with tremendous amount of security, like enforced security by the Israel Defense Forces within an overwhelmingly Arab population. But by the initial decades of the 21st century, Ariel Sharon, who was the prime minister at the time, felt that it was not practical to try and support this small Jewish population, this Israeli population within the Gaza Strip, and he was worried about the changing demographics, which indicated a much higher birth rate among Palestinians than Jews. And so he argued, and the polls just slightly supported, the slight majority of Israelis supported this, that it was time for Jews to simply leave Gaza, the so-called disengage, and essentially leave it to its own devices. So that's ultimately what happened. It was a tremendously heart-wrenching moment in Israeli history. There was huge protests against it. Populations like more secular Jews in Tel Aviv and in Haifa were very much in favor of it. But religious Jews tend to be oppositional to it, in particular, well, I don't know the details, but ultimately they did disengage, but it has not solved the solutions to Gaza. Still a tremendous amount of terror emanating from Gaza, a lot of rocket attacks on the surrounding areas. This just causes the Israelis to increase their blockade of Gaza and to lock it down and make sure they're not getting material, weapons, and so on. And it remains a hot spot in the region with no easy solutions in sight. So that's basically our status quo today. Now, to move to the current moment, I may take a couple of moments to go over 6 minutes, I'm sorry, but we do not have any great progress in the region, and the two-state solution, by and large, is not successful. But the latest iteration of this under President Trump, led by his son-in-law Jared Kushner, is this so-called vision for peace. We don't know exactly what will happen with this model, but it has, in my humble opinion, it seems very much like if you were to ask Israelis who are still in favor of the two-state solution, what would be your best deal? This would be it. In other words, it essentially favors the Jewish perspective of what a two-state solution would look like, without really consulting too many of the Palestinians who obviously rejected it. But there is certainly support in some regions of the Arab world for it. Many of the Arab countries surrounding Israel, who have now made peace with Israel, are fed up with the ongoing conflict and would like to put it to rest. So this this map includes the green areas, regions given to a kind of a stronger Palestinian authority, crisscrossed by Israeli access roads, still supervised by Israel, and military control is certainly from Israel. Some expansion of those regions in the south to the south of the Gaza Strip for industrial development, and some rather ingenious tunnels that connect Gaza to the West Bank. But at this moment, as I'm speaking, in 2020, it doesn't look like it's really going anywhere. But this is the current plan on the table from the current administration.
My brother, what are you waiting for?
What's he talking about?
Ain't no damn way. You get the fuck out of here, buddy. His rabbi, he's in the fucking Discord.
Well, yeah, because that's not his bot account. That's just his regular account.
Alright, well, he's fucking banned from the server now.
Oh.
Wow. What the fuck? He was over there, Rabbi Rothschild, just chilling in my damn Discord. Just in my waiting room, like, what the fuck? Brother, what are you?
Fault lines of this crisis. The first is that the idea that I mentioned earlier.
My name is Captain Chicken Head. I find the craziest motherfuckers on the internet.
Not have the same rights as other people. There are three main categories. There are.
We just played yesterday. You get the fuck out of here, buddy.
I was supposed to have a conversation with him on stream one time.
You get the hell out of here.
I just gotta go back to the guy.
Dude, this update hadn't came out like today. We just played yesterday.
Non-Israeli Arabs who primarily live in the West,
So just that was updated for me, but my computer was on all day, so. I mean, mine's on all day too. I wish it's supposed to update automatically. I don't know. I don't know.
None of mine update automatically. I don't know why.
Then you have a very important
Windows. I'm only on 52% download.
And the Haredim, the extreme religious, sometimes called ultra-Orthodox, Haredim, those who tremble at the word of God. And there are a lot of really important flashpoints in their conflict. Like here, you can see in the sign, it says in English, stop the oppression of the religious minority in Israel, and they're referring to the ultra-Orthodox because the religious minority is ironic. So in English, it's dilated.
So annoying. Watch, I'm gonna get you on it now too.
So there are certain things like, for example, have a long-standing, for the most part, not all of them, they have a long-standing opposition serving the IDF, which is a national word that represent. Why should it be that the youth of the Haredim are not exposed to the difficulty and danger?
Just finish the live, so let's go. Live.
The army is overwhelming with secular.
Right, bro. How do you even get in here? Like coughing, choking, making me fucking ban people. So annoying. Watch, I'm gonna get you on it now too.
More religious, less bus services, movie theaters, and beaches open on the Sabbath and before and things like that. Where the people want to say, hey, we're a secular state. Democratically. Why should we dictate to us our religious?
I don't know why it's a habit. I feel like I have to drink something, even if it's Wasser. Thank you, dude. I appreciate the hell out of you, and I'm sorry for inducing nightmares. I hope you have fun sleeping tonight. Don't think about SpongeBob SquareNuts. But yeah, I'm gonna hop off here. I'm so tired. I've been filming and on all day. So, maybe I might stream tomorrow. I don't know. That depends. If Megan's playing Tarkov, if Alex is playing whatever the fuck, Battlefield, or whatever fucking shit she does. But anyways, love you guys endlessly. Thank you for being here, and until next time, love you so much.
Feel that they suffer a tremendous amount of racism in Israel, and there's reason for that argument as well. So there's a lot of internal struggles between the equitable treatment of all populations in society that speak to this central divide. And Israel
really needs you all to drop those emotes.
All the time.
Drop those emotes. Ready? Let's go.
Let us conclude. I apologize once again for taking a little bit long, but maybe we can pop it up through the trivia. The fact that
taking your corpse away. I'm sorry, rip you guys so close, sir.
Similar story, threats. It thrives and it lives in the trees. It's one of the most dynamic places, really, on the face of the earth. Samuel Howman, very important American sociologist, argued in one of his books that, given the current realities of Jewish life in America in particular, and the diaspora writ large, it could be that the only future for Jews is really in Israel. And that's certainly something that there's a lot of thought for those of us who are living in the diaspora. Thank you very much for your attention and your continued engagement with this lecture. I hope you all stay safe during this COVID-19. Next week, we will conclude this series by looking at the 21st century. We'll go back to Samuel Howman's work.
All right, Joe, what you gonna order in?
Try to understand what
the stream. Yeah, I appreciate you, bro. I really do appreciate you, Joe.
Thank you very much.
We're just vibing, bro. Let me see. What you order? All right. He gonna fuck you up, bro.
You want to kill your own son? I'm scared.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're all doing well. Today is the final class in our series on Jewish history. And I'm really grateful that so many of you are here to listen on this. My goal for tonight was to try and focus on, 20th century developments. The majority of the talk was going to be about what has happened to American Jewry in the 21st century, and that's what we'll focus on tonight. A little bit more detail, perhaps, than I originally intended. And then I was going to look a little bit at Europe, a little bit at Eastern Europe, and finally at Israel, which we talked about a little bit last week. So, in reality, what we'll do tonight is we'll focus more closely on America, because that is where we currently have the largest proportion of world Jewry. Not a very significant majority. There's actually quite a few Jews living now in Israel and significant populations in Europe, even after the Holocaust. But that's really where most of my scholarly energies have gone in the 21st century. One last word of caution, in that I'm a historian, not a political scientist, and not a prophet. So I tend to get weaker as a scholar when I look at what's going to happen or what happened just recently, because historians like to have a lot of time to think about things in the past, to contemplate them, kind of like digest. So most of the 21st century materials we haven't had a chance to digest properly. Okay, so most of the data that we're going to speak about today comes from a very important survey that was conducted by a Pew Research Institute called A Portrait of Jewish Americans, and it was conducted at the beginning of the second decade of the 20th century. And it gives us, as the title implies, a very detailed portrait of what was going on in American Jews. Who were they? What are they like? What do they break down? And it's an incredibly detailed survey of what it looks like, a cross-section of American Jewry as a whole. And it has has a little bit of frightening information, and in fact, the American Jewish community has reacted to it, but has not really found solutions to some of the problems that are uncovered by the Pew Research Report. In many ways, the Pew Research Report confirmed a lot of earlier research that had been questioned. There were a lot of questions about earlier surveys that were done in the Jewish community, thinking that perhaps the method of surveying individuals was inappropriate, it was not accurate, it wasn't reflective of the American Jewish situation. The Pew Report of 2013 really put all of those concerns to rest and said, no, this is definitely the trend that American Jews have been following. However, even though a lot of those trends are essentially, to put in a word, self-destructive, that these trends are pushing Jews towards assimilation at an incredibly rapid rate, we have this saying in the Talmud, Ein Mazal Yisrael, which means there is no predestined future for the Jewish people, meaning their kismet, their fate, their destiny can change at a moment's notice with the right kind of attitude. No shift, or behavioral shift, everything seems like it go out the window. That's part of the reality of Jewish history, and it's very true. We see, for example, just look at the 20th century, which we left last week. We have clearly the worst massacre in Jewish history, the worst genocide, arguably, I think pretty fairly, in world history, with the Holocaust, and then 3 short years later, the Jews established their state in Israel, the first time in 9 years, a feat that had not been repeated by any other nation ever. The only thing that comes close is perhaps the rebirth of Poland after about 200 odd years, not even 200, but more like 150 years of disappearance. So the pendulum of Jewish history swings with tremendous rapidity, and we see phenomenal change in a very short period of time. So even though a lot of the picture in this particular research is dark, it's not necessarily confined. So let's have a look at some of the research that was discovered in this huge study. And a little bit, here we go. I originally delivered this lecture for a conference held by the Tickle Foundation. Okay, here is one of the figures that the Pew study confirms. American Jews are getting less religious. Okay? Less likely to be religious every successive generation. Looking at this chart here, you see that the greatest generation, right? These are essentially the Jews who participated in World War II. They are about 93% by religion in 2013. If you meet one of those great generation Jews and you ask them, what's your religion? They will say, I'm Jewish. Only 7% will say no. The silent generation that follows them is the father's generation who grew up as a child in the Depression, which is a little too young to participate in World War II. Not a much of a change. 86%, slight decline. The boomers, I myself am a late boomer. I was born at the very end of the boomer period. 81%. So a significant step down. By the time you get to millennials, a millennial who was born to Jewish parents after 1980 is only 68% likely to declare themselves Jewish by religion. Significant decline overall. By the way, the numbers from 2020 are very similar. A recent study of people's religion. This is actually this week. It appeared in the New York Times, I believe, on Friday, if I'm not mistaken. They conducted a survey asking, how has the COVID-19 crisis affected your faith? Has it made you more religious, less religious, right? So a lot of the numbers are like in the 20s and 30s, but when it comes to Jews, only 7% of Jews say it's made them more religious, which is exactly the same number as non-believers. So I think if you like this, you're probably the same people. But 7% of Jews, only 7%, the smallest number by far, are willing to state that the current crisis has made them more religious. So Jews in America enter the parting tradition of religion in a very significant way. We'll see there's some qualifiers to that as well. Now, if we jump ahead over here, this is one of the most significant factors related to the decline in Jewish affiliation over the last century. You can see that marriages that took place before 1970, only about 17% of them involved in non-Jewish spouse. Still a very significant number. If you go back to see where Germany was hovering around 30% or so. So you can see that marriages occurring in every year thereafter, there's a significant increase in the prevalence of intermarriage. So a marriage that involves a Jew is more likely than not to involve intermarriage.
Good job.
And that's a trend that apparently has continued right up till our present time. The reason why the Pew study was so significant is because the study that was conducted at the turn of the 21st century indicated that a slight majority of Jews, 55% were marrying non-Jews, and that was considered scandalous, more than half. But in fact, it is a verifiable fact that we can see very clearly. This is the trend of American Jewry, and there's a lot of consequences of this. As we see, for example, when you look at children, the children, widely cited statistics, only about 1/4 of children raised in a home with one non-Jewish parent. By the way, all these figures about marrying non-Jews do not include people who convert in any of the denominations. These surveys are conducted basically asking the person, are you Jewish? And they would say yes or no. And they would say, were you born Jewish? If they say yes or no, they might ask more questions. But in terms of the intermarriage question, if both partners say they are Jewish, then that's all that the survey is looking at. In terms of Jewish law, halakha, obviously there's a much more significant debate, particularly with regard to children, if the mother was converted, because traditional Orthodox Judaism is matrilineal. The Reform movement adopted a patrilineal formula in 1983 with a different definition, meaning it follows through the father, but I'm getting off on that. Perhaps this is a phenomenon related to the greater acceptance of intermarriage, particularly in the conservative form of Reconstruction community. But this remains to see exactly how this will play out long term over the Jewish demographic. In terms of fertility, this is related very much to the question of intermarriage, because obviously if Jews have more children, they have a better chance of surviving in terms of demographics to another generation. And one of the worrisome aspects of Jewish survival in America in particular is that American Jews are remarkably infertile in comparison to non-Jews. Looking at the general Jewish population, U.S. population, it's 2.2 children per female, per mother, whereas the net Jewish number is below that, 1.9. You have to have 2 for replacement crowd, right? To keep the population, you have to have at least 2 children, and obviously 3 would grow the population theoretically. Now, and that is related very much to religion. Jews who declare themselves Jewish by religion are a slightly higher number, 2.1 children, whereas Jews who claim to have
I don't give a fuck. Honestly, I'm not even being angry. I thought he was gay. Okay.
I mean, he is. You don't fuck. This guy's fucking gay. And here's how I know. I would if I was up there. If I was him, bro, I'm gonna be fucking dudes.
There's nothing else to do with that.
Yeah. You're a hero. I mean, I wouldn't be a bottom, but bro, yeah, you tried it once. I'm on a yacht.
He's at a party with the eyes wide shut.
I'm on a ding, 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 ding.
This is funny. This is funny.
Oh, I did see this. First call, first female umpire in history.
Just set that back.
Ow!
History in the making.
It was so far outside. I mean, look, that happens, but that's bad.
They're talking about getting rid of the umpires, though.
Yeah.
No, they're not. No, they're not gonna let them.
I know, because
Historic call that they're putting that ball in the MLB.
Yeah.
Or the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
crazy if that batter didn't walk away and say something fucking super sexist when he got back in the dugout.
I want to ask you guys. I want to ask you guys a dad question. Married dad question. Did your wife, when the kids were young, did they ever talk to you through the kids? Meaning, like, they got the kid and they'll be like, Daddy needs to, Daddy needs to take the trash out right now. You know what I mean? You ever do that? Don't do that. I would lose my mind. Oh my God, she would lose her mind if I did. Rachel does that sometimes. Yeah, but she's doing it to a chick joke. No, he's also young enough. I always go, I hear you. But we had some friends come over, and they have a kid that's like a month and a half older than, they go, here, give my kids a note. Yeah. And I just saw how they interacted with each other, and I was just like, I don't do that. That's a recipe for disaster.
Have you ever been over a friend's house and you can tell they're not doing well? Like, I was over at a neighbor's house, and she's like, I'll just drive them. And he goes, no, I got it. Like, you want me to stay and make the chicken down? She goes, just trying to help.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
I'll see myself out.
Yeah. You know what it is? Okay, here's how you know a couple has problems. Because what are you going to allow to be shown in front of a stranger, in front of someone? Okay, so like, if you have an issue, you might be like, oh man, there's a level. But if your level in front of people is like, what? Then you know when no one's around.
It's Diddy. It's Diddy vibes. Yeah.
It was funny because I was watching my hands. We have those steps, those wolf stands on the steps totally. Like, I go, wash your hands together. And the other kid didn't want to wash his hands at all. And then the mom goes, I think Daddy needs to start washing hands with you. So you can. I'm like, I couldn't do that. I would get so much heat for that. If I did that, I'd be in a doghouse for 2 days.
No, never.
I like seeing other kids though, like around Wolf's age, so I can it's so weird that the grass is always greener. Because like Wolf's like very athletic in compared to this other kid. Like Wolf's running around and he can throw the ball. Nothing right. But then
you go, fuck yeah.
They were running, but then this other kid was just talking more than Wolf. Yeah. Lily comes on, the kid's like, Calvinist. And Wolf doesn't do that. He's like Brainiac. Wolf just, I don't know. But Wolf goes like, when he does sign language, so like when he doesn't want to, when he's this is all done. So he doesn't say it.
Yeah, he learned that from a baby though. But he did that when he was a baby, right, Eric?
No, he learned it from watching Miss Rachel and Miss Rachel shows. She does that stuff. How old is Wolf now? 18 months. We had this 18-month, 17. The other day, Billy, I get a FaceTime from my wife. It's Billy. He says, hi, Dada. He's 2.5. I'm like, when did this start happening? Hi, Dada. Wolf locks me on my phone for 10 minutes. Well, that's my favorite thing.
Yeah, fucking with the keypad.
No, this is what I like. Okay, I come in the room. And Rachel's like, wait a minute, but Daddy swallowed away. Credit cards everywhere. Oh, yeah. I said that to my wife. You better put my wallet away. I think you didn't see that. Why you let this happen? And I go, okay, you watch when he gets into your shit. What?
Derek, have you had it yet where your kid's playing and you can tell the kid's a problem? Like he's a bad kid? Have you ran into that yet?
No, but I have ran into him. I have. Wolf's got a lot of sass.
Yeah.
He's doing this now where you go, now give me an attitude. I go, hey, you got to come over here. He goes, just wait, bro. So I'm like, what?
It's a little personality.
Yeah, he's got
but it's weird. Like when I was just in San Antonio with T in Boston, we were like playing football and there's a ton of kids. And there's like 2 kids who were terrible athletes and just bad kids, like really bad. And at first I was going to step in and be like, don't play with them. But I was like, let them figure it out. And T came over. He's like, Dad, I'll just wait. Like that kid sucked at football. I was like, does he seem like a good kid? He's like, no. I was like, yeah.
I do think that the temperament, of like whatever the relationship is between them, I do see how that has an effect. Like Rachel's very much like the mom and dad affect. Yeah, let's breathe, and like she's very like she's very measured with him, you know. And so I might be like a reaction. So I've noticed it. Like if I just go, because sometimes I'm just like, you know, I'd be like, babe, what, you know, and then I see him, and he like I look at his face, and I go, oh, I can't do that. You know, so I just go. Now you have a lot of like, they're intelligent and stuff. Like, you just have to find different. But what I'm saying is, if you see a couple that's having issues, you see the kid is like acting a certain way, you go, oh.
You also don't want to be a helicopter parent either. Like, when I see bad kids, my instinct is like, T, come here. Keep you and your brother away from them. But I want them to figure it out. Like, I'm not always going to be there. Right. So it's tough to be like, fuck.
I know.
Figure it out, dude.
Like the other day, Billy was doing something, Calvin, and it was like annoying. And Calvin just goes like that. Billy falls down and he goes, and Calvin looks at me like, am I in trouble? And I'm like, I said to him, I was like, that's how he's gonna learn, bro. You gotta handle it, you know? Yeah, like it's just like dogs. You gotta get the alphas, gotta establish themselves. You know what I mean? So, Billy, he's just, I mean, Calvin's very thoughtful, but Billy's just as far. I mean,
I was gonna say, I feel like Billy's gonna be like the big little brother.
Yeah. Well, they're the same size already. Yeah, so the same way.
You know, so that's not gonna last for very long. You know?
No, but I mean, like, you know, Calvin just
It's gonna be like Chris Rock and Tony Rock.
Yeah, no.
But Eric, don't you want more than one kiddo? Aren't you afraid to have another?
Hell yeah.
You know, we fuck with that sex robot and do the real thing, big dog.
Well, you get the sex robot to pamper you.
The T-Rex is
you get the sex robot for the fluffing, and then you know, at the end you pull out yours and your wife.
While she's in the coffin.
Cut a hole in the body. That's tough.
Move your pussy up, I can't.
No, it's yeah, you know, I think that it's really, it's like I got home yesterday from Miami, and I saw my kids and they were just doing. It's so cool to see how excited they are. Like when you come home, like you're still young, but but once it turns into, you can see them say like, oh, Dad's back. He's actually back. He was gone, and now he's back. That shit is.
Do you FaceTime all the time?
All the time. Yeah.
Well, nothing's worse when they get old enough. Nothing's worse when they get old enough than they start having their own friends. Like every Saturday, Sunday, I go to a car show. And then this Sunday, I told Dean Boss, like, yo, you guys ready to go to the car show? And I'm like, we're going over our buddy's house. We're going to be there at 9. And Brendan in his car. Yeah, that's cool.
Oh, wow.
It's about myself.
It's about, it's funny with the oldest. That's funny. Huh? He's going to keep having more kids.
Because Wolf will grab the phone and just run. So all I see is him. He's like, you know, with the phone. But then he loves that red button. Chris, are you a Miami guy? Chris, you dig Miami?
I'll tell you what. It's fine to visit, but like, no, I'm not a Miami guy. I didn't even stay. I stayed in off Miami, but like
Brickell.
No, well, the club was in Doral, and bro, have you done the Miami Improv?
Which one?
The new one. It's like 5 years old.
Oh no, I haven't done that, bro. I did the other one. I did the other one, like the one that said.
Which one? Dania?
Yeah. They don't call it Dania anymore. They call it Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah.
As they should.
The Miami one is, bro. I was like, oh, this is gonna be rough. Miami sometimes you're gonna want to do other shit. Man, it was awesome. That club is awesome. Shout out to Melissa and Justin who run that club. But man, it is awesome.
Miami.
I was like, when am I coming back? I mean, that's it, right? Yeah, that's it. They all look the same. Yeah,
that's Chris on stage. That's cool. That's AI.
Yeah, well, whatever. That's what it looks like. Yeah, but that's not real audience. No, I think it's just what do you call it? The filter.
Was Kevin there? Is Kevin with that white girl?
Oh, there I am. was fantastic, dude. I love it. But you know, it's like raining for fucking 20 minutes so hard that I'm crazy. Like it rains for 20 minutes very hard and then it's hot. And then, no, this is Miami, you live in Florida.
Oh, Chris, was everyone late? Everyone Miami comes late.
Yep.
Was everyone late?
Yep.
Everything's super late.
Go to Sam Tripoli's, what he posted about, I reposted on my story, but what's her name? The actress, comedian, the fat, Amy Schumer.
Let's look at some of the
Amy Schumer.
Samuel Howell.
What happened to Amy Schumer? She's still alive?
Yeah, she just meant to be in some kind of big surgery or something. She just came out with this.
Because the moms are the ones handling shit and communicating. Like, imagine if your dad, 1 year, was in charge of planning your birthday party. No, okay? And I think this is, and men are in charge of the world. It's the world.
It is a blessing for you to be able to stay home and plan a birthday party. You know how lucky it is that you can be a stay-at-home mom and plan a birthday party while your husband has some job where he can get wrecked and he prays that an AI or some Indian doesn't come on an H-1B visa and fucking takes his job. You don't think I could plan a fucking party? I can't because I'm working all the time.
The guy's so funny.
Amy Schumer just kind of went away, huh? She just kind of ate her feelings and then she disappeared.
Just like,
she just went to call her daddy.
Right, yeah, no, she has a thing out now, right? Like some show or something. I don't even know.
Another movie that's gonna bomb. She's such a fucking lame ass. She used to be a beast. She used to be great.
What? Stand up? Oh yeah, I guess on the roast and stuff.
No, on the roast she was good, and then on what is it, Kevin? The fucking the big LA morning show. Rogan was on there. Ari, all the boys.
Oh, I don't know about it. But I don't know. I mean, it's just like, stop saying this. I mean, the women hating men era, dude. It's like, bro. It's like, whatever. It's like, what are we talking about? Well, like, dude, all right, you know.
Well, that's because Amy doesn't date a real dude. Like, if my wife went to podcast and talked like that, bitch, what? Well, no, she's gonna come home and say, like, you're so right, sweetie. You want me to make you some fucking tortillas or whatever the fuck he does? He's a chef. He's some cut. Some soft cut.
Oh, I don't know who she's married to, but
he's super soft. Look him up. He's soft. That's what she has to date. That's what she
gets soft sometimes. But it's just like whatever she's selling is just it's bullshit. That's what she's saying. And I get it. They might have just been talking, and this is one of the problems with podcasting. Is just like it's like it just like they cut that together, and it's just like. All right, I'm sure they call her daddy. Like they call her daddy woman. Wasn't it Alex? She was like, "It's terrifying men around the world." But that's something that somebody might just say offshoot, But this is what Amy Schumer's always saying. Yeah, it's like,
nah. When she was coming up, she wasn't like this. Remember, she got her started talking about sucking dick.
Well, that's the other thing.
It's like and doing all this slutty shit. And then all of a sudden she's like,
"It's like, are you for real?"
And all of a sudden she's in her ivory tower.
It's like she's
when you're out on Callan.
These female comics, it's like some of them, they were a guy's girl, and then they turn into women's rights, and now they're right wing. It's like, bro, you're nobody. You're just. They go where exactly. You just want to make money. You want to be liked. That's not. Fuck all that shit. You're not. It's like you're not. To me, it's like they say comedians need to have a point of view. What's it matter if it keeps changing? I understand people grow and grow out of certain things, but like, bro, if you're just gonna go with whatever's fashionable, go. You're not.
Steve Byrne is going in on Howard Stern a lot.
Really?
Yeah. Is he? I love
Instagram and stuff because he's like he's talking about how Howard Stern went full lefty. Because he would have got canceled.
Same with Jimmy Kimmel.
But they said that's not why they didn't get canceled. They didn't get canceled because it's like it just happens to whoever it happens to. But they're if you go that far over to that side, you're a pussy. You're a weak pussy. I understand it. It's fashionable right now. I guess I don't know to be like, fucking. A little bit more right wing, but it's just like
massive population, moderately affiliated.
Dude, those people who were being in 2020 to, or I guess before that, to 2024 woke, and you guys are. You're horrible. Like we're gonna look back. We're looking. We already.
They're all fucked, Chris. They're all fucked. They're losing their jobs and they can't make a living. Right? They made a deal with the devil. Now they don't have a fan base.
It's just like
soft anyways.
Yeah, I don't soft is rubbing me the wrong way, but yeah, I understand.
Why soft? That's what they are.
I get it because it implies that. I guess to me it implies that men are these hard, non-feeling types, and that I understand what you're saying. That word.
Yeah,
I understand what you're saying.
I hear you.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. Well, I don't like when people talk about fascism. Yeah, and you're rich. Now you get to say whatever you want. Fascism's never touched you. Like, I've been to other countries where I did a tour in the Middle East where they tell you straight up, you may not talk about religion, politics, and you certainly can't talk about the leader of the country. Like, there's other places where fascism actually exists.
Right, you're done. Yeah, like you're gonna get jailed or like to call. It just you can't to say like that's what I'm saying. Like you can't just say Trump is a fascist. To say like he's like no, you don't go to jail if you say something bad about him. You have maybe companies will be like, oh, I don't know if I want to fuck with that person. That's just how the world works. Yeah. That has nothing to do with fucking fascism.
Fascism.
Yeah.
So shut up. It's great.
Steve Burns' tweet was great. He's 100% spot on with that.
Well, sure, yeah. It's like, and the other thing, but you could argue people grow, people change. Okay, I understand, but usually by the way, they usually change the other way. When you grow up, you become more right wing. Not fucking. But yeah, these guys are all scared shitless. And I don't know. I don't know Howard Stern. I don't know him enough. I don't know his stuff enough. But I know obviously he had the Man Show where you jiggle your titties. He
did come from a different era.
I know. But so by the way, if that's okay, if you come from a different era and we're gonna forgive that, then okay. But we're not obviously at that point. Money becomes a thing, man. Yeah. Great. I hate sending headlines like this. Or Howard Stern reportedly can't stand fellow Sirius XM who's saying this.
And why do we need to know?
Yeah, that for sure. But then also, somebody said this. Somebody said this. Well, that doesn't mean anything.
This is on whoever this is that wrote this article.
Yeah, no, I know. Whoever wrote
Audrey Rock.
It's
working though. They want clicks and we're covering it.
It's PR by Sirius. They're like, make him look bitter, like prop her up. She's their star.
But people don't realize that. And they go,
but I also believe that he probably hates her because he's like the most bitter person in the world.
Well, I don't know. Yeah,
and he hates competition, which she's a crush on.
But you're 672.
Yeah, you had your time. There was a time when he was the biggest thing ever.
That's so weird. That's so weird. That's so weird when that happened.
Christopher's coming to Texas.
It was FM Rogan. Oh, Brendan, I'm actually going to be in Austin on Sunday. Is it Sunday? Yeah, Sunday.
I'll be in Salt
For how long?
Just Sunday. I leave the next day. I come home Monday.
What are you doing here?
I'm because Matt's shooting his special in Austin, so I'm going to go here. Yeah. In September. Cool. So I'm going to do a tech scout at the theater.
All right.
You know what bothers me is that some people think Matt Rife is a crowd work comic. And I get he puts those clips out, but he has material.
Yeah, he does an hour of material.
So it's like, it's so annoying. I guess I get, it's so annoying when people say he doesn't have material. That bothers the shit out of me.
Very well. It bothers me to the point.
Yeah, but those aren't fans, because if you go to a show, you would know.
Yeah. This is crazy. All right. So tonight, this comes out this Thursday. Well, you guys missed me at the stand. But tomorrow, I'm going to be at Room 808 in D.C. Room 808 in D.C. is a small little club that it will sell out, so you got to get your ticket if you want to come see me. Let's go. Room 808. And go to Chrisdale.com.
What's up, guys? I'm giving away the Ram TRX. We're over 15,000.
I think the future of movies is the $200 million budget is gone.
Well, yeah, no, I understand because it makes too much money. Yeah.
No. I'm saying the budget is like,
I know. Well,
now
it could be $10.
Yeah.
iPhones are going to be 14 cents. We're going to have a basic universal income. You guys are out of your element.
What are you talking about?
Friends that laugh, we're friends that shout. Sometimes we don't know what we're talking about, but that won't stop us. Nothing can stop us. So show you use the love, just rebrand it enough. It's stronger, better, bigger power, cause it is the golden hour. It's the golden hour.
I'm so tired right now. Why? What happened? I don't know,
Hey,
man.
from what? Doing nothing?
This guy. Nothing. I was on 9.
Well, you know what I'm saying? Like, Brian was tired yesterday. I go, really? From what?
Well, he travels a lot. He does a lot of shows. I was in Miami doing shows, and now I got up with the kids. I wake up and I'm here. You know what I mean? I've got a lot of shit to do.
But dude, I had a doctor's appointment. Wolf had a doctor's appointment this morning. You know, so we had to get there like 8:30 a.m. You know, and then this was crazy. I had to do an update of my car. You know, so I'm sitting in the parking lot and I go, you know what? Let me just update it while we're going to this doctor's appointment. It almost had to drive me here.
You've already done this before.
I know, but it was like, I thought, it usually takes like 2 people. We had an hour.
Should have known.
The shit just barely finished. So, you know.
Hey, what are those, Kevin, what are those on your feet? Yeah, I've seen them do it, and I saw them on a guy's feet, and I go, those are unreal. And I took a picture because I wanted to get them, and then Kevin has them, and now I'm fully.
Let me see for the camera. Hold that big one up to the camera.
Yeah, those are so awesome.
I'll tell you if they're cool.
He's gonna show them. Okay, you gotta relax. He's taking them off. But I'm so pissed. These are so on feet. They're better, obviously. But like these are just.
What are those? Oh, those are the JC Walkers, Jesus Christ Walkers.
No. These are so.
Are they new? On the back?
They're not new, yeah, because I looked them up. And I thought that they were cows.
You can't wear those out like doing stuff.
Well, yeah, it's kind of a weird wear because like it's like if you actually find yourself having to do anything, you go, oh shit, I wore these. You know, if you're just chilling here,
I'm not even trying to hate. I saw 3 kids on Love on the Spectrum with us.
All I'm saying is this: if you're wearing those and you go to any public restroom, you're gonna be I'm on the splash zone.
Well, yeah, but that's not a splash zone. But that has any shoe like that, you'll see that. You'll get that. Any.
No, I know, but I don't think men realize when you're at a urinal how much pee gets on your feet.
I 100% realize. And I think about it all the time.
Yeah, I had sandals on one time, and I was like, oh my god! Like I tried to get how a 6-year-old like pees. They almost put their dick on the.
I was like, oh, I hit it now. How are we? I literally think like Like, how are we not? How are we all still alive? Yeah. Disgusting.
Yeah, and then now
We should all just piss.
then you look at your shoes,
It's just
and you're like, oh, this is just a disgusting mess over here. This is a petri dish of
It's disgusting.
Welcome.
It's disgusting. Hey, Chris. Does Calvin
What's up, Pimp?
Who's this Audi guy?
It's
Is he server muted?
It's a woman.
The bot?
No, she's a
Is
real.
that a bot? Is that
No.
what it is?
No, she's a real person. She's a real person.
Oh. I was saying that they were server muted, it looked like from outside.
They are server movement muted.
What'd they do?
Oh, sometimes they just start yelling and they can't control it. They have some issues. And when they do that, it can either annoy or scare off other people. So I just server mute them for a little while and they calm down. How was your day, Crime 69?
Overall, not too bad.
What'd you do? Tell me all about it.
Mostly just sat around the house and smoked weed when I wasn't fucking. It took me like 4 minutes to double my money and then lose it all back. I was telling myself I was gonna take out most of it and leave $20 to play with, but I couldn't help myself and I lost it. I like Keno a lot. Keno's been killing me. I need to get out of these bad habits. I haven't taken money out of the casino really in like 3 months. I'm just trying to focus on working towards a better mental for when I do gamble.
Okay. Do you do any sports
Most of that I've been working by Sorry?
Do you do any sports gambling?
I'd like to work towards that, but at the same time, I just kind of would like to get a gambling partner or something, or just something set up for myself. I just had a friend that was supposed to be my gambling partner, and they were gonna be my situational kind of person where I'm not chasing losses, so I could give them all my crypto, and then they'd give me a little bits back to gamble with here and there. And the goal was to just not gamble it all in one day, like I do.
Okay.
And we were doing good on that until he just stopped replying.
Yeah, so he just stole your wallet?
I realized that he took all the crypto out. Yeah. I realized he took all the crypto out. It's a constant issue, but it was only $500 rather than $5,000 or more.
I mean, come on, you got to be smarter than that, man.
Well, I gave him 6 months. I've known him for a long time. It's not like I fucking just met him. And he's loaned me money before.
Okay.
I don't know.
How much did he loan you?
You really just can't trust anybody. I even if my girlfriend, he only loaned me $40, but the point is that I know how scams work. I've been scammed over out of way more money. This is just the first time I've been scammed in a long time, and it was just it's fucked up because I have his phone number, I have his real name, and at one point I might have had his address, but his Instagram got deleted because he got reported, and so he's already got a new Instagram, but I fucking lost the message where I showed his fucking address.
All right, well, why don't you contact him via Instagram and be like, hey, dude, where's that money?
Oh, no, he's straight up, he just blocked me the night on his phone number. So I'm not really, there's no one, the only way to go get my money is to go fucking, rob his house and take his money. It's that's the only way that is, but, I'm not that kind of person. I'll let the universe run the fucking Like, I just need to work on finding a better solution for my fucking gambling habits overall. Like, because if I had this girlfriend that, like, she signed up for a stake without telling me, if I knew that she had signed up, I would have just sent it all to her wallet. Because, like, if she's going to steal my money, she's going to use it to buy herself a new car. I mean, not a new car, but to buy herself her car. And then, like, at least she would be doing something for herself. And, like, you know, but she's, like, not even likely to steal my money, though, is the problem. Like, I should have fucking been able to like, that line of communication should have been open, so I wasn't giving the fucking sketchy person the fucking money to hold on to. But, I don't know. I'm down like $20,000 or $30,000 on the casino, so it doesn't really matter overall for $500. But, like, it's still just like, I gotta move forward and figure out what I'm really gonna do. It's like about the next time I have a cash out from the casino and I want to figure out how to fucking keep it safe for myself. I'm still working towards figuring that part out. My roommate made me a nice sandwich and he paid me $120 that he owed me today.
All right, that's cool. So they're cool.
And I bought a keyboard for him, so then I can play Battlefield. It'll be a little more fun.
Are you gonna play Battlefield today?
Yeah, but I probably can't stream it because my computer's just not gonna fucking handle it. But I'm looking at getting a little cooling pad that should be able to help my computer run better. So then maybe I will be able to. Because my computer's not that bad. It just needs like a little bit of boost of like just to make sure it's running optimally. And that's just gonna help if it's cooled down adequately. They have these like fucking but they have these vacuum coolers that just like it's more than just a fan, it's like a vacuum, so it's sucking the air out of it. Because you have the normal laptop stands that are just like fans, but these ones have a little memory foam around the edge that seals that in.
That's why more Americans are choosing gold. Gold doesn't demand your attention. It doesn't crash overnight. And it doesn't care who's trending on Twitter. Noble Gold Investments has helped thousands of investors just like you. People who want both profit and peace of mind. Secure their future with real physical gold. There's a reason smart investors are going back to basics. Choosing the only asset trusted by civilizations for over 5,000 years. Gold offers.
Do you feel as if the cooling pad is really going to be the complete issue, or you'll need to do something else?
I need to get a better computer.
Yeah.
But it's going to bring it to the best of its capabilities.
There you go.
I mean, it was able to run GTA pretty smoothly and stream that. So.
Do you know how many days until Grand Theft Auto 6?
I thought you have the thing live.
Fuck yeah, 283 days, 1 hour, 17 minutes, 55 seconds.
Did you have any other locks on like remote jobs? Because I don't think that place was gonna. You said that it takes about a week to respond, but like I think it's been almost a week.
Did you take the test?
Yeah, I took the test. I sent you the picture that I did everything.
To what account?
It's the one that you talk on.
Oh no, that's not the one that you should send it in. No big deal. Just one moment. I mean, okay, so they just didn't respond?
Yeah, they haven't emailed me yet.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the best one, or the best way to find out is, I mean, let me just ask a little bit about your background. Do you have a degree in anything?
Oh, yeah, I'm pretty, like, so I do, like, mostly mechanic stuff and, like, laboring. I don't have a lot of, like, the intelligence and all that, what's it called, background. Like, I don't have anything that says I'm smart on paper.
Okay, that's all right. No big deal. Okay, so you want to work remotely. You don't want to work with your hands anymore. Is that correct?
I'm just looking for money in general. Like,
okay, so
I'm trying to work towards being able to create and being able to manage my time.
Certainly. Are you a member of the subreddit Remote Jobs?
No.
All right. Well, that's the first thing I do is join that subreddit, and then they have like a bunch of people who post things in there every day of different opportunities to be able to work remotely. Secondly, do you have a LinkedIn?
No.
Okay, so I'd create myself a LinkedIn. I'd create myself a ZipRecruiter profile. I'd create myself a Monster profile. I'd create myself a Career Builder profile. I'd create myself an Indeed profile, and I would start applying for remote jobs.
You think I could build off of my Indeed profile?
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of positions where you don't need, they're looking for like entry level people. A lot of times, what they'll do is they'll have like customer service, they'll send you a phone, and then you just answer calls all day.
No.
Do you have a Reddit account?
I need to sign in to Reddit. Do I need to sign in, or do I just look at it, right?
Yeah, I mean that's fine. So let's look. I'll look at it with you.
You said remote jobs or remote work? Which one do you think's better? Remote jobs looks more official.
Yeah, remote jobs has 300,000 people. Remote work has 200. They're both really big. So both of them, and then you would go through. Okay, yeah, I saw this guy. So I scraped 220,000 remote jobs. This guy who did this, he basically like built a bot to just scrape all the information on them. I would check through that. 5 work from home jobs in the USA. Position commerce assistant, part time, location United States. Pay range $19. Apply here. I would just apply there.
Let me join. Yeah, let me join on my computer real quick. Give me 2 seconds.
Take your time.
I can just take it through my computer. Oh, give me 1 sec.
Take your time.
That's not the mute for the stream that I was watching. Okay. So you mentioned this the guy that scraped.
Yeah.
What does this mean?
So I would read it.
So what did he say? Pro tips you can select. There's a whole ass project to help people find remote jobs.
Essentially.
Hiring Cafe is his website, essentially, is what I know. Made available here. So this does all the work we were talking about for me, pretty much.
Well, I don't know.
All the work when it comes to figuring out what I want to do remotely.
I don't know about that. I mean, just read it. What does it say?
It just shows me like tons of different like opportunities, and I can like because I'm on hiring.cafe, and like you can like um, filter it. Oh, these are filtered through. Okay, so it seems like this hiring cafe is its separate, like not his website, but
I think he made it.
Yeah, I couldn't figure out what's going on if we were just filtering just for remote jobs or what's going on for sure.
Yeah, so so there
experience. There we go.
So there are 220,000 jobs there. One of which I'm sure for which you qualify.
Yeah, because I just did updated search. I think this is updated. Yeah, entry level and remote jobs, there's still like 40,000.
Perfect.
What do you think is more important? Going for something that feels natural and that like becomes something that's easy to talk about, or to like do the work for, or do you think pay? Like, because I feel like if you go for what like you will master faster, like what kind of just comes naturally, I feel like the pay won't matter because the pay will come. But maybe going for the pay might be a move.
It depends what position you're in. If I were you, I would just go for a job. I wouldn't worry too much about pay. And then I'd get a better job and a better job and a better job. And just keep getting better jobs until you're comfortable.
The only place I'm going to be comfortable is owning my own prosperous business.
All right. Well, you need money to be able to do that.
I know. Let's see. Forgot to dumb down the education too. Hey, then we still have 23,000.
If you're around in here, you melted in with the independent speech in 1965. Independent speech was up in Fremont in 58. They were quite that. They did it right. That place is a really great place to get to transformation. And he started writing songs. He started thinking about time. And decided that rock music was a way for him to express, the disconnection that he had, together God, together the world. He brought the world to primitive. It's nothing actually. So just like that, she belongs to hell. Completely transformed himself. And sometimes the living individual, but it's all about everything that people think that are very, very
Think of it now.
Well, I had that fateful meeting on the beach with Ray Manzarek, who's the keyboardist for the Doors. Did Manzarek appreciate or meet Jim Morrison at that same level? The same, was he as well read? Did he have the same interests, let's say, in the occult that Jim Morrison had?
Yeah, Ray Manzarek was every bit as open-minded with all the spiritual support, and actually he could bring more when Morrison told him that he was going to move to New York after the Ray Manzarek passed. He really loved Morrison's mind. His response to everything that they were learning about his life. Ray Manzarek was getting his master's in film art at the time, as Jim was getting his bachelor's. I have to say that in the film, it had him dropping out and getting the action get hit congratulations. So they met on the beach and 2 months later, and Ray Manzarek like, I'd like to move to New York. But now I stayed here instead. Ray Manzarek noticed the dramatic change in his physical appearance, that he should completely change. Like the chubby Jim Morrison video when he's gone, with the short hair that his parents that would take crew cuts all the time, all that's gone. And he was Ray Manzarek was amazed. And he sang him Moonlight Drive. And he thought that was a fantastic song, and he really felt that Jim Morrison had it to be a really amazing and unique rock star. And if it wasn't for Ray Manzarek, none of that would happen. Ray Manzarek was the big key for helping Jim Morrison come to the world. The beat poet Michael McCoy, it was great that Jim Morrison met him. When the Doors were in London, Michael McCoy discovered Jim Morrison's poetry. It was very, very helpful.
We'll be back to Venice Beach I just want to get back to Venice Beach for we're approaching the top of the hour. We'll have to leave this till after the break, but a place in Venice Beach called Olivia.
Is Samira?
There's
Oh.
hanging up there.
Is Samira
recruiting agency for Jim becoming a rock star with a bit of a magical twist. Why don't we just tease that as we head into the break? What was Olivia's place?
Well, it was a soul food restaurant that Jim Morrison loved to go to. Somebody really lovely lady named Olivia, like Jim, and you could get hot food there very cheap. Didn't have any money. Stay there for long hours. Writing songs, writing poetry, writing observations, really opening up his mind.
Is that where the song Soul Kitchen came from?
Yeah, that's Soul Kitchen is based on Olivia's place. There's a film with Chris Christopherson and Gene Hackman. I forget the name of the film. It came out in 1971, and you can actually see Olivia's place in the film.
Well, okay, listen, all I got to take a time out. We're heading into the top of the hour, so let's move into the break with The Doors once again and Touch Me. This is inspired by a blackjack term, and the track's lush orchestration clashed with Morrison's raw edge. It is recorded in a boozy haze. It's the band's slickest hit yet, and Jim's voice dripping with defiance. Touch Me, The Doors, right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Holy fuck. I'm regretting coming in here.
Why?
You gave me to do stuff that's good for myself.
All right, good.
It's a whole fucking can of worms that I wasn't ready for. I'm gonna put it off a little bit though.
You're good at that, aren't you? You're really good at procrastinating.
What?
You're really good at procrastinating.
Yeah, so much that I still didn't hear what you said.
You're really good at procrastinating.
I mean, I heard you the first time, but I didn't. You know, like I didn't audibly hear you, but I heard you through the universe of understanding. Like you really did cut out. I promise.
I know.
The second time you did.
Okay.
Play a little Battlefield. Hey, I wouldn't be procrastinating if it was absolutely my fault that I'm in this situation. I'm only in this situation because I live with people that can't respect that I have a door. And that if I say it's too early, you shouldn't be waking me up the next day. At the same time. It's been going on for a week. Now my door just has a bunch of pieces of cardboard over it saying, "Do not disturb."
Teaching music is my passion. My active psoriatic arthritis.
Unless you're here to talk about money.
I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin in 4 months.
Or if you are an adult.
You play any first-person shooters?
Skyrizi helps you move with less
I've played Fortnite, Call of Duty, maybe online, or like mobile. What else? Grand Theft Auto, not really a first-person shooter, but it can be. It's probably my favorite. Counter-Strike. And then like old school stuff, like GoldenEye and stuff.
We're starting up the fucking
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Los Angeles, 2021. A friendly neighbor appears out of
fucking
nowhere.
mouse is internet.
All my dreams come true.
Let's not forget that David Bloom was a professional con artist, so you didn't stand a chance.
But I figured this grifter out before he realized it, and I'd start recording every lie.
We're selling it twice a quarter next Monday. And then 10 days later, you'll have a wire transfer check.
Getting a con artist to pay for their crimes isn't easy. But I'm not going to stop until I bring this con man to justice. I'm Caroline DeMore. Listen as I take down my scammer on Once Upon a Con, starting February 12th on the iHeartRadio app.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
There are verities in this great land. You hold a certain confidence that some places are safe from chaos and violence.
Never in a million years would you think that you'd see your parents' house ticked off, the farm ticked off by that yellow tape.
It was a very brutal currency, one of the worst I've ever seen. Be careful what myths you choose to rely on. I'm Keith Morris, and this is Murder in the Moonlight, an all-new podcast from Dateline. You can listen to all episodes now completely free.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Hello, everyone. It's Billy Corgan here, and welcome to my new show, The Magnificent Others. I can't afford a guy now, so I don't know how I can get the original anybody. So let's get real. The Magnificent Others is a long-form show where we explore with great artists, musicians, anybody I truly admire. We want to hear fresh stories. We want to hear fresh perspectives. We want to understand the times from their individuated perspective. The most creative, magical thing I can know. Element of that. Now we're on the Today Show. We got these big moments. You're definitely cracking the zeitgeist. Right, but am I going to get away with it? Join me on The Magnificent Others. A very curious, one-of-a-kind exploration of these great minds.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. Lisa Sky, hey, love.
Oh no.
I want to do something that really.
What's wrong, Pimp?
I love creating community, connecting people.
She was excited about her new job.
Day one, literally 8 a.m., I have an email that says, "Good morning. Let's create the largest networking community on the planet."
Lisa's new boss was a 6'5" entrepreneur from Israel named Adam Newman, and he had a brand new startup called WeWork.
I remember thinking, all right, I'm about to be on a ride.
Why is this a better idea for millennials than working at home or buying homes?
We like to say this is for the new generations, not limited by age or gender.
He said that they were elevating the consciousness of people on the planet.
It was a $1 billion idea. Giant WeWork is amongst the most valuable startups in the world. Downtown Vancouver.
Here they should be. Look what I have for you.
From wondering, the makers of Dr. Net and Business Words comes a new series, We Crashed.
It's supposed to be breathing in my ear. Or it sounds like he's taking a nap.
And quite frankly, it just all sounded, too say now. That was just too good to be true.
Or what's that?
Oh my physical.
I'm David Brown, the host of Business Wars. We Crashed.
It's fucking muted, but we still making noise.
Follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
If you've been impacted by the Southern California wildfires this year, you don't have to recover alone. Join us for the Ashes to Answers, a wildfire expert panel event, August 21st and 23rd at the West in Pasadena. The event is free and hosted by the Rise Relief Project. We support those impacted by the wildfires with supplies, resources, and emotional care.
What the hell? It sounds like he's snoring. That's funny. I'm sorry, but
It sounds like
there's so many glitches in this data. This one though.
it sounds like who is snoring?
Oh wait, he's in this chat?
What are you talking about?
No, that was no. I had someone in my game. I'm playing Battlefield.
I gotcha. Okay.
I muted him in the game, but it still didn't mute him. I don't know why.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule admittance at vaccinations.com. Sponsored by Pfizer. Hear that? That's Mike sleeping soundly on a Sunday. That's because Mike was smart this time. He took Sequel Ultra to fall asleep fast and stay asleep longer, deeply restorative sleeping needs. So now he wakes up refreshed and ready to conquer Mondays. Let's do this Monday. Sequel Ultra. Not for colds, just for sleep. Really great sleep. Uses directly out of reach of children. KFI AM 640.
it. It's like Battlefield 3. Like, they really don't gotta change much.
This is Coast to Coast AM. Now, here's your guest host, Richard Serrett.
Sitting in for George Norrie, welcome back. The Doors, Roadhouse Blues, Morrison's love for dive bars fueled this gritty anthem, featuring John Sebastian of beloved Spoonful fame on uncredited harmonica. A self-styled cryptozoologist claims he's found the ultimate prize, a dead Bigfoot, and will debut it at the New York State Fair later this month. Charles Snake Stewart says he's discovered a remarkably intact body in the Adirondacks last October, hailing it as one of the most monumental discoveries in history. Instead of presenting it to scientists, Stewart's charging $9.31 a ticket to see the alleged Sasquatch in a fairground sideshow. With photos already posted online, experts aren't impressed. Veteran Bigfoot hunter Steve Coles calls it a hoax, and BFRO founder Matt Moneymaker blasted it as a stunt. Snake says historic discovery. The experts say circus act. The verdict comes August 20th, and you can check it out. Check out the story in the carousel
It's gone right
on
back.
coasttocoastam.com. Ever feel like you're the only one geeking out over UFOs or swapping theories about cryptic conspiracies? Trust me, you are not alone. ParanormalDate.com isn't your average dating site. It's a vibrant hangout for folks just like you who live for the thrill of the unexplained. So picture this, a community of curious, authentic singles ready to dive into late-night chats about Bigfoot sightings or cosmic cover-ups, maybe even sparking a romance that's out of this world. Sign up for free, browse profiles, and connect with kindred spirits. Get your passion for the mysterious, whether you're piecing together paranormal puzzles or dreaming of stargazing with someone special. Your match is waiting to explore the universe's secrets with you. Hop over to ParanormalDate.com and kick off your cosmic adventure today. ParanormalDate.com, where the weird and wonderful find each other. All right, back to more of my conversation with Paul Miles, the author of Jim Morrison, Secret Teacher of the Occult, A Journey to the Other Side, right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Is the continued divide between the president and the Federal Reserve putting us behind the curve again? Can the Fed take the right action at the right time, or are we going to be looking at a potential economic slowdown? What does this mean for your savings? Consider diversifying with gold from the Birch Gold Group. For decades, gold has been viewed as a safe haven in times of economic stagnation, global uncertainty, and high inflation. And Birch Gold makes it incredibly easy for you to diversify some of your savings into gold. If you have an IRA or old 401k, you can convert that into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold, or just buy some gold and keep it yourself. First, get educated. Birch Gold will send you a free info kit on gold. Just text the word COAST to the number 989898. Again, text COAST to 989898. Consider diversifying a portion of your savings into gold. Not only the Fed can't stay ahead of the curve for the country, that means you can stay ahead for yourself. Mars Mission 1, the fictional book based on real-world facts, the future you hope never happened. Author Christopher B. Jones brings you Mars Mission 1, available on Amazon, bringing you real-world facts of what our world will look like if we
surface of Mars when a missile blows up a satellite, creating thousands of pieces of debris. That debris sailing along at thousands of miles per hour, destroying more satellites, creating more debris, causing a non-stop chain reaction. The dreaded Kessler effect has begun. All satellites are being destroyed by debris, all cell phones fail, all GPS fails, all power fails. Life on Earth as we understand it may never be the same. Mars Mission 1 surviving the Kessler effect. You do not
My
want
favorite thing about this game is how you can completely change the battlefield. New packs of C4.
It's a great book. Mars Mission 1 surviving the Kessler effect.
Fighting.
All Wild stays with us. We're talking about Jim Morrison, like you've never heard before. He's shaman. We were talking before the break all about Olivia's place in Venice Beach back in '65. What was such a game changer about that place for Jim becoming a rock star? Kind of a magical twist.
I think it had a lot to do that Olivia, the lady that ran the place, he got nothing but monthly, presents from her. It was performed that way. He did not have the best relationship, with his mother. The more than a household love, not being too great with that, almost the way it wants to be. And this is more known to marry a military man. She's not very hard. So divorce is something so difficult for them to get. Mother-son relationship was not the best. But with the kind of book that this is, and the kind of point Olivia, I think that was concrete in an utterly kind of way. And I think that's the place where he started to feel comfortable with his own being himself. That was the only restaurant. It was popular with a lot of artists, right? And speech at the time. And it was a place where Jim Morrison just really be himself to find the time, by the pool, by the beach, to write a notebook. And to spend all the time there being alone. And she enjoyed his lady presence. She'd always like to kick him out, at the end of the night. To be there always, most of the time. And that's what he talked about in
I had an occasion to speak with Alan Graham on a couple of occasions. Alan was married to Jim's sister, Ann Morrison. He told me he suspected that Jim Morrison was essentially born an alcoholic, that fetal alcohol syndrome. And that he drank from a very early age just to deal with the pain of, imagine being born an alcoholic. Because, back in those days, we didn't have the warnings about, necessarily drinking during pregnancy. And it was a naval home, and they had cocktail hour, every day. That's just the way it was back then. What are your thoughts about that? Do you think that's accurate?
Well, that might be. This is new to me, actually. This is the first time I've heard this. I would be surprised that his mother would be drinking, but she was, pregnant with 2 more. One lady wanted to that child is possible. But I think the average effect is clear. The only, in my research, the only thing that I've come across is that at the early time of Jim Morrison drinking, the alcohol
be back around. I hope you have a good night. Thanks for helping get started on that.
Absolutely, pimp. We'll get you what you need. Take care.
The strange theatrics, the intense theater, the wild stage shows. What was behind that? Was deliberately messing with people's heads?
Richard Martin really loved his French playwright animated in art style that theater school, and Artaud really wanted to be able to connect with the audience in a way that would shock the audience and the audience involved. And it's something that fascinated Jim Morrison. He learned about the professor at SMU, and then he incorporated that into his stage performance. It was shocking the audience. The audience members were locked out of more shows because truly they just confused, amazed, just terrified, excited, ecstatic. And this response was kind of generally the same. Or you're like, and they really love what they saw. They're going to be teaching me about it. They really need to know what they saw. Like, it's going to take time for them to process kind of performance that they didn't know to more. So the stage antics were with him. It's a shame when you see somebody who's actually achieving a process on stage. That's the decision. There's that. And then there's everything incorporated that you learn into the Artaud as well. We also read a book by 12,000 Power by Christopher Nicholas. And it's written in a case that life. You're a crowd of that's writing. So he incorporated what he heard and put out the power on stage performance. That is the Ryan that was so this is somebody who loves chaos. So they connect to a chaos reason in that that is found. Like those people felt that Jim Morrison was supposed to control an audience, when he was out of control. This is somebody with a diagnostic personality. With Jim Morrison was all about shooting shit. Title of CLI book that was translated into English and then or should it stay made. I think that's about shape. On search more read this book we came out of it or he was going to classes like probably past data going to some of his lectures that he gave to the book for and on search. So the stages were there's a lot of things that came from, but it was mostly he wanted to shock the audience, like wake up. I mean, you can't go to Majora's Mask if like conscious, but what Jim Morrison understood that he could do with his purpose, with his own natural stage gift, he shocked the audience that way out of that robotic state and wake them up and arrest them. That's what he was really, he had really given he did that like shamanic, type that he was on stage. This is just a marvelous personality on stage back then. What's remarkable is that prior previously that the person that the audience saw on stage, that was the same person on stage. There's no stage at all. Like that was your part. That he was in real life on stage as well. Mark thought that was amazing. Every Mark for generation of time. They have this big personality. The personality Jim Morrison, who he was on stage, it was in real life. Kind of scary.
That would be difficult to live with, I would imagine.
Yeah.
For the people around him, I think.
Yeah, being a band with Jim Morrison, well, here's a very important story that you should learn about. So Jim Morrison loves this book called The Outsider by Paul. That was first published in 1960. And the study of like the classic romantic outsider and very high highs, very low lows, high highs, so peak experience. Talking about people like, Van Gogh and Rothschild tells a story about one night in the volcano shared posts on his forum, and they were doing the best possible forum but he was in a very, very depressed state. And he saw everything was meaning. And they had to do this with just a few times. On this night, they spent hours with him, and he went for a walk with him. And then when he came back from the walk with Dawn, he was in a completely different place. The person that wanted to take his own life and disappeared. And he came back so there he was straight. Like he was very low load, just high. He experienced these. And he came back to that's your more romantic. Van Gogh was the same way as well. Within 1 year, he would be Ricky Starry Night. But and it was diagnosed that they like industry was on the rest. Jim Morrison has to express the same outlook on life in American comparative when he says like the pretending hell will be more horrible than now real. So he has the same kind of very intense roller coaster romantic personality. That call from the outsider. Like Van Gogh, he can mention people with personality. felt was important to be out on stage at a very special time in cultural history of life. Everybody was waking up and spiritual awakening, achieving cosmic consciousness going on. And we all spiritual perspective. They knew that you wanted was like a great chance to advance the doors of perception.
Right, Aldous Huxley. Yeah. Whose idea was that? Was that Jim Morrison? Was that Jim Morrison's idea to call them the Doors, or was it Manzarek?
That was Jim Morrison's idea. He addressed North who got that name from hopefully Blake that's what he wanted to call thing. At first they wanted to be like, that sounds like that's like a stud, like one sound, that's a big door, but he grew up on
Very quickly, Jim Morrison's girlfriend before Pamela Corson, Patricia Keneally. My understanding is she practiced witchcraft. Is that true?
Yeah. Jim Morrison's girlfriend, actually, we'll get that. Jim Morrison's girlfriend before Pamela was very wonderful.
Sorry, I got the music coming up. Apologies, Paul. I gotta jump in. We'll take a break and we'll pick up on that one when we come back. Love Me Two Times. Robbie Krieger's bluesy riff inspired by a sailor's lament about shore leave. Morrison's cheeky delivery hides a darker truth about fleeting love. This is a cut in just 2 takes. Love Me Two Times by The Doors, taking us into the break on Coast to Coast AM.
Streaming live only on Hulu. Weekend full of superstar performances. Keep listening for the next chance to win your way there. Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. Let's enjoy it all. Reservations at your favorite restaurant.
Thanks so much for waiting. Your table's ready.
Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed. Thanks. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
September 1979. Virginia's top prison band, Edge of Daybreak, is about to attempt the impossible, recording their debut album behind bars in just 5 hours. They were black artists serving extremely long felony sentences, each had grown up under segregation, only to get caught up in America's prison boom during their 20s. I'm Jamie Petrus, music and culture writer. For the past 5 years, I've been talking to the band's 3 surviving members, Jamal Jahan Newman, Neil Cade, and Harry Cupcake Cole. Put it this way, we were the band of the state penal system. They would come in and stand around the wall and sweat would pour off them just like it poured off of us, just to hear us play. They're out of prison now and in their 70s. Their past behind them. But they also have some unfinished business. And today we have a love. The schools have been falling up about another half. They never got that opportunity. But they never stopped dreaming either. Check it out. Listen to Soul Incarcerated on the iHeartRadio app. Check it out. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. We all love a good jailbreak, the elaborate schemes, the close calls, the moment when it all goes wrong,
Oh my God, the twists and turns.
and when things finally click into place.
Thank God we lived to tell the tale.
I'm out of the Augusta, and I've been lucky enough to do stuff like Broad City and Narcos and Roadhouse and so many commercials about that king. And now I'm starting a podcast because honestly, guys, I don't feel the space is crowded enough. Get ready for Greatest Escapes, a new comedy podcast about the wildest true escape stories in history.
Very few people know this story.
Each week I'll be sitting down with some of the most hilarious actors and writers and comedians. People like Ed Helms, and he climbed up and was just like, ah! Diane Guerrero,
She goes, you're on your own. You have to run.
and Joseph Gordon-Levitt. I love storytelling and I love you, so I can't wait. Together, we're going to puzzle our way through the most buck-wild true escape stories of all time. Like, what should you do? Maybe write a musical?
I would hide under the desk.
I'll tie a rope around the fish's neck and use it to, like, water ski across the road. So we'd love for you to come hang with us for some of the greatest escapes in history.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Listen now, AM.com. Riders on the storm. Riders on the storm. Into this house we're born. Into this world we're thrown. Like a dog without a bone and packed around. Riders on the storm. There's a killer on the road. His brain is squirming like a toad. Take a long holiday. Let your children play. If you give this man a ride, sweet family will die. Killer on the road. To talk to Richard Simmons, call the wild card line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Richard from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Richard Serrett.
Sitting in for George Norrie, welcome back. Riders on the Storm, built around Ray Manzarek's eerie electric piano mimicking rain. This jazzy noir was the Doors' last studio track. Its whispered vocals seem to echo Jim's fascination with death's quiet allure. A Chinese robotics startup claims it's on the verge of creating the world's first humanoid surrogate robot capable of carrying a pregnancy and giving birth like a real woman. Kaiwa Technology CEO Zhang Weifeng says the prototype features an artificial womb housed in a robotic abdomen where an embryo can grow in amniotic fluid and receive nutrients through an umbilical cord. The company has already had success with animal trials and expects to unveil the robot within a year at a price under $14,000. The announcement has ignited fierce debate, I guess so, over the ethics of building machines that can bear human life. You can read more of this, I'm going to call it disturbing story, in the news section on the coasttocoastam.com. I'll be back in the air chair tonight, Saturday night and Sunday morning on Coast, and in the first half, I'm joined by Forrest Moretti, a bold author who unveils Centropy, a
A hidden force tying life's threads from microbes to cosmic rhythms. He challenges modern medicine's war on germs, exposing how it fuels chronic diseases and societal decay in his book, The Germ in the Dairy Pail. The Germ in the Dairy Pail. Forrest reveals how germ theory vilified raw milk, once nature's perfect food, through scandals like swill milk, blaming the drink, not industrialization's filth, deadly outbreaks, from the necessity of kissing to the raw milk renaissance. Forrest's insights will, I think, upend your view of health. In the second half, Li Shai-Lemish has degrees in Chinese history and international relations, and he'll join me in hours 3 and 4 to expose the Chinese Communist Party's persecution of Falun Gong since 1999, including forced organ harvesting. He was arrested and beaten in Tiananmen Square. He's testified before Congress and documented Communist Chinese sabotage, and he hosts Shen Yun Voices in order to amplify survivors' stories. That's coming up tonight on Coast to Coast AM with yours truly, guest hosting. All right, we're opening up the phone lines and we'll take your questions and comments on Jim Morrison, the Lizard King, as shaman with author Paul Weil. That's coming up next on Coast to Coast AM.
Is the continued divide between the president and the Federal Reserve putting us behind the curve again? Can the Fed take the right action at the right time, or are we going to be looking at a potential economic slowdown? What does this mean for your savings? Consider diversifying gold from the Birch Gold Group. For decades, gold has been viewed as a safe haven in times of economic stagnation, global uncertainty, and high inflation. And Birch Gold makes it incredibly easy for you to diversify some of your savings into gold. If you have an IRA or old 401k, you can convert that into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold, or just buy some gold and keep it yourself. First, get educated. Birch Gold will send you a free info kit on gold. Just text the word COAST to the number 989898. Again, text COAST to 989898. Consider diversifying a portion of your savings into gold. That way, if the Fed can't stay ahead of the curve for the country, at least you can stay ahead for yourself.
Real people, real stories.
So I had an appointment with the surgeon, and he was telling me what all he was going to do, and it was just absolutely horrendous. I came home, I got about carnivora, and I called and canceled my surgery, and she said, "Are you going someplace else?" I said, "No, I'm taking care of it myself." She said, "Okay." And my problem on my skin went away. I have bruising that's all over my arms, 3 weeks after I was on the carnivore, I noticed, I'm looking at my arms, and I said, "Gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms, and I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening." I have to tell you, that has to be a carnivore.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's carnivore.com. Use coupon code George to get 15% off your order.
We are back with Paul Weil, the author of Jim Morrison's Secret Teacher of the Occult, Journey to the Other Side. Before the break, I was asking you all about Jim Morrison's one-time girlfriend, Patricia Keneally, later became a rock critic. She passed away last year, but she supposedly practiced witchcraft, and they were maybe even married in some sort of pagan Celtic ritual. But you wanted to go back before Patricia Keneally. I think this was Jim's first girlfriend, or perhaps his soulmate, his one true love. I think he met in junior college. Mary Werbelow.
Tell us about Jim Morrison. Tell us a bit about Jim Morrison. They're great company. I believe that they probably did together something very marriage. She didn't think Morrison was marriage. Jim said, "Look, like, I'll take care of my man." came. So then he asked the person on later the door. Patricia Keneally, yes, she was actually which they were married in what is called a not time grandma. The nature of their relationship, there's not too much that we can find out about it. So Patricia Keneally was another very spiritual person. Someone spiritual self, way to live that which you want. And I think she reawakened interest in her birth passion. But as a practical, not finding their money, that there's not too much to find about the sense about the relationship. But it was interesting.
All right, let's go to the phones. We're going to say hi to Mark in Arizona. Mark, good morning. Welcome to Coast. You're on the line with Paul Wild. Go ahead.
Fascinating show that I've heard about Morrissey. I got to hint. Were you aware that Morrissey had a book, the Fearless Chase Cemetery in Paris?
I'm sure that he had a book there.
A book over his head. There's a book that cemetery in Paris where he's buried.
There's a, yeah, lost in his head. Yes, yeah.
We went there and unseen somebody stole it.
Yeah, I remember reading about that. Did anybody able to locate it?
No, I'm sure probably somebody in Paris didn't like us going there, but amazing situation. I was wondering about Dunmore. Why was it that he would never get involved in that concert with Jim afterwards? I mean, not Robbie and Raymond there.
I think John Densmore towards the end was getting kind of set up with Jim Morrison, right? Figure. I think Jim Morrison drinking really alarmed John Densmore. I mean, from the very beginning, I think if John Densmore knew something, that then somebody had him. But he realized, like, Jim Morrison's genius, the songs he was great, and his argument that towards the end, John Densmore was bitter, becoming increasingly bitter about his relationship. The whole circuit was trying towards Paul. Like that, he felt that their new version of that.
I think Mark Ray also talking about projects after Jim Morrison died, and Ray Manzarek and Rodney Krieger got together, and I think he ended up suing them because they didn't want them using the name Doors. So they had to change their name, and they became like Riders on the Storm or something, Doors of the 21st Century. I think they toured a little bit as, I think that was maybe what Mark was referring to. Why didn't he get involved in later projects with Robbie and Ray after Jim died? And I think it may just have to do with that. He didn't think that they should be using the name Doors. It wasn't the Doors without Jim Morrison.
Yeah, the Doors were a band where their competition, the name they were in and out of court, that there's a lot of history between all the three of them. There's not much else to say other than if each of them have their own story to tell about the band, their time to support, learn a lot. I'm not particularly clear on why not necessarily there's Christian in the days before it did do another album called Other Voices. That was pretty much the end. It was kind of long way. It did argue about the worst day, which there's other deep issues that they argue about this, but
let time go. You was out of me, you told me die slow. I was going through the shits, I kept it down low. Tongue tied, tongue tied.
Come on, give me some help. Come on, please. Come on, give me some help.
Zoot, what up, pimp? How you living, big dog?
About a tick in public.
Did you slap yourself?
Yeah.
Okay. What did you do?
You want to know? You know what I said?
What'd you say, pimp?
I said in public I had a tick, and I said I didn't realize I was circumcised until I was 15 because I didn't look at other penises until I was 15. I said that in public.
Oh, you poor thing. Just what an embarrassing. What an embarrassing thing to just say. Yeah, but it's not though. What happened?
I just had a tick, and people looked at me weird, then I kept on looking.
Oh, Zoot. That's sad. That's okay. You'll get through it. Just one moment. And
Can you help me with something?
yeah, sure. What do you need?
Can you test my memory on like numbers? Remembering numbers?
Sure. Remember these numbers: 69, 69, 69, 69, 69, 69, 7. 69.
69, 69, 69, 7, 69, 69, 69, 7.
No, that's not correct.
Wasn't?
No, sir.
Here we go again.
Sure. 69, 69, 69, 8, 69, 69, 69, 69, 69, 3.
69, 69, 8.
Nope.
Sorry.
Nope.
Start again. 69, 69, 69, 8, 69, 69, 8, 69, 3.
No.
I suppose.
Yeah, okay, sort of. All right. Ready for another one?
Yeah.
288-5906 273.
Slow down. Slow down. Try again.
288-5906 219 273 0746.
Fuck that. Can we just do 6 numbers?
I mean, just about anybody can do 6 numbers, dude.
You do 6 numbers.
Okay. I mean, but that's not hard.
You just do it. Do 7. Do 7.
631
7.
574. 3.
631-5743.
Yeah, but like that's not a lot of numbers, dude.
Let's try 8.
8 numbers?
Yeah.
Three 1-2 646 78.
Sorry, can you start again?
312 646 78.
312 64478.
No, that's incorrect. It was 646 78.
Okay, start again.
Dude,
Try different numbers.
Dude, this isn't impressive.
Try again.
I'll do it one more time. I'll do 10 numbers.
Oh, okay.
474 273 0746.
374.
No, it's 474 273 0476.
Hold on. Okay.
Okay, I'll do it a different set. 404 273 0446.
474 0 3476.
That's incorrect.
Not even close.
Nope.
I can't remember 10 numbers.
All right, well, most people can't.
What's the best way to remember 10 numbers?
To just work on pattern recognition.
Most people can't recognize 10 numbers. Most people can recognize up to 6 numbers. The average is 6.
Okay.
The average is 6. Above average is 8. And then if you get to 10, that's superior. If you can get to 14, that is very superior.
All right, are you going to accept the invitation that you have, or are you just going to keep jerking yourself off raw?
I mean, I'm guessing you train to memorize numbers that long.
No. I just grew up during a time when landlines were a thing and nobody had cell phones, or very few people, and you definitely didn't have a contact list, so you just had to memorize these things. It was like something that they taught you in school. And also, people weren't so worried about like getting doxxed in their numbers and stuff like that. Like, everybody's telephone number was in the telephone book.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts.
That's because people rarely got calls.
No, they got calls all the time, dog. But they didn't get spam calls. And if they did, a lot of times they would talk to them.
Do you feel like people get when do you think the best era to grow up was?
I really like my era because I got to start things without any computers. It was innocent. You could ride your bike outside, not really worry about getting kidnapped or anything. And then I got to see the birth of computing, the birth of the internet, and then getting into Web 2, social media, and now into Web 3.
AI.
Word.
What's Web 4?
Perhaps AI.
I don't think Web 3 is. I don't think Web 3 is actually Web 3.
What'd you say, big dog?
I don't think Web 3 is actually Web 3.
Okay.
No one really uses it.
I'm in agreement. So maybe AI is Web 3. And like crypto and stuff is just like Web 2.5.
No.
So you mean to tell me
Crypto's just dust.
you mean to tell me you just randomly in front of people in public just said that you didn't know that you were circumcised until you were 15 years old because you'd never seen another man's penis?
Yep.
You just said all that at once? You poor thing.
Insurance company is reversing its claim denial for young boy's life-saving health surgery. Cameron Kasaki was born in New York last September, but within hours of his birth, he suffered a very large stroke on the left side of his brain that left him needing surgery. The family sought treatment with a recommended neurosurgeon in Pittsburgh, but New York City
That is one.
Cool, Zoot.
procedure because he was out of network. After successfully
But the berries.
6-hour surgery is now scheduled for August 20th.
All berries on the board are poison. Consuming or matching them will damage a player for 5 health.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like 80s rock rock, featuring Van Halen, Billy Idol, Aerosmith, Def Leppard, and more for your summer road trips.
Zoot, slap yourself.
We're gonna win.
Did you slap yourself?
Rabbi.
Zoot, did you slap yourself? Zoot, did you slap yourself?
On the chest.
Okay, you
Did it again.
do it on your wrist.
Oh. Did I tell you my dog got out yesterday?
No way, what happened with Yoshi?
We had gardeners over, and I left the door open, and he got out.
Were you able to get him? Did he run away, or did he run away, or did he just stay there? Did he run away, or did he just stay there?
He ran away.
No way. How did you get him?
Someone picked him up and took him to the vet, and then we went to the vet and got him.
Oh, no way. So he was really gone.
He was really gone.
Weren't you heartbroken?
Rabbi, can you remember 10 numbers?
Yeah.
I'll test you in a second.
I'm not going to be tested. I'm good. I know how intelligent I am.
Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Amazon Fire TV supports iHeartRadio with a beautiful big screen display while you enjoy your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Link your iHeartRadio account and use voice controls for easy navigation between content on iHeartRadio. iHeartRadio on the big screen is easy to control from the remote or with voice controls and provides large cover art on the screen. Sync with your iHeartRadio account for seamless listening between your devices. Your iHeartRadio music, radio stations, and podcasts now on your big screen TV, Amazon Fire TV, and the Fire Cube. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
KFI AM 640.
640.
You're
Who was the worst president?
You're a pimp. That's subjective. A lot of people say Nixon. A lot of people say the first Johnson.
I said Nixon's pretty bad. Do you know why I say Nixon is bad?
Why is that, pimp?
He took the dollar off the gold standard, which has fucked us for the last 54 years.
A lot of people.
Really fucked the whole.
A lot of people say that, big dog.
That was like a really dumb decision. Now, short term, it would have made a lot of politicians rich.
Right.
It would have made a lot of people in the stock market, Warren Buffett, and like all those people, like all the hedge funds, extremely fucking rich during that time. But it really fucked the whole economy.
Word, dog.
And Trump might be the only president that is trying to fix what Nixon did. But he's only doing that for his own benefit and his family's benefit.
Sitting in for George Norrie, welcome back. Well, this is the perfect song to lead into 2 hours of open lines. Night Calls, Joe Cocker. And Joe's raspy soul shining in this 1991 jam, written by Jeff Lynne. Its sultry vibe was crafted for a steamy film soundtrack, a late career spark for the Sheffield legend, the late great Joe Cocker. As I mentioned, open lines are next, a politics-free zone. Your brushes with high strangeness, of course, always welcome, but I would love to hear about America's wildest, weirdest, off-the-beaten-path roadside attractions. Perhaps you stumbled upon car hitches, quirky carving Stonehenge in Nebraska, or marveled at the International Banana Museum's fruity oddities. If you gazed at
Zoot, slap yourself.
colorful desert murals or the enchanted highways of giant
I just won.
sculptures,
Zoot, did you slap yourself? Zoot, did you slap yourself? Good job.
Rabbi, which way do I go?
What do you want to do?
I think I'm going to do this.
Next on Coast to Coast AM.
You're great at protecting your own personal information. You probably even use things like two-factor authentication, strong passwords, and a VPN. But as much as you try to be in control of how your information is protected, there are lots of places that also have it. They might not be as careful as you.
So I'm going to do stand up in another 2 weeks again.
Good on you. What are you going to say?
I'm going to go on.
Call 1-800-LIFELOCK or go to lifelock.com. Use promo code George for 40% off.
One big, beautiful bill just passed. Whether you love it or hate it, one thing's clear, it's going to shake things up. I'm Colin Kroon, CEO of Noble Gold Investments. And when major legislation hits, smart investors don't react, they prepare. The current tax code is locked in, but by 2026, it could be rewritten to take more of what you've earned. That means your 401k, your IRA, your entire nest egg could all be exposed. At Noble Gold, we help investors like you move out of vulnerable paper accounts into real physical assets like gold and silver. Held a tax-advantaged gold IRA. You have a short window between now and December 31st to lock in today's tax advantages and rollover opportunities. NobleGoldInvestments.com. Talk to a specialist today. NobleGoldInvestments.com. The sooner you act, the more control you have. That's NobleGoldInvestments.com. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risk. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision. Welcome back to Coast AM and Open Lines, and we're going to kick things off east of the Rockies. Steve is in Waco, Texas. Steve, welcome aboard. Good morning.
Good morning. Hey, there's a place in Waco, Texas called Cameron Park. It's a big tourist area right on the Bradley River. It's got huge cliffs. You can go up into the park and look down over the river. So when I went,
I can't. If I get the berries, I'm dead.
Right. How'd you like my move?
So if I get the berries, I'm dead.
Word.
Oh fuck, that's bad move. I don't think you can win on the next move.
Watch me.
You just did damage. Oh, I couldn't fucking win there.
would hang people from the tree, and the tree is there, and you can actually see the rope marks in one of the larger limbs that is closer to the ground.
So was there or is there still like a coven of witches in Waco that you're aware of?
No, this not that I'm aware of, and have never heard that. It was just when I went to work there, I was told about this place, and I ended up finding it, and like I said, there was demonic symbols, and some of them painted on, which was reason believed that
Do you like losing?
some of them were actually caught.
So you're done. That was a sweet
Brother, you
shot.
just won.
That was a sweet shot.
Did you get kind of a eerie vibe being in that place?
You have never beaten me in this game.
Brother,
Big dog.
I'll give you a free.
You've never beaten me in this game. Is today the day that you beat me in this game?
Today's the day you lose.
Are you sure about that?
Holy, brother, did you see that?
I did. That was crazy. Are you proud of that move?
What's the hardest game you ever played?
There was a Ninja Turtles game on Nintendo Entertainment System that had this one level that was like basically impossible for me to do as a child. It was an underwater level, and whenever you touched the side, you got electrocuted, and it took forever to get there. And back then, games didn't have saves, so you had to literally beat the whole game again. And I, to this day, have never beaten it. So I would probably say Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles on the Nintendo Entertainment System. It's notoriously hard. But like when I was a little kid, they didn't have the internet, so you just thought that it was like either impossible or just I never knew anybody. I've never known anybody to ever beat that level. It's just notoriously hard.
Is it like a cult thing online now that people never beat that level?
Yeah, like yeah, it is. Do you know who Angry Video Game Nerd is? He's like the most famous video game reviewer, and he talks about how difficult it is. And there were just people, as I was, who could never beat it.
So there's a game I used to play on the PlayStation 1 that's like called Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Land or whatever, and like the algorithm.
Oh, what a shot!
It is like luck to beat the algorithm, and like people play it on Twitch all the time. It's this story, like fucking hard. Like the algorithm is just like it's luck. Like there's very few people who've beaten the game. Like without like you can do saves and stuff, but like people play through the game without trying to save because it is like nearly fucking impossible to beat because of the fucking algorithm. Like it's like fuck. It's like playing a slot machine.
Zoo, you might win.
The RNG is fucked.
Is it possible? Is it possible that that's what that was? No. Okay.
I've seen coyotes walk. It's nothing like any canine I've ever seen before. And I know it sounds silly.
Zoot, are you gonna win?
So, Rabbi,
Zoot, I just asked you a
did you
question.
have any-
Zoot, are you gonna win?
Yeah, I'm gonna try.
All right, that's an honest answer. I could help you. What were you gonna say, Zoot?
Did you have anything rare as a child?
I won a contest, a reading contest when I was in first grade and got to meet the first lady of the state. Aside from that, Zoot, slap yourself. You just said you suck.
No, I didn't.
Okay, well, I beat you.
Okay, so have I told you the story of my first phone?
Tell me about it. Oh, you mean like, did I have anything that I owned that was rare?
Yeah.
Not really. I mean, like, I just no. I would say not really. I guess this is when I got a little older. This isn't like a big deal, but well, kind of. I had a Beanie Baby before Beanie Babies were like cool. I had it like years before. That's about it. I mean, that's not that cool. I had Grand Theft Auto, San Andreas, the one that's called like the hot coffee edition. It's literally like if you do a little hack on your PlayStation 2, it allows you to watch porn. Or PlayStation, maybe it's an X. Yeah, I think it's a PlayStation 2. It allows you not just to watch porn. You have sex in Grand Theft Auto, and they put it out as like an Easter egg kind of a deal, or like a pineapple deal, and I don't know, like that's what I can think off the top of my head. Okay, what were you saying? What did you get, or what was rare?
Okay. So 2007, I got my first phone. So this is when like the iPhone, like touch phones and touch screens were just coming out, right?
Right.
Yeah. But instead of getting me a touch phone, my mom gets me my first phone.
Right.
Right. My first phone was you could only get this in Australia, and it was a flip phone.
Okay.
For The Simpsons. It was a limited edition release for the Simpsons movie. Flip phone.
Okay.
You could only get it in Australia under Optus, which is one of the major cell phone providers in Australia.
Okay.
They go for $10,000 today. My mom bought it for $120.
Wow. Why do they go for so much?
Because you can only get them in Australia.
Okay. Do you still have it?
I don't have it anymore.
Oh.
No. Even if I did have it, it's not in the box.
Oh, so it has to be in the box?
I wonder if there are kids up
Yeah.
there on this very night shouting red eye and running across the bridge.
They're lucky they get a response. I tried it several times after that.
It's only in Australia you can get it.
If they're lucky.
Was it for the Simpsons movie?
Yep.
The call. That was a good one. I appreciate it. Let's say hi to Scott. He's in Costa Mesa, California. Scott, good morning. Welcome to Coast. Hi there.
I have a story of sort of an oddity that
Did you like the Simpsons movie?
Yeah. I would have liked the Simpsons movie better if I still had this fucking phone in the box.
Right.
That is bizarre. And it was open, so we could put our fingers in it, and this octopus that was bigger than I was, would send out its tentacle and investigate what was going on and stuff.
Check out this shot. Oh man. Boy, you've got some difficult shots.
So you have Beanie Babies?
Yeah, and it was like my mom and I were at this like really crafty women's place, this like women's store, and they had these what I thought at the time were like cute little stuffed animals. And sometimes, not often, but like if I was good, I might be able to get a toy or something. And I remember asking my mom if I could get one, and she like looked at the price or whatever and saw that they were like not that expensive or whatever, and I was being good that day, and so she was like, okay. So I got this little monkey, and his name was Bongo, is like the name on the tag. Now, when I got a toy back then, it was how like kids would play with a toy. I'd rip off all the tags and then play with it. And I really liked him because he was like really agile. Like he wasn't like really stiff because of the little beans inside or whatever. They're like little plastic pellets. So like 2 years go by, and then this craze comes on. So this might have been like 94 when I got the little guy, and maybe 95 or something. But then like 96, the Beanie Baby craze is like reaching its peak, or like just starting, I should say. And my cousin was like, "Do you have any Beanie Babies?" And I was like, "What is that?" And she's like, "Oh, they're like these things that everybody's collecting, and they're like stuffed animals. They're really cute. Here, let me show you mine." And so she had like this collection of them. And then I had an uncle I had a different aunt and uncle who saw that my cousin, who wasn't their kid, that was like it was their like niece basically, like they saw that my cousin really liked these things, and so they started to collect them. And so as I started to find out, like I think what you could do back then is get books of like the most valuable Beanie Babies, because they didn't have the internet. It was around, but like people weren't creating like Beanie Baby websites or anything. And even if you did, it took too long to load pictures. It was like the earliest days of the internet. So my cousin showed me hers, and I said, "Hey, I have something that looks like that." And she's like, "Well, you don't have any Beanie Babies. You told me this." And I was like, "Well, I don't know. I have something that looks like that." And I had Bongo the monkey. And Bongo the monkey then was one of the most expensive ones. Unfortunately, I like ripped off the tag like a year before, 2 years before, or whatever. But so I actually had the Beanie Babies before they were like cool. Anyway, my other uncle finds out that like these things are really popular, and he and my aunt. Well, it turned out my aunt really liked them, and liked them so much that they became the biggest Beanie Baby collectors, one of the biggest Beanie Baby collectors in the United States. They had everything. The most expensive Beanie Baby of all time was this thing called Peanut the Elephant. It was a royal blue Peanut the elephant. And my aunt and uncle traveled all over the United States just to get this thing. And they eventually got every single Beanie Baby that was like ever produced. They have just huge amounts of Beanie Babies. Dude, are you gonna accept my invitation? Or are you gonna jerk yourself off raw?
How much is the Beanie Baby collection worth now? Do I still have it?
Yeah, virtually nothing. I remember at the time.
What do you mean?
I remember at the time they bought the royal blue. Well, the way it went down was they had bought like all of them, and they go to the store when they would launch them or whatever and get all the newest ones. But there was this one that they wanted that was like everybody wanted this thing. It was the royal blue elephant. It was named Peanut, and if you got this one, it was like super rare. Anyway, I remember my aunt and uncle traveled to go get it, and they spent $1,000 on it, which at the time, like to spend $1,000 on a collectible was like pretty unheard of, especially for like a toy. But nevertheless, my aunt wanted it, and so my uncle got it for her. And they had like the Princess Diana one. They had the Jerry Garcia bear. They had all the bears, and my aunt and uncle were like traveling to like they're like really big into travel, so they were like they would travel to like Europe and like uh Asia. They would travel all over China and like Thailand and England and France and things. And whenever they would find a Beanie Baby wherever they were, they would buy them. It was like their thing. So anyway, my aunt and uncle eventually got all of the Beanie Babies, and then the market crashed, and that Peanut that was worth like $1,000 went down to like I don't know. It still held its value pretty well, but like basically then you would get people who would counterfeit them, and I would say my aunt and uncle probably spent I don't know tens of thousands.
Thank fucking God I hit that.
Tens of thousands of dollars on Beanie Babies back in the 90s when the dollar was still pretty strong, and they um they were like the biggest fucking Beanie Baby collectors I ever knew.
Baby Babies are still worth a lot today.
No, they're not. I'm in the Beanie Baby subreddit. They're worth each one is worth $1 at most.
Really?
Really, I'm in the subreddit, so I can tell you, people go in there all the time, and they're like, "Hey, my grandma died. I've got this like what they think is like a really rare Beanie Baby," and the people are like, and they're like, "How much could I sell it for?" And they're like, $1. I'll give you $1 for it. And they're like, $1? It used to be worth like $600 in this book, and they'd be like, "Yeah, but the market on it crashed, and they're not worth
You think
anything."
the same thing will happen? I think the same thing will happen with the burgers.
What the fuck is that?
The burgers are like Beanie Babies.
What's a boomo? What's a boomo?
The burger?
What is that?
The burger is like this Asian. It's like this Asian doll where you like. It's like this box. You get a box, right?
Oh yeah.
It's like a mystery box, and you're not sure what the burger you're gonna get, and it's like this like poor little monster with like ears.
Yeah, eventually all that stuff does that. The best way if you're gonna if I were gonna be if I had the money and I had children, I would, if they really were into something, let's say they were into like I don't know, action figures or something, the best way to do it is to buy 2 of them. And you buy one and open it up and play with it, and then the other one you just keep in the box, and it'll be worth a lot. Dude, this might be one of the greatest shots you're ever going to witness. And it was
I
not.
think I grew up in the best. I think I grew up in the best time because I grew up in the best times, like the biggest opportunity of wealth transfer as a child because I had Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh. So many things. Even I was at the end of the Beanie Baby phase. So I had Beanie Babies when I was a child as well.
Yeah, but you don't remember. You don't remember a world without computers.
Very vintage video games. I grew up with the PlayStation 1 and the Nintendo 64.
Yeah, but I mean, you don't remember a world without video games. At least home consoles. I'm not saying you didn't grow up during a good time, but for children, if you're talking about like and the amount of toys you can have, then I get that. I get why you think that that's the best. But I would talk about like people with integrity and accountability and stuff. It all started to fall apart about the turn of the millennium. Zoot, you could win. There's like a very good chance you're going to win. You're one shot away, Zoot, from winning. Zoot, you are one.
I mean, I probably grew up in the last era where you could actually make it off. Like, I grew up in the era of, even though I grew up with Bitcoin and Ethereum as an adult. Well, in high school, Bitcoin came out, but when I was 18, Ethereum came out, and I discovered Ethereum 5 years into its inception, which was a good time to discover.
Oh, Zoot, how'd you miss that shot? All right, this is a big shot, Zoot. This would be one of the biggest comebacks in the history of mankind, in the history of humankind. Zoot, you won.
I'll be back.
Good job, big dog.
I'll be back.
Sounds like a plan.
I'll be back in about 10, 20 minutes.
Excellent.
Insights that will challenge your perception of reality. And if you want to get a little deeper into Strange Planet, you can become a premium subscriber for ad-free episodes, exclusive investigations into the unknown, and you can also sign up for my free monthly newsletter, Inner Sanctum, which returns this September. We took August off. So hit the strangeplanet.ca, subscribe, stay immersed in the world's most perplexing secrets, strangeplanet.ca. Back to open lines and your fabulous calls right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Is the continued divide between the president and the Federal Reserve putting us behind the curve again? Can the Fed take the right action at the right time, or are we going to be looking at a potential economic slowdown? And what does this mean for your savings? Consider diversifying with gold from the Birch Gold Group. For decades, gold has been viewed as a safe haven in times of economic stagnation, global uncertainty, and high inflation. And Birch Gold makes it incredibly easy for you to diversify some of your savings into gold. If you have an IRA or old 401k, you can convert that into a tax-sheltered IRA, physical gold, or just buy some gold to keep in your safe. First, get educated. Birch Gold will send you a free info kit on gold. Just text the word COAST to the number 989898. Again, text COAST to 989898. Consider diversifying a portion of your
This week?
Sure does.
School?
Or like
He's in pre-K or kindergarten?
Kindergarten. How is it?
Both the boys had their first day today. Well, it's like their like admission where we go and meet all the teachers. They see their desk and shit. And school starts tomorrow.
Are they going to a similar school like they were at, like a private school type thing?
Hell no. They go to a public school 5 minutes from the house. They can walk there with their homies.
That'd be good.
Yeah, it's great, man.
That's great. Yeah.
They had a cop. They had a cop on staff there.
Okay, cop.
Just looked at him.
You don't have to squeeze.
Hopefully he's about that life. Don't run if shit pops up. Don't run.
This is what I was thinking about. Imagine if your dad could like beat everybody's ass, like legit. You know what I mean? It's like Brendan's your dad is like your dad is He-Man. You know what I mean? Like there's got to be a little bit of you're walking to school like
Is this a nipple?
You know what I mean? Okay. Your dad's gonna come. Okay. Your dad's gonna come. Hold on a second. Hey, Dad. Your dad's coming.
You're talking about for bullying, you're saying?
Yeah, just all of that.
Yeah.
I mean, I wonder if they get like
except for the fact
a sort of confidence that you're walking to school.
Yeah, you're not taking into account that Brendan's kids, are also tough.
That's what I'm saying, though.
They don't need Brendan.
No, dude, but this is my whole point. It's like
you never know, man.
Obviously.
That's the family business.
But yeah.
You know what I mean? Like they might get into a thing, and then the other parents and stuff will come out, and they'll be like, the other dad's gonna come. What this kid? And then he walks in with his fucking cauliflower ears, and it's like, let's talk. What did my kid do? Let's talk about,
Right. Let's figure this out.
That's what I'm saying. Is like, so that's why you feel confident of like, send him to public school. It's cool. You know what I mean? Go ahead. Yeah.
Especially out here, it's a little different than LA. Like LA, we had no choice. Like our public school.
No, public school
there was atrocious.
I would figure that
it's opposite here.
I feel like the bullying in Texas would be on a whole other level.
You want to be because I don't know.
The teacher right away goes,
sports is the equalizer.
There's no days here.
Sports is the equalizer, though.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, but I tell T and Bossy, I'm like, sports is the equalizer.
Do they want to play
once
anything
recess
else?
starts, that's where you flex.
Do they want to play football or basketball or anything else?
No, football. I'm the coach for the football team. It starts. We've been having practices.
No, but wait. I forget how young they really are. Yeah. In my mind, when I see pictures of like Tiger and Boston, I think they're like in high school. You know what I mean? And I realize they're 4. Yeah. I'm like, he's gonna make a team. It's like, man, I can't wait to. This is like
it's the best. I can't wait for you
right there. He's already like, it's awesome. People already be like, I think this guy can do it. That's just gonna be a thing.
It's awesome, dude.
I'll tell you the thing they don't.
I don't want to play sports anymore, Dad. I want to dance.
Oh yeah. Get out there, dude.
Just change your last name and move out. Change your last name and move out. I don't care.
Yeah. Dad, I'm putting down the bat
until you see him,
and I want to dance.
Until you see him, move out until you see him eat, dude.
Yeah.
That's true. If he just has talent.
Yeah. Ooh, I gotta find this.
No, what they don't tell what they don't tell you about baseball though, because Tiger's at the level where he's getting the cool bats. Now these bats, Eric, let me prepare you, but these bats are between $400 and $600.
Oh, that's actually great.
And they need one every season. They break them. But now Bossy, he made the 8-year-old team. He's 5. He made the 8U team. Now Bossy needs a big boy bat. So I went to Dick's Sporting Goods. I had to get 2 bats, and your boy dropped out $900 fucking dollars. That's what they don't tell you.
Oh, of course. That is why. I gotta get this link. What a racket.
Oh, and Chris, you know how like shoes, how you and I are like, if a new shoe comes out and they're like super exclusive, they do that with bats.
Wow. So you're on
like to be like, it's like here's the summer drop, and it's only available for this week, and it's $600.
What is it like? Easton,
limited 200 of them.
Easton and Roller, or like, are there new companies? Like this is what I'm talking about companies when I was a kid. But it's like
there's like Easton's still popping. Like, hey, go to whoever's using a computer, go to like Hypefire, like all those, like the
Rawlings.
Ruchi's good.
I wonder,
Easton's crushing it with the kids, and they're crazy colors. They're like pink.
I see this right now. Yeah.
Fucking yellow.
Now, is there like a sports track what I mean by that is like, so you see your kid, he's a phenomenal athlete. Is there a moment in your head where you're just like, okay, and people outside forces are like, I've seen kids like this, they go pro or they this, and now you're on this track where it's like, okay, so now it becomes about training and we have to hire this guy and we got to buy this equipment. It's like, are you already in that? Is it your mind already?
Yeah, I mean, he's talking about it right now. He's got guys on the forefront of this.
But there's like camp.
No, this is common. This is common practice, Chris. No, I hear you. And there's some dads I've seen do that. I think that's a mistake. I think you still got to let them be kids until they get to high school. Because then they'll get burnt out. But I'll tell you what, Rusty and T had a rude awakening yesterday because we're playing football. We're having football practice. And this black kid showed up, and his dad played in the NFL. His brother plays Division I college football, and his other brother's the number 1 recruit in Texas. This dude came out, he's Tiger size, but he's black. Tiger learned a few things.
Wow, that's cool.
When black.
He came home, where are we black?
Tiger's trying to play defense on him, like press him. I'm like, buddy, you gotta back up. You're white and slow. You have got to back up.
Right. He's got a little run across the border in him, though. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Oh no, he has that
Got a little
warrior.
swim river. He's getting across the currents.
Yeah.
He got a little bit of that in him. You know what I mean?
But black dudes have that fast twitch muscle shit. You know what I mean?
For no reason.
Like you saw how Kevin threw that fucking sandal over. Quick as shit.
Lost all his defense like this. I have a buddy of mine. His kid's a quarterback, and his kid is like pretty good. But it was like a thing where you get in this mode of like he's going on. He's can't.
Here and there. Beautiful trees on fire, gorgeous trees, but tiny little trees spread out all over the place without the same kind of critical mass that could really be called a mighty force. Okay, so that basically brings me to my conclusion of what I wanted to say about the American Jew. Sorry that we didn't have in this series more opportunities to look at Eastern Europe and Russia, where some fascinating things are happening as well, but unfortunately the instances of time did not cooperate. I would, however, like to reflect briefly on the scope of the 12 lectures that we've offered in this series. We were interrupted right about halfway through by the coronavirus, and we're forced to go online, but I think that in itself is kind of a metaphor for what we're doing. The Jewish community has endured incredible challenges, multivalent challenge with very different complexion across time. Multiple exiles, multiple persecutions, God forbid. Nevertheless, the Jewish people still manages to continue surviving and even thriving. The oldest continuous civilization on earth, the Jewish people. How is that possible? You have such a tiny people who are able to withstand such phenomenal pressure, and yet at the same time even make massive contributions to the civilizations in which they live. This is one of the conundrums, one of the mysterious aspects of Jewish history. And I have to frankly say, since we're at the very end of the series now, it is a great reservoir of faith for me personally. As a historian, and spending time looking at how easy civilizations are snuffed out by the fortunes of war and economy, and plague, things like that, it amazes me that the Jews managed to hang on. And I'll conclude with a story that is illustrative of the way I approach Jewish history as best I can, as a professional historian, but also as a believing Jew. So this is a story, maybe apocryphal, but it's some of the best stories I've heard. And apparently it occurred in the yeshiva where I studied, Or Sameach in Jerusalem. Apparently, Or Sameach is an institution that tends to attract students who did not grow up with the benefit of a strong Jewish background, and they were interested in it as adults, typically college age. That pretty much defines me. They have advanced studies there, but it's a very serious adult institution, really catering to college age males. So one of the students that was attending class there happened to come from West Point. He was a student of American's premier military academy, and he ended up in yeshiva, like a lot of people, like I did. And someone asked him, a Shabbos meal or something, so tell us your story. How did you get here? He said, well, I was studying at West Point. I was planning on a military career. I was very focused on my studies. And once we had a general come to give us a guest lecture, actually a series of lectures, on great battles of history. We looked at the Peloponnesian War, we looked at the Battle of Waterloo, we looked at all these great battles and wars in history, and the general would analyze why one side won and the other side lost. That military strategy, and we were to learn from the experience of the ancients and medieval and modern battles how things would go, and it was a great class. But about halfway through the class, I began to wonder, wait a second, why didn't we study any of the Jewish wars? Why didn't we study the great war against the Romans in the first century, or the Bar Kokhba revolt? Why did we skip over all that stuff? And, why didn't we look at any of the Israeli battles? Why didn't we understand? Why didn't we see how the Jews survived the War of Independence and the 6-Day War, which is mind-blowing, very important. So I went up to the general after class and I said to him, excuse me, sir, I'd really like to know why didn't we study any of the battles in our history? Wasn't there something of great military value in looking at what happened in Israel? And the general responded to him, son, the reason we didn't study any of the Israeli battles is because those victories form the known standards of military strategy that I have in my studies. In other words, those battles, he said, were completely miraculous. It's impossible to understand them anyway. So this made a huge impact on this young man, this student, and he said, well, if that's the case, that this respected general regards all of the Israeli victories as essentially miraculous, as the hand of God, then, I've got to study what this genius was all about. And that's how we ended up in Jerusalem, and that's how we ended up in Warsaw. And I think that story speaks to me very much, because sometimes I'm studying history, and I'm saying, gosh, what incredible pressures, what it must have been like to be a Jew at that time. And nevertheless, they survived, and nevertheless, they end up creating this poetry, or this science, or this music. It's just wonderful. So I think we have to return to this concept I mentioned twice already. Mazal Yisrael, there is no destiny for the Jewish people. They are creating their own Jewish people, and they have a unique destiny only in the mind of God. And that's what we're ultimately searching for. That's ultimately what we're trying to live up to. And with this, I'd like to conclude this series on I Survived Jewish History. Hopefully, we will begin the next series back in our lecture hall, and we will be able to continue it with all of us in good health. And to all of you who are watching this internet, I hope that you all enjoy good health and escape this horrible plague unscathed. Thank you very much for your attention, and look forward to speaking in the next series.
Lights changing. Out my door, 3 o'clock when I went out, and there was this light, it's like a star. And then I went out the other night, 2 nights ago, and there was 2 of them. One phone and a bright light above that. Oh yeah, it's amazing. The animal mountain.
Sounds like a hot spot. Yeah, it sounds like a hot spot. Oh yeah. Richard, thank you for the call. I appreciate it. I'm gonna see if I can work with someone else and before we break at the top.
Hello everyone, I hope you're doing well. My name is Henry Abramson, and welcome to my first live webinar in which I'm going to be trying to use some of this new technology to give a class. We're all in very difficult straits thinking about the implications of this coronavirus situation, and it's stressful on all of us. But, looking back in history, I found so much fascinating material that I just was excited to share it with you, and I'm glad that so many of you have decided to join me for this brief webinar. I'm going to take a very large approach. I'm going to try and survey the entirety of Jewish history in less than 60 minutes. And I have a couple of surprises along the way. I'm going to try out some of these new technological devices. And I'll have some time, hopefully, to deal with some of your questions at the end. But for the time being, let's get straight to the material. And let me share my screen here. Great. So our topic is plague and pandemic in Jewish history. I am not a scientist, I'm a historian, and I've decided to just kind of take a broad look at how Jewish history and plagues and pandemics have intersected over the last 3 millennia. And it seems very clear that plagues and pandemics don't interest history. They are really part and parcel of Jewish history. There's so many parts of Jewish history that are completely dependent on the development of plagues, and at the same time, this is part of human history, part of ecological history, and so on. There's so many fascinating elements. Let's go straight into them. So, first thing I'd like to share with you all is the observation that we have been here before. That the current situation, which is certainly the worst pandemic in the last century, Spanish flu, perhaps longer than that. This is something that is not at all history. Our previous generations, even our generation, dealt with Ebola and dealt with SARS and bird flu or avian flu and so on, all these kinds of things, swine flu, H1N1. And so we've had some familiarity with it. But there are a few things that are unique to the period that we're living in right now that I think we can meditate upon. Thinking about where we've been before, look at this document just for illustration. This comes from the National Library of Israel. It's a prayer that dates from 1896 for the suppression of the plague. I believe it was yellow fever, I'm not sure exactly, in Bombay. You can see it's written in English because, of course, this is one of the British colonies. And on the right in Hebrew, because it's written for a Jewish audience, and on the left in Marathi, which is just amazing to me that you would have to produce a trilingual document like this with a very beautiful prayer, which is intended to meet the spiritual needs and the physical needs, the health needs of the people living in Bombay at the end of the 19th century. So we, the Jewish people, so to speak, have endured plagues before. This is nothing new in the grand sweep of Jewish history. At the same time, we have never been here before. We've never been in this particular moment. There are so many unusual things happening that really gives us pause for additional reflection.
I woke up at 8 a.m. today. I gotta go to bed. It's been a long day. All right, same deal. One's $500, one is not $500.
The first is the institution of rapid, inexpensive global travel, allowing disease and contagion to spread at a rate and at a scope that has never before been possible in human history. Even the transmission of Spanish flu was delayed by the huge barriers and the high threshold to international travel that meant it was much slower for such a contagion to spread. But today, with relatively inexpensive intercontinental flights, something which happens in Wuhan, China in December suddenly becomes a very serious issue here in New York City in March and April, terrible April of 2020. So that's one major differentiating factor. Another is the existence of the internet, which has suddenly opened up so many possibilities, like this Zoom Seder shown here, which this kind of Seder was celebrated by who knows how many thousands of Jews worldwide, perhaps tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of Jews. This is a new element in modern history which allows for the connectivity of people even when they are forcibly separated one from another. So those two elements are really at the core of what's different about what we're enduring today with this particular pandemic. Now, we're going to go through the history itself, but I want to begin with a little bit of historiographic thought or philosophy of history, if you will. People, come up to me and they say, well, you're a historian, can you tell us what can we learn from history about the situation right now? Like, what are the lessons of history? What does history teach us? And I feel really badly telling them that ultimately history doesn't teach us anything. History is, by definition, something which is in the past and therefore does not exist, right? History doesn't actually have that kind of like didactic message to it. We are living in history right now. That does not necessarily mean that we are conscious of what we're trying to say to people generations away from us, let alone eons away from us. What we can say about a history is perhaps something that is often attributed to Mark Twain.
And it's like, it's all about transferring
History
schools
may
all
not
the time.
repeat itself,
You just get
but
into
it
that, we're like,
rhymes.
well, you can be a
The
star
idea
quarterback
being
at this
that
other high school, so
there
we
are
got to
certain
move.
tropes,
I
certain
was like,
trends,
you know,
certain
that
developments that
sounds
we might
crazy
be
to me,
able
but
to
I guess
project
that starts
forward
happening. I go,
in time,
my kids, I go, hey,
or reach backwards in time and to apply them to our time. Now, ironically, Mark Twain apparently never actually said it anywhere like these words. The closest thing to this concept is something he said in 1874 in his published History Never Repeats Itself, but the kaleidoscopic combinations of the pictured present often seem to be constructed out of the broken
But baseball's
fragments
different because, you know, you can get it.
powerful
Baseball's the only thing that's
more
similar to like
appeal to the historic imagination as well, because what we're doing today is we're looking back, looking to provide some kind of education, some kind of consciousness of what it is supposed to be, how we should react to this. And history does offer us some kind of model of mistakes as well as successes, because it's not. But another way to take Mark Twain's comment, by the way, is what essayist Bierbaum wrote around the same time. History, as I said, does not repeat itself. The historians repeat one another. So that's something that we're going to get for the next 45 minutes. Okay. One last word of introduction. The inspiration for this particular class, the research that I put into it, is basically because the feedback that I got from the atmosphere of my friends, we're faced with a conflict. One of the terror based on answers of quality and separation, which is commemorated with another thing, all-night emo-oriented which I have really enjoyed in the decades. I was given an all-night class.
How do they say it's a tough movie?
This year, unfortunately, because of the stay-at-home
So it's like Superman, Fantastic Four, Jurassic Park, and Formula 1 are the highest grossing movies of the year. So
by the way, we're talking about a lot of people.
So yeah, I mean, Formula 1 seems like a
this year. So we are going to use the doctor strategy where since they're social distance in space, we will instead expand it on. The Fabulous program is going to take place partially before the holiday of February, partially after the holiday of February, and certain halachically acceptable activities, that is not using electronics and so on, will take place actually on Shavuot. So this class is part of my preparation for that much larger event on Shavuot. This is, by the way, conducted under the leadership of our Rabbi Yaakov Trump, no relation. And the goal is to prepare our community to discuss really difficult aspects of study and how it relates to our current situation. And much of the material that we discuss here is starting with the textual sources that we're going to look at together with our own families. If you are interested in participating, we're going to be producing a pamphlet with text and ephemera and art and things like that for home study over the holiday. Just contact Shield at this website. Okay, enough preparatory material. Let's get right to the subject at hand.
Well, what's watchable? I mean,
so if you look at plague and antiquity, this is something that, of course, goes right to the very core of Jewish spirit.
I want to watch it just for this reason.
Even from the point of youngest childhood, are inculcated, inoculated, if you will, to the notion of disease, particularly through the study of the Haggadah and the experience of the plague. Here is the Golden Haggadah from spending portion center that shows the Egyptians horribly inflicted by plague. And I know for myself as a child,
like be like, oh, this is cool.
It's
for you.
it's more of the world. For example, in 1925, Dr. Haggadah, the Iceland Haggadah, is sort of an action sci-fi depiction of the history of life mice,
Like
and
they're
over
gonna
on the
remake a
stage
few
you
good
have
men.
the boils,
It's not
the
like
fins.
what are we
These
doing?
are like
Yeah,
evocative things
you
that
know what I mean? He's
are
not
very
a
seasonal.
frisbee
The memory of
swag.
language, I'm sure,
You
goes back
just
to
still
the
reading
world
the
in
script
many
on the
senses.
computer.
So there's kind of like an
Well,
early
yeah, why
exposure to
wouldn't
the idea of
Because he was
illness,
just like,
at least
it was you
through
the
the
whole time.
deviation. I've got
Like, why would you
to
be like,
through the actual
you saw
experience
it?
of it.
No, I saw
But
that. I saw
when you
one.
look at
So
the
there's a
text
funny
that
meme.
we
It's like,
have,
when someone asks Ice
the
Cube,
vocabulary is
Ice Cube,
contagious.
what comes after T?
Much more supernatural in nature. You look at the Bible, you've got supernatural plays that are brought upon a people instituted by God. Strange kinds of supernatural physiology is the source, the reason why a particular plague happens. And there's all kinds of weird expressions of the plague. Like, for example, a plague on
really like
a
it,
house,
really hate
plague
it.
literally on a house, like on the walls of a house,
Nobody's going in
or a
there
plague on
giving it
clothing.
discern.
These kinds
Maybe
of
the
things that
critics
appear
are, but like,
in
dude,
the
if I
Bible,
say
depending on which kind of
sucks, let me go on
translation
Rotten Tomatoes.
you use.
Oh, this movie
Sometimes
sucks.
there's
Unbelievable.
some vague
Nobody's like,
vocabulary
that's pretty good.
rendered as leprosy,
Give it a fair
which
score.
is most
Nobody's doing that.
certainly
So you're either
incorrect,
going to get
because
0 to
you get
10%,
leprosy on a
or it's going to
garment
be that
or
stupid
on
Marvel
clothing,
movie
but
that everyone.
nevertheless, in the context of the
Asian
biblical
one,
discussion
10
of
rings.
plague and pestilence,
Because all the
you
Asians
have
are
the
like,
precedent
finally.
of quarantine,
And it's got
where
99%.
the
And you watch the movie, you're like,
Kohen
this is
like,
dog shit.
require that a
Because, you know,
person
it's
who
like
is showing
treated health.
signs of contagion
No
remain
doubt.
within a building,
Take a little
checked
break,
on,
kids, from the golden
time
hour
and
and
so on,
chat
and then
with the
released
boys, because
after a
UFC
certain amount of time.
319
We also
is
have the
here,
idea that
and it
a
is
person who's
live
afflicted
from
in such a manner would
Chicago,
have to
the
be
Windy
socially
City.
distant from others.
You have one of the
It's Lamachana,
greatest
who is
middleweight
required
title
to
fights
leave the camp
ever.
and reside
Hamza DP,
outside
it's
because of
all
fear
going
of
down this Saturday. And you need
there's
to
also
get in
this
on
idea
all the action
of
at
the
DraftKings Sportsbook,
concept of
the
a
official
vector of
sports betting part of the UFC.
A lot of
If you're new to
discussion
DraftKings,
is
check
common,
this
for
out.
example,
Newcomers who bet
about
5
how
will get
a
200
person
bonus
might
bets instantly. Don't miss out
acquire
on all
an
the UFC
illness as a
319
result
action.
of touching
Download the
something,
DraftKings
or
Sportsbook app
sitting
now.
on
Use the code
something,
GOLDEN,
or
that's code
carrying
GOLDEN for
something,
new
or
customers
walking
to
into
get
a
200
tent
in bonus
that
bets
has something
instantly
in
when
it.
you bet
All
just
kinds of
$5.
things like this, so that
Only
the
on DraftKings,
models
the
that
crown
will
is
later
yours.
become
Gambling
part of the scientific vocabulary really have their origin in the biblical stories. And I might hazard an argument to say that maybe this is the very, very beginning of the long-standing tradition of medicine that extends back well through the Middle Ages into the ancient period. Maybe it's even the physical practices every year of the But let's look at one play in particular that's a little bit less ancient, the diphtheria plague of 132, which is, in my mind, the first reference to, well, I shouldn't say really the first, because there are several biblical plagues that will skim over this, but let's just look at this one because it's so, what exactly happened in 132? And you notice that I put a question mark here because there's a big question associated with it. Specifically, this is when Rabbi Akiva's 24,000 students all died.
So I was more right.
Great. Phenomenal proportion. Just to imagine. 24,000
It was in the theaters in
Second
1994.
Take a blow to the Torah scholarship of that era that the rabbis subsequently initiated a period of semi-mourning that overlaps with the period of the counting of the Omer, which occurs right at this time of year between the holidays of Passover and the holiday of Shavuot coming. There is a period of time in which Jews will not schedule weddings, they will not get haircuts, not listen to live music, and there's some different community standards that you have to calculate that, how you observe it. Notice I have a haircut today because my period ended just a little while ago with the 33rd grade of the Omer. But anyway, here we have an example of a massive plague that seems to be very targeted at a particular age group. That is men outside of age, potentially. Why is that so? The Talmud says the reason they died was because of something called askara, which is translated usually as diphtheria.
All over your guys' love for Jurassic
We
Park.
nowadays
You know,
have
velociraptors in real life are the size of chickens.
However, we should know
They're not
that
scary in any facet.
plague, which happened so rapidly, affected such a narrow band of the population, apparently, that there's some say that
Oh,
perhaps
that's right.
watch that.
none of us watching the movie
Jurassic
say
Park.
are aware of any kind of political connection to a reaction
He's
to
back. Like we're still talking about that.
plague in
But
society.
Jurassic
That's a bad joke. Maybe I'll cut that out of the internet version of this. But at any rate,
everything from
another
the title
reference that we have, it is several centuries later, but another reference to this event
It's kind of like you
in
have
the
this great
text of
universe.
Rabbi
This
Rothschild,
is the thought process.
early
Wonderful
historian
universe
from
going
here,
on. And
he
they go,
says that they
well, we
died
can just leave
not
it.
of diphtheria,
And I get
but
that.
of
Just keep us making another one. But it's like, my thing is this. There can't be another island where they had the dangerous dinosaurs that they couldn't bring to the amusement park. It's almost 40 years.
They're not referring to an actual biological set.
They're
referring to euphemistically to the participation
on this one, they go
in
back to
the
the
Bar
original.
Kokhba rebellion against the Romans.
Hey, when they start Jurassic
Short-lived, very
they
intense,
should say,
for a brief period of time, extremely successful rebellion against the Romans, during which time points like this one
nothing else to do.
is actually recently discovered. It's a base where this was discovered. There are many Bar Kokhba era points. It's not the first, it has to just be a new one.
When you saw Jurassic
And
Park
during
the
this
first
Bar
time,
Kokhba
and
revolt,
then we heard, and then we've had
mercilessly put
CGI
down
now for 30
by
years.
the Romans.
And every time there's
The past
CGI,
Soviet Cuba
we've been told
who were all
that
men
this is
of fight
a
and
team
age.
of people
Maybe
working
there
on
was some
animation,
women
and
in
it
there
takes
that
months and
very
maybe a
few.
year to do this.
They were killed
Now that
not
we know
because
a
of their
10-year-old
attachment
could
to
go
Rabbi
make a
Akiva
real
or
dinosaur
Diphtheria,
come across the
but because
screen,
of their
and you know,
attachment to Bar
now
Kokhba.
that
Rabbi Akiva
the
himself
AI can make
was
it like
a big
this,
fan of
I
Bar
think
Kokhba,
that
and he
we're
even
now going
felt
to
that he might
appreciate
have been
acting
worthy to be the
more now.
Messiah.
Well,
To which
because
a colleague said to him, Akiva, grass
They
will
want it
grow from your
authentic.
cheeks
Yep.
for Bar Kokhba.
Another take. It's
So
going to be
this
also it's going
diphtheria
to
epidemic
be
may not be
you know,
diphtheria at
people
all.
are going to say
There
this
are
was made
those who
with no
say,
AI.
in fact,
That's going
that
to be a label on
attaching
movies now. So you go,
the
okay,
the
cool.
epidemic
I understand,
to
and there
death
will be a market
and
for
for
that.
Romans
But
is also problematic because we have no other contemporary sources that support that argument. So I'll let that argument go on, but I have to just mention it that the Talmud offers a third answer. I don't know if it's contradicting the other two or not. But it says the reason they died is because they did not show adequate respect to one another. So are those answers mutually exclusive? That they died of diphtheria, they died in the war with the Romans, they died because they showed disrespect to each other. None of the above, or all of the above. That's not really even a clear case of a plague. So let's go to one we unfortunately have very clear case to play. There were, several waves of plague that went through the Near Eastern world, and they show up primarily in the non-Jewish record.
I think that two things can be true at the same time. I think that will happen because it's already happening with music. There's a Spotify group that's not real, that that's it's top of the charts. It's not real. It's not real people. But what I am saying is that the art of movie making. I think
there was some discussion as to the geology of demonic plague, but generally accepted
I see CGI in this. What I'm saying is, now that we know that the CGI is like effortless, I think we're going to start to like hone in on the. I agree with you. But I think the money maker and the business will be taken over by fakeness and AI. I don't think Christ Pratt will be more popular than. Here's what I'm saying now.
Very high mortality, very high
the future of movies is the $200 million budget is gone. Well, yeah, no, I understand because it's too much money. Yeah, no, I'm saying the budget. I know. They can make them up. Yeah, they're going to have a basic universal income. You guys are out of your element.
Very high spread. It's devastated Europe.
The only job is going to be magician because everyone knows that, how does that human do that? That's such an illusion. Nobody gives a fuck if AI can do an illusion because it all happens to the truth.
So there is this widespread myth that
we know it's fake, but
somehow missed
that's the only job.
death.
Doctors, plumbers,
And
it's all
this
gone.
is highly unlikely. First
The
of all,
only thing that's going to matter are
we have
magicians
no
and people on Twitch
data
because it's
to
a
indicate
personality
that Jews suffer
driven
at a rate
service.
any different
Nobody
than the non-Jewish
is
population.
going to matter. It's going to be a
Simply
universal
don't
basic
have
income.
numbers that
iPhones are going to be
differentiate
14 cents.
So it's
Nobody's going to be
purely
making them.
supposition.
You're just going to be sitting chilling.
In fact,
We're going to be
if
with
we're
our
engaged in
VR helmets
speculation,
on.
we really have to consider that Jews probably bear worse than non-Jews.
Who's a
First
beautiful
of all, there is the so-called
movie star?
urban
Helen Mirren.
penalty.
Well, she's
And
alive.
Jews are highly urbanized. They like to live in
Go back,
close
dude.
proximity
You want to talk about
for a
Gwyneth Paltrow?
host of
Which is
reasons.
making the
First of all, they tend
candles.
to not be agriculturists. With the exception of the ancient period in Israel, modern period in Israel, Jews generally are not farmers. They tend to work much more with white collar occupations, particularly commerce, trade,
my job.
also the professions of medicine and so on, wherever the guilds would allow them in. And so they live together in tight groups.
Like
generally in
Gwyneth
cities. And as we
Paltrow
know, the
in
close proximity
Shakespeare in Love,
of human
dude. And
beings
Ben Affleck.
allows for contagion to spread.
He was in the
So
movie.
Jews
You
would
ever
likely
see those cheers? I don't give a fuck. You ever see those
harder
cheers?
by
You sit like
play
this.
than by
You sit like this,
living
and
in
your
rural
monitor
areas.
is like this.
Jews
It's
need
gonna
to
be that
live
kind of
within
thing.
walking distance of a
Just get
synagogue
it as a
or walking distance of a Chinese restaurant.
And I think it's going to be like because all the apparatus has to be right there. You sit in it naked. I think you're on your elevator.
We also know in later plays, cholera, for example, that Jews living in cities fared worse. So it's easy to imagine this was the case for the Black Death. There's this interesting theory, I really like it, that, well, hang on a second. Jews, historically and culturally, tended not to keep dogs as pets. That is also a somewhat suspect argument. I don't know much in the way of documentation to support that, but there are definitely passages in the Talmud that regulate the treatment of vicious animals as pets. Perhaps that's where it comes from, but certainly a cultural bias. So the argument goes, well, if Jews didn't have dogs, they must have had pets. They must have been cats. So if Jews kept cats, those cats would have chased the rats away. The rats, which carried the fleas, which carried the contagion, there you go. Because the Jews didn't like dogs, that's why they got the Black Death far less. That's the argument. I don't think there's a lot of weight to it, but there you go. Now, the last thing that people say is
believe in this bullshit, but you don't believe in ghosts. Okay,
it is true that there is a mandated amount of
and I'm not saying I don't believe in ghosts.
the including the ritual washing of hands, regular bathing, and so on. And we should understand that the standards that would have been used in the 14th century are far below what would be considered okay by Dr. Fauci and the CDC. We're not talking about washing with soap for 20 seconds saying happy birthday, not even close. Washing without soap is washing very cursorily, and even bathing would be at best a once a week affair. Women were known, of course, to go to the mikvah, particularly the ritual immersion. And I just happen to have something quick to show you. I was last year, I was traveling to Social River to Carthage, France. Which actually has a mikvah that dates right back to the 14th century, exactly where that mikvah. And I've got my video from it. So I have a video to show you the mikvah in Carthage, which is absolutely stunning. And get a sense for what it must have been like to engage in cleanliness at that time in order to avoid engaging on the Black Death. Not so lucky. I will just let you know in advance that there are actually two mikvahs in this little video. First, we get to see the 18th century renovated mikvah. Then we get to see the 14th century original mikvah, which is really astounding. Here we go.
You know what? I don't want to fucking talk. What are you saying?
The basement of the synagogue housing the original women's section,
You know what? I don't want to talk about this. There we go.
Services, which they would list
Turn to Mike. I don't know what you're doing right now.
According to a Christian visitor who visited the site in 1599, they were attended by a blind rabbi who would translate the reading of the Torah and the prayers into Judeo-Poetic Psalm for the benefit of the women who rarely had literacy.
Time. Okay, we've had more time, right?
And the mikvah
cars. Yes, we have with cars. Yes, I mean, just way more
similar to modern day
as time progresses, the time where we don't have cars gets less and less and less.
Shortly,
until eventually
that
time we don't have cars is 0.001%. Okay. Same with AI. Okay. The time we have AI, you need to now think about as time keeps going and going and going and going. On a scale, if you were to pick a time to be, period, you would probably pick a time where we would be in a simulation in AI, because it had to have existed more than it hasn't, because time keeps going. So there is a better chance that we are in that time, percentage-wise, than we are in the time without AI. Because of how, if all time is this thing,
associated with new excavations. These are fantastic. I'll tell you about them in the next video.
What's in Chris's coffee? Yes. So I'm not saying that's how it is.
I like that.
I'm not.
No, you're right.
Okay, so now let's go to the social upheaval of the era and
The
specifically
chances
Jewish
are almost nil
the
that we are
the
not in a
huge
situation.
devastation. We're talking about 20, 30%, 40% of the population in some places being killed as a result of the Black Death. Phenomenal change going on in society. And people all over look to find ways to respond. Perhaps the most significant drawback was the sudden explosion of movements like the flagellants, or those who risked themselves to self-flagellate. And these were Christians who believed that the plague was a punishment for licentious behavior on behalf of the congregation, and they felt that they had to repent and purge themselves of their sin by physically walking around, often without shirts, and whipping themselves as they went. Inspiring other people to do the same. Flagellants in particular were very quick to look to blame others in society. This had a very significant and very various impact on the Jews. Just give you a sense of the mood. These are like few witnesses on the about 70 years later, which is again kind of like this Holocaust, captured the mood of the people by showing this phenomenal Book of the Dead that describes how a skeletal death-like figure seizes all kinds of people. Here, seizing a soldier, a businessman. The death is present, even a joyous celebration at a wedding.
Go down. Look at the advanced skeletal with shrugged shoulders.
Early 16th century,
That one right
away
there.
a child by the hand
One of the
as
fixed
the
one looks like
anguished,
very
very impoverished mother and sibling look on
advanced skeleton. Oh, advanced
terrifying
sexual
kind of
positions.
images that capture
You want her to be like, you want to have sex?
sudden threat of invasion.
I saw a guy talking about like, I want to see the how is the legs? What is this like that you can pick different body types? You can go put a good booty on it. Go down and look at this white girl. Go up, this booty.
Really begins to be expressed for the first time, and it was a dramatic implication
That's terrible.
future
That's terrible.
Yeah, that ass
This
is
is a 14th century rendition
Y'all are crazy. Can you put an ass on it?
community
Y'all are
being
crazy.
burned
This is the whitest
alive
you've ever
Chris is
because
like,
it
can
was
I get a
felt
flower
that
ass?
how
Is
to
there
blame
a flower
for
ass?
the Black Death.
Who in the room thinks that's the
Widespread
I think the picture
canard,
honestly
the
is actually
widespread
injustice
lies
because
that
that is
actually
not
had
the top of her
originally
ass.
been
The
circulating
top of her ass
that
actually
lepers, of people suffering from leprosy, had somehow poisoned the well waters of Europe. Anyone who drank from that well water was destined to slay. Later, in the late 1340s, the legend kind of morphed a little bit and adapted and became much more powerful. The idea that the Jews would lead with the lepers and with the devil
wrong.
create
She looks.
this
Hey,
see on the left here,
she looks
this is a woodcut roughly from the period that shows a Jew in a kind of like an oriental costume, kind of exotic accent. He's holding in his hand a little bag,
When
a
a girl like that,
vial.
you're not looking at her face
That
anyway.
was kind of vial, but a little sack. That according to the various legends that were certain at the time that it was made up of the flesh of dead lepers, and spider venom, and all kinds of nasty things, the hairs of witches, and it would be dropped into the well water, holding it over the water, and spitting out of the water is a diabolical figure that gets urinated
while you're, which body type would you
drink of that water.
This is this old. So
this is
zoom in,
also
go
rather
there, and it's
incredibly noxious. Circulated in the 13th century, especially exploded after the Black Death, that
I know which one I would pick.
somehow
Chris is
needed
supermodel.
as a
Chris is
ritual
supermodel.
I
requirement
know which one I'd pick. I know all these. Which one? Can I
supply
guess? Give me a guess if you want.
166.
specifically a young boy, because
Chris
children
is
are
166
in
supermodel.
a vicarious
169.
reenactment of the passion of Jesus. And this is called the ritual murder charge. It was added to that was the notion that somehow Jews needed to drain him of his blood and use it for various purposes. Ridiculous idea called the blood libel, which ironically the higher church, the Masonic, tended to attack. They pull after pull, saying it's not true, the Jews don't do this, but the lower clergy, very much in line with popular sentiment,
You guys are all over that 167. Look at that. She should look like a real
I am.
so during the period of Black Death, there's a very close association between Jews and
That's why I picked it, for God's sake.
just I would not pick that. Should we just order one of these for the studio just for sweetie, it's research.
This is a
Nazi
Nazi propaganda
and I get to the golden hour if you want to fuck it. And I get to go first, so it's all good.
Because they are carriers of disease that have tightness. Right?
Hilarious.
Come from
Like that's how you would get it.
you have to
That's how people are going to
ghettoize
get
the Jews.
diseases now. So you're letting your friends fuck you. You have to get
And
tested.
another element, so by the way, modern anti-Semitism is really composed of two basic elements. One is this kind of quasi-scientific aspect. Like here you see the idea of
like this is what I don't like about this. But this is my point though. It's like if you have to do all that setup, so this is what you have to do actually. You gotta get your doll, you gotta take it out, you gotta get it dressed,
second element
then I have to set it up on the wall.
in this
Okay, I think you're
very
sick.
notion
I
that
have to put the leg up on the wall, and then I have to walk out of the room and come back in and go, what's
that there is somehow a plan
you just wait
connecting together to dominate the world. Here's once
It
again
just takes away
a
from
Nazi
it. Yeah, it does.
propaganda image that displays this kind of ominous sort of Jews and in connection, and they're really controlling all of the allies, Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin, and it's really the Jews behind it all. This is the notion of a conspiracy theory. Those two elements, this kind of quasi-scientific element and the conspiracy theory element, that are very central to contemporary thought. Just to bring it back to Contagion, this is one of those images that I find very chilling. It's technically not anti-Semitic per se. It appeared in England, and the part that makes me nervous about it is kind of the ominous silhouette that directing people. This is, of course, tracing the expansion of COVID-19 from patient zero, what happens to be a modern Orthodox Jew living in Westchester. It's not really patient zero. It's just happens to be the first major case that was discovered in New York. It had been spreading by community for quite a bit longer before he arrived, but nevertheless, he was the first known case in the world to track. You see his story later in the history of New Rochelle. So this kind of imagery makes me very nervous about how it is perceived. That'll be your function. You never know how people So those are things that come really out of the black place.
A human does wrong with the society.
The early modern era, there's a lot of things that are happening. Many other diseases are sweeping back and forth across the globe with some regularity. Smallpox and cholera are perhaps the most significant ones that are often referred to in a lot of texts. In fact, one of the worst things you can say as a profanity in some Slavic language is cholera. I probably should say that as well as legal on the internet, but it means literally the the blood of a choleric dog, right? The
Just
blood of
when
a
you
dog
thought
that has
summer couldn't
cholera.
get any
That's
hotter,
a very,
Pluto
very bad
TV is turning up the heat
so
with thousands of free movies. Presenting Summer of Cinema. Stream your favorite blockbuster films like Gladiator, My Love Lieutenant, Good Burger,
what I really want to point out on this slide is
Beverly Cop, The Girl with a Dragon Tattoo, and Julie and Julia. All for free on your favorite devices. Pluto TV. Stream now. Pay never.
What's this?
But when you look at any
Cristiano
individual
Ronaldo got an
epidemic,
egg
you
for his
see
wife.
so many
Oh my
great
God, look at that.
people who are lost.
Isn't it like
You know what
$4
it
million?
Lost
there's
to
a tracking
history as
device
well.
in there.
They left no record of themselves or their activity.
Here.
And sometimes,
But it's just so he knows when she's not walking in.
particular, Rabbi
Because he's
Rothschild,
he's not tracking her.
who wrote the
He's not tracking her to see
incredible
where she
Torah,
is.
who was one of the
When you give
early
your chick a ring like that,
systematizers of
she's already
Kabbalah,
there.
wrote Targums for Moment. Phenomenal
She's
scholar.
opening the door
This
for the
particular
mistress.
Talmud Torah,
Look how
describes
stupid this is.
13
It's like this.
different
hey, Tatiana.
strategies.
Look how stupid this is. He's in the other room. YouTube commented, congratulations on their Instagram.
Oh, I know.
Very spiritual heroes in this work. And he was brought
There's a
low
certain
by
amount of money
cholera.
that's like,
and he was
but she said yes,
in
like
the
there was ever any
16th
doubt.
century. Unexpected cholera killed him.
Yeah, what are you talking
and
about? So
his,
he was single until
actually just
now?
killed him.
That's
Left his wife and his
That shit looks like
8-year-old
this.
No,
son.
they have
as
six
literary
kids. They have six kids.
But he was an incredibly prolific scholar.
There's no way that's 400,000, Nick. We go to
It's
that.
gotta be more than
Another
that.
tragic death. Also in Israel this time in Akko,
That's
which
dollars.
is
It has to be
the
Now look it up, big dog. That's way more than
Mesilat Yesharim. And in fact, one of
You
the
don't
reasons
know.
I'm
That
giving
could be
this
like a
class today is because
that
it is
percentage
the
of us
anniversary
being
of his
in the
death.
simulation of the time where simulation
The
existed.
anniversary of his death in
Would be, you just figured
2660.
it out.
Never mind, 2 to 5.
He was a brilliant scholar who
Yeah,
did
and I'm
so
sure
many
they're
phenomenal
There's
works
no
in many
clouds in
different
my
areas, not
stones.
only in areas
$5
like
million ring.
He bought a
Musar, where it's
lab-made
very
diamond.
famous, the ethical works, but also in Kabbalah,
Yeah.
also in
Oh, no,
logic,
this one.
and
Oh,
even
no,
in
this one.
public
With
speaking,
this ring,
and
you
even
get
in
pictures
drama.
of the kids
He's
that
considered by many to be the first
dug it up,
modern
you know what I mean?
novelist
It's
because
just,
he
you know,
wrote
that's
fiction.
that's how one diamond is.
I'll tell you what's alarming is their arms
He
are the
died
same
in the 18th
size.
century
Well, yeah, 'cause
after
he's
a
fuck too.
short life of intense persecution where he was hounded by his enemies. All of the private
Yeah,
internal
dude.
Jewish
I think
enemies.
it's 2 diamonds. I thought it was
Very
like pieces
studied
together. I
Kabbalah.
didn't know.
No, it's one diamond. It's one diamond.
Hounded
That's
across
what's so
Europe.
shocking.
Finally,
You already
in his
know.
late 30s,
You why do you know?
emigrated
You
to
went
Israel,
cheap on
hoping to have some
it's like a
freedom to
rope
be able to
tying it, like a little
Kabbalah
string.
properly.
Well, wait,
He
hold on.
died
What's Brendan
at the age of
always show
39,
about this ring?
tragically, in a
What
play
did
that
Once I got my ear to the
also took
ground. I got my ear to the ground.
That's like you're digging another
So we
man's
have,
butt.
punctuated moments of great tragedy associated with all of these
No,
places.
I'm kidding. So you're not
Jewish
kidding. You're really heterosexual. But this
How
guy's
did
like
you
so
react?
My wife,
Check
my
out
wife
this
told me this
beautiful
morning.
title
right.
by my friend Ellie Fisher, Rav, in a time of
Yeah, but
cholera.
I don't give a fuck. I thought honestly, I'm not even being a hater. I thought he was gay.
Perhaps the most,
Okay.
I mean, he is. We had you know,
besides the
this
kind
guy's
of
fucking.
rudimentary social business and strategies that were evident in the
here's how I
Bible
know.
and the Talmud
I
and
would
so
if I
on,
was up there.
one of the other elements also expressed in the
There's
Talmud
nothing else to
is
do with
the
that.
production of amulets, which
You're
got a lot of rabbis at
I
this
mean,
time in significant trouble, such as, for example, Rabbi Yonatan Eibish's here, who produced many of these kinds of documents that were intended to ward off all kinds of evil eventualities, including disease. The reason why Rabbi Eibish's got so much difficulty with this huge amount of controversy is because this is shortly after the debacle of Shabbos Tzvi, a false messiah of the 17th century who
History in the
in
making.
drawing a very large movement of Jews all across Europe
It
to
was
his
so far
cause, which
outside.
ended in disaster and ended up
I mean,
burning
look, that
to its
happens,
slime rather than
but
initiating the
that's
Messianic
bad. They're
period.
talking about
So,
getting rid of the empires, though.
producing amulets after this time was a very dangerous
not
period
gonna-
because many people
I know because they're so.
the producers as being, followers of the
historic call that
disgraced
they put that ball in
Shabbos
the MLB.
This,
Or in the Hall of Fame.
this trend
They're crazy
also
if that
affected
battery
early
walk away and say
social
something fucking.
Hasidic movement.
This is super sexist when he got back to the
These
country.
documents are called
I want to ask you
Baal
guys.
Shalom Shem, the
Sexist.
masters
I
of
want to
the
ask you
name.
guys a dad
The name
question.
of God, the
Dad,
name of angels,
Mary,
the
dad
both
question.
amulets mean disease.
Does
So
your
many
wife,
of these early
when you
kind
the
of
kids were young, did they ever talk to you through the kids.
We call
Meaning,
Ballet Shame.
they got
One of the
the kids,
reasons
they'll be
why
like,
the founder
oh,
of Hasidism as we
Daddy
know
needs
today
to,
is
Daddy needs
called
to
the
take the
Baal
trash
Shem
out right now.
the
You ever do
good
that?
Baal Shem, as
I would
opposed
lose
to
my
some
mind.
of those
Oh my
ones who are
God,
sort of
she
like,
would lose her mind if I did. Rachel does that sometimes. But
let
she's
us
doing it
move
to
on
she's
here.
joking. No,
This is
he's
also
a
the
big
era
guy.
when we
I always go, I hear you.
particular
But we get some friends come over that they have a kid that's like a month and a half
there
old,
were
and
experiments with
they go, here's
vaccination
your mom.
much earlier.
And I just saw how they interacted with each other, and I was just like, oh man.
18th century in particular, a lot of experiments
That's a
with, like grinding up the dry
Have you ever been over at a friend's house and you can tell they're not doing well? Like I was over at a neighbor's house, and she's like, "Oh, I'll just drive them." He goes, "No, I got it. Like, you want me to stay and make the chick down?" She goes, "Just trying to help."
Developing,
I'll see myself out. That's You know what it is? Okay, here's how you know a couple has problems. Because what are you going to allow to be shown in front of a stranger, in front of someone? Okay, so like if you have an issue, you might be like, "Oh man, there's a level." But if your level in front of people is like
world as Jonathan Iverson, and no one's in the area we're discussing shortly, although he grew up in New York City, he nevertheless developed a polio vaccine. Incredible storage that affected so many children, and he was able to lift off the threat of polio to children, and the vaccine that is readily available today, and he changed the world forever. Smallpox vaccination changed as well.
Daddy needs to start
how it
watching
changed
ads with
specifically in
you.
the Jewish world, probably Jewish world. A well-known rabbi, Abraham ben Shlomo Nancy, published a book called Hale Trufa. You translate this as the needs of healing. It might be a pun on the needs of paper in his book, meaning
I
we
like
talk
seeing
about
other
healing.
kids though.
He sadly lost two of his own children to smallpox, and in Hale Trufa, he wrote very movingly of the need for vaccination.
Running around and
Science was essential to developing modern health, and that had a big impact on the Jewish mindset. We should also bear in mind that long before Rabbi Rothschild wrote Hale Trufa, the long-standing sort of rational approach to medicine that appears in the Jewish tradition. Not to say that amulets were not invoked in this use, especially amulets, other things like whispering spells, things like that, but there's a general consensus that runs a very straight line throughout biblical and Talmudic sources,
He learned that from a baby,
and
though. But he did that when he was a baby,
taught
right, Eric?
that if the doctors recommend a course of action, then people should follow that course of action. Very, very rare exceptions, but if a legitimate doctor with credentials and credibility advocates a course of action, even if it contravenes otherwise accepted Jewish practices, such as fasting on a fast day, the law is
It's fucking, he's 2.5.
the medical opinion, kind of like a safe position or basic common knowledge kind of. So Rabbi Nansen did not start a revolution. He merely underlined something which was very significant already in the Jewish tradition. You have many, many other rabbinic figures piling on after. Rabbi Israel Lipschitz, extremely important 19th century rabbinic figure who had a lot of engagement with science, wrote, for example, on the newly developing Darwinian theory and things like that, and he argued very firmly that vaccination
Like he's a bad kid. Have you ran into that yet?
No, but I have ran into him. I have. What's got a lot of
another
sense.
thing that develops in the
He's doing this now. Where you go,
19th century is the initiation of social distance.
just wait, bro.
On a much more
That's a whole
concrete
personality.
basis.
It's weird. Like when I was just in San Antonio with T in Boston, we were like playing football, and there's a ton of kids. There's like two kids who were terrible athletes and just bad kids, like really bad. And at first I was gonna step in and be like, "Don't play with them," but I was like, "I didn't figure it out."
Said, among other things,
You know,
following
T
public health
came over. He's like,
of
"Dad,
today,
I'll just wait." Like that kid's
prayer
sucked at
quorum
football.
should be
Does he seem
limited
like
in
a kid?
size.
He's like,
Opinions
"No."
should
I
be
was like, "Yeah."
limited in
I
size.
do think that the
People should
temperament,
stand
you know,
far
of
apart from
like
each other.
whatever the
And in
relationship
fact,
is between them.
he
I
argued for
do see how that
enforcement
has
of
an
those
effect.
He said that
You know,
the non-Jewish police
very
force
much like
should be invited in, if
let's
necessary, to
breathe.
maintain
Like
those
she's
social
very like
distancing
she's
strategies.
very
One of
measured
his
with him. You know, and so
suggestions
I
at
might
the
be like
time
a
was that,
reaction. So I've noticed it. Like if I just go, because sometimes I'm just like, you know, I'll be like,
social
hey,
displeasure,
you know, and then I see him and he's like, I look at his face and I go, oh,
of course, one of the most
So I
The
just go,
emotionally significant prayers in the entire liturgy is the Kaddish. When a person loses a loved one, God forbid, one wants to say the memorial prayer for the dead, the Kaddish. And the custom was, before the 18th century, not as we practice today, but the custom was that only one person in every given prayer quorum would recite
You
the
also
Kaddish.
don't want to be a helicopter
And so there's a lot of jockeying,
my instinct is like,
lobbying over
keep you
who has the right
but I
to
want
say
them
it
to figure it
for
out.
the
Like, I'm not always going to be
congregation.
there. So it's
But
tough
what
to be
happened
like,
tragically is in Colorado, January 1831,
Like the other day,
so many people lost loved ones
was doing something
that
to
the
Calvin,
hue
and
and
it was like,
cry for a response to
and Calvin
allow
just goes
more people to say
like
Kaddish, Rabbi Akiva Eger to say, well, you know what? Given the current circumstances,
and Calvin looks at me like,
people should
am
be
I in
allowed
trouble?
to
And I'm
say
like,
Kaddish in
I said to him, I was like, that's how he's going to learn, bro.
synagogue should adopt the
like,
practice
it's just
that
like
many
dogs.
people
You're going to get the alphas
who are eligible to say Kaddish should say Kaddish together, which rapidly became the dominant custom. Even now, nearly 200 years after that.
I was going to say, I feel like Billy's going to be like the big little brother.
And one more really heroic, amazing story. I actually was not able to find this source that really
but I mean, like, Calvin
but
just going to be like Chris Rock and
widely
Tony Rock.
reported that in this cholera epidemic,
Eric, don't you want more than one kiddo? Or do you really have
the great Rabbi Yisrael Salanter,
we fuck with that sex robot and do the real thing.
apparently after
You get the sex robot
Surgery,
to pamper you.
after the prayers on Friday on the night of Yom Kippur, the holiest day of the year, the fast day, he got up and he pronounced the Kiddush prayer, which allows people to eat. The medical advice was nobody should fast on Yom Kippur this year because of the health implications. Rabbi Yisrael Salanter wanted to make sure that nobody felt that if you were really religious, you would fast nevertheless. The medical rule is you should not fast. I want to let you know that even I claimed Rabbi Yisrael Salanter.
I got home yesterday from Miami.
Okay, let's go on to
I saw my kids and they were just stupid. It's so cool to see how much,
so here we are in the
how excited
COVID-19
they get.
situation.
Like when you
And
come home, like
we're still very
we're
much,
still young.
actually in the U.S. race, we're still dealing with this general nervous system.
But
And
once
we
it
don't know
turns
how we're going to
into,
get back to our jobs. Normally,
you can see them saying
hopefully
like,
we should
oh,
all be
Dad's
healthy
back.
and well.
He's
and,
actually back. He
people
was gone, and now
should
he's
be
back.
employed
That shit is-
in
Do you
a
FaceTime all the time?
reasonable manner to be able to meet all of your obligations.
Well,
So
nothing's worse
one
when
of the
they
things
get old
that's
enough.
unusual, and
Nothing's worse when
because
they get
the
old enough that they
internet's
start having
speeding
their own
things up so
friends.
rapidly,
Like every
a
Saturday,
lot
Sunday, I go to the
tends
car
to be
show.
reactive.
And then
Meaning
this Sunday, I
some
told Team
things
Boss, like,
happen.
yo, you guys ready to go to
The
the car show?
rabbis
I'm like,
talk about it, they go back, they look at the
we're
sources,
going
things
over
like
our
that,
buddy's house.
and then they
We'll be there
make a
at 9.
ruling on
Brandon in his car.
the event. Often after the fact. And then that can be used later to decide for specific individual cases. But the idea of making broad generalizations for lots of people is not typically the way halakha works. It tends to be something that rabbis use kind of like to draw large canvases, but for specific questions, you only use a scalpel to deal with a specific surgical need of that's changed so much because so many people are looking for direction. How do we deal with this COVID-19? And one of the voices that has become very prominent is that of Rabbi Herschel Schachter, here, who has published a virtual library of guidance on how to behave, particularly because much of the crisis happened here in the New York City area, with the high concentration of Jews, high concentration of observant Jews, and the upcoming Passover holiday in the middle of April. So a lot of his rulings came out because of the need of how do we, for example, this is the time when people typically buy new vessels.
Welcome. How are you?
And they have to be immersed in a mikvah, but it might be dangerous to go to a mikvah. The mikvah might be closed. How are we supposed to deal with that? They published a lot of rulings, many of which were surprisingly lenient. I happen to know of more than one archive of COVID-19 materials that are being collected to try and document all this stuff that's happening right now. My colleague David Sellis.
Anyway, it was fantastic.
But that doesn't mean that everybody is like falling into lockstep.
It's like raining for fucking 20 minutes so hard that I'm back to crazy.
flouting
Like it
rabbinic
rains for 20
authority,
minutes very hard,
flouting
and then it's hot.
medical authority,
This is
and
Miami,
doing their own thing.
Chris,
Sometimes
was
very
everyone late? Everyone last comes late.
Yep.
Was everyone late?
strong religious influence. Here's a letter that just appeared yesterday from the Young Israel
Go to Sam
Christian
Trip,
Church.
please.
2 days ago, I saw it yesterday.
When he
And this,
posted
you got to
about,
check out this text here. This is
I
written
reposted the
by
story,
the leadership of Young Israel, a very large Young Israel in Florida.
the
I'll
actress,
just read the first paragraph.
comedian.
It is with complete
Yeah, Amy
disgust
Schumer.
and revulsion that we are
Amy
forced to
Schumer.
share with you that in spite of our own Mora Da'asra's clear halakha guidance,
What happened
what
to
the
Amy
rabbi said,
Schumer? She's
and
still
those of
alive?
the Orthodox
Yeah, she
Young
was just
Israel,
I mean,
Spirit
she has some
Israel,
kind of
the
big surgery
RCA,
or
and
something.
other
She
rabbinic
just came out
organizations,
with
plus
this.
recent medical guidance by
Because the
Rabbi Dr.
moms are the
Howard
ones
Blatt.
handling shit
There were a
and
number of people
communicating.
who
Like, imagine
blatantly
if your
violated our
dad,
shul's
one year, was
policy
in charge
and
of planning
indeed
your
participated
birthday
in
party.
a
I
rogue
wouldn't have had
union
one. No, okay?
this past Shabbos.
And I think this is, and men are in charge of the
One of the
world.
funny things going on Twitter, by the
The
way, is
world.
It is a blessing for you to be able to stay home and plan a birthday party. All easy. You know how
So
lucky it
people,
is.
they decided to form a rogue union. The shul is
While
closed. Synagogue's
your
closed.
husband has some job
So people
where he
never
can
defied the
rent, and he
rules
prays
that
in
people could not be
AI or
gathering.
some Indian
This
doesn't
is
come
the
on
last
an
part.
H-1B
This
visa
level of
and fucking
raw
takes his
chutzpah
job. You don't
and
think I can
dangerous
plan a
in bold
fucking
and
party?
italics.
I
So
can't.
big, the
Because I'm
kulak is
working all the
kosher.
time.
That's a possible danger
Amy Schumer just kind of went away, huh? She just kind of ate her feelings and she disappeared.
Just like
not be tolerated. This type of behavior on individuals who perpetrate it
because she has a thing
responded
out
to
now, right? Like
with significant
show or something.
consequences. It goes on to this.
Another movie that's gonna
Strict of the
bomb. She's
competition,
such a fucking
no
lame
Aliyah
ass. She
Torah,
used to
all
be a
kinds of
beast.
things
She used
like
to be
that.
great.
Wow, really strong language, but gives you a
Oh yeah, I guess
sense
on the roast.
of urgency
No, when she-
of this particular cause.
On
And
the roast, she was good,
the
and
stress
then
is a
on
place on
what is it,
so I want to
Kevin?
conclude because we're at the end of the hour, and I want to
The
remind
fucking
you that
the big
you know,
LA
Jews
morning
are
show. Rogan was on there. Ari, all
we
the
have
boys.
somehow lasted 3,000 years.
But I don't know.
Thousands
It's just like
in
stop saying
exile,
this.
in a
Women
diasporic
hating
condition,
men
often
era,
as a
dude.
minority in
It's
a
like,
hostile
yeah,
environment.
bro.
And we have found ways of adapting to incredible
What are we talking about?
social,
You know what I mean? Right. You know,
change.
Well, that's because Amy
We'll
doesn't date a real
find a way to
dude.
adapt to
Like,
this
if my
as well.
wife went on a podcast
I
and talked like
reiterate
that,
that I'm very excited about what Rabbi Trump is
no,
doing.
she's gonna come home and say, like, you're so right, sweetie. You want me to make you some
Expanding the
fucking
shul's
tortillas or
program
whatever the fuck he does?
into
He's a
time
chef.
because we
Some
cannot
cut.
participate
Some
in
soft
space
cut.
in the same way.
I don't know.
And
Who's
if you
to,
want to receive the
He's
PDF
super
of the
soft. Look
materials
him up.
put
He's
together
very
with
soft.
lots of text
That's what she
and
has to
lots of
date. That's what she
questions
is.
for you to
sometimes,
engage
but
in
it's
with
just
your
like
family at the table.
whatever
We'd be
she's
very happy to share
selling
them
is
with you.
just it's
The website
bullshit.
is
What is she saying?
yilc.org.
And I get it.
With that, I'm going to formally
They might have just
conclude
been
this
talking.
presentation.
This is
And
one of
I'm
the
going to
problems
open
with
up for
podcasting. It's
questions
just like,
in the chat
it's
section.
like it just like
But
they
thank
cut
you
that
very much for
together,
your
and it's
attention.
just like,
Thank you very much for your
all right, I'm
endurance.
sure they call her daddy, like they call her daddy woman. What's her name? Alex. She was like, it's terrifying men around the world. That's that. But that's something that somebody might just say offshoot, you know. But this is what Amy Schumer's always saying. Yeah, it's like
No, when she was coming up, she wasn't like this. Remember, she got to start talking about sucking dick
well, that's
and
the other
being
thing.
a
It's
slut
like,
and doing all this
it's
slutty
like, what are
shit.
you for
And then
real?
all of a sudden she's like,
It's like, what are you for real?
Now all of a sudden she's in her ivory tower. And now
There's another. It's like
she's the one who talks about Callan, going out on Callan.
These female comics, it's like some of them, you know, they were a guy's girl, and then they turned into women's rights, and now they're right wing. It's like, bro, you're no like you're just you're just like exactly. You just want to make money. You want to be liked. That's not fuck all that shit. You're not. It's like you're not. To me, it's like they say comedians have a point of view. What's the matter if it keeps changing? I understand people grow and grow out of certain things, but like, bro, if you're just gonna go with whatever's fashionable, you're not Steve Byrne is going in or Howard Stern on live, really.
Instagram and stuff because he's talking about how
he's
Like how it's their
Thank you, Rabbi Trump.
because he
But
would
let
have
us
canceled.
get straight to the material because we have really quite a large amount of Jewish history to cover in a short period of time. Rabbi Trump did offer a short word of introduction.
Go that far over to that side.
Thank you. I'm a huge fan of Rabbi Trump personally and of his Tehillah, where of course I've been governing for the last few years. And it's a tremendous boost for me to be able to give back to the community a little bit for some of the knowledge that I've acquired over several years of study. I want to thank in particular the people who have worked hard to put this together. We've had some tremendous support by our head of the Committee for Jewish History, that's Rabbi Rothschild, and we have that fascinating and very sophisticated poster by Ricky Adler that's in our front lobby, and I'm really grateful for everyone who put this together. Okay, let's go right to the material here. Why this series? Well, Rabbi Trump and I spent some time talking about what would be the needs of this Tehillah. We thought it would be nice to give a vast overview in a very short period of time so that people would fill in the gaps in their own body of knowledge of Jewish history. So that's what we're going to do in 4 blindingly fast lectures. We're going to cover absolutely every moment in Jewish history, and hopefully you will remember all of it. We're trying to make it a little bit more sophisticated, so if you follow online, you'll see that there are some optional readings, not quite at the undergraduate level, but nevertheless, if you want to augment your study a little bit, you can get access to about 100 or so pages of materials that will hopefully fill in some of the lacunae in your knowledge. Okay, let us begin with one of the most difficult aspects of this topic. Because we are doing a survey, we have to begin with a little bit of historiographic theory. And this is an area that most historians prefer to avoid because it asks some really basic questions which on the surface seem to be absolutely obvious, but when you actually dig down to them, they become incredibly difficult. So let's start with what is Jewish history? Now this is my undergraduate seminar. I would probably invite comments from the audience and do a whiteboard exercise and think about like, well, what is it? Because everyone seems to know what it is, but in reality, Jewish history is something that does not exist. What I mean by that, it already happened. The past, by definition, does not exist. I spend my life studying something which does not exist, and can you believe they actually pay me to do it? So, but nevertheless, we all have a working knowledge of this non-existent thing, this thing which stopped a second ago, and a second ago after that, and a second ago after that. What exactly are we talking about? So, one of the ways I like to think of Jewish history, and I think will be a guiding light for us, is to think about the poetry of Hannah Shena. Many of you, I'm sure, are familiar with her. She's a very courageous Hungarian Jewish woman who managed to leave her native Hungary and make it to Israel during the interwar period. And then, at a very young age, in her 20s, she volunteered to parachute back into Nazi Germany to try and rescue some of the doomed co-religionists in Hungary. She was unfortunately captured by the Nazis. She was tortured, but she refused to divulge any of her secrets and what she knew about the other people on this mission, and she was ultimately executed. One of her Hebrew poems is an incredibly haunting testament to her life and her vision, and also gives us a lot of impetus for our own study of Jewish history. Mine in particular. I'll read in Hebrew and we'll translate as well. I'm sure many of you are familiar with this poem. There are stars.
Doesn't mean anything. This is on whoever this is that wrote this article. Yeah, I know. There's Andre Rock.
There are stars whose light reaches the earth when they themselves are gone and no more. There are people,
but people don't realize that.
whose radiance illuminates when they themselves are gone and no longer among us. Meaning, just like we can in the night sky observe stars that have died eons ago, and yet their light is only now reaching us, and we can study their lives long after the lives have passed, so there are people who infuse our own lives with meaning and significance, even though they are no longer among us. Oro Ele, these lights, and it's just referring to both the stars and to people,
What are you doing here? Because Matt's shooting a special in Austin, so I'm going to go
Brilliant in the dark of night,
in September.
they kindle for
So I'm
humanity
going to do a
the
text
lights
down
along
at
the
the
path.
theater.
And so therefore, I'd like to suggest a very utilitarian approach to Jewish history, in that it's difficult to say that we have to study, like George Santayana said, the lessons of history, or else we are doomed to repeat them. That is very true as I like to tell my undergraduates. If you do not study for history 220, you will be doomed to repeat it next semester. But for our purposes, we definitely can gather meaning and insight and purpose by studying Jewish history. That's where I'd like to take us over the course of the next 4 lectures. Now, the periodization that we're going to study is somewhat artificial. We're going to look at 4 distinct periods. First, we're going to look at ancient history today. It will be the most challenging of all of the lectures because we will be looking at some philosophically very difficult material. I hope to present it in an intellectually authentic manner and yet not offend our religious sensibilities at the same time. Then we will go on to the medieval period. The terminology medieval is really Christian in origin. It means between the eras. It means between the classical era of Rome and Greece, which was considered a golden age, and then the era of the Renaissance, literally the rebirth of that same civilization in later Europe. Those terms don't exactly fit with Jewish time, but nevertheless, we'll use those rough markers. We'll look at the periods from the close of the Mishnah and the large depopulation of the land of Israel in the wake of the Bar Kokhba revolt in the 2nd century, and we'll take it all the way up to the cataclysmic Spanish expulsion, which was a huge, devastating impact on world Jewry, comparable only to the way the Holocaust has had an impact on contemporary Jewry. Then we'll look at modern Jewish history, which basically extends from the Spanish Inquisition and expulsion of late 15th century up until roughly the turn of the 20th century, and then we'll look at the last century right up until our present day. So I've spaced them out here in 4 equal lectures in terms of minutes, but if you try to look at them in terms of actual gaps of time, you can see that they're really quite uneven. We're going to spend a lot of time today in 60 minutes, and then we're going to be looking at less and less time over the same amount of actual lecturing time. But that's, at any rate, the format of the course. Historiographically, we're going to go over these various periods. One other thought in terms of theory before we get to the material itself. We should understand that history is a kind of an art in which the understanding of the discipline depends very much on the lens through which one observes it. One of the things that undergraduates often think is, why do we have to keep writing new history textbooks? The true answer is because the textbook companies can then make money off selling them to you. That was a joke. I know some of you got it, but the reality is because every historian frames the same facts in a very different way. Again, I don't have the luxury of time to speak about this in detail, but let's look at 3 major encyclopedic historians, and I'll give you a sense of how historiography changes depending on who is the historian. We start with one of the greatest of the encyclopedic historians, Heinrich Gretz. Many of you may have, perhaps even as like a bar mitzvah present, the 6-volume English translation by Henrietta Zold of the History of the Jews. And I'd like to call his historiography heroic Jewish history, because the model that he used to describe Jewish history is one in which, the Jews are such wonderful, decent, ehrlich, intelligent, good-looking people, and yet society keeps putting them down. And we're always subject to anti-Semitism. But we nevertheless rise up against this horrible persecution, and once again we're put down again. But we nevertheless irrepressibly rise up once again. And this is a very kind of like, you can see why it's a great bar mitzvah gift, right? Because it's a feel-good kind of history. It doesn't talk about the nebuchs that we know in real life. It certainly doesn't talk about too many of the Jewish criminals that unfortunately you read about in the New York Times. It's a kind of feel-good Judaism, which we should understand was extremely appropriate for his time and place in late 19th century Germany, and he was taken heavily to task by another historian, Heinrich von Treitschke, who argued that this is exactly why we have to get the Jews out of Germany. And his slogan, "The Juden sind unser Unglück," the Jews are our misfortune, was coined largely as a response to Heinrich's somewhat sanitized version of Jewish history. But nevertheless, a very strong working model. For generations, Jews have worked with this kind of model of Jewish history. Shimon Dubno, who was martyred by the Nazis in 1941, his last words to his students as he lay bleeding on a street in Latvia was "Schreib und verschreib," write and record. He offered a chilling last imperative to historians to say we must record the data of Jewish history. And even in that particular phrase, you hear the difference, because Shimon Dubno is much more of a social historian who likes to take a more realistic approach to the spectrum of Jewish realities, to the fact that there are never Jewish criminals, that there are, heterodox movements, that there are all kinds of things which we might not necessarily be proud of, but nevertheless, that is part of the grand story of Jewish history. His approach to Jewish history was extremely influential, in particular in the evolution of the so-called Federation movement here in America, because he was the architect of this idea of a Jewish community without necessarily being bound by religious affiliation. And finally, closer to our own times, the incredible Salo Baron, who criticized both Dubno and Gretz, in particular Gretz, because he said that it wasn't really a heroic type of Judaism he was describing, Jewish history. He was describing a lachrymose Jewish history. In other words, full of tears. That the version of Judaism that Salo Baron criticized was this version in which everything was, completely run through the washer, and that everything came out such that the Jews were always unjustly persecuted and heroically triumphant. So his was a much more sophisticated, university-based kind of curriculum, and almost totally unreadable to lay people. His 18-volume history of the Jews, social and economic history of the Jews, it's a phenomenal book. Social and religious history is phenomenal. It takes up about this much real estate on my shelf at the office, but you really have to be an expert in Jewish history to decipher it. So he's the least kind of accessible of historians. So we're going to try and work through these kinds of models as we understand our own approach to Jewish history, which I hope I'll be able to make clearer for you towards the end. We're almost done now with the theory part before we get to the actual history. I have to dip a little bit into philosophy here as well, and I promise this will not take more than a couple of minutes. History is very much related, believe it or not, to a philosophical subdiscipline called epistemology. Epistemology comes from the Greek word episteme, which means to know. It's the science of knowing. And as you can see from Lester Grabb's classic work, Ancient Israel, the subtitle of his book is, "What Do We Know and How Do We Know It?" In reality, one could say that what we know is actually intimately related to how we know it. So, for example, if you were to look at ancient Jewish history in particular, which is our topic for today, and you were to say, I am only going to look at it through the lens of the Bible, then you would find a lot of difficulty with the archaeological record, and vice versa. If you tried to be totally archaeological about Israeli history, ancient Israel history, you would find the Bible in some places unintelligible. And this brings us to the concept of biblical archaeology, which defines two different basic positions on either end of a spectrum. There are a group of people who call themselves maximalists. This is really the term that was used most at the beginning of the 20th century as biblical archaeology really got into its heyday. Maximalist means we're going to use the Tanakh as a map for understanding ancient Israeli history and its archaeology. And that's great because we've got this fantastic document which is unparalleled in its size and scope of description of really times that happened a long time ago, And all we have to do is kind of like go through the land of Israel, identify places, dig up the soil there, and we'll find evidence of what happened. Unfortunately, when archaeologists really start digging, they found all kinds of inconsistencies, which I'm going to explore in a couple of seconds. The other later school of archaeologists says, wait a second, we're going at this all wrong. We have to just put aside the Bible and pretend it doesn't exist. We're going to ignore all of the historical data in the Bible and just work with what's in the ground. And with what's in the ground, we will reconstruct an ancient Israeli history, which may, and it turns out, is rather distinct and different from the biblical account. That presents some theological challenges, to be sure, and we're going to look at a couple of them, but only in a little bit of detail. In a way, it's a little bit like creating a puzzle, right? You see here,
welcome.
You've got someone working on a puzzle, and you say, well, this is a really hard puzzle with so many thousands of pieces, and they're all mixed up, but Baruch Hashem, I have the cover here, right? I have the box that tells me all I got to do is follow the box. It's starting.
How are you?
Really easy. So that's
what up, G?
The Bible, the Tanakh is great. We know what's supposed to happen where.
What's good? What are you up to? Slinging dick like it's going out of style, son? Yo, dog, what's new? You just woke up? Been up all night just working on a server, working on robots, slinging dick like it's going out of style. It depends. Probably like 8. How about you? What's on your agenda for today? That's tight.
What am I doing? Making shit every single day is cool. Making videos every day. All right, I'm done with that. I'm sorry. I have to now.
Wait, what's the effect of a perk, bro? Like when you take a perk, what it makes you feel? Like what? Bro, the motherfucker took a lot, bro. What the fuck? This was the OG New York face house. He started in New York, bro. I'm not even trolling, bro.
Join me as I talk to cases with special guests and true crime experts.
There's got to be something in the heart of that evidence that they
Tune in as Nancy lays out the side in true American style.
3-day stream fun? Goddamn. What the hell? EB has like someone on his stream too. Why does everyone just have like someone on their stream?
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
They're all doing such a program. Wait. Oh, now the crack guy. Billy. This guy is literally.
Thanks for inviting me into your home, your long haul truck, RV, camper, taxi,
AQ Plus, oiled up, LGBT AQ Plus, and oiled up.
Just off the interstate.
You guys, Canadian, you want to say fucking and just hit DVR?
Welcome to Coast AM, the very best in night talk radio. I'm Richard Sarah, sitting in for George Walton. And tonight this morning, I'm coming to you live from the home studio in Old Thorn Hills, just north of Toronto. Coming up in hours 1 and 2. Prepare to shatter.
Get the tattoo removed and it's a reformed man. It needs a reformed man. So, you know what? I like it.
Secret teacher of the occult.
And I think I have VIP energy. Do I still? Oh my god, I do have VIP energy in this shit.
Streaming right over the podcast on ESPN.
Through his electrifying lyrics, poetry, and life, drawing from Morrison's intimate writings, recollections from
There is no activity.
like the late Doors.
No, saying?
There's fucking Rabbi Rothschild, fucking video or something. So I just fucking banned him. Wait, what?
No way! Rabbi Rothschild joined my Discord and he was videoing something. Why didn't you tell me? I wanted to fucking see that. I wanted to see what was he videoing?
The picture of his face. What the fuck, buddy? Yeah, this is some self-live stream.
Yo, join back, homie. And now Michael Jackson's here. I just got a follow from Michael Jackson. How'd you get the name Michael Jackson? Is that... What the fuck's going on, dude? It's time to end, bro. You know, whatever's going on, I don't like it. I don't like it. Michael Jackson's crazy. Michael Jackson's crazy. How'd you even get it? Like, that's fucking nuts, dude. Yo, have you seen... What I know, it's freaking Avril Lavigne. And she's got a sexy picture. What the fuck? How do you spell Avril?
Whatever that song.
But like the OG, like he's got the actual like name. No, did they get that? Where is it? Maybe they got bad. Michael Jackson? What if that's Rabbi? Okay, so we go to DVR. Let's just go to DVR. Spam his chat a little bit of time. Yo, George, I'm sure you know him. Make me look a little good. Love you guys. Stay safe. Join the Discord. I'm going to join the Discord for a little bit. Try to stay off your boxes. I'm so used to writing Who's Canadian, I just wrote it automatically. Love you guys. Stay safe. Say hi to DVR. A reformed man. I'm hitting it. You don't want me to say nigga? I'm afraid of using nigga. Bro, this guy's hexing. He's hexing. Yo! We got 2 raids at the same time?
Hundreds of thousands of young dreamers were caravanning to Max Yasker's Dairy Farm in Bethel, New York, 60 miles southwest of Woodstock, for the legendary 3-day Woodstock Arts and Music Festival. So today was day 1 of this cultural earthquake, blending music, art, and free spirits. And so as we dive into America's weirdest roadside attractions in the second half of tonight's program, let's try and channel some of that same adventurous energy. But first, unveiling Jim Morrison's mystical secrets. Welcome to the audio Imaginarium. Come on in, weary traveler, hang your cloak on a peg, grab a stool, and come warm yourself by the fire. There are stories to be told, and you are among friends. I'm Richard Sarah, sitting in with George Norrie, and this is Coast to Coast AM. Why don't you stay a while?
Love your postcard. I'll have to send it to you from Darwin, Miss Mooney. Rabina's black currant. You ever drink Rabina? Rabina, yeah. Okay. Mark's got it. Oh, shit.
potential economic slowdown. What does this mean for your savings? Consider diversifying with gold from the Birch Gold Group. For decades, gold has been viewed as a safe haven in times of economic stagnation, global uncertainty, and high inflation. And Birch Gold makes it incredibly easy for you to diversify some of your savings into gold. If you have an IRA or old 401k, you can convert that into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold, or just buy some gold and keep it yourself. First, get educated. Birch Gold will send you a free info kit on gold. Just text the word GHOST to the number 989898. Again, text GHOST to 989898. Consider diversifying a portion of your savings into gold. That way, if the Fed can't stay ahead of the curve for the country, at least you can stay ahead of yourself.
Paul Wilde is a dynamic singer-songwriter, artist, poet, and visionary author whose electrifying work pulses with the raw energy of cultural rebellion, historical depth, and mystical exploration. With a liberal arts degree in history, Wilde weaves a spellbinding
Right. Yeah, Mike bought a bolt. He bought him in bulk. Got it for 10. Jackson, what a name. How the hell did you get that name, dude? No one took that name. You were the first person on kick? What the fuck? How did you get that name, dude? What? Guys, we've made it. Michael Jackson has joined the kick stream. Join the Discord? Did you see the postcard? Is Mark driving in the middle of the road to help avoid, like, livestock and roads? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we have a whole bar. You saw Tiger Woods in chat the other day? Yep. Oh, that another burnt car? That car is fucking robbed. It's like your pizza. Yeah, I don't know. I was able to. I wanted my name when I type on, I'll just put like I'll post this in here. This is if you guys are just joining in, you want to see what the rig looks like and how our Starlink's set up. Like on Twitch, I can do the real shit on 3 and my caps. I can't figure out how to do the caps on Kick. I have to look again. Where do I view the postcard? It's in the general set, like just the Mod City. I think it's just called Mod City. Senior Google, thanks for joining the green room. Friend, thanks for joining the kick stream. Thanks for joining the green room. Thank you so much.
Now, we just spoke before. Other archaeologists think, no, if we ignore it, then all of a sudden we're going to find that there are a whole bunch of pieces that just don't seem to make sense. We found this in the ground. It doesn't look like it should be here. It's not shaped right at all. And that's fundamentally the crux of the problem of biblical archaeology. Do you know history because you know Tanakh? Or do you know history because you know archaeology? And whichever way you work with the data, you're going to have to deal with the other side of the equation. Okay, so, wow, I'm going so fast, I can't believe we made it through one circle in 20 minutes. But Rabbi Trump spoke for about 2 minutes, so I'll take that out of the end. All right, let us first begin with what's called la longue durée. This is a term that was created by the French Annales School of Historiography that says that, hey, if we really want to look at history properly, you have to look at larger factors than the immediate people involved. You have to look at things like topology, weather patterns, the economics that are shaped by the land itself. So let's have a look at the longue durée issues going on in Israel. This is a map of what's called the Fertile Crescent. And as you can see, it's shaped, of course, kind of like an upside or sideways C. That, of course, is the Fertile Crescent. And it describes the area of fertility in the ancient Near East, which is the basis of civilization. Using basic Marxist theory, you have to have concentration of capital in order to create culture. And so culture tended to develop along the river Nile over here, close to the Mediterranean coast, and then down the two rivers, Euphrates and Tigris, which together descend into the Persian Gulf. With the controlling of these rivers and the fertility in the neighboring region, you could actually develop a culture. Everywhere else, you've got desert. So this is really where ancient civilization develops as a result of this fertility. Looking at the economic roots are directly related to that fertility. There are two roads that we're especially concerned with. This is Israel, of course, over here. The Via Maris, or the Derech Hayam, which is a trade route that goes along the coast that essentially connects the Nile to the Euphrates and Tigris, and also the King's Highway, also known as Derech Hamelech, which stood outside of the mountain range in the Judean desert. These two roads make Judea and Israel incredibly important because you've got to go through there to get to anything meaningful. It's a lot like the Rockaway Turnpike. If you could see these roads on Friday afternoon coming down from Damascus, it's crazy. You have to leave like so far in that. Okay, here's a map looking at the topology and looking at the various heights. You can see the green here is lowland, and it's green, of course, gives us the essential profundity, which is, of course, what happens there. And the red parts are the mountain ranges, which means that the land of Israel, to focus our attention for this lecture, is really a very small area of productivity here with a desert that's quite a vertical desert right in the middle. It is not like Kansas, it's not Chernobyl, the black earth of Ukraine, like that. It's a very tiny little spot. The only major advantage it has economically is that it's on these two trade routes, the Derech Hayam and the Derech Hamelech. Here, looking at it sideways, you can see I've translated this. This is the Dead Sea over here, the Mediterranean. It's a tiny little barrier here, and because of the prevailing wind, the moisture that blows in with the wind from the Mediterranean gets trapped by the mountains and remains here in the coastal plain. The mountains are comparatively dry, and of course, once you go past the Jordan or Dead Sea, it's very dry in the country of Jordan. This map also shows, in Hebrew, you can see the security risks of Israel are phenomenal. It's only 15 kilometers from the edge of what is called the Green Line, what would be today called Shomron, or the upper part of the West Bank, to the sea, and even from the Jordan River in the country of Jordan, it's 55 kilometers. It's basically a good walk from one end of the waste of the country to the other. So we will get to that later in modern times. Now, one of the slogans that was used in the Zionist period in the 1880s was this idea that Israel was a people without a land for a land without a people. It's not entirely true. Israel was, of course, settled before the first Jews lived there. It's described that way in the Bible. There's no contradiction there. And there's some amazing archaeological finds of pre-Israelite civilizations. These Canaanites, for example, this is in the region of Jericho, seem to have quite a sophisticated culture that apparently involved a very deep ritual life. It's not certain whether these are intended as decorative masks, or perhaps the holes that are drilled in the sides are indicating that they should have been worn as masks, perhaps in theatrical productions of one type or another. The figure on the right is evocative of a skull that apparently would have played some role in their ritual functions. But as you can see, they had quite a bit of activity, and there's a lot we know about the Canaanite peoples as a result of these archaeological digs. We also know, for example, that amazingly, they practice trephination, which is a bizarre medical technique that we find in several ancient civilizations, including the Incas, for example, to deal with mental illness and various other illnesses, particularly of the skull, by drilling a hole in the skull to allow the evil spirits to escape and things like that. Some theorists believe that they may have dealt with schizophrenia and other types of illnesses by drilling holes in the skull. I believe this is where my grandmother, Rabbi Rothschild, used to get the expression, you need it like you need a hole in the head. But it's amazing people actually survive trephination. You can tell by the way that the wounds heal that apparently people did live through this experience. So basically, according to the biblical account that we have, the origins of the Jewish people are in the Mesopotamian region. That's the southern part of where the Tigris and Euphrates flow into the Persian Gulf. Abraham is commanded to leave the land of Ur. He does not take a direct route because, of course, that would mean going right across the desert. He takes a roundabout route right along the Fertile Crescent and lands in Israel. There, as you know, we'll be reading about it in just a few months, they end up in Egypt, and then there's an amazing thing where God takes a nation from the midst of another nation, and this is the Exodus, which is a tremendous marker of Jewish identity and a defining moment of the Jewish people where they return to Israel. And it is at that point that they settle in the land of Israel. All three of these points are not well confirmed by the archaeological record. And in fact, some historians would say they're contradicted by the archaeological record because, for example, if there is no evidence found of the Exodus, which is a rather large, amazing event, some historians would say, well, that means it didn't happen. Other historians would say you have to just keep looking. Maybe you'll find something if you keep looking, and other things like, how do you prove a negative? But this is the kind of area where it's so central to our identity. I know it on a very profound personal level that my ancestors left Egypt. I know it every Pesach in particular. I'm remembering it, and it is something that is part of my bones, part of my personal DNA. The fact that we can't find archaeological data to support it yet doesn't really challenge it. It's kind of like if I went to the doctor and I asked him, let's say I'm having trouble, I'm lovesick, I love my wife so much, could you please have a look at my love for my wife and tell me what to do about it, doctor? What is he going to do, put it in a CAT scan? He's not going to find that kind of data. So this will take us further into Hashkafic territory. I will leave that to the Hashkafic experts like Rabbi Trump, but for the time being, it gets a little bit easier now. Wow, I'm going so fast. This is some fascinating new information, however. One of the associations with the Jewish settlement of Israel is the so-called four-roomed house, which has been found all over Israel, and particularly because in many of the settlements of these four-roomed houses, there are an absence of pig bones. And so there's a lot of historians who would point to this fact and say you can see that the Jews are obviously living in these four-roomed houses because their dietary refuse shows it. This is not convinced all historians, but recently, and this is breaking news, ladies and gentlemen, I just heard this from some colleagues at Hebrew University, new archaeological findings have suggested that perhaps there are in fact some signs of there are in fact some signs of Jewish settlement here because they've been discovering a lot of these containers. Although it's inconclusive, it's not impossible that.
But tomorrow I'm going to be at room 808
that
at
takes
DC.
us through kind of like the really hazy dark
DC
part of
is a
the
small
we
little
don't
club
have a
that
lot
will sell out.
of
So you
data
got to get your tickets. We want to come
outside
see
of Tanakh. That's where Emunah is a very important element in our knowledge of the light that shines from far as described by Hashem. The archaeological record does say some amazing things. So, for example, this was the Marnefta stele, which is a find that dates back to the 13th century before the Common Era. It is a kind of a boast obelisk, very common in the period in which various rulers, in this case it was the pharaoh Merneptah, boasts about his many, many military achievements. And the whole thing is a long list of the various peoples that he has conquered and laid waste to and so on. And on this Merneptah stele, we have the very first reference in non-Jewish archaeological material to Israel. And it reads, Israel is wasted, its seed is no more. I mean, it's like the very first thing has to be anti-Semitic. Can you believe it? I mean, but that is the first statement we have outside of Jewish sources that talk about Israel. Now, what exactly does this phrase mean? Most historians take it kind of at face value, that there is an entity called Israel. We don't know much about what it means. Is it an area? Is it a people? What exactly is it? Wasted seems to imply a rather physical destruction, that it's over with them. And seed, even if we take seed literally to say they have no more grain, it seems to mean it figuratively that they will have no more progeny. That's it for the Jewish people. 13th century, before the Common Era, we're done with the Jewish people. We have destroyed them once and for all. I'd just like to point out something, this little observation. So, Merneptah says Israel's wasted, its seed is no more. This is what Israel's seed looks like. Right? It looks like this. And by the way, with the stele, we also found Merneptah. This is what he looks like. Right? So, I'm just saying, right? This is Israel's seed, and this is Merneptah. So we know how to file this particular piece of historical information, but nevertheless, it does say a lot about the rest of the trend of Jewish history. Now, going through the Tanakh, you get a tremendous amount of history with phenomenal details about various leaders and rulers, and sometimes secondary, tertiary characters, phenomenal lessons contained therein on a moral level, a spiritual level, and so on. And if we had more time, I would love to delve into those in greater detail. But some of our goal today is to try and focus on the history. So one of the trends of Tanakh in the first three books after the Chumash, it describes the eventual formation of a united monarchy that is one kingdom under Saul, and then under David, under Solomon. We do not have much archaeological evidence of specific things happening in there, but there are a few fascinating tidbits. So, for example, this is the Tel Dan stele, which was discovered in the north of Israel. It is about 100 years after the death of King David. So it isn't actually contemporaneous with his life. But in the stele itself, you find this phrase, which is written in the Paleo-Hebrew, the original, or a different version, a different script of Hebrew that was used at the time. And, of course, Hebrew is written from right to left. So it says, in these letters here, BYT DWD, which is understood by most scholars to mean Beit David, the house of David. So here is some archaeological evidence that specifically speaks about a house of David, which will be reinforced by other pieces in a moment. But there are still questions. Like, for example, in this stele, they use a little period like this to separate words. And there is no separation between Beit David, even though grammatically that is required. That's not necessarily a disqualification. Latin, for example, is written without such word separations. Polish is written almost entirely without vowels, for example. That was a joke. I thought you would like that, but At any rate, this is the kind of evidence that we have outside of the record of the literature of Tanakh. And this other document here, this other stele, the Mesha stele, from about the same period of time, 850 before the Common Era. The reason why it looks so strange is because there's a whole fascinating story behind it. It was found in Jordan, and in the 19th century, some German explorers found it and made efforts to secure it. But the local villagers felt that there was something wrong with these German explorers taking away their archaeological finds. For centuries, it had lain exposed in the desert, and everyone was paying it no mind. But once the Germans wanted it, people started getting a lot of interest in it. What they did was they prepared to make a squeeze, which is a paper mache application to the stone, which is then later peeled off so you can get a reversed image of it, kind of like a wax model of it. However, the assistant who was making the squeeze was attacked by the local villagers who were upset that the stele was being taken away. He managed to rip it off, but it was partially damaged. And then the villagers, either because, according to one version of the story, they felt that the reason the Germans wanted it was because there was gold inside it, or according to another version, they felt that there were like spirits inside it, like a genie kind of thing. They smashed the stele to bits, and most of it was lost. The squeeze that the assistant was making and just barely managed to take away with his life was also damaged. Between the two pieces, they were able to reconstruct quite a bit of it, and you can see there are two references here to this same phrase, House of David, big, and then there's something illegible, WD, and there's something else that looks like W, and then a hay at the end. Scholars believe these are other references to Beit David. There's another school of thought that says that this BT star WD is actually the origins of a popular lubricant, WD-40. That is something I'm trying to publish in the literature. It's just not working yet. Okay. But anyways, you can see that there are little tiny bits and pieces, like trying to put together the puzzle. You can get very little from the archaeological record, but it is fascinating. And perhaps if we have more leisure in another series, we'll have time to go over these in greater detail they deserve. The dual monarchy, of course, if you're familiar with Tanakh, it eventually falls apart. Israel and Judah are split. The northern section is attacked by the Assyrians, and a good portion of the population is carried away to the region of Babylon. Again, following La Longue Durée, following the Fertile Crescent, the various settled areas. These things are described primarily in Kings and Chronicles, and we have much more detail in the archaeological record to support this.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
Various peoples who are conquering Israel also use the Nephilim documents that attempt to do their achievements. Like this one here, which describes the obeisance of Yehu, one of the Jewish kings. Here's a whole bunch of Assyrians up here, Shalmaneser, of course, and here's Yehu here, clearly in an act of obeisance that we can understand perfectly well even in the 21st century. So there's no question that a lot of the elements of Tanakh, especially as we get into the dual kingdom, are well established by the archaeological record. Fascinating.
That's serious. There's like agenda 2050, and literally in there it lists
the 8th century before the Common Era. A good portion
you see that, man, all these like WEFs.
Welcome. How are you?
A much more devastating attack on the southern kingdom, and they're taken away to Babylonia as well. Contrary to popular belief, the land of Israel was not denuded of its Jewish population. Significant amounts of Jews died, although the ruling classes tend to be transported first, and the leadership had gone largely. This is the story of the 10th century. The leader has described the book of Chronicles, the end of the book of Chronicles, and I think that the Ezra and Nehemiah, there's a new king in Babylonia, unfortunately, Cyrus are allowed to return to Israel and to rebuild the temple that was destroyed with the first invasion of Babylonians. This Cyrus cylinder does not specifically mention Jews, but it does have a very explicit description of allowing a kind of religious freedom and reason to return to their temple, rebuild themselves, that then Israel is actually a reference to Israel.
try to see
later
what was coming.
successors. Surprisingly, only a minority of Babylonian Jews, even though they're very different, only 20% of them, by biblical estimates, leave Babylonia. Other 80% lived in Iran and Iraq and choose to remain.
Do you remember when that was?
So the next thing that's really important in understanding Jewish history
was like, oh,
is
if I
the
come
encounter
get you,
with
man, you're too
which
big,
you find
you're the wrong place,
some
wrong time.
allusions to in
Why would you say
Tanakh,
that?
but it's primarily post-Tanakh material. And this is a result of Alexander the Great, Alexander of Macedon,
You got a woman who's
launches this
the first
amazing
head of the fire
military
department,
crusade that
woman, and
conquers
this
the
lady's a
entire known
woman,
world.
and
It starts out here
talking about how
in
great it
northern
is if
Greece,
someone who
and he
looks
makes his
like
way
you
throughout the
comes to
entire
save
eastern
you and
Mediterranean and pushes all the way through the Pearl Crescent into Central Asia, all the way out to what would be today Afghanistan and northern India. And what's really special about Alexander's conquest is that he brings Greek culture with him across these many different territories with different languages, different legal systems, different currencies, and so on. And he unifies under a Greek sensibility all of these laws. Now, he dies a very young death, possibly of alcohol poisoning when he was in his 30s, but his legacy was incredibly important for leaving behind a structure of communication and commerce that included all of these people throughout the eastern region, and in particular, the Jews were the Jews have an amazing love affair with everything Greek. The term Hellenism comes from the term Hellas, which means Greek.
So you're thinking that they're instituting DEI on purpose, they're putting in competent people in positions of power on purpose so that they'll fuck up, so that people will complain, so that it creates more chaos. Yes. So, I mean, I don't know if
The
narrative easily
becomes in particular 4th century, 5th century Codex on there, they're developing science. They're building math.
Here's the crazy thing about LA.
They're developing
Very few people are calling out anything anymore. It's a city of conformity. Nobody wants to rock the boat because to get a job in LA, you need 20 green lights.
Anyways,
all you gotta catch is one red light and you're not working.
So
if you're out there going, hey dude, this is like, hey man, what's going on with this? This seems pretty purposeful. You're not gonna work. You're just not gonna work. You can get mugged at a gas station pumping $7 a gallon gas and still never complain about what's going on and still vote the same way because you don't want to rock the boat. If you ask me, it's a big part of moving everybody into these big cities. It's a false conformity. I don't think it's like that everywhere though.
In Israel,
LA is particularly like that because of it's a city of conformity already because of politics. You're auditioning for that. 100% auditioning for these things is crazy because it's really the only way to find out if someone's really good at acting, give a chance, right? But the way it's set up is like people choose people, and if they choose you, you go on to have this incredible life. You become Brad Pitt, right? But if they don't choose you, you become that guy that everybody sees at the party that's 45, dyeing his hair dark, and it's not happening, and everyone knows it's not happening, and maybe he's got talent. It's weird, so you have to conform. You have to say what they want you to say, whether it's political or
you can be empathetic. If you understand that they can live in here, they really leave totally 100% agree. That's kind of nobody saying anything. It's a culture. It's a part of the culture. But I think it has something to do with the original way that LA was founded. Before the whole reality star thing and everything else, but there's definitely a lot of that going on. But it was all acting. Everybody wanted to go to the act. So it's like the primary way that someone would get a gig was an audition.
And the traditionalist rural, we would call them today Haredim, although that's not really appropriate historical term, but they are like the old school Bible thumping Jews who finally said enough. The kind of things that are described in the literature of the day is in fact something I got you epispasm, which is a primitive surgical attempt to reconstruct circumcision in order to reverse circumcision. Why? Because the Greeks loved, for example, the worship of human form. And the best way to observe the uniform is in hand-to-hand combat, of course, in the nude. And so all these Olympic Games and so on were performed entirely in the nude. And can you imagine what it would be like for these Jewish Hellenized youth coming into the stadium? They're surrounded by all these men watching these games, and they look at the Jew and they say, "Oh, look at these Jews." They take such a beautiful spectrum of humanity and they husky them up like that. So there were Jews who were actually made for Greece. Avraham Avinu, it's a reference to Pirkei Avos Yisrael.
1020 Van Nuys. West Side.
So the revolt was an attempt successful to overthrow the Hellenizing influences and to put a line in the sand on top until this point. Everything practice is too much. And we hope that the Phonics shown here is kind of drawn in late in the game. The reason, by the way, they're called Syrians or Syrian Greeks is because after Alexander died, they had to divide up his territories, and Antiochus came from the north, from the Syrian part of the post-Alexandrian government.
It's kind of important.
Here's, by the way, a coin from his period. You can see it says in the top in Greek, Basileus Seleucoi, which means the king of the Seleucids, and there's a war elephant on here. The war elephant is extremely important because when the Syrian armies were eventually brought in to try and settle this civil war, they brought in these amazing vehicles of war, which must have been absolutely overwhelming. And nevertheless, courageous and cunning efforts of these guerrilla warfare tactics used by the Maccabees, they were able to drive them out. Here is a medieval rendition of the death of Elazar in the Maccabean revolt. In the Maccabean revolt, he of course heroically charges one of his elephants and he gets under it, stabs it from below, and manages to kill it, but he is crushed in the process. The reason why I particularly like this 14th century European version is because obviously the artists have never seen an elephant or even a picture of an elephant, and they're describing it to him as kind of like a great horse. So make it like that. So that's essentially the Hanukkah revolt was extremely influential because it basically said, okay, we love everything Greek. Everybody knows the Greeks are really good at building things and at writing things and at describing things and thinking about things. But we have to set a line in the sand where beyond this, Greece cannot pass. And that same challenge of determining how much of the outside world is allowed to influence our Judaism is a challenge that we still face today, to this day. It is certainly beyond ironic that Hanukkah always falls in the month of December, which for those of us who live in Christian countries, it's the same kind of fight going on even today. More to say about that if you have a chronically inflamed hip and arthritis. You were missing calcium. So that takes us basically up until the 2nd century before the Common Era, and then we get to the Roman-Jewish Wars. So the Hasmonaim, the Greek kings, the Maccabean kings are able to reestablish the Jewish dynasty that lasts for a couple hundred years, but pretty soon after the death of the original Maccabees, it begins to enter a period of decline, and they cannot hold back the onrushing tide of Greek and later Roman influence over the next few decades. By the time Pompey of Rome enters in the year 63, before the Common Era, the Maccabean state is just a shadow of itself, and they capitulate to the Romans, and they essentially maintain their monarchy, but they are client kings. They're puppet kings. They pay their tribute to the Romans, who use their traditional techniques of Divide et Impera, divide and rule, to give privileges to the Jewish aristocracy to run the land, but basically they want to collect taxes and maintain the Pax Romana, the Roman peace. So it was during this period of time that there was a further decline in the Jewish status, particularly because of Jewish infighting. We look at Jewish society around the year 0. In the first century, we see a tremendous amount of internal debate, vigorous debate, sometimes violent debate between various sects. Just looking at 4 of those sects for now. And by the way, we have excellent historical data on this because we have many overlapping sources by the time we get to the first century. First and foremost is tremendous historian Josephus, who
this person's
recorded a
responsible for
phenomenal amount
that.
of
They
data
did
for us
something
to
they
work
weren't
with.
supposed to do
The
because
problem
of their
with Josephus
insurance.
is that
This guy just
we
gets
don't
it.
know
Yeah,
exactly
100%.
who
And that's
he
what
was
that
writing
Luigi
for.
thing was about.
He
That
was
company was using AI
rebel.
to determine whether you should be covered or not. And AI doesn't have any emotion or can't look at it going,
but the basic fact is he was originally a rebel
about it. And that's why I guess he was
against the Romans, fighting against them in the First Roman Jewish War, and then he was captured and he surrendered to Vespasian, the emperor, and to Titus, his son, who destroyed the temple, and he became a war correspondent for the Romans. He became their official historian of the Roman Jewish War. He apparently wrote a version of his history in Aramaic, which was intended for Jews, which might have said something very different, but we lost that version. It's no longer extant. The Greek version that he wrote for Roman audiences tends to be very fawning and tends to be very approving of the Roman overlord. So, for example, he describes how Titus himself expressed regret that the temple was destroyed, and it was really the Jews themselves in their fighting with one another who actually set the first fires in the temple itself. So Josephus is sometimes a problematic historian who don't know really where he's coming from when he says what he says. But he describes for us things that are known from multiple sources. There are basically Jews called the Sadducees, in Hebrew the Sadduceans, who on a theological level have rejected what would later become the oral Torah, known as the oral Torah. I'll speak more about that next week. They are essentially of the opinion that the Roman Empire is here to stay, and the best thing for Jews to do is to go along to get along, seek their own personal advantage in association with the Romans, and they tend to be in charge of the temple. They are in charge of the urban elite groups in large part, and they are hated by the other groups. The second group, the Pharisees, that's a Christian term, we would call them in Hebrew the Perushim. These are essentially what we would call the good guys. These are the rabbis. These are the people of whom the later Jewish movements all stem. Hillel, Shammai, Yosef Yohezer, Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Meir, all of the greats of the time are Pharisees. Their political point of view is they highly regret that the temple is controlled by the Tzaddukim. The Tzaddukim are highly corrupt and essentially totally to the Romans, but they do not feel that they have the wherewithal to beat the Roman Empire. It's not really within their purview, and so therefore, as their name implies, Perusha means to separate. They step back from politics, and they focus on developing charismatic disciple circles of followers, kind of like, if you will, from the 18th, 19th century, kind of like Hasidic rabbis who formed their own courts of people who are devotees. And this is essentially the Pharisees that the rest of the rabbinic world derived from. Then there are the Zealots, the Hanoim,
John
the most
McCain,
notorious were the so-called Sicarii, named for their curved daggers, and they practiced, they believed that they should in fact fight against the Romans. The Romans had to get rid of them. They had to, take this monkey off our back, get rid of the entire Roman Empire, and it was a quixotic attempt, but in their efforts, they even assassinated fellow Jews who were political opponents. And finally, these are people who practice radical exclusion from society. They said, none of this is working, it must be the Mashiach, Messiah, who's around the corner. So they went and they lived in places like the Qumran caves outside the Dead Sea, practicing very ascetic kind of religious activity, waiting for any moment that the Messiah would be there. And in this context, we should also mention Jewish Christianity, which is basically a blip on the historical record, certainly from Jewish sources. It only begins to really, people start taking notice of it towards the end of the first century, into the second and especially the third century. The original Christians were all Jewish. Were all followers of a Jewish leader, who, and a great large number of them felt that, in fact, Christianity was really Judaism plus, that for sake's sake, everyone would keep kosher, everyone would keep Shabbos. What are you talking about? I mean, it's 613 mitzvos, plus, it's an added bonus. It was only later on
Well, there's got to be some 3D chess going on, right? I know all of it isn't, but there's some very smart people that are involved in government, obviously. So they've got to be thinking, like, this is the way we can handle this. Like, there's probably a bunch of nerds in a room, and they're brainstorming, and someone says, listen, here's how we can
and
have
it
it.
eventually becomes
We send them to
overwhelmingly
Germany, he's
powerful.
not even
The
here.
Roman Empire becomes Christian,
There
and
actually
we'll talk
are
more
no
about that, God
files.
willing,
Yeah,
next week.
we say there's no video, even though we said there's 10,000
In
hours
the
of video.
first century,
Actually,
it's not a very
true.
significant
Those people
movement
should not
at
have
all.
spoken. We can't find it. We don't know
Ultimately,
where it
of course,
is. There's no list.
Judea
There's
is captured.
And I love how, like,
As you can see, in one of the many coins that the Romans
just eating a
minted to
salad, and
commemorate
she's
their
perfectly
victory.
shot.
It's ironic
hear
because
everything she's saying. She's not-
Judea
dude,
was not,
my
of
whole
course,
thing goes
captured. It was
everything
taken already
is
in the year
eating a salad.
63. The Romans had been there for well
she was
over a
eating a salad.
century
Yeah,
by the time they destroyed the town in the year 70. But it was such a bitter, awful fight.
What is the
The
video?
Romans
The
really
video
had
is
to
her
invest a
talking about
tremendous
how
amount
there's
of
like
resources
tens of
into it,
thousands of
and there
videos
were
of
internal
him children.
Roman political
So that
reasons
video
to
is
celebrate a victory in order to
that video is like one of those
firm up the
Veritas type.
authority of
Yes,
Vespasian as
yeah.
a new empire.
Okay, he's also
Emperor,
the one
what
who
they
put out
actually
Karen
mentioned
Bassett's
many of these.
phone
This is
call
Vespasian here on the left. He's the emperor. His son destroys the temple. And here is the famous iconography, the Roman soldier with the palm tree. This is the defining iconic shape of the land.
Listen,
And
send
the
in some ass and
Jewish
they'll give away
woman
all the
who's
secrets.
trying to
So I
say
didn't know that that was how that
head
I
in her hands,
read that she said
lamenting the
there was
fate
tens
of
of
the
thousands. No,
destroyed
she
Jerusalem.
talks about it. Oh, interesting.
There is
Covertly
another
recorded
revolt.
April 28th,
Again, the
revealing
Jews
previously
fight
undisclosed
actually at
information
3
about Epstein
successive
regarding tens of
revolts,
thousands of
depending on
videos
whether
of
you want
little
to count the
kids
middle
to a
one as a
complete
war.
stranger in a DC
The most
restaurant.
significant ones is the Bar
Okay, well,
Kokhba
let's
revolt,
hear
which I
what
will
it
talk
says. I want to hear how she says it.
more next week. But once again, these stubborn
It's easy to
Jews
find because it
just
comes
will not let it
in
go,
a cafe,
and they're
you'll find it
constantly
right there.
fighting against the
Just gotta
vastly
jump.
superior
Oh, there it
forces
is.
of the
That's
Roman
her
Empire, taking advantage of local
How
poverty.
can it released? We hope soon. Realized it. Okay. So any dates? No, you know what it is? There are tons and thousands of videos. Yeah, and it's all the little kids. So they have to go through every one.
In the past, officials have spoken. Okay. She didn't even say underage girls. She said little kids.
Yeah. And that's a big part. I said this a long time ago. Is that they're just trying to set it up so it's like, dude, they're high school chicks. You know, they're hot. In reality, it's like really. And there were statements, I believe, that you can't find it on the internet anymore because they clean everything up. Of like people talking about like what Bill Clinton was fooling around with. And it wasn't little girls,
my son Boaz,
and I've always said this, it's like Bill Clinton is the Andy Dick of the White House.
And they actually, were exploring the same cave routes that the Bar Kokhba fighters used at the time. Amazing thing.
Oh my
you
God.
don't see Romans doing that today, but you
just
do see
say that if you
Jews
don't know
doing
it's
that
true,
today.
I just
That's
did.
kind of
I
like
know he likes to fuck.
He
was a good-looking guy when he was young, super charismatic.
To bring us to a
Love them ladies,
conclusion,
which is
one of the most
that's
important
Kennedy.
things
That's
that happens
classic
at the
presidents.
end
It's just we found out
of
about
bisexual
this period
Kennedy,
of Roman-Jewish war. So we're talking
bisexual
between 70 and about 135.
Kennedy was
Is
bisexual.
that
George Bush
the
Sr. was
the Pharisees, in particular under the patriarch, whether you read that last
I do deep
say
dives on all this shit. Joe, I'm telling you,
where are you
political, social,
I'm telling you,
the finders,
religious
remember the finders?
we are at the
JFK
cusp
bisexual, a
of a
viral
new
tweet
era
is
in Jewish
reigniting
history.
speculation.
We
And he's
must
like,
take action.
yeah,
And
I
so,
mean,
against
they're just
tremendous
he was on
opposition
speed.
by his peers,
He's
he
a
says,
guy
we're going to take this massive body of oral teachings,
They're just
which we
horny
have
ass
not
people.
mentioned today, but
Woodrow
God
Wilson,
willing
they
next
believe
week.
they
And we are going to codify them in writing.
being gay.
And we're going to transform the
Obama
way
stuff coming out
Judaism
right
is
now.
communicated
Bill Clinton.
from
let's
a
think about that, right? We know
teacher-disciple relationship
like the
to one in
Spartans
which
were
a
gay,
text
right?
is
We know that they
involved.
had sex with each
And
other.
how do you
It was a big
preserve
thing.
the
Hard
special
to
intimacy
why
of a
they
teacher and a
would go to battle
student
so well.
if you're
Yeah,
looking at a
fight for their
dry
job.
two-dimensional
Samurais.
text? A phenomenal challenge, an intellectual and artistic challenge. It was based on Nazi, but ultimately he did. And the Mishnah and its massive commentary known as the Talmud is really the foundation of Jewish study today. And it is
it's also like there's a lot of ancient cultures
and
that
allows
think
you
of having sex with women just for procreation,
difficult
but
challenges they're going
boys
to
for
face
fun.
in the diaspora of the second
Exactly.
century onward.
And
I'm
my
going to skip
friends that have
over
been
what's in it for
over
now
there that
because
have
there's
served
expensive
over there,
time, but we'll
one
get
of my
back to it
buddies,
next week.
I don't know if he said this publicly, so maybe I
Closing
shouldn't
off,
say his name.
if we look at
But
where the
just the
Jews
stories
are
he told me, I was
by
like,
about the year
what?
200,
Like, how, like, he was
you
talking
see
about how he
that
saw this truck
there are
driver
large
with his
Jewish
son.
communities here
Like
in
on the school, he takes his
Israel
son to work with him.
and
The guy goes,
also
that's not his
in
son.
Babylonia,
That's his
where
toy.
the Jews have been
It's called
exiled
Days
already
on
from the
Thursdays,
6th century
dude. You
before
know,
the
it's not
Common
just
Era.
Thursday.
It is
It's
here
like
where
they
the
go
great
into the
Babylonian
mountains. My friend was
dominated
telling me
capitalism
that there
would
was this
rise
one
up.
guy
So
that
these are the
was,
two main
he worked on his
centers of
base, and he was
Jewish
kind of slow.
civilization at the time.
Like,
You also have
mentally
smaller
slow.
centers in
And he had a
Egypt
colostomy bag.
and in Italy. In Egypt, there's actually a very ancient Jewish civilization there that dates back before the Destruction Temple. And in Italy, because of the tens of thousands of Jewish slaves who were taken from Judea to join the already existing Jewish community there, that's probably the second largest Jewish community outside of the two major centers. And then you've got smaller centers all along the coast of North Africa here, and in Spain, where we have archaeological data going all the way back to the 1st century. In the southern coast of France, where I'm going to lead a tour up the Rhone River in just a couple of months. Well, I hope to bring you back some really cool pictures of Jewish civilization there. And of course, here in Greece and in Asia Minor, you've got smaller communities here, perhaps numbering in tens or maybe hundreds of families at the most. But that gives us a picture of Jewish mobility and demographic change by the time we get to the second century. So, what's our main takeaway? If you look at this huge scope of Jewish history that we have managed to cover in a rather phenomenal 60 minutes, we see that if I can, in my humble opinion, bring it down to one basic value, and for my kids, hopefully will watch this video one day. It's resilience.
And they were
Jewish people are awesomely resilient. We are an amazing people. We have a phenomenal thing to contribute to the world, and our continued survival, in my humble opinion, can be nothing less than divine origin.
There's another
Thank
end
you
of the
very
story.
much for your attention.
Let him say it. We gotta check out. Let him say it. We'll figure it out. The creepiest idea about pedophilia is that there's people that know about it and cover it up because they don't want to get in trouble for having known about it. Like, this is the Sandusky thing, right? Yeah. You know, I mean, that's essentially what
all for coming.
right? Like,
I never know what's going to happen. The first one could have been a fluke, but it looks like a lot of people found this relatively interesting, so I'm very grateful that you decided to come back and hear a little more. We will be speaking about a little less history chronologically in the same amount of time, so hopefully I'll be able to pace myself a little easier. I should thank, first of all, our sponsors, Dr. and Mrs. Ruben and Mandy Brecker, biggest supporters of scholarship in general. They've very gracious in donating to the synagogue on behalf of this series, and I would thank them very much. So let's pick up where we left off. Last week, we ended our discussion of using the ancient period. And these terms that I'm using, ancient, medieval, modern, and contemporary, they are really terms used in Western historiography. That is primarily 18th and 19th century Christian European historiography. That's the way that time is divided up. I mentioned yesterday or last week how there's like an ancient period which is this classical Greek and Roman civilization. Then the Vandals come in the 5th century and they sack it, the Visigoths, and it's all gone. And then it's the Dark Ages, it's the kind of like lull or valley in civilization as a whole, and then it rises again in the Renaissance, the High Middle Ages, and so on. This is not necessarily the type of periodization we would use for Jewish history, because when the rest of the world was having the Dark Ages, we had Saadia Gaon, we had tremendous intellect, we had phenomenal achievements. So it doesn't necessarily correspond to Jewish historiography, but we're working with these terms anyways. If we are to use those terms in our purposes, we should probably draw a scene not with the destruction of the temple, although that was an incredibly traumatic experience. It's remarkable that the Jewish people survived it, but rather with the developments of the following century. Contrary to popular misconception, the Jews were not simply emptied out of Israel with the destruction of the temple. There were definitely tens of thousands of exiles who made their way, who were taken as slave ships too. Well, in the following century, there was another two revolts against the Romans. One in particular, the Bar Kokhba revolt, ended in disaster for the Jews, particularly in the environs of Jerusalem and points south. And so, as we shall see, Jewish population movement towards the north was extremely important for this period of time. And that's when we begin to see major movements of Jews outside of Israel, the fracturing of the community on demographic basis. As the economy is ruined, will the Jews be able to stay together as a people? And what we'll discuss today are two primary innovations, two extreme examples of Jewish resourcefulness that really made it possible for Jewish survival to extend through the Middle Ages. The challenges of the Middle Ages will be rather different when we get to the modern period, but we're going to basically follow the story of those two innovations. This map shows you roughly where the major centers of Jewish population were at the time. Major centers still in Israel, particularly in the northern part of Galilee, and also in Morocco and Babylon, and significant centers in Egypt and in Rome, and in smaller centers all around the Mediterranean basin and even in the Black Sea over here. There are significant populations of Jews. With the end of the Bar Kokhba revolt, Hadrian, an emperor who may have been initially more possibly inclined toward the Jews, decides to crack down with tremendous brutality. And it is in the Hadrianic period, most likely after the Bar Kokhba revolt, that we have this period of martyrdom Jewish history that remains in our liturgy to this day. The Eila Ezra that we read on the high holidays, the Asara Ruge Malchus, the 10 martyrs of the state are described during this period more or less for Hadrian, and it looks like the Jewish people are really going to fall apart under the pressure and weight of the entire
they just always want to do the
and that's a time when a great leader of Jewish people, Rabbi Rothschild, comes up with a document called the Mishnah. I wish we had time to speak over and over again about the Mishnah. I will tell you, though, for those people who are maybe not members of the shul, for the past 2 years, under the leadership of Rabbi Teitelbaum and Rabbi Trump, and at the initiative of Rabbi Rothschild, they've been learning Mishnah every single day after davening. The Yom program has just started again, a new cycle. And over the course of about 5 years, they will finish the entire Mishnah. It is a huge document, and basically, on a surface level, I take this statement back, for now, let's just say it's a law document. It's a document that deals primarily with law, and it's divided into 6 sections, which are listed here. C's, which deal primarily with agricultural law, all the laws that are in the Bible, starting with the sabbatical year, mixed fruits, the leaving corner for the poor, things like that. Then there's a section on holidays, Sabbath, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, and so on. Then there's the larger section, which is on women. This is a very androcentric document, primarily written down by men for men, and that's why the section explaining women requires the most amount of things. Then, right after women, the Yeshiva joke after you finish studying women, then you've got lots of damages to deal with. I'm sorry about that. Then number 6 are dealing primarily with laws of the temple, and then pure things which are primarily things dealing with personal purity. The laws of the mikvah, laws of Yadayim, things like that. Now, what's fascinating about the Mishnah, and I said it was a law document, it really isn't, because most law codes tell you what to do. The Mishnah preserves a phenomenal amount of ambiguity. It leaves a tremendous white space that makes it such a tremendously valuable document. At the time, Rabbi Rothschild was assailed by his colleagues saying, how can you possibly write down this oral tradition that we've been handing down rabbi to student for centuries by putting it down in text, you're reapplying it, you're setting it in concrete, it's inflexible, it will not be able to meet the challenge of the times, it will be a document that people will set aside like all the other documents. I mean, how many people really read Virgil today? Maybe
parents were proud of sacrificing
But you haven't read that in a while. But you know, they argue that's what would happen. But Yehuda Nasi, phenomenal genius, made it a document of tremendous ambiguity, and it became the core of what we call today the Talmud. Again, I wish I had so much more time to speak and talk about what exactly the Talmud is. In a sentence, it is a massive, multi-author, multi-century commentary on the Mishnah, trying to explore what exactly the Mishnah is trying to talk about. And it has this beautiful space in the middle of it where the only way you can actually read it, it's not like reading any other kind of text, like a Greek text that has a beginning, a middle, and end, and chapter headings and things like that. It's a wide open conversation with literally 2,000 individuals speaking it, mainly rabbis, which is why it's so long. Also, lots of other regular people, non-Jews, all kinds of things. So, studying the Talmud has really become the core of the Jewish identity, especially Jewish intellectual activity, because it allows for the debate and the back and forth that has become synonymous really with Jewish the iconic image of Yeshiva sitting in Yeshiva and arguing about the meaning of the text is really goes to the very center of the Jewish spirit. Here's an example of a photograph of a Medrash where it's always studied, of course, as least in pairs with a kaprusa. The Gemara, the Talmud itself says, give me a study partner or give me death. It's so important. You cannot study the Talmud on your own. In fact, it's amazing. The Talmud says, if you study the Talmud alone, not only will you not learn anything, you will become stupider than you were before. That's actually what it says. I'm not making that up. And just to give you one more example, this little story. When I went to Yeshiva in Jerusalem, Yeshiva Sor Sameach, this was right after the Soviet Union fell apart, and they had a lot of Russian boys there. And there was a problem because the boys were it was free food. You remember the Yeshiva, you guys had food served in the cafeteria. And a lot of Russian boys, they did so much stress and so much change, and the whole country fell apart. So they tended to go back for second helpings, which they would then take up to their room. Just in case the Yeshiva closed down between lunch and dinner, they wanted to make sure they had food. It's very expensive, it caused bugs, part of the cleaning stuff, and so on. So the Yeshiva put up a sign right outside the front door of the dining hall that said, the Yeshiva provides food for one portion only. No student is permitted to stand in line for second portion. Cool, but fair. By the time I finished lunch and came out, some Yeshiva boys had suddenly opened the sign to read. The Yeshiva provides food for one portion only. No! Student is permitted to stand in line for second portion. Right? This is what it means to study the Talmud. Every single word, every single detail has so many possible meanings, as the Talmud says. Just like when you strike a rock and 70 sparks fly out, 70 is a number meaning all the numbers. So too, in every text, there is a tremendous number of meanings. I have a friend who went to DePaul University. He says that there used to be a lot of the seminary yeshiva boys would come to the Law 101 class, and it would make, banked auditorium, 250 students, and at the end of the lecture, the professor of the class would say, okay, if there are any boys from the local rabbinical seminary, please come downstairs, I'd like to speak with you after class. And then 6 or 7 of them come down, and he would say to them, listen, leave me alone, and I'll leave you alone. Now, there were actually 2 Talmuds written at the time. Talmud, again, is basically a commentary on the Mishnah, a long, extended discussion of the Mishnah, very personality-oriented. The one that is lesser studied is so-called Jerusalem, although that's a bit of a misnomer, because it was not written in Jerusalem. It was most likely written in Caesarea and in the Galileo region, an area of Caesarea, a town that was essentially built by Herod.
That's what they want, and that's what they've been doing.
And so this Talmud kind of became ignored as it was eclipsed by the much larger Babylonian Talmud. But we've seen between those scholars who contribute to the Mishnah under Rabbi Rothschild and those that continuous discussion represent kind of a watershed in Jewish intellectual history. The former are called the Tanaim, and the latter are called the Amoratim, basically translated as the teachers and then the sayers. Now, the Babylonian Talmud is a much larger Talmud that was composed not in Israel, but in the Mesopotamian region that we have visited earlier. And it is the most widely studied to this day. Here's where the Babylonian Talmud is probably written, in the confluence of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. There's a bit of a zoom in on that story from Hebrew. It basically refers to the five major committees, five noted centers of Jewish learning in Babylon: Surah, Babika, Nahardah, Akosa, and Matanakia. And if you think that it's all strange that there should be, these centers of Jewish learning on the rivers like that, have a look at our modern day rivers, right? There's the Iron rivers that I follow every day, the Long Island Railroad, and if you zoom in, you'll see that, oh my gosh, the five towns, right? Like the five places here in Mogadishu, and here they are, Hewlett, Whitney, Keeler, Florence, Inwood, and some say even Florida Rock away. Okay, well, that's good. So, the difference in Jerusalem about Babylonian Talmud, Jerusalem is a little bit smaller. It also is a little bit different in scope because the Jerusalem Talmud tends to concentrate on things that are relevant to the land of Israel, like, for example, the agricultural laws, which are not, for the most part, obligatory outside of the land of Israel. What is fascinating in our times is that now that Jews are living in the land of Israel again, they have to dig out these old manuscripts that have not been studied literally in centuries and rewrite commentaries on them that had never been authored. Like new Rashi, new Tosfos, it's absolutely brilliant to read these new commentaries. They're speaking about actual reality that they deal with in Israel today. Another fascinating thing is the Daf Yomi program, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with. It's a very popular program that started in 1923 and has revolutionized Talmud study. This is an idea that basically says, why don't we study one folio that's a dot, 2 sides of 1 page, every single day, and over the course of 7.5 years, we will finish the entire Talmud. It's primarily the Babylonian Talmud that is studied. This is a little push here for a project I'm involved with, very excited, called All Dot, which is taking all of the knowledge we have about the Talmud, about Daf Yomi, and putting it onto an app. Actually, an amazing app called All Dot. The entire Dot, everything you want in there. It's led by this man here, Rabbi Rothschild. We're going to be releasing it in January, God willing, with the new cycle of Daf Yomi. And it also features not only I'm doing Jewish history on every single daf, but rather I think ambitious and audacious goal, 2,711 mini classes. We also have a very own Rabbi Trump, who's going to be speaking about all of the scriptures that are actually in the Talmud. So that's kind of a fun local thing that we're doing. A huge thing I'm very pleased with. Okay, now that's the major intellectual innovation that allowed the Jews to survive the vicissitudes of the medieval period. They had an intellectual tradition. We had a body of ideas, and it was not a static body of ideas. It was something that invited engagement, that invited discussion, communal study as well. So these are things that are extremely important for the intellectual life. But on a pragmatic level, the other major innovation that allowed the Jews to survive was the creation of the Tehillah. The word Tehillah is derived from the verb kahal, to congregate, to gather. You may have heard the phrase Tehillah Kadosha, holy community, holy congregation. It actually was a definitive structure of the Jewish community in diaspora that allowed the Jews to survive and even flourish in often hostile conditions. There are some minor differences in geography. Sephardic Kehillah tend to use slightly different terms. There might have been slightly different structure. But for the most part, I'm going to show you a generic Kehillah, and you'll probably know that it looks quite familiar to you. So if you look at a typical structure of a Kehillah, at the very top you have two people. You have someone called a Parnas, who in the word is actually related to the word president in English. And that's basically the head of the Jewish community, the Kehillah. And alongside the Parnas is the rabbi. Now, it's an unusual kind of arrangement because the rabbi draws a salary from the community. And so, in a very pragmatic way, the rabbi is dependent on the goodwill and has to have his contract renewed by the community. But at the same time, the rabbi is a noted expert and legal authority because of his knowledge of the Torah and his mastery of the Talmud. So it's a kind of a dynamic where there is a two rulers of the community, and they have to watch their stuff with each other. If the Parnas, were to get rid of a rabbi that's popular, the Parnas would be hard-pressed to maintain his position, and the rabbi at the same time cannot demand too much scrupulosity from his community, or he'll have a revolution on his own as well. So it's kind of an interesting dynamic between rabbi and Parnas. Below them are the so-called Tuvei HaIr. That's more of a Ashkenazi term, which is basically the board of directors. Every Jewish community had a board of directors called the good people of the city, and they would essentially appoint from their own ranks the Parnas, the president, usually on a rotating basis, and it was quasi-democratic. Women generally did not have the vote. Women generally did not sit on the Tuvei HaIr, and also non-property individuals did not sit on the Tuvei HaIr. This was kind of like an honor, but it was a responsibility of wealth as well. People who had means were expected to serve the community by guiding it in its leadership function. Alongside that, just like the Parnas had the rabbi beside them, the Beit Din was beside the Tuvei HaIr. The Beit Din is, of course, the court, the Jewish court of law, because the rabbi cannot rule on his own, particularly when he gets to certain matters involving financial considerations. They would have a court that would be assembled of 3, sometimes 5 rabbis that would make decisions. And once again, the Tuvei HaIr, they may have wanted, let's say, like one thing you see over and over again in the regulations of Jewish communities is a pushback on sumptuary legislation. Sumptuary legislation refers to literally how big a party you can throw. And over and over again, right up until, by the way, our own days, no signs of stopping. The rabbis are constantly trying to put limits on parties, and they will literally say, only 2 kinds of gefilte fish, and you can't have more than 100 people at this kind of event. And we actually try to prevent this. But on the other hand, especially in times of prosperity, Jews will want to throw bigger and bigger parties. We are gregarious people. We love parties. And so the herring just keeps flowing in, and the rabbis say, hold it back. So that's the dynamism between the rabbis, the example of sanctuary laws, obviously a much other more serious examples as well, and the community. Below them are the so-called gabbai. The word gabbai, today we have a gabbai, we have that term used in the synagogue. That's the person who basically chooses who runs what parts of the service, who calls up him to read from the Torah, who leads the services, all kinds of things like that. And it's, it doesn't seem to be an extremely high status position in a lot of ways. You certainly get not too much credit and a lot of service, which is a lot of activation for doing it. But in the concept here, the gabbai will literally be enforcers, the mashkol, behind the decisions that are based on the Tuvei HaIr. As you shall see, for example, the Tuvei HaIr would assess your taxes to the community. And if you didn't pay, then you would have Jewish muscular men come to your home and take it from you. They were literally collectors. They were tax collectors. They would also enforce unpopular legislation, like forcing you to give a divorce bill to your estranged wife. And if you didn't do that, then you would be literally beat the shit out of everybody. And I'm like, this was one of the course they could use. So the Gabbayim were quite feared by the community that they lived in. We'll get back to that. Below them, you have the so-called Tevkot, which basically means committees. These are associations that literally would have means friend or colleague. And these would be, this is really where the guts of the community works. You have a whole slew of Tevkot to deal with every possible social need and desire. Tevkot to assist travelers, Tevkot to assist poor brides, Tevkot to visit the sick, Tevkot to learn this tractate or that tractate. Virtually every possible communal need was manned. I should say manned, because actually whereas the top 3 levels were universally male, the bottom levels were predominantly female. The Tevkot tended to be dominated by female leadership. And these are the women who actually got things done. And below them you have the male membership at law. This probably looks a lot like the synagogue organization that you probably belong to. It certainly looks like Yale, right? We have the same kind of structure. But that's not an accident. It's basically the way that the synagogue, has evolved to such state. What's a major difference, however, though, we can't stress this enough, is that in our times, if you don't like the rabbi, you don't like the leadership, you don't like anything, you can go to another synagogue, no problem. Or you can go to no synagogue. You can just simply opt out. In the Middle Ages, there was no secular identity.
Oh my God, she's bleeding.
You were, by birth, in baptism. There's no middle ground. There's no way to simply say, you know what, I just don't want to affiliate. There's no such thing. The only way you can get out of being a part of the Gila is by converting to another religion, either Christianity or Islam. There was no secular identity in the Middle Ages. So it was quite a coercive institution, but it had a tremendous impact. So the authority, as I mentioned earlier, was, for example, they had to pay for this somehow, right? So taxation was a part of the Kehillah function. They would literally assess every member of the Kehillah expected dues, and it was a progressive scale where the wealthier would simply pay more, and the poor would pay less. Some of the most fascinating documents we have tracked the way in which the poor tax was collected in communities. There was a head tax imposed by the monetary government. Then the Kehillah leaders had to figure out, okay, we have 1,000 people here, only 300 can pay the full tax. How much are we going to charge those 300? So how much is the 1% going to pay? How much is the 10% going to pay? And so on. So they had that authority, and there was no way to effectively oppose it. You could appeal it, and some of the most dramatic appeals, by the way, are by women feel that they have been wrong. One of the time-honored traditions, which I do not recommend we adopt here at Yale, I think it was backfired, is if a woman felt that she was really wronged by the authorities, then she would walk into the men's section in the middle of Shabbos davening and stand on the bima, effectively shut down the entire Shabbos. You know, the herring is waiting in the kiddush room, and no one can get to it because she won't leave the bima, and she would demand right then and there to get the hearing on whatever issue is. So that's like kind of a very extreme form of protest. There were such things, but for the most part, you simply have to submit to the authorities. So it could also enact lots of proactive legislation, so-called takanot, that would regulate the affairs of the community as a whole, and this proved to be an extremely effective tool at maintaining standards. Now, we always talk about enforcement, so let's go on. And so to try and summarize the value of the Kehillah, you notice I have lots of pictures of people on the roof up here. I feel very warm and happy about the Kehillah, although it's made great against our American sensibilities, in my case, North American sensibilities, I'm from Canada, but it makes great against our sensibilities. So, you know, who says the rabbi or the board of directors gets to say how I should behave? You know, we may not necessarily like that, but on the other hand, it maintained group standards and was a bulwark against assimilation. It was kind of a way of drawing a border around the Jewish community, saying, hey, listen, we expect you to behave in these ways. And you have no choice rather than to submit to the Kehillah. When we get to the modern period, we will see how that breaks down in some very tragic ways, but that's for next week. It also relied heavily and viewed in Jewish culture at the level of DNA communal charity. It was expected that the welfare would provide for the less wealthy. That was part of being a community, and if you were so blessed with wealth, that was your job, was to help those who were less well afforded.
I'm just
saying. So talk about the centers. The apogee, the highest level of this was a fascinating thing that happened a little bit later than our period for discussion today, but it's relevant for our discussion. When all of the Kehillot from the Black Sea to the Baltic Sea found themselves within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which in the 15th century was the largest country in Europe as a result of the dynastic union, and all the Kehillot said, you know what, why don't we standardize ourselves, why don't we meet twice a year and make sure that we're imposing the same legislation on all our Kehillot.
now you're
And
getting
this
into like
represented a
high
phenomenal
impact events
level
and how there's
of
like layers.
communal
There's so many
organization
layers to it because they have to
across
ensure that the actual
it's like,
hijacking
when you
itself.
think about
Do
the
you
fact that there was
those
no
guys
formal orphanage, there was no formal
that we
hospital,
found,
there was no
luckily,
formal
it was like
social safety net in the non-Jewish
amazing
world.
coincidence
And
that
here, the Jews are
though
organizing
everything
themselves
from
to
the
such a
plane was
tremendous
destroyed
degree within a state
incredible
that represents a
burning
phenomenal
inferno,
level
his
of
passport
civilization's
magically
accomplishment that
floated
was the height of the
safely to
Gila
the ground.
structure.
Was it
We will
singed
discuss
at all? Yeah.
the next week
I
how
have a
it
show
broke
called
down.
Doom
I'll just
Scrolling
give
where
you a
we
quick
just
hint.
watch all
There's
these
two ways in which it
conspiracy
broke down.
videos and one
The
of them
first is in
passport
Russia
ban,
under
where they made a
Nicholas
superhero
I,
just on a
who
passport.
imposed some extremely draconian measures, including the conscription, the forced conscription of Jewish children into the army, and demanding that the communal leaders, the Gila leaders, choose which Jewish children were forced to go into the army. For, by the way, a 25-year term. And that was an extremely caustic
Can we just see the video?
decision that really tore apart the Gila. We'll discuss it, God willing, next week at greater length. So Nicholas I really crushed it out of existence in Russia, leaving only a little bit behind to perform taxation for the Tsarist state. And in the West, under Napoleon, with the freedoms that were given to the Jews, he demanded that this person, Rabbi David Sintai, convene a great Sanhedrin which determined exactly how the Gila is to exist within a modern citizen state in which Jews have freedom of religion and freedom of rights like every other citizen. And this was also quite damaging to the authority and the extent of the power of the Gila. We'll have to discuss that more next week, but nevertheless, during the Middle Ages, it was an extremely powerful and useful device for the Jews to maintain their existence. Now, the next two sections refer to a bifurcation in the Jewish experience toward the Middle Ages. For the most part, overwhelmingly, Jews found themselves under one of two civilizations, either under Islam or under Christianity. And the experience of Jews under those two civilizations varied tremendously. We're going to speak today in very broad terms and paint with broad strokes because we only have about 15 minutes to devote to it. But first, let us look at the period under Crescens, which refers to under the Islamic Islam is born in the 7th century. It starts out, you can see in the darker brown area over here, in Mecca and Medina, and it spreads amazing rapidity throughout the entire Mediterranean basin. Also eastward through Persia into Afghanistan, where we would have Pakistan and so on, and out to the west, all the way across the coast of North Africa, and year 711, for which we have named the chain of fast food places, that was a joke, they crossed into Spain, and for several hundred years, Spain is actually Muslim. They are stopped from getting much past Constantinople, and Northern Europe remains Christian, but they dominated the entire southern part of the Mediterranean, which was, of course, the home to hundreds of thousands of Jews at the time. Now, under Islam, this is kind of like an ironic thing for us, because unfortunately, we live in a time of phenomenal conflict with Muslim nations. This is centered absolutely in Israel, with the Arab-Israeli conflict that has been going on for well over a century, and it tends to color much of our understanding of Jewish relations with Muslims. In the Middle Ages, however, on the balance, most scholars agree that it was far easier to live as a Jew under Islam than it was to live as a Jew under Christianity. There were punctuations of violence. We can certainly point to Muhammad himself, involved in the massacre of one Jewish tribe, but for the most part, speaking in generalization and comparing to the Christian environment, Islam treated Jews better for much of their mutual history. Part of the reason for this is because really Islam and Judaism have a far more common cultural vocabulary than does Judaism and Christianity. Judaism, like Islam, is primarily a religion of
they don't
practice.
stop being on fire
We
until there's
say
nothing else to burn.
like we say orthodox, which means like one
All
doctrine,
that
but
to
really
his
it's
face. Well,
one
how about all these
practice.
fires? This is
Orthopraxis,
a
which
big
means,
debate on
you know,
tinfoil hat. We
Judaism,
debate it all
and
the
here I'm
time.
going to get in trouble
You
with
have
the
all
rabbis
these houses that are
always left the room.
incinerated, and then there's all
Judaism,
these trees
for
that
the
are perfectly
most part,
fine.
does not
So then
seem
you
to
get into
care
debate,
that
like
much
what
what
causes
we
fire?
think.
Oh, it's drought.
There are a
Okay,
few
but
things
why
that
are
are
the
really
trees okay?
important,
Because they
right?
have
Like
water in them.
there
Well,
is
it's,
one
we
God,
had a drought
life
because we
after
have water,
death,
and that's
and
when you
things
get
like that are
into
important. But you can run out of those
like high
ideas pretty
you know,
quickly.
like
On the other hand,
like
if you want to ask Judaism how to behave, then you have years of study,
everyone
kosher,
thinks it's a direct,
keeping the holidays, keeping the Sabbath, and how to do business. It just goes on and on and on. So Islam is similar to this. Islam has a very practice-oriented sense of law as being identical with religion. They have something they call Sharia, which is broadly similar to something we call halakha. They actually translate the same meaning, the path or the way. And you can look at 100 different things. You can see that Muslims and Jews, although they may not practice identically, they still understand what they're talking about. If a Muslim says, I can't eat this, I need to eat halal, we understand that. And they also understand what it means to be kosher. There's so many areas in which there are cultural convergences. It's not accidental. They're both Middle Eastern faiths, and Islam is modeled very directly on Judaism in many ways. Christianity, on the other hand, is much more creed-based, much more what do you believe? Do you accept this person as your personal savior and so on? And simply a statement of thought or a statement of belief is sufficient to garner significant rewards in heaven and so on. So it's very, very different kind of religion, very, very different kind of culture. So it stands to reason that, by and large, Muslims and Jews could fit together easier. There was a legislative act by the Muslims early on in the 9th century that made this clear and put this under clear auspices. The so-called Act of Umar. Umar was one of the caliphs or the leaders of the Muslim world, and this document was probably created long after agreements were made between local Jewish communities and local Muslim leaders, but basically it purported to be a set of answers that Umar provided to Jewish leaders who were saying to him, okay, now Islam has taken over the territory in which we live. What are our rights and privileges? And Umar says, okay, fine. You may live in Muslim lands without fear of molestation. You may practice your faith because it is, under Islamic terms, a faith that was first granted by God. Moses was a prophet. Abraham was a prophet. So on. But you may not, for example, proselytize. You may not build your synagogue larger than mosques. You may not wear certain colors that are associated with, high-level authorities. You may not bear weapons because carrying a weapon, a sword, is like a sign of dignity and respect and tradition and so on. But under these rules, then you're okay, and you are so-called dhimmi or protected people. And this is the way that Jews lived for hundreds of years under Islam. We're talking about a situation in which there was obviously discrimination. This was a second-class status, but it was a safe status. And as a minority, historically, Jews are very comfortable living in mildly discriminatory environments as long as they are stable and predictable. The German word for it is Rechtsstaat. I love the way that sounds, Rechtsstaat. It sounds like you're about to spit or something, but it means a society based on law. And that's why Jews flourished, for example, for pre-apartheid South Africa. Montreal was also a difficult place as well, because they knew that, okay, there are certain things that Jews simply couldn't get away with, but if someone threw a rock through your window, you could take that person to court and you would receive reparations. Society based on law. When societies break down and they have anarchy, that's when Jews become very nervous and they tend to leave. But a little bit of discrimination, some would argue, my colleague Heinz-Friedrich would argue, for example, that it's actually good for Jewish civilization because it tends to force Jews together. It tends to reinforce the boundaries to assimilation in the outside society. The greatest example of this, what was called La Convivencia, the living together time, was this brief period of time in Spain where Jews and Spanish Muslims got along so well it became the so-called golden age. It was looked on for hundreds of years as the greatest example of coexistence between Jews and non-Jews. It is somewhat exaggerated literature, but nevertheless, we cannot diminish the tremendous achievements of Jews in Spain during these 200 years. Just to give you a couple of examples, this is the Alhambra, by the way, which was the palace of a Jewish king at one point, not a Jewish prince at one time. Chasta ibn Shapur, an amazing doctor who was actually a very famous diet doctor. He used to coach people on how to lose weight. And he rose to tremendous fame, like my father would say, through such songs to the shows. He rose to become a phenomenal diplomat in a Muslim court in Spain. Let's also not forget, by the way, that Spain is far away from peripheral culture compared to the centers which are happening primarily in Baghdad. Both for Muslims and for Jews, they were far away from the centers, so they get away with a lot of things they wouldn't necessarily do where the major population comes from. He communicated even with the purported king of the Khazar Empire, which is a rather bizarre story about a group of Turks who converted to Judaism in the year 740. It's a bizarre story. We don't have time for it now, but if you're curious, I have that. Another figure, amazing Shmuel Hanakid, who actually wrote a commentary on the Talmud, which we can find in the library right now. It's printed in every Talmud. Brilliant scholar who was also the Jewish general of a Muslim army for 16 years. Now, if you think about it for a second, one of the geniuses of Spanish Jewry is so amazing. When you look at our culture, in fact, most Jewish cultures, you find that Jewish excellence is usually either expressed in terms of something within the Jewish community, like a great Torah scholar, or something like a great Chazan, something like that, or it's expressed in a secular community, like an Einstein or something like that. You never have someone doing both those things. So could you imagine some guy who was a Rosh Yeshiva in Lakewood, who was also the general of the American Army at the same time? It's just so mind-boggling, and yet this is what was happening in Granada under Shmuel Hanakid. What's that one? But this is the kind of person he was, and he wrote poetry as well. It's amazing. He used to write poetry from the battlefield. He maintained right up to the very end of his life. He was at the front lines. He would write poetry and then tie it to the legs of carrier pigeons to fly home to his son, who would collect it into a diwan that eventually has reached us today. Amazing poetry. And then Yehuda Levi, for another example, a phenomenal poet philosopher. You should understand that Spanish Jewish society was so amazing at the time. They actually had riots in the streets between Jews. I mean, Jews actually fighting each other physically over poetry. Because there was this guy named Tunash ibn Labrat who came from Baghdad, and he said, hey, listen, I've got a great idea. Why don't we adapt Arabic meter to Hebrew poetry? And all of a sudden, particularly by manipulating how you count the value of a schwa vowel, you could make Hebrew poems sound so much better. And so there were actually riots in the streets between Jews who were traditionalists, because we know we want the old poetry. We will not accept this newfangled poetry influenced by Arabic poetry. And you had the youngsters who say, oh, this Arabic poetry is great. It's like rock and roll. You have to have it. Can you imagine? We don't have those kinds of fights today. We fight about silly things. They fight about poetry. So let me give you a couple of examples of Yehuda Levi's amazing poetry. Here's one, give you a sense of the range of the poetry. And by the way, there are poems that they both Shmuel Hanakid and Yehuda Levi wrote that are too X-rated to be discussed in shul. I'll give you some easier ones. This is Afra, and I'll read it in Hebrew in an attempt to do a Sephardic accent. Notice the way the meter at the end of each line drops off before it continues in the second line. Very beautiful Hebrew. Afra techabeh et begadeha b'nei inchi. Tishapeh l'shem zahara. V'sha'ala mei haya'anot b'shtei einai. V'shemesh l'oti ta'ara. Remember that song that came out a little while ago? Not your song. I would take a grenade for you. I would jump in front of a train for you. Right? It's the same, actually, meter of Yehuda Halevi. But what's the English word? Oprah. It's a woman's name. Does her laundry in my tears, right? Because she has rejected me as a lover. She's not having to do with me. So I'm crying so much that she says, oh, look at all this. I've got this great water. I can use this to wash her laundry. And then because she is so radiant, she dries it and sometimes she gives on. She doesn't have to take it to the trough. She doesn't have to, like her laundry can get washed right because I'm crying so much about it. Or wait to hang it until the weather clears. And the range of poetry is incredible. Here's another one that Yehuda Halevi initially was a poet for hire. Again, totally foreign society was. People would pay poets to come to their weddings, come to their funerals, and make up poetry on the spot. That was what they did. We don't do that. So this predates people to bring herring. I think I need to have some herring. So this is something incredible. So this one here, it's actually just the first stanza of a multiple stanza poem that deals with, it's spoken from different voices on the death of a daughter. And it begins. This is the father speaking. Later the mother will speak, and then ultimately the dead daughter herself will speak of her experience.
1903. So you're telling me that in 1865,
Ben חלק מנט רק דומה, והחונן את הפרוט ציונות. את אסור לשורש דומה בעיני, והמוות יחול בעיני ובעיני. He's like amazing. Each one of those stanzas ends in that second person sound, and it flows off the tongue and expresses a sadness that cannot be uttered in regular prose. Just gives you a sense of the height of civilization in the Spanish Golden Age. But the greatest of them all, of course, is a so-called great eagle, Maimonides himself. And we cannot justify a discussion of Maimonides with anything less than the hours. But he made two signal contributions, which are overwhelming in their import and reached well beyond the parameters of Jewish society. He revolutionized the study of Torah by saying, you know what, it's so complicated, the Talmud, the Mishnah, the Torah, I can't even keep them all straight. He didn't say that, I said that. But he said, I'm just going to restate the whole thing in a common language, in simple Hebrew, that basically 7th graders can read the entire Torah start to finish. All the laws organized, you can look it up for yourself. You don't need to run to the rabbi every minute for every question. This is part of the reason he got in trouble, because the rabbi said, hey, you're putting us out of work here. But he essentially revolutionized the whole thing by saying, I'm just going to make it easy for you. And at the same time, although he was a populist and he wrote this for the masses, he also wrote a soaring philosophical classic called the Mabul Nevuchim, the Guide for the Perplexed, which led the confused reader who was doubting Judaism because of the impact of Islamic philosophy through a sophisticated, philosophically astute understanding of what it is all about. So with those two directions, he revolutionized Judaism really for millennia. Of course, he was hated for it in many circles, and his books were burned at Jewish insistence in the year 1232, which set off a whole cycle of negativity for European Jews afterwards. But we'll have to discuss that next week. So that's basically the experience under Islam. I painted a bit of a rosy picture because we only have a little bit of time. There were definitely moments of violence. There were definitely, fissures in this otherwise beautiful kind of coexistence, but it failed by comparison to what's happening under the cross. So, like the Pact of Umar, Christianity has something called the doctrine of witness. But because Christianity is so much closer to Judaism than Islam, every single dispute is magnified. If you like to think of it like this, Judaism is the mother religion, and then you have Christianity, the daughter religion, and then you have Islam, the granddaughter religion. So fights between mother and daughter are very common, and they sometimes can be very bitter and nasty and lasting. Fights between grandmother and granddaughter, not so much, right? Because by the time you're a grandmother, and they're so cute and little, and you have perspective on life, you tolerate a lot more. So that's kind of like Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. The fight between Judaism and Christianity tends to be quite nasty. But in the 4th century, St. Augustine came up with something called the doctrine of witness. It said, just like Umar was asked, what are we supposed to do? What are the rights and privileges of Jews? Augustine said, you know what, we have to figure out what's our relationship to the Jewish people now. Christianity is now the state religion, the Roman Empire. Jews are now the minority. We have the power. What should we do with them? He said, first of all, slay them not. We should not kill them all. With Baruch Hashem, we have to thank St. Augustine for that. He said there is a place in Christian society for Jews. What is that place? We have to serve as witnesses when the second coming occurs. Meaning that we Jews have to be alive such that when the Messiah comes the second time, we'll be able to sort of slap our heads and say, man, we should have gone with the VA. I mean, we should have gone with the first one. Now we can really confirm that, yes, this is in fact the Messiah. That's the witnessing, the testifying that Jews are. So what that meant was Jews should be allowed to practice their faith quietly, like under Islam with the Pact of Umar, but they should not be destroyed. Forced baptism was technically illegal, but nevertheless widely ignored. Certainly murdering them was contrary to church practice. Now, that meant there were some ambiguities in that, though, because what happens if, there's another aspect of witness I should mention, that even before the second coming, Jews are supposed to witness in their abject and depressed state that this is what happens to people who reject the Messiah. Right? As long as we are walking around moping and sad and degraded, then you can point to Jews and say, look, see, that's what happened to those people because of what they did back in the first century. But what happens if the Jews are driving around in Mercedes-Benz and they're wearing fine clothes and they're wealthy and having plenty of time off, things like that, vacations, then it's not working. And so therefore, one of the ambiguities that was present in the Doctrine and Witnesses, there was a forced humiliation of Jews in all kinds of different contexts. Sometimes it was a literal thing like the head of the Jewish community would have to present themselves on Easter to the mayor of the town for a ritual slap in the face. Sometimes it was forced sermons. But perhaps the most common element was in the Fourth Lateran Council of 1215, Jews were required to wear a humiliating distinguishing badge. Sometimes they were shown, as you see here, as the two tablets of the law. Sometimes it was a ruel, which represented the coins that Judas received for betraying his master, and sometimes it was this kind of combed hat called Tugendhut, which later evolved into the witch's cap and to the dunce cap. Some of you may remember what it was like my father telling me about how he was forced to wear the dunce cap in the corner. It goes back to this Jewish hat that Jews were forced to wear in some European communities as a humiliation. It was usually yellow, sometimes red. There are variations. There are ways that Jews could buy their way out of it as well. Some communities are more lenient. You could bribe your way out. That's just an example of the humiliation. A lot of it had to do with economics, because there's a strange loophole in Christian law called the law of Gratian, which says that Christians may not lend money to other Christians and charge interest. So this basically stops all economic activity as barter, because who wants to, give away their capital on a risky venture if you're not going to get any kind of return? However, Jews, because they are not Christians, are allowed to lend money to Christians, and so the Jews, ironically, for a couple hundred years, had the monopoly on providing credit. Credit was, as you see in this picture here, very popular. This is a Jew seated with a universe. We've got a whole bunch of coins here. This is Abacus, which is a primitive calculator. And here's a non-Jew coming with his hands out after the money. See, his pockets were empty. He doesn't even have clothes. Shoot, I try that joke every time. Nobody ever gets it, but he's playing hose. I will cut it out of the internet. That's it. Okay. And so there was there's this widespread thing that came out in the 19th century where people felt that, Jews were forced into money lending because they couldn't own land. In reality, in most parts of Europe, and most of our history, we could own land, but we didn't want to own land. Owning land meant you were trapped where you were living, and if you got evicted from the country, you would have no recourse. That was it for your land. On the other hand, we were illiterate and numerate, you have the skills, you can convert your knowledge into cash and currency, which could be carried, which could be transported. And so it was actually a very appealing option for Jews as well. Lots of pragmatic applications. But on a related observation, we'll talk about more next time, I'm running out of time, will be tax farming. We'll just put a place mark on. The risks, however, are significant. As Jews often loan money to the nobility, and then that debt burden got too large, then the nobility could simply say, you know what, it's not worth it for us to keep the Jews in place and keep maintaining this debt. It's easier simply to expel them, as they did, for example, in England in 1290. They simply said the debt is too large, let's get rid of the creditors. And that was the end of it. So it has those risks. And also significant risks, if Jews are small-time money lenders, like they were, for example, in Ukraine, you could have massive peasant uprising, in which the local population is just so sick of the debt burden that they say it's easier for us to massacre the Jews. Even though credit is something that everybody wants when they need it, and they have to pay for it, it's a different story. We shall return to this as well. I would like to spend a couple of minutes talking about anti-Semitism, which develops very significantly in Christian Europe. This is not something we see anything like this in the Muslim world. When I was studying in Oxford at one point, I was working with a scholar there, and we actually tried to count the number of anti-Semitic publications written, authored in Muslim lands during the Middle Ages, and it was hard for us to get past 20. But Christian works, oh my gosh, hundreds, is a tremendously different environment. This is a classic image that was used to illustrate the difference between Judaism and Christianity, the so-called ecclesia et synagoga. And this was especially useful if you're speaking to illiterate audiences. So this was a female figure representing the church. You can see that she's got a crown on, she's standing upright, she has this staff which represents her power and authority. She's holding the chalice that is the Holy Grail, and she's generally a respectable figure. Her sister, so to speak, this is, by the way, outside a cathedral in Strasbourg, she represents synagoga. Her crown is removed from her head, she's blindfolded to the truth. The staff in her arms is broken, indicating that her power is gone. She's holding the two tablets of the law, but loosely, like they're falling out of her hands. She's not even holding on to Judaism properly. And her whole physical posture is one of decline. And the message, if you're a peasant coming into Strasbourg and you want to learn something about your religion, then the priest or the deacon can point up to it and they point all of these things out, and you can get a pretty sophisticated, although negative view of Judaism. This image of the chief church and synagogue, there are literally thousands of examples in medieval Christian Europe. I'll just show you two more. Here's another one that shows that it can actually get quite violent. Here is the church who is actually launching a lance into the synagogue. She's wearing the Juden Votier, and that's a rather nice.
So it sounds like you're holding up maybe a remote possibility that Jim maybe in fact did fake his death and just disappear.
Well, it's kind of like John Denver. I think that that's possible. In other words, something beyond there's almost been trying to do still making that things like that. Make a lot of documents. I think what's really happening is that very said they try to do this now Bill did it with when all this happened right there, and Bill did it with parents to find out what was going on.
This was the lecture.
Yeah, like 1924. So he called three men there and what's going on. Three men there attacked this stuff. Bill said, well, there's definitely there were there doctor and all that. There's that I think people are wondering about.
Well, people do comment that have been to his.
Yo, what's going on? 2MFT and Bova, how you living?
Who's this?
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. How are you?
Good.
Excellent. I'm just watching our friend and just checking out the dog pack. How's your day going?
Good. Good, thank you.
Excellent. Are you a streamer yourself?
I'm in Biggie's stream right now. I'm playing with him.
Oh, tight. Okay, that's you. Oh, wow. Okay, so he just died. And are you on his team?
Oh, we've been dead for a while.
Oh, okay.
You must be really far behind. Might want to make me refresh it.
I may need to. I'm doing multiple things on my phone. Apologies. And then we have Bova. Bova, how are you? How's your day going?
I'm good, bro. Have you been drinking? I feel like
No,
impaired slightly.
no,
You seem impaired.
no. I haven't.
I'm impaired.
I haven't had a drink in years.
I'm also impaired.
Oh, okay. What are you drinking?
I'm drinking rum and coke.
Oh, that's.
Pre-Gavilan.
Oh, wow. Phenomenal. Are you? So, are you guys kick streamers yourself?
No.
Oh no. Okay. So,
I'm not. Bova, do you stream?
do I stream? Oh, Bova.
No, Bova. Do you stream, Bova? No, we should. Because I said so. Yeah.
Definitely.
I'm a mystery man.
All right.
A mystery man.
You could have a
Me
faceless
too. I'm
stream.
a mystery man too.
You're a mystery man as well, Tumoff?
Yeah.
Okay. Very well. So how long have you guys been in the dog pound?
75 years.
Wow, that's quite some time. Okay, so
Yeah, I gotta go back.
okay, very well.
Go back.
Hey, tell Big
Thank you.
Dogs I said hello, and it was a pleasure to meet you.
Okay, no problem. You too.
Take
Bye-bye.
care. Bye. Bova, what kind of rum do you have?
Equitons.
Oh, very nice. Excellent. So, you are generally just a lurker on Kick, is that correct?
I don't use Kick, bro. I'm on Twitch.
Oh, okay. So, so you're watching him on Twitch. That's correct?
Follow me. I was chatting with their new friend.
He's a fraud. I like that guy.
I'll put you back if you like.
Please no. Please no.
Wait, has he followed me? I don't think he's even followed me on Kick. Does he? Does he sound like trouble? Like double trouble? Hey, Michael Jackson! He's actually real. What's happening, Michael Jackson?
He's the real Michael Jackson.
Does he go?
He is like that noise you were doing earlier.
Really?
He does like that. That's not like a Michael.
Michael, where'd you come from? Where'd you go? To the Cactan Dough?
American, I believe, or
Really?
Where did he come from?
That's a What?
That's
Michael, I've got to turn the music off.
Honestly, I didn't know Bob was actually Indian.
Ladies first.
A guy went up behind us as well.
Shout out to Big Dogs. He's nice. Shout out to the lady and the dude. They were tight as fuck. Dog. Yo.
Yo, I can hear yo. Probably the other. Oh, did that got Guinness World Record?
How is everyone? Don't show me this fucking thing. Yeah.
A magazine article announced something incredible. 2 young girls had photographed real fairies. That article was written by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the man who invented Sherlock Holmes. How did he fall for that? Hoax is a new podcast for me, Dana Schwartz, the host of No One, and me, Lizzie Logan. Every episode will explore one of the most audacious and ambitious tricks in history. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search Hoax, and listen now.
You love your kids enough to take them to see their favorite band. Love them enough to make sure they're buckled up in the back seat. Show them you love them. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Transmission. That alone would have stopped almost everybody from taking.
Another nasty one. Here's one of my favorites from 14th century Germany. I don't know why I say my favorite.
They knew that.
That's good.
They knew that.
This is a stained glass window. This is in
they
a
never did
church.
studies
Right?
on
In
whether or
a church.
not it would stop
This
infection.
is
They just wanted to see if it created antibodies.
ecclesia, and she's got the upright staff, the holy grail, she's riding on a testimony, and a hand descends from heaven
Yeah, and then you
and
find out
crowns
he
her,
is. You're like,
indicating
this is
divine approval.
nuts.
Synagogue, on the other hand, is
Right,
riding
and then
on a
have you ever
donkey,
seen
a
when they
sterile
wrote down
animal,
how long it would
holding on
actually
to
take to make
the carnal
like
head
5
of a
billion
lamb and
vaccines
a
that they
broken
wanted for
staff
everybody?
blindfolded. And
It
that's
would take 10
as
years.
like
It
if we
was
chase,
just
you
the
missed the
thing that
point.
it was
A bloody
they had
sword
done it
descends from
in
heaven
front of
and
everybody,
punches
and
the top of
everybody
her
agreed
skull,
to it. And then once
knocking
they
off her crown.
realized they agreed
It's
to
hard
it,
to
they realized
imagine
they
a
got
more
duped.
negative
They don't
statement
want
of another religion than something
be
like
right,
this.
not
And
do
that's
right.
the kind
Yeah.
of
And then
anti-Semitism that is building up
how
in
many like
Christian
really
Europe.
nutty,
It gets to its worst with the so-called blood libel, which begins
like
in the 13th century. The notion that Jews somehow need to consume Christian blood for whatever reason. Arguments that Jewish men menstruated, they need to replace their iron. The idea that Jews had a unique stench called the Poison Judaeus, and the only way to get rid of it was to bathe in Christian blood. And of course, the association with Masa and wine and things like that. This is a rendition of Simon of Trent in 1479, a child who was unfortunately murdered in mysterious circumstances, probably by a maniacal pedophile. And once his body was discovered, the Jews were blamed for it. He was actually sainted. He is a saint.
Infectious, that and immune suppressed.
Obviously, I need to say it for the internet, this is totally ridiculous. Jews did not do this. We don't even put sugar in our mouth. Forget about that. I would like to spend more time talking about this, but I know I'm rushing out of time. We have to get to the Spanish Inquisition. But a similar thing was the desecration of the host, which is a charge that Jews would take, if they couldn't get a Christian child, they would take the wafer that is a part of the Christian rite of communion, Catholic rite of communion, and then they would torture the host itself, in terms of the crackers itself, and this is referring to a host desecration starting in Passau, in which many Jews lost their lives as a result of the mass hysteria. Okay, now we have to get to the Spanish Inquisition. I hope you will forgive me if I go maybe 4 minutes over time. I spent too much time talking about Rabbi Trump. So you have in the Middle Ages a tremendous number of expulsions. We're going to look at the greatest of them, the Spanish expulsion of 1492. But really, there are tens, maybe hundreds of smaller expulsions from local cities, principalities, dukedoms, fiefdoms, and kingdoms. There's a joke that's no longer true, but they used to say, why is it there are no good Jewish piano players? And the answer was, because it's hard to run when you're carrying a piano. clarinet is much easier. But that's no longer true. But you can see that there's a general push from Western Europe towards Eastern Europe. And especially in the 16th century, you've got lots of Jews beginning to populate the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. About 75% of Ashkenazi Jews in America descend from those Jews who made their way from Ashkenazi lands. Ashkenazis, by the way, Germany, most likely would Rhineland into Eastern Europe. The Spanish Inquisition was one of these bizarre, purge-like, terrifying nightmares of society that took over a century to resolve itself in the Iberian Peninsula and had ramifications for the next century as well. What basically happened, this is, by the way, an instrument of torture associated with the Spanish Inquisition, which was initiated in 1478 and was not closed until the 19th century. The prisoner was being inquired of would put his hands in his press, and he would stare at the cross to contemplate his sins while he was tortured, and he would be encouraged to confess while under such tremendous duress. Basically what happened is, in the late 14th century, there was a wave of forced baptism in Spain. And as you recall, I mentioned earlier under St. Augustine, this is prohibited behavior, but nevertheless, in Catholic doctrine, once a person is baptized, they become Jewish. They become Christian. There's no way back. There's no way out of Catholicism if you have been baptized. So all of a sudden, you had all these Jews in major Spanish cities who were no longer considered Jewish, which meant, on the one hand, they were kind of like stateless peoples because they were, the Jewish community wasn't entirely sure what to do with them either. But here's the trick. They ended up having tremendous social mobility because if they were actually Catholics, there was no more anti-Semitic legislation that could hold them back. They could go to university, get whatever job they want, they could even rise up, as many did, hide in the church. And all of a sudden, you had this very talented, urban, literate, numerous, experienced community able to find all kinds of economic activities that they never had before. They were called crypto Jews, which means hidden Jews. They were called by their detractors Marranos, which means basically swine or pigs. But they were all of a sudden Christians in legal aspects, but they still remained Jews internally. And the Inquisition was all of a sudden brought in because what do we do with all these people? They're still hanging out with the Jewish communities. They're still going to eat kosher meat. They're still, going and marrying other Marranos and so on. How do we stop these people who are literally overrunning the major cultural, social, and economic institutions of Spain? So the Inquisition was brought in to try and enforce that all these people and their children and their grandchildren who were baptized would remain Christian and would not backslide into Judaism. So to be clear, the Inquisition was not, strictly speaking, directed against Jews. Jews living in Spain, this, by the way, is Christian Spain, but I should make obvious. The Muslims were driven out in 1482, the last Muslim kingdom was removed. Jews per se were left alone by the Inquisition. They were heretics, but they had their heretical and they had their right to live in that. This was directed at those Jews and their descendants who lived at that time, and who had the rights of Christians, but were still practicing Jewish activity. And in order to capture them, they would, arrest one of them, subject them to torture. They would, under torture, they under duress, they would say, "Oh, these are 700 people I know doing the same thing," and they would arrest those 7 people, and then those 7 people would give up 7 more people, and it ended up spinning way out of control. Just to give you one sense of what that looked like for torture, this is something a device in the Spanish Inquisition was notorious for these kinds of things. This is a device called the Pope's Hair, and they would take a suspected Judaizer, a crypto Jew, they would insert this device in the orifice of their choice, and then they would ask him to give up the names or her of their fellow Judaizers. And if they didn't give a satisfactory answer, then they would simply turn that little ring and it would increase it. Just imagine seeing the device in the torture. It's only pictures that you cannot show. So what ended up happening was, I'm going to have to get through this for time. There's so much to say about it. But it was a huge failure. they simply could not keep up with the number of Judaizers. And the logic of it began to break down such that Pope Hamada, the chief inquisitor, simply said, you know what, I think I've got the answer. The reason why we can't control this is because the false Christians, so to speak, are still associated with the Jewish community. What we have to do is get rid of all the Jews. If we get rid of all the Jews, then they will naturally assimilate. And this is ultimately what drove the campaign to adopt the right of expulsion in 1492. There were also economic reasons for this. I think we run out of time to tell you the difference between scholars who believe it was primarily religious in nature, other scholars believe it was primarily economic in nature. But what you had in 1492 was absolutely tragic, massive exile of this huge population. If you can just imagine what it must have been like for these Jews, it would be something like driving all the Jews out of the 5 boroughs of Manhattan and New York as a whole. It's impossible to imagine, and yet that's what it was. Creating a ripple in Jewish society that lasted for hundreds of years. And we will continue that, God willing, next week. Let me just conclude by saying, last week, when we looked at the ancient period, and I managed to stay amazingly within 60 minutes, my takeaway message was that the Jewish people were phenomenally resilient. They were able to absorb phenomenal abuse and still continue their gregarious, life-affirming ways. What I'd like to say about today is when we look at the medieval period, we have to say that Jewish people are incredibly resourceful. There are people that are able to look at devastation and nevertheless suss out those elements that can be used to recreate life even from the ashes. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope to see you next week.
Civilizations just keep getting reset and reset and reset. I think that's true. Yeah, I agree with that. I think there's a lot of really compelling evidence that shows that. Have you seen Jesse Michael's new video? No. He's got a video on those tridactyl mummies in Peru, where he went down there and had them CAT scanned and had them. Dude. Okay. Let's go to Is it science bullshit? I mean, it's like, how's it going to defy gravity unless you're talking about, like, just lift like a short blow? That's kind of anti-gravity gas. That's not what I think of when I think of anti-gravity. I think of, like, space tech that allows you to, like, shut down giant distances instantaneously, like a hero from these crafts. But if, let's just say this is real, and I do believe it's real 100%, like, what do they have now? I mean, it's so far down the line. I mean, that's so long. It's like 175 years old, that technology that they could have if it's just there. I don't know how many flight enthusiasts in the mid-1800s there would have been. You know, people would have been interested in flying.
I appreciate that very much. Okay, thank you so much for this third of 4 lectures, crash course in Jewish history. I've received a lot of interesting feedback for the first 2 lectures. Most of it was pretty positive. I think my favorite criticism was, couldn't you just spend a little bit more time talking about this or talking about this different subject? But the whole point of a crash course is to try and compress a massive amount of information into this short, condensed period of time. But it does remind me of a joke where 2 guys are standing outside the deli in Lower East Side, and one of them says to the other, "This restaurant serves the worst food." And the other guy says, "Yeah, and really small portions too." So we're still going to keep with that rather audacious and ambitious goal of completing all of Jewish history from time immemorial to the present day within 4 short lectures. Tonight we're going to be concentrating on the modern period. And you'll recall some of these, periodizations, these themes that we're going to draw in history are somewhat arbitrary, but I'd like to specifically call the modern period the era from the Spanish expulsion, as we shall see. That huge demographic upheaval had a phenomenal impact on the entire Jewish population of the world at the time, and we'll take it up to the end of the 19th century with the pogroms of 1881, which also sparked a massive Great Migration and also had phenomenal impact on the contemporary period, which will be the last lecture, God willing, next week. We'll look essentially at the 20th century and the very complex and difficult processes that happened at that time. So let us not take too much time to go through the material. Here's the map that we ended with last week. It shows you the tremendous dispersal from the Iberian Peninsula at the end of the 15th century. Tremendous upheaval. We're talking about the largest, most settled, most concentrated, most prestigious Jewish community in the world suddenly being uprooted and spread throughout the entire Mediterranean basin, and also to points north in Europe and even to the New World. This was an upheaval that is very difficult for us to imagine, but I hope to show you a couple of parallels shortly. And there are some tremendously heart-wrenching stories that are associated with this expulsion. I do not have time to go into them in great detail. But so just try to imagine what it must have been like if you think of the entire population of the 5 boroughs of New York, all the Jews living there, suddenly being forced to leave within a few short weeks and find homes elsewhere. You know, I know a lot would go to Lakewood, let's say, but Lakewood also will fill up. But after Lakewood, where do you go? Incredibly difficult and heart-wrenching stories. Let's look at some of the major changes that happened at the hotel. There's a huge amount of social, intellectual, and cultural change that happens as a result of this dispersal. One of the things that I find most fascinating, and we'll be able to draw lines of continuity through the next few centuries, is that there is a dramatic shift in terms of gender power during the post-expulsion period. Since so many of the entrenched authorities, which were overwhelmingly and continue to be predominantly male, since many of them have been uprooted from their sources in the Iberian Peninsula, there was suddenly a lot more possibility for women to take positions of authority. And we see two of the most dramatic examples of it with the next generation of survivors of the upheaval. Specifically, on the left, we see a representation of Doña Gracia Mendez Nasi, who was a so-called Portuguese Jew. What this term Portuguese refers to, incidentally, I'm sure you've heard of the Spanish and Portuguese synagogue, which is a very common definition. There was a Jewish population in Portugal before 1492, not an especially large one, but what happened is, we'll just go back to this map for a second and see that the most natural route for expellees from Spain to take would be the overland route over the Pyrenees into France, and many Jews did go there, or simply to the west into Portugal here, which of course has a similar culture, different language, but this has been a homeland for oppressed Jews who fled Spanish versions, such as, for example, the famous Abarbanel's grandfather, who was forcibly converted and fled to Portugal, and there he resumed his Jewish identity. So Portugal is a natural route of escape. This is one of those famous times where Jews were literally undocumented migrants and were held up at the border. There are a lot of parallels to a contemporary situation. And when they arrived in Portugal, there were certain allowances made for them, but ultimately they were forcibly converted 5 years later in 1497. The position was then brought into the Portuguese country as well, and many Jews, like in Spain, just went underground as so-called Marranos, hiding their Jewish identity for generations in order to escape the wrath of the Inquisition. And only later, as in the case of Doña Gracia, they finally were able to leave Portugal, and the oppression is hard to imagine. I mean, the Inquisition actually kept tabs on people. When you went, for example, to England, we have trials from Inquisition transcript trials, transcripts of the Inquisition trials of people, Jews who went to England and there experimented with Judaism, and when they returned to Portugal, they were arrested and they were asked as to what exactly they did in England. So they were really quite paranoid about hunting them down. But Sonia Gassi was one of these women who, when she got out of the clutches of the Inquisition, she said, I'm actually Jewish, not Christian at all. And these Jews who were forcibly converted for their grandchildren or great-grandchildren were called Portuguese Jews. By contrast, you have Benvenida Abravanel, who was a niece of the famous Don Isaac Abravanel, who fled in 1492 and was never converted forcibly to Christianity, and so therefore she was called a Spanish Jew. Now, the two of them were actually two of the most powerful women in the world, and at one point they came to clash over an international boycott placed against the church because of their treatment of Jews. It's an incredible story that we don't have time to talk about in great detail, but what is one small detail, we'll point out, neither of these pictures are accurate. The one on the left is actually Sonia Gracia Mendez's niece. Medallion was strung before her. And on the right, we have a non-Jewish woman, Leonora Vito, I think, who was actually Benvenida Abravanel's student. We don't have pictures of the two of them in reality, but it's not that unusual for devoted students to choose to portray themselves as their teacher. Like, for example, many of my students like to use this picture to represent me, but they often use a mindset of me or something like that. Okay. Moving on, let us just, so one of the things that changed as a result of the Spanish Inquisition was that suddenly there's a power vacuum. The traditional power elites are disjointed, are dislocated, and many other people convene to take up the position. Similarly, there is a lot of erosion to traditional religious authority. Because after all, although there were many heroic figures, like Abravanel, who I mentioned more than once now, there were many religious leaders who simply capitulated. Abraham Senior, who was in his 80s and was the senior financial advisor to Queen Isabella, decided that he would rather stay in Spain and convert. And he did with his entire family, decided to remain in Spain and simply give up. But these were rabbis. So there was a tremendous lack of appreciation for rabbinic leadership at this time as well that eroded traditional authorities. And as a result, there were new secular ideas that were circulating with much greater frequency and authority. Perhaps the most tragic of the figures associated with this is Uriel Acosta, who is pictured here in this fanciful image with the dark, this skull-capped man with kind of a serious gaze, and on his knee is Baruch Spinoza, also a product of the Inquisition, but quite a bit later. They never actually met, but this is kind of like a metaphorical Spinoza is on the knee of Acosta. Acosta's story is very tragic, but we told you very quickly as an example of the secularism of the time. He was raised as a Christian by his mother, who hid their Jewish identity. By the way, women also had a phenomenal role in perpetuating Judaism under these incredibly difficult circumstances. We have a lot of documentation of women, particularly who were taken before the Inquisition, who described the many vehicles by which they maintained their identity and their memory of Judaism, including, for example, self-scarification, where if they had a male child and they were unable, obviously, to circumcise that child, they would cut a small amount of flesh out of their upper arm to remind them that if they were ever able to, they should one day circumcise their son. Phenomenal types of self-sacrifice. Acosta's mother revealed to him as an adolescent that he was in fact Jewish. They couldn't say this to children because then they would go to the playground and say, "Oh, my mother just told me we actually like to go for fish and egg rolls," and that could be it for them with the Inquisition. So Acosta learned he was Jewish when he was a teenager. His thrilled, he couldn't wait. He was so excited. He managed to gain passage to Amsterdam, which was, unlike today, a very liberal city with very relaxed laws. That's a joke. I was hoping somebody would get it. Now I get sick for it, but okay. And there, when he got to Amsterdam, he said, "Okay, I'm Jewish. I'm totally out of the religious cloth, so to speak." But he embraced Judaism with tremendous enthusiasm. But he was quite disappointed because when he went to shul, he would say to people, "Excuse me, Isn't that Lashon Hara that you're saying? And wait a second, this is Shabbos. How can you be talking about
she's like,
business?
yeah, there's
And he
videos.
was
There's
very
no video.
upset with the fact that the
So when
image he had of
first time
Jews
he gets
did
arrested,
not
she was part of that whole
with
thing.
the reality of
She
actually
was like
Jewish
some
people that
AG,
he met.
like or
He
something
ended up,
in Florida.
because he was a bit of a rabble-rouser and a highly intelligent individual, he actually published books. He was excluded 3 times from the community. And he came back every time begging forgiveness. He could not live on his own until finally, in the third excommunication of the Jewish synagogue, again, fearing the possible repercussions of having these kinds of atheistic or challenging elements in the community, he said, listen, you've done this before, so before you can be readmitted to the community, you're going to go through a symbolic humiliation, where among other things, you will be symbolically whipped in the synagogue, actually lashed, and it was, with light cords, it was more for the symbol than actually the pain, and then he would have to lie down in front of the synagogue steps, and every member of the community would walk over his own body into the synagogue. Deeply humiliated, he went through the process, he went home, he wrote an 11-page suicide note and shot himself. And we have that suicide note called Exemplar Humanae Vitae, chilling, terrifying document that is a testament as well to the upheaval of the Inquisition and what it means for trying to re-enter the Jewish community after being so far away from it. But this kind of secular thinking that Acosta brought to the table definitely is like Spinoza later and had centuries of impact. This is, we shall recall, about 75 years after the expulsion, and we are, if you want to just put it in your minds a little bit, we're about 75 years after the Holocaust. So the kind of feelings that we have about recovering after such a devastating demographic assault on the community, they would be things that Portuguese Jews would have felt as well at that time. But let us move forward. One more detail that's kind of interesting for us here that relates to the expulsion is that there was a small group of Portuguese Jews who fled to the New World and they settled in a little island called